We've got only one objective in Season 1, and that is to get promoted back to the top flight of Romanian football with FC Arges, who are currently down in League 2. And to help us with that, the board have generously provided us with bugger all money, so we're going to have to do a little bit of wheeling and dealing if we want to strengthen our squad. But if we take a look at the rules for the Romanian Second League, and actually the top league as well, you can see that nations treated as EU has all African, Caribbean and Pacific groups of states nations, which means we can go to Africa and we can buy lots and lots of players for cheap, and it's fine because for some reason they're going to count as EU citizens. I'm not going to question it, we're just going to go with it. So we are now going to jump forward to the end of the transfer window, and you can see what sort of business we've done. We'll also have a quick look at the squad that we're going to go for Season 1 in our quest to get back to the top flight. So as the transfer window has now closed, of course we did go to Africa to buy ourselves a whole bunch of African players for cheap. And there was a little bit of a strange thing where we actually managed to get some players on loan for free. We're not even paying their wages. Like Blessings Sarapinda, for example, a Zimbabwean central midfielder or defence midfielder at 24 years of age with 5 caps as well to his name. He's getting paid absolutely nothing from us. Caps United, his current team, are paying him his entire wages. But we are bringing him in January when his contract expires. So he is going to cost us a little bit of money. But I think he's pretty good. We also paid a trip over to the Ivory Coast, one of my favourite nations in Football Manager to buy players from. And we brought in Mohamed Silla, an Ivorian striker, 21 years of age, 3 caps as well to his name, on loan for the season, paying absolutely no money for him at all. I don't know whether this is a thing that should happen, but I'm going to take advantage of it. In order to fund our trips, I assume, just our holidays to Africa, we did sell a player. Christian Balju has gone to Michalov, maybe, could be the name, for about £26,000. So this is how our squad looks like for Season 1. As you can see, it's pretty big, but we could not get rid of too many players. Not many people wanted to leave. We have got a very good core of players who are actually under 20 years of age. We've got a couple of very good players as well. Andre Tofan, 27-year-old right back. I think he's going to be an absolute star for us. 4.5-star current ability. He's ridiculous. Probably should be playing in the top league. And at 26 years of age as well, Grigori Turda, a central defender. He's going to be our rock in defence. I'm expecting big things from Turda, and I'm hoping we can keep hold of him as well. He's been here since 2018 he's been here. Been here a while. And alongside our new signing Silla, we've got Bogdan Rusu. Yes, he is 33 years of age, but I'm hoping for big things. If we can get a season or two out of Rusu and then maybe retire at the end of it, I'm hoping that's what happens. He's already got 5 goals in 5 starts for us in the league. So we've already started off pretty well. We're currently second in the table, joint on points with Selenbar and whoever they are, Targovista. Probably should have picked a nation where I can actually say some of the names. And how we've managed to get to second place in the table is actually we've played ridiculously well. Yes, we have lost a game against Selenbar, but every other league game, we have kept a clean sheet. We've won 3-0, 2-0, 1-0, and then 5-0 as well. We've also managed to get through to the Cup Romania. I assume this is like the FA Cup, and I think it turns into like a group stage once you get actually into the cup properly. So we've managed to get to that point as well, which is obviously very, very good. We're now going to jump all the way forward to the 1st of January, although that is not when our transfer window opens. It is when most of European transfer windows open, so hopefully we can try and shift some players on, and we'll see what business we can do in January as well. As you can see on the right-hand side, transfer budget of 0, and we're currently overspending on our wage budget, so don't expect too many new signings from us. So the window is now open, and like I just mentioned, we're probably not going to be selling anybody, because I don't think we've really got any players who are worth any money to sell anyway. We might kind of get rid of some fringe players, but you can see there the big news is we are currently top of the 2nd division. Selenbar close behind us, just 2 points behind, but we are on 37 points. And we've managed to basically play ridiculously well. We have lost another match in the middle there. You can see against this team, Corvinal Honderara, maybe, could be their name. But anyway, we're doing pretty good. We're keeping clean sheets. We're actually not conceding many goals at all. And the other big bit of news as well, we are actually in to the semi-final, potentially. I think we're into the semi-final of the Romania Cup, which is mad. We've got Cluj, we've got Iasi, and we've got Hermannstadt. All 3 teams are probably good enough to batter us, aren't they? So looking at the league table then, as you can see, top of the table. But one thing we do need to pay attention to is very soon we will split. I don't think we can see it here. We will split into a top group and a relegation group. And that means, if we have a look at the rules very quickly, we'll be in the Championship playoff. The top 2 will go through to the top division. If we're 3rd or 4th, we'll have to play a playoff, which will actually involve the League 1 Superliga teams, who are kind of in a relegation battle, and one team will replace those. I believe that's how it works. When it comes to players, Bogdan Rusu has been doing the business for us. However, he has been on a little bit of a dry spell as of late. 14 starts, 9 league goals, 8 starts in the cup, 5 goals as well. But if we take a look at his form, he's kind of not been very good. He did score against Rasista, but then he just stopped playing basically once we hit sort of towards the end of October. Just kind of stopped playing. So maybe he's hit his peak and he's on the decline. But the good news is, Mohamed Silla, who we've brought in on loan from RC Abidjan, is still scoring some goals. 12 starts, 7 goals, 7 starts in the cup, 4 goals as well. So 11 in all competitions. He's looking very, very good. I might try and sign him in the summer if we can get away with this one. Other players worth mentioning, Andre Tofan, the 27-year-old right-back, is looking very good for us, as I expected. He's got 5 assists in the league, 3 in the cup, 8 in all competitions, and a goal to his name. He is frustratingly wanted by IASI, who are obviously in the top tier of Romanian football, but I'm hoping we can keep hold of him. He is our highest earner, or one of our highest earners, so a big offer needs to come in, and I might need to do it just for financial reasons. It's not only Tofan, though, who has been getting the assist. Dorian Bertrand, the Madagascan left winger with 5 caps to his name, has also been chipping in with lots of assists as well. 8 in all competitions, a couple of goals as well. I'm not sure whether we want to be keeping Bertrand, though, because I'm expecting assuming we get promoted in the summer, he's the type of player that we should be able to replace quite easily. He's 30 years of age as well. So, Bertrand, do well for us this season. You might earn yourself a contract extension next year. So obviously we do have ourselves a transfer window which opens mid-January. I think it's mid-January to mid-February for us. I think we need to do some planning for, let's expect promotion. There is 7 points between us and 3rd place. If we finish in the top 2, we should be promoted. We have to kind of hope and expect that we are going to get promoted, which means our business through January might need to be looking for the future rather than the current season. And with a nice blur fade, we are at the end of the January transfer window. Well, the winter transfer window is probably what we should call it. So what type of business have we managed to do? First of all, Blessing Sarapinda has made his move permanent. He's now getting a wage, £625 a week, and he's got a groin strain, which is magical. And we've also completed the signing of 2 central defenders, which I'm not convinced we needed to do, but I got excited when I saw them available on a free transfer. Luke Fleurs is first up, a 23-year-old South African central defender. Looks pretty good. A value of 1.3 to 2.9 million. We might not even keep this guy. We might just keep him until the summer, maybe January next season, and then shift him on for a nice big profit. Somebody who I do want to keep is Juan Pablo Cerezuela. Probably not his name, but we're going to go for it. 22-year-old Argentine central defender. He was playing for Barracas Central, and I think we've got like an Argentine scout, because I seem to get lots of reports from Argentina. We got this guy come through, and I went, he looks very good. He's available on a free. Let's bring him in. And I think he is going to be very good for us. Now, I didn't mention this at the start of the season, but we have been playing this as our formation, but because we've now brought in 2 new central defenders, we're going to have to mix it up, which is why we've gone for a 5-2-3 formation rather than a 4-2-4. I'm making sure Todos plays every game at the moment. I did pick, I think it was Sarapinda and somebody else, Silla, might have been kind of 2 players that I forced to play for the first half of the season. Todos we're definitely going to try and keep, but as you can see, we've got a lot of central defenders, so we've kind of had to change up the formation. Could be a big risk. We've also not played any more games yet so far. So we are still obviously top of the table. We are now just going to jump forward to the end of the regular season. So only 4 more games to play. And then we're going to play, or find out, let's say, who we're going to be playing in the championship phase. We have topped the table. You can see there we've moved into the Champions playoff. We are on 45 points. Our points are kept exactly the same from the first half of the season. So we are 4 points clear of Selimbar, and then we are, 7 points clear of 3rd place. Those guys, not even going to try and pronounce it. So we have obviously done reasonably well. We've actually drawn a couple of games. Silla scoring goals for fun. 3 in that one, a goal in that one as well. We've also got Cerezuela also getting his first goal for the club. We've now got, 10 games, I believe, left to play to hopefully finish in the top 2 positions. And we've also got Hermannstad in the Romanian Cup semi-final. I think we're going to get battered in that one. Now, throughout this save, I'm obviously going to be heavily relying on our youth intakes to produce some pretty decent footballers. I've kind of put some stars next to some players there who I think have some potential. I say think. Some of these, I look at them and go, I'm not convinced there's anything there. Although he's 15, maybe he's going to have some potential as well. So I wouldn't take this as kind of a very good example of a good youth intake. Obviously, we've got 4.5-star potential players here, but I'm not expecting the world first few seasons. Maybe when we start getting into European competitions with Argus, then that's when we're going to see if we're getting 4 or 5-star potential players come through our youth intakes, then we know we've got some good players. We are going to take a very quick look, though, at Florin Vasile, who I think is going to be our best player. He's only 15 years of age at the moment, and I think he might get the odd game between now and the end of the season. It might be a risk. Probably less, not, maybe he might come off the bench a couple of times. Was it ever in any doubt? We are champions of the Romanian Second League, 3 points clear of CSC Selimbar. And the question of was it ever in any doubt? Yes, it actually was. In the Champions playoff, we lost 2 matches, including a match against Selimbar. We did manage to beat them in the first match, though. But yeah, we did lose again, which means we were 3 points clear. If we had lost that game, we would have probably dropped down. Although goal difference-wise, goal difference isn't much better either. So we may well have dropped down into second place, but it didn't matter. Anyway, we are champions. We are being promoted to the top division of Romania. And you might have already spotted as well, we did play Hermannstadt and we did get absolutely smashed by Hermannstadt, 4-0 in the end. And Hermannstadt, by the way, did go on to win the entire thing, 6-1 against CFR Cluj. So yeah, they kind of battered everyone in that competition, including us. And we didn't play as bad as Cluj did either. So, when it comes to players then, Bogdan Rusu is our second top scorer, scoring 14 in all competitions, 9 in the league, 5 in the cup. Now 34 years of age. He has got a contract extension for another year. We're just going to see how well he goes. The loanee from RC Abidjan, Mohamed Silla, is our top goal scorer with 19 in all competitions, 15 of them in the league. Played very, very well for us. I don't think we're going to be able to sign him in the summer. However, I might try and extend his loan deal, because if we can extend it for another season, he's going to be very useful for us, at least for 1 year in the top flight. We did also have 3 players picking up a huge amount of assists. In third place is Andre Tofan with 9 assists to his name, 3 in the league. 6 in the league and then 3 in the cup. We obviously know he's very good, and we did manage to keep hold of him throughout January. Somebody we did not mention, who has had a much better second half of the year, is Ionut Radescu, a right winger who is, he's just suddenly turned up out of nowhere with 10 assists in the league, 1 as well in the cup, 11 in total. He's also got 6 goals to his name, playing on the opposite flank to Bertrand. He's out of contract in a month. I'm not sure whether we're going to extend it, because we are going to be doing some business in the summer. And obviously on the opposite flank, we do have Dorian Bertrand, now 31 years of age, 13 assists in all competitions, 11 in the league with the 2 goals as well. I'm not going to extend his deal. I don't think I'm going to. I'm not convinced that I should extend his deal. Much like the guy on the other flank, I think we can do better than what we've got there. The final players that I want to mention are our defence. In particular, Grigori Turda. I mentioned at the start of the save that I think he's going to be very useful for us. Obviously, he was very useful for us. We had 14 clean sheets in the league. He is obviously a key part to that. And another key part is Mario Turos. I don't think I showed him off earlier on in this video, but Turos, I think there's some potential there. Apparently he played for Benfica in real life. I don't know why or how that happened, but he did. We've got him back. I'm forced playing him. He's played 27 times this season, a goal to his name as well. I think there's a future here for Turos, and obviously being Romanian does kind of fit the bill of what we need. Well, as for next season then, obviously we are not there just yet, but I've already got the wheels in motion to bring in some new players. We are going to be bringing in a brand new number 1 goalkeeper, because I think what we've currently got is good, but we can certainly do better, and that's going to be on a free transfer. We are also potentially spending £500,000 of our minus £634,000 bank budget on a brand new striker to replace the ageing Rusu. This could be either the best bit of business we do, or potentially the worst, because it might cripple us financially. Obviously, next season we are going to be massive, massive underdogs in the league, so our objective really has to be staying up. But that's not my objective. My objective is mid-table. I want to be not only staying up, but I want to be staying up comfortably. So if you have enjoyed this episode, do please remember to click the like button, subscribe to the channel as well when you want to see Season 2, which should be out hopefully very, very soon. Thanks for watching. Season 2 with FC Arges begins today then, and we are into the top division of Romanian football, and hopefully we can stay there this season. We really don't want to get relegated straight back down to the second division. And obviously because we have been promoted, we've got a bit of money to spend, and in fact we've already spent a fair chunk of money as well. We spent £500,000 on a new player. 4 players so far have joined. Obviously, it's only the 1st of July at the moment, so there's still plenty of time of the transfer window to go, and probably some new faces joining as well. So far, the 4 players joining the club are Florian Heiter, who was actually on loan last season. He was out of contract with his initial club, so we've brought him in on a free transfer. Probably not going to see much of him. Our new number 1 goalkeeper is the Central African Republic goalkeeper with 10 caps to his name, Dominique Yofuigane. Might be his name, who knows? It's probably not his name, but we're going to go with that. He's come in because he's obviously very, very good. He will be our number 1 keeper for the season. We've also spent £81,000 on Ousmane Kamara, a Burkinabe right winger, left winger, and striker from CF Rahimo. Is it Rahimo? I'm going to go with Rahimo, from his native Burkina Faso. He's good for £81,000. I think we've got ourselves a very good player here. Going to be playing week in, week out, probably on that right-hand side. And for £500,000, £500,000 from ASEC Mimosas in Ivory Coast, Karamoko Sankara, 20 years of age, 5 caps and a goal as well to his name for the Ivory Coast. He's an absolute beast. He is an absolute beast. He's getting paid quite a lot of money compared to some of our other players, but when you see how good he is in comparison to everyone else in our team, you can see why he's getting paid more. We do have to worry about this £1.2 million minimum fee release clause, because I think somebody might want to trigger that if he's any good for us this season. Also, if we get relegated, $700,000. I definitely don't want that to happen. So obviously, as we're only on the 1st of July, not a huge amount of transfers have really taken place yet. Right now, we are predicted to finish down in 13th place, which I will be quite happy to finish there. It's not great. Obviously, we will be in a relegation scrap as well, but 13th place should be good enough to keep us in the league. And if we have a quick look at the league table, there are 16 teams in total. The top 6 go into a Champions playoff. The bottom 10, I think it's the bottom 10, isn't it? If that's how numbers work, go into a relegation playoff as well. I expect we're going to be in that relegation playoff, which means we then go into a league of 10 teams. And if we win or come second, we have a chance of actually qualifying for Europe. So it's actually quite good in a way if we do finish in the bottom half. Because if we're really good, but not quite good enough, we might even qualify for Europe anyway. We're going to jump forward a little bit further into the future, probably somewhere in August, I think, whilst the window is still open, see what's happened so far in our league season. So it's the 3rd of August, and we have done a bit of transfer business. Luc Fleurs has left the club, signing for Pardubice. I've never heard of Pardubice. Where are they from? They're from Czechia, apparently. He's gone for, I should know this, it's £525,000 for a free transfer and a player who didn't really play for us, Luc Fleurs. That's some decent money for us. We've also sold this man for about £50,000. That's pretty much all the business we've done. But joining the club, we have gone back to Africa because basically you get a lot of value for your money if you go to Africa. Etboy Akpan is a Nigerian right back and right winger. I want him in really to be a backup right back, although he can play quite comfortably, I think, as a winger on that right-hand side. Free transfer until the end of next season. I'm not sure how much football he's really going to get. Sticking with Nigerians, we've got Clement Ogbobe. That's probably, again, not how it's said, but he is a very good central midfielder. We obviously deploy defensive midfielders in our system. Going to be that ball-winning midfielder on the defend kind of role. And I think he's good, isn't he? 3.5-star current ability. He's not going to get much better. He's already played a league game as well for us, scoring goal and getting an assist. He could be an absolute game changer. Also joining on loan, we've got Oko Afamafuna. Again, probably not his name. He is a wing-back by trade. We brought him in because we need some more options on that left-hand side. We might need to retrain him to be a left-back if we kind of deploy a left-back position, but he's costing us absolutely nothing for the season. And we have also loaned in Andreas Chiratoyu. Why am I doing this in Romania where I cannot pronounce absolutely anything at all? We brought him in on loan because basically we need more Romanian footballers. We've got too many non-Romanians playing for us. We needed to get some more Romanian players in. The fans hated this because obviously he's a youngster and he's not our youngster, and they're moaning that we're developing somebody else's player. So that is obviously our transfer business so far. A whole bunch of loan deals as well going on. We have kicked off the season and we have kicked it off pretty well. We are currently top of the table. A 2-0 win, a 3-3 draw, a 2-0 win, and a 3-0 win against the team that were pushing us every single step of the way last season in Selenbar, which means we are top of the table, but we are the only team who's played 4 games. So realistically, we are going to be dropping down maybe to 4th, I think, possibly even lower, but we've got a pretty good goal difference. Something I have noticed as well, we're not playing at our home stadium. We are playing at this place, Miaveni, and it is owned by CS Miaveni. They are the team that play there, not us. 8,000 capacity. At the end of 2 seasons' time, we're moving to our stadium, which I can't see what it's like. I have no idea the capacity of it. I've got not a clue. So that hopefully, if that's bigger than 8,000, that would be really good for us because we might get more people in and get a bit more wage ticket sales. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, you know the deal. We're going to jump forward now to the end of the transfer window. Probably a few more bits of business are going to take place. We do have no money, but we have a fair amount of wages to spend, so we're probably going to look at spending a little bit of that. It's now the 10th of September. We've played 8 games, so just 4 more matches since we were last together, and we've picked up just 4 more points as well, so it's not gone particularly well. We've dropped down to 4th place in the table as well. Let's see what transfer business we've done in order to hopefully try and keep us in the top 6. We've sold one of our top goal scorers from last season, Bogdan Ruzu. He has left. He's gone over to Portugal to sign 4 Belenenses for not a lot of money. It's actually only £15.75 thousand, but we were not going to be playing him this season. And we have brought in 2 further players, once again, from Africa, because they count as EU. We've got Michael Wango, who is a right-back and a defensive midfielder. We've brought him in for that defensive midfield role there, because basically, we need some more depth there. He's obviously pretty good, at 30 years of age as well. He's got a fair amount of experience. I'm not expecting him to be playing too consistently, but he will be getting quite a lot of game time. Probably, I'm going to say 50% of the matches Wango should play. And we have also brought in ourselves a brand new striker in the shape of Njika Valentine. He has been brought in basically because we sold Rusu, and I wanted somebody in to kind of fill in those shoes. Valentine, I think, looks pretty decent. Physically looks pretty decent mentally, and technically as well. 14 finishing, I'm hoping, means he's going to get himself quite a lot of goals this season. Speaking of a lot of goals this season, like I said, we have played 4 matches since you were last with me, and that does include a 3-0 win against FCSB, which included goals from Turda, Sankara and Dorian Bertrand, and then we lose twice on the spin against Steaua Bucharest, and then against Petrolul Pliotsi. Probably not how it's... I'm going to get it wrong every time, okay? Going to get it wrong every time. And then a 0-0 draw as well against UTA Arad. It's not started particularly well now. I mean, it started well, didn't it? It started very well. The first 5 games really, really good. And now we might be slipping up, kind of showing our inexperience here. And arguably, you can kind of expect it. Just so you're aware, Sankara has started 7 matches, scoring 4 goals, getting 2 assists to his name. He's going to be absolutely invaluable to us. And so is Georgie Turda. From last season, he was very good defensively. This season, he's got 3 goals and an assist as well, after just 8 games from centre-back. Tactically, this is what we are going for currently. I'm making sure Sankara is going to be playing at the fair amount of games. I think if I asked the assistant to pick anyway, Sankara would be the first name on the team sheet, but I just want to make sure they play him there and not on the left wing, because obviously he's a natural left winger. We want Kamara ideally playing on that right-hand side as well. So basically, we're just making sure Sankara gets his game time, which he surely will do, and he'll score loads of goals. I want 15 goals from him by January. Well, it's not quite January. We're actually on the 21st of December, just before Christmas. Just as the winter break starts, we have played 21 games. For some reason, FCSB, who are just above us, have only played 17. I don't quite understand how that works, but there we are. We are 7th place in the table, 31 points on the board. I think it's safe to say we're not getting relegated, which arguably was our main target for the season. Getting relegated early on in this save would have been an absolute nightmare. When it comes to fixtures and results, then it's been kind of all over the place, if I'm perfectly honest. Draws, wins and defeats, just completely all over the place. Not really sure how I can really explain this to you. It's just a bit of a mess, isn't it? We've been knocked out. I believe we've been knocked out of the cup. We finished 3rd in the cup in our group stage, which means we are out of the Romanian Cup, which is not ideal. But you can see we're doing okay. I'm not expecting the world. I'm not expecting us to be challenging for the title. Kamara on that right-hand side has got 7 goals, 6 goals in the cup as well. So he is doing the business. Where is he? Where's his name? Sankara has not scored for a while. That's a worry. He's only got 6 goals in the league and 3 goals in the cup. He's got some assists as well, so 5 in total. But he's not actually doing as well as I thought he would. And the lack of Njika Valentine's name here is even more concerning. Maybe we're just not playing, because we're obviously only playing 1 striker. So Valentine is probably not really doing much. He's started once and come off the bench 5 times. So far, no goals. Not ideal, really, is it? We have jumped all the way forward to the other side of the January transfer window, and we've obviously played a few matches as well. We have done a very small amount of transfer business, not a lot at all. We brought in, I think, 1 player. We sold 1 player as well, so we'll just have a quick look at them. It might have been a risk. Dorian Bertrand, the Madagascan left winger who was so good for us last season, actually wasn't terrible for us this season either. 16 starts, 3 goals and an assist to his name. We've moved him on to Concarneau in France because basically I've replaced him already. We've got in somebody much better. And he was cheaper than Bertrand as well. So Victor Kanazai, That's what I'm going to call him. A Croatian left and right midfielder. I brought him in for versatility, but I think he's going to be very, very good for us. Primarily playing on that left-hand side, cutting in. Even though he's naturally a winger, he can play as an inside forward as well, or an inverted winger. I think Kanazai is going to be very useful for us on that wing. And he's only cost £17,250, so he's actually been a lot cheaper than Dorian Bertrand. And like I said, we have played some matches as well, which have kind of gone all right. We've drawn, we've beaten Arad, which is very good, because that's a team that we seem to lose to quite often, if I'm perfectly honest. We've then lost against Craiova. We've beaten Cluj, which is a very good result, and then being absolutely battered by Craiova. Again, the other Craiova. There's two Craiovias. Fair enough. Yeah, we've got beaten by the other one. 4-0. Not a good performance, that one. We've also obviously got our youth intake coming in very soon in March. And this is the preview. They say it's an excellent intake. So, because we're now in the top division, excellent might mean we get somebody who is really good, sort of 130 potential or higher. So I'm hoping we get that. It looks like if we are going to get anyone, it's going to be a centre-back, because we've got at least one of our centre-backs looks promising. And then most of other positions don't look great. It's an excellent intake with one good player. I'm not sure that's how it works. Well, it's now the 21st of March, and we have had our youth intake, and our one very good centre-back, I don't know who it is. I assume it might be this guy. He might be very good. I'm not quite sure, at 15 years of age. Apparently the best player is Cosmin Pop, who is a left and right midfielder. I do think he looks pretty good, so I think Pop is definitely going to come in. We might even give him some game time between now and the end of the season, because we have finished the regular season, and it's gone all right. We have finished 10th. We've not really done massively well, but we're nowhere near relegation, put it that way. As long as we don't finish from 13th downwards, we should be fine. I think IASI are so far behind us. What was that, 12 points? I don't think they're really going to close that gap. And obviously now we have to play every team who are in this group, and we don't play any of the good teams. And we should be able to beat quite a lot of them, like the Selenbars, the Steaua Bucharest, the Clujes, the IASIs. We should be able to do quite well against these. The reason why the end of the season has kind of gone a little bit poorly is because we've only picked up 1 point from our final 4 games. Michael Wango scoring the only goal in the Cluj game, giving us a 1-1 draw, and then losing against Rapid, losing against Hermannstad, losing against Dynamo Bucharest as well. Usman Kamara, I think, might be our top scorer. He seems to be scoring a lot of goals, and we're not getting the goals so much from Sankara. Sankara's only got 7. Kamara's on 17 in all competitions. Sankara is on 10. Turd is now on 6 as well. Old Michael Wango's picked up 3 since joining in the summer. We've got Radescu's got a couple of goals. I mean, we're not scoring the goals that we're kind of expecting, but the fact that Kamara's scoring lots is very helpful. The fact that Sankara's doing all right is quite helpful, but his performances have not been very good at all. Right, we are now going to jump forward to the end of the relegation group. So all 10 games, I think it's 10 games or 9 games potentially, we're going to jump through to the other side of those to see how well we get on. And hopefully we're not in the bottom 4. Realistically, that's all we're after. If we're in the top 2, we might actually have to play for some European football as well. It was so close. It was so close. We have finished in 3rd in the relegation group, which means I don't think we are into the playoffs for European football. It does not look like it, does it? Kind of frustrating. Definitely, I say kind of, definitely very frustrating, isn't it? But we are not relegated. Ultimately, that is the main thing. Cluj winning the league. We finished 3rd, technically 9th, I believe, in the table. And we actually did all right in the final few games of the season. Obviously, we did lose a few games here or there. Voluntari, Rapid, and Sepsi. But we did beat Selenbar. We beat Pliotzi. Still not quite sure if that's how it's said at all. Steaua Bucharest, we beat IASI, we beat Cluj, and then we beat Craiova. Sankara scoring hat-trick. He's finished the season on 12 goals somehow. So since the league split, he scored a total of 5 goals and 3 assists as well. So he's done all right in the end. Looking at the squad then, 22 goals for Kamara. He's done very well. He's done way better than I thought he would. He wants to move to a club with a stronger squad, which is, it's going to be tough, mate. Definitely not ideal for that one. Sankara, I assume, wants, same deal. We might be in a bit of a pickle in the summer. We might need to sell some of the bigger name players, because basically, if they don't want to be here and we can cash in on them, maybe that's the way we need to go. So that's going to do it for this season. Next season, obviously, I think we need to try and work our way to finishing in the top 6. Financially, we haven't really got any money. I don't think we're going to get any money either. We are £635,000 in debt, which means transfer-wise, it's probably not going to be a lot there. It says next season budget is guaranteed to be a minimum of £0, which is always helpful. Wage budget, we're doing all right on. We're doing okay on wages. And then, like I said, we do have some players here who are worth a bit of money. Turda, Kamara, Valentine, Sankara, even Sarazuela, that we might be able to shift on to kind of boost up the finances that we have in the club. I don't really want to lose most of them. Valentine, by the way, I've transfer listed because he basically played once and 13 off the bench and didn't score a single goal. In fact, he barely even got 1 XG. That's going to do it then for this episode and this season. Thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy, do please remember to leave a like. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. I will be back for Season 3 with Arges. And hopefully we are finishing in the top 6 because we want to be pushing for Europe. We need to be getting into Europe sooner rather than later. The season preview for Season 3 with FC Arges is basically in another relegation scrap. However, I'm hoping this season we're going to finish about mid-table and ideally finishing in the top 6, which will get us into that championship playoff and maybe into Europe. We are already on the 8th of July. We haven't kicked off the season just yet. We are a couple of days away from doing that, but we have done a little bit of transfer business before we go too much further. Not a lot of transfer business so far. We brought in a new #1 goalkeeper whose name is absolutely amazing. His first name is Toaster. His second name is Nasabata. He is a Zambian international, 47 caps to his name, 53 appearances for his last club, Zesco United, which, by the way, if you want to buy some very good Zambian footballers, that's the team to go to. Zesco United are very, very good. He's coming on a free transfer. We've also brought in Bulgarian central midfielder Stefan Gavrilov. We brought him in basically because he's European, which is something we are starting to kind of limit ourselves on. We're not getting a huge amount of European players in, but also he's not awful. He's not going to be playing week in, week out. He's probably going to be a sub-bench player. And it would not be a Skinnz FM building a nation save if we did not sign Pacoma Zazua. I brought him in probably 4 of my building a nation saves, and I don't know what it is about him. He's really good, but also he's not very good. But we bring him in every single time. The 28-year-old now, Ivorian central midfielder with 4 caps to his name. I'm having to retrain him to be a deep-lying playmaker in the sort of defensive midfield role, which he should be able to do because he can play it there. It's no different than just learning to move a little bit further back on the pitch, in my opinion. All of these players have come in on free transfers. And leaving the club is this man, Andre Badea, on a free transfer. We never played him. Basically, we've not really done a huge amount of business just yet. We might be doing some more as the transfer window goes forward. Like I said in the intro, we are expected to be in a relegation scrap. I'm expecting, or hoping, should I say, to finish around 6th to 9th. That's sort of my target. If we finish in the top 6, that is ideal. It has not started well at all. We are just 3 games into the season. We're on the 1st of August at the moment, and we have lost all 3 of our opening matches, conceding, 9 goals in 3 games, scoring twice as well, but being absolutely battered, and that is why we are currently 16th place in the league. Not ideal. And to add to it, we have also sold Juan Pablo Sarazuela. He has moved over to, I can only assume, Saudi Arabia. It is Saudi Arabia for £900,000, which is a lot of money for a team of our size. We were obviously playing him week in, week out, but nearly £1 million is too good to turn down. But he has been replaced with a Cameroonian international, Salomon bin Jeme, on a free transfer because we don't pay for players around here. 6 caps and 2 goals to his name as well, which is ridiculous for a centre-back, isn't it? He's previously been playing all over the Middle East by the looks of it. I mean, APR FC, I don't know where they are. Rwanda, apparently. Omar Durman is in Sudan. He's been playing all over the place. So he's had a varied career. I think he's pretty good. We've also brought in Emmanuel Onyekwu, who is a left-back who's probably going to be a backup for most of the season. We might be bringing him off the bench, I imagine, but we needed a little bit more depth in our defence, and particularly in that left-back position. But again, not really a huge amount to talk about. A couple of free transfers. We've loaned out some people as well who we weren't really going to see. I think our number 3 goalkeeper has gone out on loan, which I think there's potential there, but he's just not good enough to play for us. So we need game time somewhere else to hopefully build up his ability, and then maybe we might use him. And just to take a look at the season preview now, we've played 3 matches and rooted to the bottom of the table. We've actually moved up from 13th to 12th. I don't quite know how that's happened, but that is what they recommend or reckon is going to happen. If we sort by team here, we can see our star players is Sankara and Kamara, which is no surprise to anybody at all. Obviously, the transfer window is still open. We've got about 400,000 to spend, but our wage budget is we've blown our wage budget, is what I'm trying to say. So there might not be a lot more business taking place in the summer, but we're going to find out. It's now the 9th of September. And you might be wondering why we're looking at Toaster, our new #1 goalkeeper. It's because he's not our #1 goalkeeper anymore, because we brought in somebody brand new as well. Basically, he's only played once, conceded 2. The previous number 1 goalkeeper as well has played a few games, conceded obviously a lot, currently from the first 3 matches. So we brought in somebody who is a lot better. And that is Gentian Selmani, the Albanian international, 4 caps to his name, a bunch of under-21s caps as well, and a goal, weirdly. He's got a goal for the under-21s for Albania. Fair enough. Anyway, we brought him in on a free transfer as well, which is a ridiculously good deal. He's going to be our number 1 goalkeeper for the season. He has played 4 matches already and conceded 6 and not kept a clean sheet, so maybe it wasn't the goalkeeper that was the problem. So from a tactics perspective, this is what we're going to go for the season. It is going to be the 4-2-4 gegenpress that I've basically used this formation in the last 5 or 6 football managers, and it just kind of works, and I like it, and it's not the 4-2-3-1 gegenpress. We're locking in 4 players. Zazua, obviously, because he can't play as a DLP, if we actually ask the assistant and do the best 11, he doesn't get put in the squad. We're making sure that Victor Kanazai as well is also playing on that left-hand side, because Kanazai, I think we brought him in last season, maybe in January last season. He's not the best left winger, but he's still pretty good. Problem is, what happens is they end up playing other players in that left wing position. So we need to make sure Kanazai is locked in. Sankara and Kamara as well should be playing up front, but if we actually ask the assistant, which I'm going to do now, you'll see they often get chucked onto the wings, which is not really what we want. Kamara playing on the right-hand side isn't what we're after. Sankara and Valentine playing up front is not what we're after either. I think realistically, this is what our regular starting 11 is going to look like. The defence might rotate around a little bit because we've got some half-decent players like Benjeme, obviously has just joined, but Turda and Turdos are still here, both homegrown as well, so we want to keep making sure that they're getting a lot of game time as well. But this is what we're going to go for the season. It might change around January. The transfer window is now closed, by the way, so we can't do any more business, but we have managed to beat Dynamo Bucharest. We beat CFR Cluj 3-1. We beat this team 2-1, and then we lose against Arad, and then a draw against Craiova. So we've kind of started to turn things around. We're back mid-table, 3 wins, 1 draw, 4 defeats, 10 points on the board. If the season ended now, I guess we'd have to take it. We are now going to jump all the way forward to the end of the kind of the winter season, to the winter break, which is just after the 18th of December. And I'm hoping we're maybe 8th. That's my goal. Partially because we played 21 games and some of the teams around us have only played 19. But still, we're up into 6th place in the table. The top goal scorer in the league is Kamara. The highest average rating is Kamara. He's also got 7 assists. Sankara's also got 7 assists. I'm wondering whether our change in goalkeeper might have suddenly kicked in and we're starting to play quite well now. It's up and down. It's definitely up and down. We got knocked out of the cup in the first stage playoff, which is not ideal, but I guess less of a distraction. And then we go on a little bit of an unbeaten run, which is not too bad. And then November rolls around and we lose 3 on the spin. But then we win 4 on the spin, including FCSB, which are obviously one of the best teams in Romania. A 2-1 win here. Valentine with the winning goal in the 91st minute, a 6-0 win against Dynamo Bucharest. We get another 4-3 win there, a 2-1 win against Cluj. We've done the double over Cluj, which is actually pretty impressive. Like I said, it means we're up into 6th place. We are going to enter the January transfer window, or the winter transfer window, very, very soon. Financially, we have 407,000 to spend, and we are even more over our wage budget at the moment. I feel like I should know this, but the season preview changes as the season goes on, which doesn't make any sense because it's a preview, surely, of the start of the season. This should just be the remaining season preview. Anyway, we're now being predicted to finish 11th place, despite the fact that we are currently up in 6th. The winter break is over. The transfer window is also closed. We are now down in 7th place in the table, and we've done absolutely no transfer business over January. Basically, we didn't have the money, and arguably we didn't need to do it anyway, so we haven't bothered. In between the little clips, what have we done? So, we didn't start particularly well in the 2026 calendar year. 2 defeats on the spin, and then 3 wins on the spin, with some clean sheets as well. That's what we like to see. Bazeu, Universitatea Craiova, and Bostani, or Botasani, sorry, is what they're called. That's not bad. 7th place in the league. If we can finish in the top 6, that's what I said the goal was at the start of the season. If we can definitely finish in the top 6, that would be a very, very good year. We are now going to jump all the way forward to the end of the regular season, which is 4 more matches. It's not that far forward, is it? So with 30 games played, we have completed the regular season and we have finished 7th. Yes, teams above us and some teams below us still have games to play, but we literally cannot move up or down. We are scoring goals for fun. It looks like defensively it's kind of what's letting us down. 11 defeats is a lot of defeats. The final 4 games as well then were literally 2 wins and 2 defeats as well. So 3-0 against Rapid and then 3-0 against Pliotzi. I mean, 3-1, sorry, against Pliotzi. It's actually pretty decent. Defeats, though, against Sepsi and Hermannstad, not ideal. It does mean, though, we will enter into this relegation playoff, which will mean literally nothing for us because basically we are not going to be getting relegated because we are so far away from the bottom 3. It's not possible, is it? But if we take a look at the rules, the relegation playoff, if we finish first or second, which is highly likely, I think, we'll be in a European places playoff. And then we'll have to... So if we basically win or finish second, we'll play whoever finishes the opposite position. If we then beat them, we'll play... I assume it's whoever finishes 4th? I don't know. It says whoever finishes there, but that doesn't make any sense at all. Surely, maybe it might be 5th. It might be whoever finishes 5th we play. We're also due to have our youth intake in very, very soon, probably in the next couple of weeks. It says it's an excellent intake. C's are the highest, so I'm going to kind of ignore the fact that they say it's an excellent intake. So the season is finished. We'll get to that in just a moment. We have got our youth intake. A total of 6-7 players have come through that are half decent and have actually signed contracts. The pick of the bunch really being this man, Serban Piscanu, who's a central midfielder and attacking midfielder with very good first touch and lots of 8s everywhere. Might be good. We'll have to see in a few years' time. And we also have Andre Fratilla, who I think actually looks pretty decent. We're going to definitely have to retrain him up to be probably a deep-lying playmaker in that position there, because he's got the passing, he's got the technique and the first touch, so that probably fits him better. At just 15, he could be actually very good for us. So from a league table perspective, the 9 matches that we played in the relegation group mean that we finished second in that group, which is not very good at all, is it? So we get 50% of our points from the first stage, and then any additional points from this. 3 wins only, 2 draws and 4 defeats, which is why Voluntari win the group, but it does mean we have to play Voluntari in the European playoffs, which we've already done. And we have won thanks to Kamara in the 71st minute. Kamara and Sankara combining up front there with the goal. We arguably didn't necessarily do well enough to win this game, but we managed to get that goal, which means we have a final to play, which we have also played. That we lost 2-0 against Faro Costanza. But that's kind of expected. They are a team, I can't remember where they finished. I'm assuming 5th place is my guess, is where they finished. We obviously finished down in 7th or 8th place in the league. So they're definitely a better side. But this shows that we are pretty good. We are definitely a mid-table or above side, which is good going into next season, where our target probably needs to be finishing in that top 6. So to finish off this season, we're going to take a look at some of the players who've made a very big difference for us. The main man of the hour, Ousmane Kamara, 39 appearances, 29 goals, or 28 goals, sorry, 39 appearances, including just 1 in the cup. So 38 in the league, 28 goals, 10 assists for Kamara. He is absolutely bonkers for us. He's wanted by Dynamo Bucharest, which I don't want to sell him. He's only got a year left on his contract. We really need to tie him down to a longer-term deal in the summer. We can't mention Kamara without mentioning Sankara, his strike partner. 40 league appearances, 13 goals, 9 assists to his name as well. So those two working as a pair up front is really, really good for us. Again, he is wanted. Who is he wanted by? FCSB. He's got 2 years left on his contract, so we can maybe wait another year before we tie you down. A player who he's very useful for us, but he's nothing special, is Radescu. 31 years of age now, right winger, 9 caps in all competitions, 5 goals as well. One of the first names on the team sheet, 38 appearances, so he's played most matches for us. Looking very good in terms of output, not necessarily in terms of attributes. How did my new boy get on then? Pacoma Zazua, 29 years of age, fully fledged as a defensive midfielder on that deep lying playmaker role, which is good. 6 goals, and 6 assists in 41 appearances. He's a good player, isn't he? He's just very useful for us, but he's not good enough that anyone else is going to want to poach him, I don't think. So Zazua might be here until he retires. I'd like to draw your attention as well to Cosmin Pop. 16 years of age, came through youth intake, I want to say in Season 1, maybe Season 2. He is playing. He has started 10 matches, 18 off the bench. He's not very good, but he's only 16 years of age. And the only player that is keeping out of the squad is a player that I basically force-played in that left-wing position, which is Victor Kanazai, because I think he's good, but I don't think he's good enough for them to play him every week, and I think they wanted to play him on the right wing, which I don't want him to play on the right wing. I want him on the left-hand side, because that's where I think he's best. So, and Kanazai, 7 assists, 3 goals as well to his name in 28 appearances. The 20-odd or 12-odd that he missed, obviously, went to Pop. And finally, Selmani. How did he do in the terms of clean sheets? 11 in 37. Conceded just 40. Actually, it's not great, but it's not bad. Conceding 40 in 37, 11 clean sheets. He is wanted by Al Wahda in Saudi Arabia, but I don't think they're going to be going for it, so that's not too much of a problem. There you can see the overall squad. And some players played a lot. Tudos at 21 played a lot of games. You've also got Grigor Huides. Didn't play, actually. I thought he played loads. He played 3 games. Turdo was the guy that I wanted to have a look at. He played 41 games and been very good for us. 242 appearances now for this Arges team. Clement Ogbobe, 33 appearances as well for us in defence midfield, I can only assume. We've got a pretty decent squad. Have we got our budgets for next season? We do. We've got £500,000. It's not a lot, is it? We've got £500,000 for next season. We've got no wage budget, so we're going to have to do some selling if we want to bring in anybody new. But next season, the target has to be top 6. It really has to be top 6. So that's going to do it for this one. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you in Season 4. We kick Season 4 off with a potential job interview. Now, I am not going to go for this job interview, but I'm going to use this opportunity to say that if we do get the opportunity to move to an interesting club still in Romania, we might jump at it. Right now, FC Arges, we are slowly trying to build that team basically into a championship quality side and playing into Europe. But we might get bored. If we keep winning the league every year, we might jump ship to somebody else. This was interesting until I realised that Cluj were actually awful last season, so we didn't go for it. Last season with our FC Arges side, we did finish second place in the relegation group, and we almost qualified for Europe. Unfortunately, we didn't qualify for Europe. And that was because we lost 2-0 in the European playoff final against Farol Costanza. We arguably weren't good enough to get to this point anyway, so just getting to this place was actually pretty good. This season, I'm hoping to finish in the top half. We want to be finishing in the championship places, and hopefully as well we can finish the season in Europe. And already on the 7th of July, we've done some transfer business. We've sold a couple of players. Stefan Gavrilov is one of them to leave £69,000 going to Nia Salamina, whoever they are. We've also got rid of Etboy Akpan, who has gone back to his native Nigeria, signing for Plateau United on a free transfer. And Toaster has also moved on. He played once, conceded twice, and we've sold him to Polytechnica Iasi for £110,000. And with that money, we have first of all loaned in Thomas Povelsen from our feeder club AAB over in Denmark. This could be a very good bit of business, and not just Povelsen in general, but having that Danish feeder club of AAB, they will be producing some pretty good youngsters, and we can loan them for free. And speaking of players joining on free transfers, we have Jacques Ndai, who is a Senegalese striker, signed from Tuengueth, might be what they're called. He's played 123 times for them, scoring 54 goals. He is moving over to Romania, and I'm thinking he could be one of our best players this season. Sticking with our African players, we have Athankosi Makaba, who is a 23-year-old South African central defender signed from Stellenbosch on a free transfer. He looks very good to me. And we've also managed to pick up a Romanian player released from FCSB, Dorian Rotaru, a 30-year-old right and left winger, once again on a free transfer. So far, that is all the business we've done at the moment. When it comes to season preview, I'm thinking, I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm thinking we're going to be like 9th, 8th. Will I take 8th? I don't think I will take 8th. We want to be top 6 is kind of our target. Looking at the Dream 11, we've actually got Ousmane Kamara in there. So we've got Kamara in the best 11. If we actually look, who else have we got? Kamara and Sankara. So Ousmane Kamara is in there. Sankara doesn't make it because I assume, what's his name? Florinel Koeman is he's pretty good, isn't he? Right, we're going to jump forward now to the end of the summer transfer window. Much more transfer business is going to take place. And obviously, we're going to have a little bit of results-wise as well. And maybe we'll be like probably 12th. We'll be 12th. Oh, how wrong I was. We are not 12th. We are sat top of the table. 9 games played, 7 wins, 2 draws, 0 defeats, 23 points on the board. Can we do a Leicester? Can we do a Leicester with Arges? Could we win the league? I mean, we're 9 games in. It's probably not going to happen. Right, let's talk about transfer business. There's a few names there you might have already spotted. Joining the club on a free transfer is Ferdy Droyf, who is a 28-year-old Dutch striker. He's come in, like I said, on a free transfer. Not really a goal machine, but I'm hoping he can do all right for us. He's already got 5 goals in 8 starts and 3 assists. So he's not a goal machine for anybody else, but maybe playing for Arges, this is where he needs to be. We have also signed young Romanian attacking midfielder Catalin Serjan, formerly of Arsenal. He was released on a free transfer, and we are going to be retraining him to be a deep-lying playmaker because, first of all, we don't play attacking midfielders in the middle, and also, he's Romanian, and he's very good at football. So I want to make sure that we get the most out of our Romanian players. Serjan as a DLP, I think he can do that job. He just needs a bit of retraining. And his central midfield partner is going to be Matthias Kite, a 28-year-old Estonian central midfielder, formerly of FC Rapid in, I don't even know what nation they're in. Where are they from? They are from Romania. My brain was telling me Austria for some reason. I don't know why. It is, of course, they're in Bucharest, aren't they? It is Matthias Kite, formerly of Fulham. He played for Fulham and Ross County, apparently. He's had a strange career, hasn't he? But yeah, he's come in. He's going to be a ball-winner midfielder with his 10 tackling? Not the best idea, but that's what he's going to do. So we're going to have Serjan and Kate in the middle of midfield. Two players for the future as well. Abubakar Diawara is a Malian central midfielder. He's cost about £15,000 from Real Bamako, a club that you really need to be looking at if you want to find decent young African footballers. I think they're from Mali, but they're a very good team, and we've brought in Diawara. And another player we have brought in is Mit Selik, who is a Turkish central midfielder who was available on a free transfer and randomly turned up on a scout report. And I went, sure, bring you in. You look pretty good mentally. He might be good, he might be awful. There has also been a fair amount of business leaving the club. Nikija Valentine is the first one, going to Dunkirk for about £60,000, and not a lot of money. For £600,000, however, Clement Ogbobe has moved over to Saudi Arabia. We were playing him quite a lot, but this is one of the reasons why I brought in Kite, and one of the reasons why I brought in Serjan, is because £600,000 is a lot of money for a team like us. We've also sold on Blessings Sarapinda for just £37,000, kind of dropping down the pecking order now that we're a decent team. I mean, we're a title challenger so far at the moment. And because of the signing of Makaba, I decided to sell Salman bin Jeme. He played only 15 times for us last season, but he's moved over to Polytechnica Iasi for £300,000, which is a decent bit of profit. And he's dropped down a league. How have they got money and we haven't, and we're in the top league? I mean, we've got a bit of money. We've got 1.15 million. So that is our transfer business. That is all we're really going to do. I say all we're going to do because the transfer window has closed. And the reason why we are top of the table is because things have gone extremely well. I assume we haven't played anyone good. I mean, we've played Cluj, and we've drawn 2-2 with them, which is fine. We've beaten FC Rapid, we've beaten FC SB 4-1, which is a very good result, a 5-0 win there as well. So we've started the season very well. From a tactics perspective, this is what we're going for, and all I'm locking in is Serjan and Kate. Everyone else can kind of do their own business. Serjan, like I said, can't play as that DLP on support, but he is training there. He's going to be playing there week in, week out as well. So we're just going to see what they do with the strikers, because the strikers were kind of, if we scroll down, I don't really care who they play up front. I imagine it might be Droif and Ndai up front, and then Kamara and Sankara on the wings. That's what I'm thinking. And actually, that might be a decent way to go. And speaking of Kamara, he's out of contract at the end of the season, and he does not want to sign a new one at the moment. We need him to sign a new one. I've got him kind of available for £3 million, because if we get someone for £3 million, I think we're going to have to take the money, but I'd rather not lose him because he is one of our best players. In fact, he's one of the best players in Romania. Speaking of as well, the season preview has changed slightly. We're up to 6th, which is very, very good. But interestingly, if I can turn that off, there we go. We now have Serjan, Kamara and Sankara are all in the Media Dream 11. So we are getting better. I'm surprised Serjan's in there, but fair enough. Sankara now lead in the line with Kamara on the right-hand side. 6th I'll take. Now I'm thinking, because we're top and we're 6th at the moment, I'm thinking higher. I'm thinking 4th. We are now at the winter break, and we are still top of the league. 12 wins, 6 draws, 3 defeats. Joint on points with FCSB, but the league sorting rules is not goal difference. It is results against, I believe. I will need to double check this, but I assume that's what it is. League sorting, results between teams after all matches have been played only. Then goal difference, then goals scored. Okay, so once all the games are played, then it will use that. But, I mean, arguably, maybe we have. I don't know. Have we played them twice? We can check, can't we? We have played them twice. We drew 3-3 and beat them 4-1. So, that is why we are top of the table at the moment. We did have a bit of a rough patch going through November. We're actually not winning a single match. In fact, October and November was not particularly great, was it? Losing to Ferro Costanza, Dynamo Bucharest, and Sepsi losing 3 matches. Getting knocked out of the cup? No, it's not. It's the group stage. We got knocked out of the cup. We did get knocked out of the cup. Okay, doesn't matter. We can focus on trying to win the league, which somehow is still a possibility. At the winter break as well, we want to take a look at some players. So Freddie Droif, obviously joining in the summer on a free transfer, now has 14 goals in all competitions, 10 league goals in 19 appearances, 17 starts. He has been an absolute revelation for us. He's very good for some reason. Sankara as well has chipped in with 9 goals and 6 assists in all competitions, playing very well, but he is wanted. He's wanted by FCSB. Right, he's not going anywhere in Romania. If he's going somewhere, he's off to Saudi Arabia for a huge sum of money. Another player that I really don't want to lose, but it is looking more and more likely it's going to happen. Ousmane Kamara still has not signed a new contract, does not want to sign a new contract. He has got 8 goals and 3 assists in all competitions so far for us this season, so he's still doing pretty well playing on that right-hand side by the looks of it. Serjan is still not a fully fledged defensive midfielder, and that is because he's broken his ankle, which is kind of frustrating, but it's fine. He's still playing there once he returns from his injury. I imagine that looks like he might have just done that fairly recently. Not recently, he did it on the 25th of October, which by the looks of it means Pacoma Zazua has basically just come back into his regular position as that DLP, which he's good at. He's playing alright. He's got a goal and 3 assists to his name. So next up, we're going to jump forward to the other side of the January transfer window. We've got a bit of money to spend. I'm not really sure if I want to do any business because we are top of the table and it seems pointless to spend money for the sake of spending money. My main target is to tie down Kamara to a new contract. That has to be my main goal. We have actually jumped to the end of the regular season because basically there were 3 matches between the transfer window closing and then the end of the regular season. So that is where we have jumped to, and we are top of the table, 8 points clear of FCSB. They've got a game in hand, so it could drop down to just, 5 points. That's how numbers work. Could drop down to 5 points, but we are 8 points clear, so we are definitely into the top 6 battle. We're into a title charge. We could be champions. We could definitely Leicester this. Over the January transfer window as well, there was a little bit of transfer business to talk about. Razvan Ayakob, probably not how it's said, he's left the club, wasn't ever going to play for us, he's moved on. I say wasn't ever going to play for us, he played 3 times, but you know what I mean. Joining the club, we did do one bit of strengthening, and I kind of realised that we were missing out on a decent left-back. Samba Diatra is a 22-year-old Senegalese fullback, signed from Diambars in his native Senegal for £200,000, I think. It's a lot of money, but I think he's a very good footballer, still young as well, so hopefully he can progress, grow a little bit as well. Maybe we sell him in a few years' time once we start getting in the Champions League. I'm already thinking big now. And I know we've just looked at him, but Freddie Droyf has now got 12 goals in the league, 4 in all competitions. He's ridiculous. He's not even that good, but he for some reason is amazing for us. And the clock is ticking on Ousmane Kamara's time in Romania. He's got 3 months left. Nobody's offered him a deal yet, so he's not leaving, but he's only got 3 months left to go. And he just does not want to sign a new contract. Every time I try and offer him a contract, his agent turns around and says my client isn't currently interested in entering contract discussions with your club. He wants to explore his options at the end of his contract. I don't want him to get to that part. Anyway, we are now going to jump forward to the end of the season. We are going to obviously be playing 10 more matches, so it's going to be FCSB, Petrolul, Pliotsi, Hermannstad, Bucuresti, and I assume Voluntari, or it could be Universitatea Craiova. That's probably not how that's said either. But basically, we're going to be playing those teams 10 times in total. And we might be champions of Romania. In 5 years, we've gone from a Division 2 side to champions of the country, hopefully. What happened? What actually happened? I assume FCSB just fell off, but we are champions by 11 points? Champions by 11 points. 7 wins out of 10. And they're comfortable wins. 4-1, 4-0, there's a 3-0 in there as well. Just the 1 draw against FCSB, 2 defeats, Hermannstad and Craiova. So, we're champions of Romania. I'm genuinely in shock. We are champions of Romania after 5 seasons. It's not even 5 seasons, it's 4 seasons, isn't it? Which means next year we are in the Champions League? Are we in the Champions League? Are we actually in the We're in the qualifying rounds. So we're not in the Champions League. There's a long way to go. Right, let's take a look at coefficients. Something I haven't done just yet in this save. So nation coefficients. Romania currently 25th in the list. And they are potentially moving up actually next year. So, nope, they're moving down. Right, okay, they're moving down to 26th next year. There is a long way to go. So if we do get ourselves into Europe, it means we need to do pretty well. We want to be getting to 15th. That's kind of the dream, because then you get 2 teams in the Champions League, 1 team into the Europa League, and then 2 teams into the Europa Conference League. That's kind of where you want to get to early on. Anything below 15th doesn't really help you at all, does it? Because it's just, you still have to go through the same path. 10th is the big dream. That is straight into the Champions League if you win the league. That is hopefully a few years away, but not like 10, maybe like 5 years away. So those final results then, we finished the season in style. A 4-1 win. Jacques Ndiaye with a hat-trick in the final game of the season. How did he do in the end? 12 goals off the bench. 12 goals off the bench. Okay, he didn't play as much as I thought he would, but still, getting 12 goals is pretty impressive. Ferdy Droyf getting 21 from 36 starts. I mean, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. He's got no right to be that good. Sankara as well, playing pretty well. 13 goals, 11 assists is big. And the big talking point is Ousmane Kamara has got 13 goals and 10 assists in all competitions. He is wanted by FCSB. However, he's been offered a contract. He wants to talk now that we're champions. Kamara might be sticking around for another season. Some other people that's probably worth mentioning, Serjan did eventually come back from his broken ankle, play the rest of the season as that DLP, which is a position that he can kind of now play. He's actually more of a roaming playmaker. Maybe we do that. Matthias Kite as well played 31 times as that defensive midfielder, as a ball winner. It's not really his natural position. He's not really very good as a ball winner midfielder, but he's good at football. He can't mark or tackle. Maybe we need a new one of them next season. Somebody who came through our youth intake in, I think, Season 1 is Cosmin Pop. And he's starting to play for us. I say starting, he's actually played 32 times for us. He played a lot last season, played a little bit so far this season. He's starting to get good. We need to really not have Sankara playing on that left-hand side, and then Cosmin Pop might actually kind of break into the first team. Maybe next year, we try and rotate Pop in and out of the first team. Of the players, he's not the only youngster that's kind of getting game time, but he's kind of the main one. We've got a few others. Povelson he's played a few. I think he's played quite a lot off the bench. Yeah, 14 off the bench. He's out of contract as well in the summer, so maybe we might look at doing that. Well, that's going to do it for this season. Season 4, where we are champions of Romania, completely out of the blue. Next season, we're going on a European adventure, and we have to try and defend our title, which I think is going to be very difficult, isn't it? I think it's definitely going to be very difficult, because we were not good enough to win the league this time around. The fact that we've done it is good, but I think a lot of that is due to other teams falling off. I think that's the main thing here. Other teams fell off, and we took advantage of that. So next season, Season 5, we're into the Champions League. Hopefully, we'll probably go into the Europa Conference League, let's be honest. But also, we're trying to defend our title, which, by the way, is just our 3rd Romanian First League title ever. And this is weird. This is mad. Like, we basically got promoted, finished 9th, finished 8th, finished 1st. There's an anomaly there. There is definitely an anomaly there, and it's definitely the season we've just had. But that's going to do it for this one. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Massive, massive spoiler for Season 4 if you did not watch that episode, but we are champions of Romania, which means in Season 5 we are going on a little bit of a European tour. I'm hoping financially we have a bit of a budget to be able to do that. So financially we have about £1 million to spend of our transfer budget for next season. I say next season, this season, Season 5, our first European adventure with FC Arges. And we've already spent a little bit of it already. That is on Brazilian attacking midfielder Diego. Now, we don't play attacking midfielders. However, he can kind of play on the wings. So what I'm thinking is we train him up to be a right winger or maybe a left winger. I'm thinking on the right. Just seems to, I don't know why, but it just seems to fit for me there. Anyway, we are now going to jump forward to probably the end of the transfer window. I think that's what we normally do in these videos. We'll jump to the end of the first transfer window, see what business we have done. With the £1 million to spend, we might do a fair amount. Right then, on September the 10th, we are already up into 2nd place in the table, which is good. However, we have drawn a couple. We've lost a game as well, but let's take a look, firstly, at some of the transfer business that we have done, because we've spent some money. Not a huge amount of money. We've spent about £150,000, but we have spent some money. We've actually repurposed a lot of it into our wage budget, because I feel like that's where we need to put it. We have made a permanent signing of Thomas Povelson, joining from AAB. Played a fair few times for us last season. £25,500, which is a bargain. We've also spent £105,000 on Octavian Valdeanu, might be his name, a 30-year-old Romanian goalkeeper who's not going to play. He is our most expensive signing that we have done this season, and we're not going to play him. He's literally brought in because he's Romanian, because we're starting to run out of them. And now flying through the free transfers. Dennis Ashu is a player who has joined from TWD Bamenda. He is a Cameroonian under-20s international defensive midfielder. Free transfer, you can't go wrong. one for the future. One for now is Alexandru Pantea, signed from FCSB. Like I said, once again, free transfer, a versatile fullback. We needed a bit more depth, and like I said earlier, we need more Romanians. Obviously, he's clearly Romanian. One cap as well. This one was a bit of a mistake. We signed Mexican goalkeeper Abraham Romero, but now we've loaned him straight to Girona. The reason why this was a mistake is because of registration rules, which is why we bought the Romanian goalkeeper as well. Romero was going to be our number 2 goalkeeper. So I'm kind of okay with him loaning him out. We're actually getting some money from him as well. He might even make this move to Girona permanent, I think. There's a potential, there's a future fee in there of nearly £500,000, which is really good for a player who cost us literally nothing. We've dipped our toe back into the African market with Patient Wasu, who's a 23-year-old Cameroonian left winger, signed from Coton Sport. Looks very good. Maybe not as good as we potentially need for a European adventure, but he's still only young, 23 years of age, 4-star potential. Maybe there's some room to grow. We've also signed a Brazilian right-back. It says he's a centre-back. He's a right-back. He's not very good as a centre-back, although he's not very good as a right-back, is he? Jose Teodoro is 18 years of age, and we brought him in and then loaned him out to another team in Romania. He might be good. My scout said he was good, and now they don't think he is. Apparently, I think they're an exciting young prospect. 4-star, possibly. One for the future again. One for now, and a player who probably we didn't need to sign, is Sufanet Munienta, who, if you have played Football Manager for the last 4 years, maybe, you probably know of this guy. He's a superstar in Thai football, I believe. 68 caps, 33 goals to his name, 25 years of age, striker. He is going to play. He is registered. He's able to do it. He's scored twice for us already. However, I want to loan him out. I feel like we don't have the space in our squad to play him at the moment. So, yeah, he's in. He's probably not going to be here all season. Another Romanian to join is Nicolae Paun, 28 years of age, 3 caps as well to his name, formerly of Sepsi. Actually a very good ball-winning midfielder. And we've got another defence midfielder to show you who is he's ridiculous. The fact that we've managed to bring him to Romania is ridiculous. And that's Tyler Morton, formerly of Liverpool. He got released by Liverpool. His contract was up. Yes, he's 24, which is probably why they released him. He was never going to make it at Liverpool. But for us, he's an absolute superstar. He's going to be a deep-lying playmaker, 24 years of age. The only concern I've got is he does have this £3.3 million minimum fee release. That's very difficult to say. And the match highest earner clause. I didn't want to put that in, but he basically went, that's the only way I'm joining, because we could only offer him a maximum of £7,000 a week. He wanted 12. We've somehow managed to give him just the most ridiculous contract, but Tyler Morton is here. Tyler Morton might help us going forward into Europe. You've also probably spotted we've been knocked out of the Champions League at the first time of asking as well, which was a defeat against Ludogorets, but we did manage to win one of the games, so we lost 2-1 on aggregate. It meant we dropped down into the Europa League, which we did okay in, beating Pyunik from Armenia 4-0 on aggregate, 2-0 victories. Problem is, straight after that, we then lose against Sparta Prague, which means we do drop into the Europa Conference League. And it's the most ridiculous Europa Conference League group thing, which we kind of obviously will deal with that when we hit kind of January, when we come back for the January transfer window. I'll show you what's gone on. I'm confident that we can finish maybe in between 9th and 24th. That's my hope. And from a league perspective, you can see things have started off actually quite well. A 4-3 win, a 1-1 draw. We went undefeated. In fact, we didn't drop any points in August, winning all 5 games, but then September rolls around and we've started to lose some games. But we're scoring the goals. That's the main thing, I think. We're scoring the goals. We're just defensively a little bit weak. I'm not sure what I've clicked there. So we are still fighting on 3 fronts with our Arges side. Obviously, the Romanian First League, we really want to be winning that. We're in the Europa Conference League. I've not got a huge amount of hope, but this is kind of a season for building coefficient points. That's one thing we really need to do with Romania, is build some coefficient points, hopefully climb us up the coefficient rankings, get 2 teams into the Champions League, maybe even 1 team straight into the group stage. In the Romanian Cup, I'm hoping we can win it. I don't think we're going to, but I'm hoping we can. And the Romanian Super Cup, we actually lost. So, yeah, we're the runners-up in that. Anyway, we're now going to jump forward to the other side of the January transfer window, and we're going to see how well we have done. However, before we do that, quickly, I've just forgot, didn't tell you who left the club, did I? Victor Kanazai has left the club, signing for Maccabi Petach Tikva, maybe, in Israel. Not for a huge amount of money, but I felt like we kind of replaced him. £240,000, decent bit of profit. But the big one leading is Athankoti Makaba. He has moved over to Al Weda in Saudi Arabia, of course it is. for £1.7 million, potentially rising up to £1.9 million. So it's a decent bit of money to cash in on. There's also some other sort of deals going on here, mostly kind of fringe players that we weren't really going to see. Reezy, I think, played a lot in the first couple of seasons, but he's gone for £115,000. Jacques Ndai has gone out on loan for the season as well. Obviously, did quite well last year, but I thought, you know what, we probably don't need him, so I've loaned him out for the season as well. Right now, we're going to jump forward to the end of January, I guess. Maybe start of February. It's mid-February, isn't it? Because Romania's weird with their transfer windows. We'll come back in a second. You can tell I've not recorded one of these videos in a while because it's actually the 17th of December. It is the winter break. That is when we normally come back for the winter break. And we are currently second place in the table, joint on points, but we have 3 games in hand. Because of Europe, we've got 3 games in hand. How have we been getting on in Europe? Where are we? We are down in 17th place in the Europa Conference League. Obviously, we can ignore the Champions League, Europa League, don't care too much about that. The Romanian Cup, we are into the quarterfinals, semi-finals maybe, by the looks of that, which is also very, very good. From a player's perspective, we've got a lot of goals being scored. Ferdy Droyf up there with 15. We've got Sankara also on 14. Kamara on 13. Lots and lots of goals from these 3 players, which is very, very good. I am concerned by some of those. FCSB are not signing him. Sankara is wanted by Altai. That one might be a little bit harder to push away. Ferdy Droyf, obviously nobody wants him because he's a 29-year-old Dutch striker. But he's doing the business for us, getting loads of goals. 8 in the league, 2 in the Europa Conference League, 1 in the Champions League, 1 in the Europa League as well. What have we got from an assist perspective? Tyler Morton with... It's not Tyler Morton. Oh, it's Tyler Morton, sorry. Tyler Morton with 15 assists. 15 assists, 6 goals to his name. I've had to retrain him, force play him as a deep-lying playmaker because I asked my assistant, they kept putting him as a centre-back for some reason, I don't know why, but Tyler Morton getting the assist, which is really good. Somebody else to mention as well is Cosmin Pop. Now, he's not playing a huge amount of football, 7 starts, 1 goal, 1 assist, but he is our first and only real good youth player that's come through our youth intakes throughout the course of this save so far. He's getting game time. He is 18. Probably needs new contracts. He's on £20 a week. Diego as well is also now a fully fledged right winger, which is good to see. He's not really putting in the numbers that I want though. Only 4 goals and 3 assists in all competitions. Maybe Diego's not the one for us. Maybe he might be good. They reckon he's now 5-star potential. He might be good in the future, but maybe because of the formation we play, he just does not fit it. It might not work out for Diego, you know? So, because we have qualified for the knockout round, or the playoff round, sorry, of the Europa Conference League, we can see how we've got on. We only played 6 matches. We played Shukpi of Macedonia, North Macedonia, that is correct. A 4-0 win, which is expected, I think. I would expect us to beat them anyway. Losing to Trabzonspor, not ideal. Getting battered by West Ham, not ideal. A draw with Rijeka is not perfect either, but that's a massive win. That is absolutely huge. To beat Genk 3-2 shows that we've got a little bit of fighting power. We don't know who we're going to be playing in the knockout round just yet. So we're going to jump forward to the end of the January transfer window, where we will see who will play. We might even have played this match. I'm not quite sure when we come back. But yeah, let's go forward to the next bit. Right, normally we would talk about transfers, which we will get to in just a second. But we have managed to get through the knockout playoff round. We beat Hearts eventually. A 1-1 draw in the away leg. A 1-0 win in the home leg, which means we are through to the round of 16. There are seeded sides. We are clearly not going to be seeded. We are unseeded, along with AZ Alkmaar for some reason. I mean, I guess whoever we get is going to be difficult, isn't it? I want to steer clear of teams like Atletico Madrid, West Ham, we know can batter us. I'd take Rijeka. I'd really take Rijeka. Even Legia, I think we could do that. Transfer business then. Leaving the club, but we've only got rid of 4 players on loan deals. Matthias Kite is one of them, going out on loan to Universitatea Cluj, because we just weren't playing him this season, basically. He's dropped down the pecking order. He's 29. We probably never play him again. Dennis Ashu is also going out on loan. He's gone back to his native Cameroon to sign for Coton Sport. He needs some game time. He's not real game time, as the kind of Football Manager counts it as real game time, but it's still going to hopefully improve him into a little bit better of a footballer. Joining the club, a couple more free transfers. And by couple, I mean 1. It is Jessurun Raksaki, who is formerly of Crystal Palace and spent a few seasons out on loan at various clubs, actually played for Chelsea as well. And you might be thinking, but he's English, he doesn't count as European. He's also part Ghanaian, which is one of the reasons why I really wanted to sign him, because I thought, you know what, he's part Ghanaian. He's now probably going to be replacing Diego on that right-hand side. There was logic to this signing. Also, to kick off the calendar year, it's not gone particularly well in the league. a couple of wins against Cluj and Craiova, but then a defeat against another Craiova team, the other one, and then 3 draws. Cluj, Hermannstadt and Arad. Draws are not good for us, but we are still in second place. We have just 1 game in hand now. Ferro Costanza have leapt above us into first position in the league. We're going to jump forward now to the end of the regular season, where, I mean, it's almost guaranteed that we're going to be in the top 6 of the table, isn't it? Yep, we are in the top 6, which is kind of what we'd expect, but we are in second place, 1 point behind Ferro Costanza, 1 point ahead of Sepsi, 2 points ahead of FCSB. It's actually very tight. It is very tight in that top 6 in the Champions playoff. I'm not massively confident. We should be good enough to win, but I'm wondering how well we've done in the Europa League. I don't know if we've even played anything in the Europa League yet. I'm wondering how well we've done in the Europa League, because that could be a massive distraction. So it was Legia that we drew, and we drew 3-3 and 2-1, which means we are through to the quarterfinals of the Europa Conference League. We don't know who we're going to be playing yet, but we are through to the quarterfinals. Ferdi Droif scoring a goal in the 99th minute, a Sankara goal in the 90th minute. What a final couple of minutes that was. We were almost out of the competition. Sankara scoring in 90, Droif scoring in extra time, sets up a quarter-final. I mean, the next time we're going to see us, we are jumping forward to the end of the season, where we're going to obviously see who wins the Super League, who we're going to get knocked out by in the quarter-final, because there's going to be some big sides in there, surely. Who's still left in the quarter-final? I mean, can we see? It is Atalanta, CSKA Sofia, ourselves, Trabzonspor, Servette, Genk, Atletico Madrid, and West Ham. If we're looking to go to the end, CSKA Sofia. If we're just looking to pick up points, I don't know. I mean, CSKA Sofia, Servette, and Genk, I think, are the 3 sides that, if we had to pick one of those 3, I'm hoping to avoid literally everybody else. We're going to jump forward then to the end of the regular season, and I'm going to say this as if I know what's going to happen. We're going to jump to the end of the European competitions as well. So we're going to see where we get knocked out and see who actually wins the Europa Conference League. It is the 22nd of May. We have not won the league. We've actually finished 3rd place in the league. That's not ideal. That is certainly not ideal. We've qualified for the Europa Conference League. Fair enough. I mean, the real question that I've got is how far did we get in the actual Europa Conference League? Because we got knocked out in the quarterfinals by Trabzonspor. I mean, okay, fair enough. Knocked out by Trabzonspor. That's I'll take it. What happened? I'm not convinced we put in a good performance, guys. We lost 8-2 at home. 8-2. How did we lose 8-2? We didn't even get bad ratings. We got Diatra sent off after 22 minutes, but we were 3-0 down at that point. We were 8-0 down. 8-0 down after 63 minutes. And then we scored 2 just consolation goals, 1 in the 86th minute from the penalty spot. I mean, I imagine Trabzonspor, they're a good team, okay? They're a good team. So all in all, I don't know whether this is a successful season or an unsuccessful season, but we've done all right in Europe, which I guess is kind of a key part for this, is we're not expecting to win things. We're not really expecting to win anything in Europe for a good maybe 5 seasons or so. But the fact that we've done well, we picked up a decent amount, hopefully decent amount of coefficient points, which we will take a look at now. So, coefficient points, Romania, where are we? We are down in 26th. We are losing a 6.25, and we are gaining a 6.625. So, it is an improvement. It's a long way to... We're actually dropping down. We're actually dropping down to 27th. So, what does that mean? That means no, that's not what we're after. We want this one here. 27th place means nothing. It means exactly the same. We need to be there. We need to be 15th. That is our goal, to get 15th place in the coefficient rankings, because then we get 2 teams possibly into the Champions League. 10th is the dream. 10th is really the dream, but it's a very, very long way to go. We need to have some good seasons in Europe, and arguably, we need to hope that Sepsi and Ferro Costanza also have some good good performances in Europe next year, because it can't all be based on how well we do. We need other teams in Romania to do well as well. That's going to do it then for this episode. Next season, what are our objectives? Our objectives surely have to be win the league and do well in the Europa Conference League. Get to the knockout rounds again, get to the round of 16, I guess maybe even the quarterfinal like we did this year. That would be perfect. So last season with our FC Argos side, we finished 3rd place in the Champions playoff, which means we have qualified for the Europa Conference League this season, which I'm hoping to do okay, and I'm not expecting huge amounts of success, but if we can get out of the group stages, that will be perfect, because what we need to try and do is actually progress the coefficients of Romanian football. Now, we should be good enough to keep basically plugging away, winning the league, getting into Europe, things like that over the next few seasons, which means now we need to focus on coefficients. And in order to do that, we have done a little bit of strengthening. 5 players have joined the club so far. It's the 1st of July. All of them have joined on free transfers. Mamadou Sanogo is the first up, 20-year-old Malian right winger from Academy JMG Mali. If you don't know where to find decent young Malian footballers, go to that team. They're always very, very good. Physically, Sanogo is an absolute beast. He is very fast, very agile, just ridiculously quick, isn't he? Also, 16 dribbling, 14 first touch as well. Mentally, determination, teamwork, and work rate all ridiculously high. Sanogo could be very, very good for us. We have also signed a young Ivorian central defender called Philippe Touré. Probably not going to be playing a huge amount for us at the moment, but he's come in as a backup, actually dropped straight down into the under-19s. Similar situation with Ikena Aziz, who is a Nigerian right winger and striker. I'm not quite sure whether he should be a right winger or a striker, but he's only 20. He's dropped down to the under-19s at the moment. Hopefully we can probably try and loan him out for a season. That would be the kind of the goal for Ikena, is to loan him out for a season, get him some first team football, ideally playing in Romania as well, but we'll see. We've also brought in Dmitro Masalov, who's a 19-year-old Ukrainian defensive midfielder, central midfielder, centre-back. I think he's more of a centre-back, but his aerial ability is not very good. 9 jumping reach, 6 heading, maybe he's not a centre-back, but that's kind of what I see him as for some reason. But he's come in free transfer from, from them. Not even going to try and pronounce it. I think he's good. He's certainly going to be getting some game time. We've also brought in ourselves a very good left-back and left winger, although we're going to be playing him as a left-back predominantly. Bruno Langa is a 30-year-old Mozambican international with 50 caps and 2 goals to his name. 211 appearances for his last club, Chaves, over in, I want to say, Portugal. And he's good, right? He's going to be very good. 3.5-star current ability. Not going to get any better, obviously, at the age of 30, but he is a good left-back, and I think it's a position that we've been missing for a couple of seasons now. Obviously, it's still very early days in the season and in the transfer window. We have got £6.8 million to spend. We do not have the reputation to be able to spend that money. So I'm expecting that number might drop down to maybe 5 million, because we could spend a couple of million on a whole bunch of decent youngsters for the future, but we're not going to be able to spend £6 million on a really good sort of defensive midfielder or something like that. So financially, we're in a very good position. Speaking of, I don't think I actually mentioned this. A couple of seasons ago now, we moved back into our Nikolai Dobrin Stadium, which was rebuilt in 2026. It's now 15,200 all-seater capacity, which we are basically selling out every match at the moment, so we might look at trying to expand that. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't mention with Bruno Langa, he's now the highest earner, which means some people have had their match highest earner clauses triggered. Tyler Morton being one of them, still at the club, still looking very, very good. Hopefully we get another season out of him. I fear we're not going to get too much more out of Morton though. I think some Premier League or Championship side's going to come in, and if they offer like 3 million, we're probably going to have to just take it. Karamoko Sankara has also triggered a match highest earner clause, so he's also on £9,500 a week, which I'm fine. To be honest, I'm perfectly fine with those 2 players getting paid that amount of money, because they are the ones who are getting us the assists and getting us the goals. From a competition perspective, we actually do have to qualify for the Europa Conference League, and we should be good enough. We genuinely should be good enough to qualify. We have to play La Fiorita or Zimrud Chisinau from Moldova, which I think we're probably going to be playing the Moldovan side, and I think it's maybe one round after that and we should be in the Europa Conference League. So I'm hopeful that we should be able to do that. Let's jump forward to the end of the summer transfer window, where we would have played all of our Europa League qualifiers. We would have played a few matches in the league as well. Well, the league season has not started particularly well at all. Down in 7th place. 4 wins, 1 draw and 3 defeats. Not ideal. We've lost against teams above us as well, which is, I guess, even worse, really. We're okay. We're not in a bad position, but it's certainly not started well. FCSB are flying. 9 matches played for them, 7 wins, 2 defeats. They are 21 points. They are, 6 points clear of second place after 9 games. They are absolutely flying. Let's take a look to see what transfers we've done. We've sold a lot of players. Emmanuel Onyekuru has gone to Siroki Brijek. Matthias Kite has gone to Dynamo Bucharest. Samba Diatra has gone to Anthorsi for £45,000. Dorian Rotariu has gone to Kisvada. Diego has moved on over to Spezia for potentially £1.2 million. I kind of basically decided to pull the plug on this experiment because he wasn't really working as a right winger. We don't play central attacking midfielders, which means Diego, he's never going to fit the system. We've got a fair amount of money from him. I think there's sell-ons in there as well, so I'm quite happy. 700,000 potentially to 1.2. This one might be a mistake. We've sold Ousmane Kamara, who scored 70 goals and 140 league appearances for us. He's gone to Al Weda in Saudi Arabia for £2.9 million, potentially rising to £3.2 million. I decided we need to sell him because he is out of contract soon and he doesn't necessarily want to sign a new one, and we've got some players coming through that arguably we could just replace him. He's only 22. What my brain's telling me he's about 30. He's 22. How is he 22? He's been playing since 2022. He's been playing for 6 years. He's been playing since he's 16. And that is basically it. We've loaned out some players as well, like Diawara. Zazua has gone out on loan. Povelson has gone out on loan to Esbjerg as well. Abraham Romero, he's gone out on loan once again because we brought him and we just can't register him, basically. That's the problem. So with our squad, this is what I'm actually going to lock into play for the rest of the season. We're going to play Langer as the left back. I've got to lock him in there because basically they play him as a left winger. So we're going to put Langer in. We've got Sonogo on that right-hand side, who's currently out injured, but obviously we know he looks very good. On the left, we are trying Cosmin Pop. Who came through our youth intake in the first season or so. And he's played a fair amount over the last few years. He's played a fair amount, but we are forced playing him every single game this season to see how much he can improve. We do need to get our own players coming through the youth intakes and actually getting first team football. So looking at the results, it's not been awful, has it? It's not been terrible. We've just had a very poor run of form here once we got into the Europa Conference League by the looks of it. So we beat Zimbra Chisinau 2-0 and 4-2. We beat Hibs 3-0 on aggregate. We beat Espanyol. That's a massive win. That's absolutely massive. So Jacques and Dai, we've got Rax Saki scoring twice and Tyler Morton scoring a goal as well in the first leg. In the second leg, a 92nd minute winner from Tyler Morton was, I mean, we were already through technically at that point anyway, but it does not matter. So we've done all right, but then we just had this weird FCSB, FC Rapid, Universitatea Craiova sort of mess in the middle. But we've had a busy month of August, so maybe it's not so bad. So the matches we have to play in the Europa Conference League, there is only 6 of them. It is Portimonense. It is Cups from Finland. It is Ammonia from Greece or Cyprus. I think it's Cyprus. It is. It is Lechia from Poland. Astana from Kazakhstan. Yes. And CSKA Sofia from, where? Bulgaria. That's the one. They're all winnable. They're all winnable games. If we can beat Espanyol, they're all winnable games. Well, with that in mind, then, we are going to jump to the end of the kind of the winter season up until the winter break, which is around December time, isn't it? So let's jump forward to that, and hopefully we've improved on our 7th place. Not really. Not really at all. We are up to 6th place, but Sepsi are behind us, and they have 3 games in hand somehow. I don't know how they got so many games in hand. We've drawn 8 matches. We are drawing so many games, 5 defeats now, which actually isn't terrible. We seem to have turned around our kind of poor form when it comes to defeats, but we've turned them into draws rather than wins. So ignoring the Europa Conference League for the moment, we can see that when September rolled around, we did all right. Actually, we kind of went unbeaten, but we drew with Hermestad, we drew with Voluntari. Into October, we did not pick up. We picked up 1 point out of a possible 9 in October. Obviously, the Romanian Cup in the middle, not ideal, but it looks like we've been knocked out of that as well, which is not good, losing to Hermestad and Petrolo Pliozzi, which is, again, a team that I cannot pronounce the name of. And then into November, we actually did, again, okay, but those draws against this team, I can never say their name, and Craiova, not good. Against Cluj and Universitatea Craiova, once again, can't say the name, not good. Dropping lots and lots of points. Are we kind of conceding late, or are we scoring late? So that's a late goal we scored. That's just a draw. What about that one? That's, again, just a draw. No, they didn't score any goals somehow. That's weird, and they still drew 2-2. Europa Conference League, however, has been a very different story. 3-1 against Portimonense, 4-1 against Cups, 2-1 against Ammonia, 3-0 against Lechia, 1-0 against Astana, and a 4-2 win against CSKA Sofia, which means we actually won. We won the league phase. We go through with Nice, Randers, Spurs, Cologne, Hearts, Maccabi Tel Aviv, and Adana from Turkey. So we are through to the first knockout round. So we don't know what our odds are, of where we're expected to go and how far into this competition we're expected to go. But the fact that we finished top has suddenly made me a little bit more excited that we can do something half decent. Semi-finals, maybe. Quarter-finals, probably. Maybe. Is the final a stretch? The final's a stretch. It's going to be somebody like Spurs-Nice in the final, isn't it? Anderlecht are going to get through as well. Servette, not a terrible side. Bromby, not a terrible side. Midtjylland, not a terrible side either. So, I mean, there's not massive teams through, though. There's not the usual big kind of... There's no big Spanish sides got through. In fact, there's no Spanish sides in there at all. What happened there? Anyway, we're going to jump forward now to the other side of the January transfer window. We have, by the way, nearly £10 million to spend. And as I said earlier, in the summer, nobody wants to join us. We just don't have the reputation to be able to spend that amount of money. So I imagine in January we're probably not going to. Okay, I lied a little bit. We did spend some money. So, Jorgen Fjeldskar is a Norwegian right-back who's been signed from Sogndal. He's cost about £400,000, I think, in total, 375 once we do the add-ons and various things like that. He's not necessarily going to be playing every single match, but we needed a decent backup right-back. I think Fjeldskar does a job. We also needed to bring in ourselves a half-decent backup centre-back as well. Justin Chi, or Shea, not quite sure, 25-year-old American, formerly of OB. I think he actually got released because of the way their season runs. Their season ends in kind of December. He was then out of contract from OB. We've picked him up on a free transfer. Not expecting him to play a huge amount. I think he is. There you go. He's part German and Cameroonian, so he doesn't need himself a work permit, which is good. And we've also managed to pick up ourselves a very good and brand new Ivorian striker with 5 caps to his name. And at 20 years of age, Karamoko Kamgate has signed from Sepsi in our league. Yes, we are weakening the sides around us. He's been very good for them. We have spent £2.9 million on him. He scored 18 goals in his first season, 9 in 14 so far this season. We have stolen him from Sepsi in an attempt to make us better and then weaker. I'm not going to lie, it kind of goes against the rules of building a nation, but we need to do something to turn our form around. Because we have played a few more matches as well this calendar year, and we are in 8th place. Bear in mind, top 6 is the Champions Group. Anything 7th down to 16th, I believe, is the relegation group. We do not want to be in the relegation group. That's going to be awful if we're in that. So calendar year-wise has started off absolutely horrendously. We've lost to FCSB, we've lost to Rapid, we've lost to Ferrokostanda, we've beat Hermannstad, and then we've lost to Petrolor Pliotzi. We've picked up 3 points from a possible, 12? It's not even 12, from 3 points from 15. That is awful. That is absolutely horrendous. I'm just checking. The board don't think we should get sacked yet. The supporters are fine. The supporters are happy. They want mid-table. The board, they're okay. They're C+. It's not awful. Well, I guess the next thing we're going to do then is jump to the end of the regular season, see how well we've done, and I just hope we're in the top 6. I don't want to be in a relegation group. We're not getting relegated. That's not going to happen. But I just don't want to be in that relegation group because it basically means we're fighting for nothing for the final 10 games of the season. Well, the fact that we look at the Champions playoff and there is no FC Arges in there says to me we finished 7th or below, didn't we? Which is not ideal. We finished 8th place, 21 points, so that'll be 42 points. Were we even close? We weren't even close. That's 48, but we were 6 points off the pace. That's not good. It's really not good. And technically, we can get relegated because the points get halved. Everything suddenly gets a little bit closer. We then have to play, I assume, 18 more matches of this season in order to not get ourselves relegated, which might be better for player development because we should win most of them, shouldn't we? We should win most of them. We should finish first or second in the relegation group. What's happened in the Europa Conference League? We drew Dunstredder and beat them 7-4. Okay, then. We beat them 7-4. So is that... So the knockout round, which we were not in, because that's these teams here. So Spezia, Midtjylland, Legia, PTM, Kukuriki, Bromby, Dunstredder and Shamrock Rovers. Anyone big get knocked out? Not really. Anderlecht, I guess, is quite a sizable knockout there. In the round of 16, we've got Midtjylland knocking out Hearts. Spurs knocking out Bromby, which, that's big, that's useful. Because Bromby are a decent side. We knock out Dunstredder. Adana knocking out Legia is pretty decent. Nice battering Kukuriki. Randers beating Portimonense. Spezia just about edging past Colm. That's a big one as well. And Shamrock Rovers, fair play to them, getting to the quarterfinals of the Europa Conference League. And we don't know who we're going to play. And we are actually going to keep it a secret as to what happens because I'm just going to go straight to the end of the season in a minute. I just want to kind of draw your attention to our youth intakes, by the way. We are not getting good ones. Even though it says an excellent youth intake and golden generation this and everything like that, no one's any good because the quality of the league is kind of determining the quality of the players that are coming through. The quality of the nation is determining the quality of players. So they might be okay for sort of low-down Romanian top division sides. However, we're not a low-down Romanian top division side. Ignore what's going on this season. We want to be getting players that are going to improve us, and we're just not getting them at the moment. If we sort by potential ability in our under-18s, and I know this isn't kind of particularly kind of... It doesn't tell you everything. It doesn't tell you the whole story. We've literally got this man, Marius Popescu, who looked all right. He doesn't look amazing, doesn't look bad. 17 years of age. I think he came through a couple of seasons ago. Everyone else, Teodoro I signed, Diawara I signed. We've got this man here who's 19, who, again, doesn't look awful, might be good enough to get some game time, but when you consider the strikers that we have, Christea, nowhere near that quality, so he's never going to play for us. Speaking of, I did kind of change up the tactics slightly when it comes to the players that we're forced playing, because it wasn't really working. Cosmin Pop didn't really do enough on that left-hand side, so I actually moved Sankara to play on that left-hand side. This is when Kamgate came in. So Kamgate now, I believe, is playing there as the lead striker. And then next to him, he's got, I think it's Jean-Jacques Ndai is playing next to him, or maybe Ferdy Droyf. Right then, let's jump to the end of the season, see how well we do in the Romanian First League, see how far we can get as well in the Europa Conference League. We've been knocked out of the Romanian Cup as well. We might get sacked, you know, guys. We might actually get sacked. So it has been a very interesting time between when we last spoke and the end of the season. We have won the relegation group and we've qualified for the Europa League. And that is because we won the European Places Playoff Final, which qualifies us for the Europa League. Or should I say, it actually qualifies us for the Europa Conference League. And that is because we are now in the Europa League because we won the Europa Conference League. We won the Europa Conference League. We beat Nice in the final. What's happened? What has actually gone on here? So we beat Dunstredder. We know we beat Dunstredder. We then beat Adana on penalties. On penalties. 3-3 on aggregate. We go through on penalties. We're then in the quarterfinal. Midtjylland 5-4. A 5-4 on aggregate win. Shamrock Rovers getting to the semi-finals, by the way, is nuts as well. And then we beat Nice in the final 2-1. What's happened? What has actually gone on? Jean-Jacques Ndai scored a goal in the 95th minute to win the Europa Conference League. We were not even very good. We got battered. We got absolutely battered. And we managed to nick a win. We've won the Europa Conference League. In what world are we good enough to do this? I am so confused as to what's gone on here. So we won the Europa Conference League, but then we had to qualify for Europe as well. We had the European qualification spot, which we beat UTA Arad and then Rapid in the final. Once again, Jean-Jacques Ndai with the goals. How? What has happened? What has gone on here? I'm so confused. So looking at the Adana game, we won comfortably on penalties by the look of it. In fact, they pushed it to penalties in the 92nd minute. Then Midtjylland 4-3. I mean, we, again, very comfortable. We were actually 4-0 up after 36 minutes and then kind of let them back into the game in the second leg. A 107th minute equaliser, or winner, should I say, from Jean-Jacques. Why am I calling him Jean-Jacques? It's just Jacques Ndai. Jacques Ndai is he's the business. He's the absolute business. This man has won us the Europa League. He's won us the Europa League. He's won us the European Places Playoff Final as well. I mean, he scored a hat-trick there with 2 goals after 90 minutes. What's gone on? So Midtjylland was that, and then Nice, obviously we've just seen the final. Jacques Ndai in the 95th minute. Karamoko Kamgate as well getting on the score sheet. What has gone on there? What has actually gone on? I am in shock. I'm intrigued to know what the board think. The board are on a B-. They want a B-, okay. And the supporters are also on a B-. We've just won the Europa Conference League, guys. Only like 8 teams have ever won this. And when you look at the list of teams that have actually won this, so Roma and West Ham obviously real life winning it. Villa, Chelsea, Man United, FC Midtjylland is a fairly sizable step down. Back up to Atletico Madrid. And then little old FC Arges from Romania. How has this team, FC Arges, how has this team won the Europa Conference League? That's ridiculous. Anyway, as we do at the end of every season, we'll take a look to see how well some players have got on. And Jacques Ndai, obviously, the man of the hour. 16 Europa Conference League goals in 15 starts. 16 goals, 4 assists. That's ridiculous. In the league, you got eight goals in 30 starts, 24 goals in all competitions, 14 assists as well. Jack and Dye's numbers were definitely bumped up by that Europa Conference League run, but I don't care. I love this man. He's amazing at football. Karamoko Sankara scored 13 goals in the league, 6 in the Europa Conference League, 22 in all competitions. We just weren't scoring the goals, I think, was the problem. In the league, we were just not scoring the goals that we needed to be scoring. Ferdy Droyf at the age of 31, still chipping in with 19 goals in all competitions. Again, though, 9 in the league. He did only start 11, but 12 off the bench. 9 goals in the league when we think last season he got 10, the season before that he got 21. We are slowly declining when it comes to scoring goals, which is not good. Raksaki as well, getting 7 league goals, 5 in the Europa Conference League, 12 in all competitions. Started only 17, played 35. I guess we weren't, he's kind of our right winger, isn't he? And we kind of force-played someone else in that right wing position, which is fine. Raksaki did okay. I'm not massively convinced he's going to get better than this. He's 26 now. Tyler Morton as well, chipping in with 9 goals and 10 assists in 63 appearances he made in all competitions. That's a lot, mate. That's a lot of appearances. Fair play. Sonogo from the right-hand side, 4 in the Europa Conference League, 4 in the Romanian League, 10 assists as well in all competitions. So not really getting the goals that we were hoping from that right-hand side, but he's still young, still only 21 years of age. 29 appearances now in the league for us, obviously joining in the summer. I think he's fine. I don't think we can kind of put too much pressure on him at the moment. Kamgate, however, it says he scored 15 in 33. The problem is most of those were actually for Sepsi. He scored 6 in 19 for us, which I'm not happy with. For £2.9 million, which isn't a massive amount of money, but it is for a team of our size and our league. That's not good enough. I want double figures from you. In 15 games, I want 10 goals at least. Somebody else to mention, not for the goals, however, is Bruno Langa with 19 assists in all competitions, 10 assists in the Europa League, 8 in the Romanian First League as well. I mean, I think this was a good signing. I genuinely think this was a good signing. He is getting on a bit, though. Somebody else as well, Supnat Monienta, the Thai international, actually has played a few games, coming off the bench a few times, scoring 3 goals in 1 start and 7 off the bench, which I think 2 of them are actually in 1 game. I quite like him, but he just doesn't really... He's not good enough for us. But he's good, right? Maybe? We'll probably sell him. Well, that is going to do it then for Season 6, a season of an unexpected Europa Conference League win. Next year, what are our objectives? What do we want to be doing? We have to be finishing in the top 6. We have to really be challenging for the title. And I kind of want to be challenging as well in the Europa League. Now that I know we can win a European competition, I've got my sights set high, guys. I got my sights set very high, and I kind of want to win the Europa League. I feel like we're getting knocked out in the group stages, aren't we? Thanks for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. As we kick off Season 7 with FC Arges in our Building a Nation save in Romania, we are champions of Europe. The 3rd tier, but still, we are champions in Europe. Something that not many teams can actually claim too. And we have won the Europa Conference League last season, which means this season we are in the Europa League proper, which is big. It is big for not just us, but also Romania as a nation, because that means hopefully if we can get some decent wins, get maybe out of the group stages, which I'm hoping we should be able to do. We've won the Europa Conference League. If we can get out of the group stages, we should get some decent coefficient points for Romania. Which is something I don't think I've really shown you in this Football Manager save just yet. Our coefficient points gives us, Romania are in 16th place. We have currently 38 points for the last season. We picked up 15.5 points for last season as well, because obviously we are the best team, 3rd best. We did all right in Europe because we won a trophy. We've got 15.5 points, which is big. It means we now need to kind of keep doing this because we're going to lose a 7.375 this season. We need to do something to make sure that we kind of improve on that. We need to get maybe a 9 or a 10. If we get 10 coefficient points this season, we are climbing up the table, and that's what we need to do. And we are so very, very close to being able to have 2 teams potentially in the Champions League. Right now, we only get 1 team in the Champions League, but we are literally 1 place away from getting 2 teams into the Champions League kind of qualifying round. Anyway, this season with FC Arges, I'm hoping that we can finish top 2. I want to win the league again, okay? That realistically needs to be our goal. Doing well in Europe is fine, but we need to do well in Romania. We need to be dominating Romanian football for years and years and years, and then Europe will come after that. The fact that we've won the Europa Conference League already is kind of, it's not good in a way. It's not good. It's kind of put our sights have gone somewhere else where they perhaps possibly shouldn't be going right now. We need to win the league again. And in order to do that, we have £11.875 million to spend, but because our reputation is still not very good, I don't know how far that's going to go. We've already done some transfer business as well. We have sold £1.4 million worth of players. Patient Wasu is one of them, going to Farrell Costanza. We have sold one of my favourite players in Football Manager for the past 2 seasons. Pacoma Zazua has gone to Lommel in Belgium. Abraham Romero has gone to Morelia in, I want to say, Mexico. And we've also sold Supanet Munienta to Port, I think, in Thailand. But don't worry, we have brought in some players as well. Clinton Mola has joined on a free transfer, and we're immediately basically loaning him out because we can't register him. It's annoying, but, you know, Clinton Mola is probably not good enough for us. He was a free. Matej Smets has joined from STVV, once again on a free transfer, and once again, he's probably leaving, going out on loan. Somebody who is unlikely to go out on loan is Faustino Angerin, who is obviously the English midfielder. I always thought he was a striker, but apparently he's a defensive midfielder. We signed him from Cambridge on a free transfer for £300,000. That's right, we have spent some money. Fallou Diouf has signed from FC Hermannstad, a very good Senegalese defender at just 23 years of age as well. I think he could be basically a rock in our defence. For £525,000, which is a steep amount of money for his current ability, is Cheslin Mothwa, who is an 18-year-old South African goalkeeper who's played twice for Sundowns already, and I think there's potential. I hope there's potential. I'm very tempted in a couple of seasons to make him our number one, whether he's good enough or not. And for £1.8 million, that's right, we've spent nearly £2 million on Manuel, a 22-year-old Brazilian centre-back. We brought in 2 very good centre-backs, I think. And I'm hoping we have kind of done enough to stop us being defensively fragile. I think that's kind of what our main problem was in the league last season. We were defensively fragile. There's also been some other transfers leaving the club. So Gregory Huides has left on a free transfer going to Huesca. Nager has gone to whoever they are. Aziz has gone out on loan, which could be useful for them. And also Maris Popescu's gone out on loan. So we are still only on the 9th of July. We're going to jump forward to the end of the transfer window to see whether we've done any more business. Like I said, £11.8 million to spend. I don't think we can really spend much at all. Well, we've actually managed to up our transfer budget. We have sold a couple more players. Justin Shea has gone to Lech for £500,000. Ferdy Droyf has also left. He's signed for IFK Gothenburg. That one was for £325,000. And the big one is Rak Saki has gone back to England, signing for Plymouth for, wait for it, 1.2, potentially rising to £1.4 million, which for a player who, yes, he did play a fair amount for us, but I don't think he's going to get much better. He's 26. He's not amazing. That's not bad money. The reinvesting has come in the shape of 3 more players. Gabriel Paiva Santos is a Brazilian attacking midfielder that we are retraining to be a striker because he's got 14 finishing, 13 composure. I think he's just going to be a very good striker. And we've also signed Felix Mambimbi, who is a 28-year-old Swiss winger who can play on both sides, signed on a free transfer from St. Gallen. Much like the last guy, he was also a free transfer. They were both free transfers, but we have also spent a fair amount of money on one player. Mambimbi is probably going to play a lot of football for us. We've bought a new goalkeeper. Yes, I know we signed a new South African goalkeeper. We bought in Radek Vitek from AC Milan, formerly of Man United as well. He's cost £2.9 million. Yes, it's steep. It's a lot of money, but he is so much better than what we had last season and the last few years. Vitek, much like the central defenders that we've also signed earlier on in the summer transfer window, Vitek is hopefully going to stop us conceding stupid amounts of goals. Ignore the fact that he's played 4 times already and conceded 6. Because we have done very well at the start of the season. We lost our opening game of the season. Salmani was in goal for that one, so you can't blame Vitek for that. But we then beat Rapid 2-0. We beat Universitatea Craiova. I will never get these names right. We beat UTA Arad. We lost against Cluj, but we then beat Polytechnica Timisoara. Maybe could be their name. We beat Cluj 5-4. So Vitek let in 4, but we still won the game, so it does not matter. We beat FCSB 3-1. Another very good win. We beat Voluntari 4-1 as well. We have started the season superbly well. We are top of the table with a goal difference of positive 14, but joint on points with Cluj, who are obviously a team that we have already beaten. And by Cluj, I mean Universitatea Cluj, not CFR Cluj, who are the more successful Cluj? I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I am basically force playing just 2 players. And you might be surprised to hear that Manuel's going to be a right back. And I don't really know why I'm doing this as a right back, but that's what we're going to go for. I'm going to be playing him as a right back. I might change my mind about January. Obviously, Vitek as well is the other player who's going to be playing a lot of football for us. I've forced him in as our number 1 goalkeeper. Although I feel like I don't need to do that because Selmani, whilst he's still pretty good, I think Vitek is just better on paper. And sorting by current ability, which I know is not a huge indicator of actually how good they are. 4 players I think are going to be standout performers for us. Sonogo being one of the main ones on that right-hand side. He's going to be very good for us. 2 caps for Mali as well. I'm just worried about his lack of goals. 7 goals in 38 league appearances is not great, but he's already got 3 goals and 3 assists in 9 starts so far. Kamgate leading the lines. I'm hoping for a much, much better performance this season from Kamgate. Cost us a lot of money. He's got 3 goals so far after 9 starts. We've also got Jacques and Dai as well, who's probably going to be playing alongside Kamgate up front with 4 goals in 6 starts, which... And Dai, he's a superstar. He's a legend for the club, I think. He surely has to be a legend. And the one that I missed out, because he was not a striker, is Tyler Morton, obviously now 26 years of age. I'm worried that we're not going to keep him for much longer than this season, which is fine. He'll be 27 by the end of the season, and I think if we can cash in on him, maybe get, like, say, 5 million, maybe even more than £5 million for him, that's probably some good business for us. Jumping back to the fixtures very quickly, this is what we have to do for our Europa League phase. So, Ferencváros from Hungary, Ajax, Roma, Molde, Anderlecht, Real San Sebastian, Copenhagen, and Augsburg. I'm not convinced we're going to do well here. Ferencváros, yes, we should win that one. We should beat Molde. We should beat Augsburg. Copenhagen, I feel like we can do a job there. I'm hoping for 9, maybe 10, 11, 12 points. That's what I'm hoping, which I feel like, if we have a look and go to last season, should be good enough. 9 to 12 points should be good enough to sit us in around 17th to 22nd. So I should... Hopefully, we should be getting through the qualifying rounds. We're now going to jump forward to the end of the kind of start of the season, the end up until the winter break. That's what it is. We'll jump forward to that. Well, league table-wise, it is still looking very, very tasty. It's the 21st of December, 19 games played, 14 wins, 1 draw, 4 defeats. We are absolutely flying. How are we doing in the Europa League? We're 15th. We have picked up 10 points already, beating Anderlecht, Roma, and Ferencváros. Okay, drew with Molde. I was expecting us to beat Molde, losing to Real San Sebastian and Ajax, which, by the way, is Real Sociedad, in case you weren't quite aware of that. I think things are going quite well. Let's take a look at the fixtures. So, when we've lost, I mean, this is going to sound stupid, but we've just not scored. We've just not scored. It's not the fact that we kind of got unlucky. When we win, oh my word, Vitek's doing the business. So, Vitek has kept... How many clean sheets have you kept? 7 in 14 starts in the league. 6 clean sheets in the Romanian Cup. We've not conceded a single goal in the Romanian Cup so far. Vitek was a good signing. Just taking a look as well, Manuel as our right back. I mean, he's okay there. He's not great going forward, but he does have 11 crossing. So the reason why I'm playing him as a right back, by the way, is because his aerial ability is absolutely appalling. He's 5'11", his heading is 7. I don't think he's a good centre back. That's why he's going to be a right back. But yeah, he's playing as a right back. I'm kind of happy. He's doing all right. I say doing all right. He's got 7.24 average rating in 19 games. He's doing very well. Someone else who's doing very well is Karamoko Sankara. He's got 14 goals in 22 in all competitions. So we're getting the goals, which is very, very good to see. And we're not conceding, which is kind of one of my main goals for our summer transfer window, was to buy players to stop us leaking goals. Kamgate as well is actually getting goals as well, which is good. 9 in 19 starts. He's wanted by Al Riyadh. What money? So we paid £2.9 million for him. What money do we take for Kamgate? Because I'm not convinced he was the best signing. I'm not convinced right now. Things might change come the summer. I know we're only kind of halfway through the season, but I want to take a look at the coefficients. So we're losing a 7.375, gaining a 6.7. So technically, we are dropping down so far, but we still have some more games to play. Hopefully, we can qualify for the knockout round as well in the Europa League. Hopefully, other Romanian sides can progress as well in their competitions. So I'm hopeful we can kind of at least break even. The season after that and the one after that are massive seasons for us. If we can improve on the 4.8 and the 4.6, that's big. Right, we've now jumped forward to the 19th of February, so the other side of the January transfer window. We have played a further, 6 more league games we've played, and we've dropped down to second place on 50 points. 55 points for Ferro Costanza, which means something not good has happened. Let's take a look at transfers first. So earlier in the summer I said, I'm not convinced we're going to keep Tyler Morton for too much longer, and that is exactly the case. He has left, he's gone to Brighton in the Premier League, And we have got 5.5 potentially rising to £6.75 million for Tyler Morton, which I'm kind of okay with. We can reinvest that money, and by we have reinvested that money. I think we brought in a total of 6 new players to the club, but most of them are actually youngsters and probably not going to be playing first-team football for a couple of years. Luis Uribe is the first one. He is a Colombian central defender on a free transfer. Lucas Cuchar is another free transfer, who is a Czech central midfielder. Then for £110,000, we have signed Avery Appiah. Now, he is actually going to be my Tyler Morton replacement, which might sound a bit ridiculous, but I think there's something there. He's got some numbers in good positions. If they bump up by like 1 or 2 points, all of a sudden he's going to have green first touch, green marking, green tackling. He's going to have all sorts of numbers looking really, really good. So I've got high hopes for Avery Appiah. And at £110,000, that's cheap. That's really cheap. For £750,000, we have signed Andres Dumitrescu as a 28-year-old Romanian left-back signed from Slavia Prague. We needed more Romanians. And Bruno Langa is getting on a bit. And I think Dumitrescu, he's good. He can do a job. He's probably not going to be playing a huge amount for us, but he probably is going to get a fair amount of game time. For £1.7 million, Luis Serrano, a 19-year-old Colombian centre-back who can kind of play as a right-back as well, has joined from junior in his native Colombia. And I signed him purely on those mental numbers. Look at them. Just look at them, take them in. Anticipation of 16, bravery of 18, determination of 20, teamwork and work rate both of 16 as well. Physically, he's a bit of a beast. The problem we have with Serrano, he's not very good in the air. His jumping reach is 10, his heading is 10, and he's 6 foot. So he's all right size-wise, but he needs to learn how to header. That's his main weakness, his ability to header. I might force play Serrano till the end of the season and see if he can get better. We've also signed Wojtek Lukas, who is a Czech central defender with 12 caps to his name. He's actually cost a fair amount of money. £2.4 million, but hear me out. I think at 19 years of age and with 12 caps, that's a good investment. It's a good investment. He's going to hopefully get much better as well. By the time he's sort of 25, he might be world class. We do not know this, obviously, but he might be world class. So that's the business we've done. We've not done a ridiculous amount of business. We spent 8.25. Technically, we spent a bit more because 1.8 there and 300 there. We spent £9.5 million-ish. What has happened with results? This is my now concern. What has gone on? Just lots of draws. So we drew with Cluj. We drew with FCSB. We drew with Voluntari. We lost to Sepsi. We beat Polytechnica Iasi. And then we drew with Sepsi once again. We did get through in the Europa League. That's good. That's very good to see. Beating Copenhagen and drawing with Augsburg. But then we've lost the first match against Augsburg. And we need to turn that around in the second match. We really need to turn that around. We're the only Romanian team in the Europa League knockout stages. What about the Europa Conference League? We've got FCSB there. Anyone else still through? I mean, we can probably check this as well. So no one actually got through on the top, but FCSB did finish in 11th place. Europa League, let's just double check. I think we'd be the only team in here from Romania. So, yep, we were the only team in there. We actually finished 13th, which is pretty good. And then in this one, the Romanian side, they didn't make it. They didn't make it, so no one's in the Champions League. It's not looking good for our coefficients. But anyway, we're going to jump forward now to the end of the regular season before we go into what I'm going to assume is going to be the Champions playoff, which we could technically drop out of that, which is not a good look when we were top of the table for a fair amount of the season, but we're going to jump forward to that. So we've turned it around then. 30 games played. The regular season has finished. We finished top by 4 points, which means in the Champions playoff, we are just 2 points ahead of Farol Costanza. We are 3 points ahead of FCSB. What is that? 5 points ahead of Cluj, 6 points ahead of the other Cluj, and 7 points ahead of Craiova. So it is very much all to play for in the final, 10 games of the season. How did we get here? I mean, we suddenly turned things around, didn't we? So we beat Augsburg. We beat Augsburg. Okay, I was not expecting that to happen, but we then get knocked out in the round of 16 against Real San Sebastian, a team that we lost to 2-0 earlier on in the season anyway, but we did pick up some coefficient points with a draw. In the league, we were here, weren't we? So we beat Botasani, we beat Farol Constanța, we also beat Craiova, we drew with Dynamo Bucharest, and we beat Botasani once again. So I'm kind of happy with that. I feel like we're in with a good chance of winning the league. We're actually in with a good chance of winning the Romanian Cup as well, as we're in the semi-final of the Romanian Cup. FCSB, Arad and Universitatea Cluj are the teams remaining. We are now going to jump forward then to the end of the season to see how well we can do. We're still in 2 competitions. Can we do the double? Yes, we can. We have won the Romanian First League for a second time. We have won the Romanian Cup as well. It was very close. 1 point separated Faro Costanza and Arges. And then there was a fair gap actually down to 3rd place. And we have won the Romanian Cup. So what actually happened? We did not lose a game. We did lose a game. I'm an idiot. I didn't see that one. So we drew with Faro Costanza, beating FCSB, losing with Cluj, and then just picking up points all over the place, beating FCSB 5-0 in the semi-final, beating Arad 5-0 in the final. We just absolutely battered teams in the knockout on the last few stages of the Romanian Cup. And then obviously winning the league. I'm happy. I'm genuinely very relieved that we've done okay. We've won the league, we've won the cup. Are we a club legend? We've got to be a club legend. It's on this one here, isn't it? So we are an icon. We are an icon at FC Arges. That is good to see. We've got Tyler Morton there. Usman Kamara how's he doing over there, by the way? He's doing all right. 17 goals and 68 appearances. No one else seems to have kind of made their way through into kind of legendary status. I'm hoping I become a legend at this club. I should be able to become a legend at this club. Also, very briefly, if you were wondering what happened with youth intakes this season, we've brought in 3 players. These are the ones. We have Antonio Koibanu, who doesn't look particularly amazing. He's been brought in, basically. Those mental numbers I'm hoping are good. We've got Matteo Doana, who's a goalkeeper. Brought him in because he's a Romanian goalkeeper. And then we've also got Mircea Zamfir, who I'm hoping might get good. He's quick. It's pretty much all he is, but he's also only 15. This is pretty much the summary of all of our youth intakes, by the way. We pick up maybe 4 or 5 players every season, and none of them are very good. The only good player we've had come through our youth intakes ever, really, is Cosmin Pop, and he's not very good either, is he? Look at him. So looking at the players then, who has done the business this season? 4 players breaking double figures when it comes to goals. So Mambimbi, I'm not quite sure how to say his name, now 29 years of age. I think this has worked. Only 5 league goals, 4 in the Romanian Cup, 2 in the Europa League. Decent first season. Karamoko Sankara getting 10 in the league, 16 in all competitions on that left-hand side. I assume he was playing on the left-hand side. Karamoko Kamgate playing up front, scoring 11 in the league, 17 in all competitions. That 11 in the league is still not... It's not filling me with too much joy, is it? He's also wanted by Al Hazem. I would assume possibly Saudi Arabia, maybe Qatar. Saudi Arabia, there you go. And Mamadou Sonogo, the big one, basically winning us the league with his 16 league goals. Did not seem to score a goal in any other competition other than the league. Did get one in the Europa League as well. But Sonogo is the man to do the job to get us the goals. Serjan scoring 9 as well. Andren getting 8. We also got 8 from Jacques and Dai, which I'm hoping these are all really important late goals. He damaged his cruciate ligaments. So he's missed a lot. He's not missed a lot of the season. Has he just done this? Damaged cruciate ligaments 2 to 5 weeks. Have they been playing with an injury? Did they play him with an injury a couple of times? I mean, that's a bit ridiculous, mate. Wojtek Lucas gets 5 goals as well. He's actually getting worse, but he scored 5 goals, which is fine. Todos getting 5. We get 5 goals from Manuel and 11 assists. Manuel as a right back seems to it's done well. He's certainly done well. Lots and lots of goals all over the place. Avery Appiah, how has he done in terms of improving? Not massively well, but he has got a 7.01 in the Romanian League, 6.55 in the Europa League. Let's not talk too much about that one because apparently he wasn't very good, but he's got some very big Tyler Morton shaped shoes to fill, and I'm thinking a 7.01 is fine. I'm okay with that. And Vitek conceded 52 goals in 55 appearances, most of them, I say most, 20 in the Europa League, 24 clean sheets. That is nearly 50% of his matches he's kept a clean sheet. This was a ridiculously good signing. For £2.9 million, that, I'd say, has definitely contributed to winning the league. He is wanted by Saudi Arabia. I don't think we can let him go just yet. So, coefficients-wise, we have an improvement. So, 7.375 is going away, 9.1 is coming in. If we sort by coefficients for next year, we move from 16th down. We've moved down to 19th. What has happened? So Greece have done really well by the looks of it. Is that Greece? Sweden, sorry, have done really well. So have Croatia. So have Poland have done quite well. So those are the ones that are kind of leaping ahead of us. Not ideal. That is not ideal at all. But we need to keep in mind the next 2 seasons, we are losing a 3.875, which is an awfully low number. If we can get that anywhere near 10, that's just a massive improvement. It should fly us straight back up to maybe 14th, 15th in the table, which is good. And I'll remind you, if we are in 15th place, 2 teams get UEFA Champions League qualifying positions, which is what we want to be doing. 10th is the dream, because if you win the league, you're straight in the Champions League group stages. We're a long way away from 10th. That's going to do it for this episode and this season. If you did enjoy, do please remember to leave a like, subscribe. If you are new, next season, which I believe is season 8, we are going to be hopefully qualifying for the Champions League proper. That's what we really need to do, because I think once we get into the actual group stages, money will roll in. That's the next big thing. We need money, we need reputation. That's kind of what's holding us back. So hopefully next season we can do that. Hopefully next season we can retain our title as well. But that's going to do it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. It is Season 8 with our FC Arges side in our Building a Nation save in Romania. We are coming off the back of winning the double, which means we won the league and we won the Romanian Cup. For the first time ever, by the way. I didn't realise it was the first time we'd ever won the Romanian Cup, but there we are. We have won the double, which means this season our objectives probably need to be to do it again, don't they? And already before doing any real transfers, the media already expect us to also win the league. We're obviously in the Champions League as well, and you can see 2 transfers that we have already completed. One of them is Kobe Mainu, who is not as good on this as I think he is in the winter update. Obviously, I started this before the winter update actually kicked in. Mainu has joined FC Arges on a free transfer, 2-year deal, probably could have got a longer one realistically, but he is going to be very, very useful for us playing in that defensive midfield role. One that I'm more excited about, partially because I think he's a better footballer in my current Football Manager save, is Ellis Sims. 29 years of age striker, currently at Coventry in real life. He's going to be scoring goals for us. He is going to be absolutely scoring bag loads of goals for us. I'm putting a lot of eggs in this Ellis Sims shaped basket. That is all the transfer business we have done at the moment. If we look at finances, we are over our wage budget, but we do have £7.4 million to spend. Let's jump forward and see what we've managed to do, and see also how the season's kicked off. We are second place after 9 games, 18 points on the board. FCSB leading the way at the moment with 20 points, and Ellis Sims is the current league top goal scorer with 8 goals in 9 appearances. That's actually quite good, isn't it? That is actually very good. He's got 8 goals in 9 starts and an assist as well. Good job. When it comes to transfers, we have done a lot of business, and most of this is leaving the club. Mamadou Sanogo has left for £7.25 million, potentially rising to £8.75 million, moving over to Saudi Arabia. For £4 million, we have decided to sell Karamoko Kamgate over to Saudi Arabia as well. There are sell-on clauses in these as well, so if Kamgate leaves, I think it's like maybe 30% profit, something along those lines. So if he goes for £40 million, that's ridiculous money. Karamoko Sankara has also left for Saudi Arabia, this time for just £2.6 million. Faustino Andrin has moved over to Werder Bremen for £400,000. Matt Smets has moved to Al Batin, I'm going to say Saudi Arabia, for £850,000. For £145,000, Grigor Turda has moved over to Saudi Arabia as well. 160 league appearances he played for us. He's been very useful in the first 7 seasons, and then we've just shipped him off like we don't care anymore. The superstar Jacques Ndai has moved over to Dynamo in Croatia for £900,000. And basically, we weren't going to play him anymore. We weren't going to play him. We didn't really play him last season. We've shipped him on. Nearly £1 million is good money, I think. And finally, Falou Diouf has moved over to Saudi Arabia for £3.1 million. We have brought in a huge amount of money to the club. We have brought in some replacements as well. Some of them are children. Fabien Akale is one of them on a free transfer side from Brasseries, maybe in, I want to say from Cameroon. I think that's where I got them from. Yes, from Cameroon. They're a very good club to actually take a look at if you want decent young Cameroonian footballers. I think he looks good. I'm not sure whether he's going to be playing in the first team or in the sort of the B team or under 21 or whatever they are, but I think he's got some potential. Somebody who is very good now is Lucas Strassen. We will be playing Sims and Strassen up front, signed on a free transfer, and I think he looks really good. In fact, I'd argue he looks maybe better than Elias Sims. It's also Ellis Sims. I don't know why I called him Elias Sims. Ellis Sims, I mean, mentally, Strassen's better, right? Mentally, Strassen is by far and away the better player. Physically and technically, they're quite similar. I'm happy with that signing. But we are not done there with strikers. We have dipped our toe into the Romanian market, signing Ferenc Feher for £2.8 million, I think? £2.6 million from Sepsi. Now, I brought him in because he's 22, and I think there's potential, and he's already quite good. So, maybe we need to rethink our formation. I'm not quite sure. We've got 3 very good strikers now. And finally, for £2.8 million, we have signed Alex Cardos, who is also a Romanian right-back, maybe centre-back, signed from Feral Constanța. 4 caps for the Romania national side. I think he looks good, doesn't he? He's 6 foot. He's probably more of a centre-back. He can't do any real kind of attack kind of actions as a right back, so maybe he's more of a centre back, but he's been one of our more expensive signings, and that's it. That is pretty much all of the transfers we have actually managed to do. We've also got rid of a whole bunch of players on other deals, some loans going on, like Philippe Torre's gone out on loan, a whole bunch of free transfers as well. What does that mean for our formation and tactics? I'm basically going to let the assistant do most of the work when it comes to the strikers, because I'm not convinced I know who should be playing up front. I think I'd be playing Sims and Strassen, but I have spent a lot of money on the other guy, and I've already forgotten his name, so maybe he should be playing. Instead, this is what we are fixing in. Cheslin Mothra will be our number 1 goalkeeper for the season because he's 19 years of age and he needs football, and he really needs football. We've also got Manuel as our right back because he did so good last season. We're going to keep him as our right back. I think we probably don't need to lock him in anymore. Serrano, I know it was mentioned he might be more of a defensive midfielder. We are going to keep him as a centre-back purely because he's just good. He's just not very good in the air. So we're going to play him as a centre-back and hopefully he can kind of develop that. We're also keeping Avery Appiah playing there because if we don't, they put somebody completely different in that position. Just for interest, this is the best 11. So we've got Sims and Strassen up front. It could be a risk not playing Radek Vitek because obviously last season he was outstanding for us, keeping 14 clean sheets. I might not commit to the Mothra kind of goalkeeper situation. We might go back to Vitek. We have also made it into the actual Champions League. We're in the actual Champions League. I think we had to play, I want to say, I don't even know, who was it? I literally saw it was Karabag from Azerbaijan to get through, which we just about scraped through. 4-3 defeat in the second leg, but we won the first leg 2-0, which is all well and good. We have Young Boys Club Brugge, Man United, Porto, Shakhtar, Sevilla, Inter and Monaco in our Champions League. I think we are finishing probably where we currently sit, about 31st. I don't think we're getting through this, anybody. The board also wanted us to really win the Romanian Super Cup, and we failed. We lost the match, but it does not really matter. We are now going to jump forward to the winter break, so somewhere mid-December time, to see where we are and see how well we're getting on. It's not looking good. It is not looking good at all. So, in the league, we have dropped down to 7th place. We do have 2 games in hand over some of the teams around us, but only 1 game in hand over Feral Constanța and Craiova, which is not ideal. We've lost 5 and we've drawn 5. Lost to FCSB, Arad, Feral Constanța, Rapid, and Iasi. 5 draws as well. They're not good draws either. They're draws teams below us for the most part. And the Champions League, we are with 31st. We are exactly where I thought we would be. We have drawn 3, though, which is good. Sevilla, Porto and Young Boys. And we have lost 3 against Shakhtar, Man United and Club Brugge. We've still got Monaco and someone else to play. I'm not quite sure who the other team was. Can't remember. And I suspect we'll probably lose both of them. So what has gone on? Have we just played badly? Is the Champions League a distraction? I feel like it probably is a distraction. We lose against Rapid and Feral Constanța. And then we win a couple of league games, and then we win another one, then we draw, and then we lose 2 more. We're just inconsistent. We're just inconsistent at the moment. This is not ideal. And I did stick with Mothra, which I'm not convinced is a good idea, but we have stuck with Mothra, and I feel like I might stick with him to the end of the season, because I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. As long as we finish in the top 6, I think the board should be fine. We're still expected to be champions, which I'm not quite sure is going to happen anymore, guys. We are getting a lot of goals, though. Ikenna Aziz has 10 goals in all competitions, and I'm not really sure why he's playing. He's not very good. Strassen has 11 in all competitions, and Ellis Sims by far and away is our top goal scorer with 21, 13 in 16 league appearances. So we are scoring the goals. I think just defensively, we are looking a little bit fragile. And looking at Serrano, his average rating in the league is at 6.97, so it's not terrible. So maybe it's not the centre-back. It might be Mothwa. He's on a 6.76. Is Mothwa the problem? I don't want to admit that he is. Anyway, you know the deal. We're now going to jump forward to the end of the January transfer window to see how well we've got on and to see whether we have kind of hopefully turned this around, because we need to really turn this around. So, it is now the 10th of March and we have turned things around. We are up into 4th place in the table, 51 points. FCSB are so far and away ahead of everybody, it is ridiculous. We are also in the Romanian Cup semi-final against FCSB. What have they done? Have they just gone nuts and spent loads of money or something? They've not spent a lot of money. £1.9 million. They've just suddenly turned into a really good side, apparently. Speaking of spending money, in fact, more speaking of receiving money, we've kind of done some business, and some of it might have been a terrible idea. Luis Serrano is the first one leaving for Al Weda, and he's gone for £3.1 million. There are sell-on clauses in there, because basically we could not really turn this down. I think he might have also had a minimum fee release clause in his contract, which we were not going to be able to basically keep him at the club. Serrano's moved on. Not ideal. Someone else who's moved on is Radek Vitek, which is a silly thing to do. I'm fully aware it's a silly thing to do. We shot ourselves in the foot with the Mothwa business. Playing Mothwa annoyed Vitek so much that he wanted to leave and refused to do anything else other than leave. So we've had to sell him. He's gone to Slavia Prague for £2.1 million, potentially rising to £2.6 million. We've made a loss on Radek Vitek. It was probably a silly thing to do. Mothwa might have cost us the title. We've also sold Lucas Kashar to FC Rapid because basically he wasn't playing for us. I was hoping this guy would be some like half decent. He's gone for 84, potentially rising, I think, to a lot more than that, to like 300,000. But we have obviously brought in players to replace the ones that have left. Julio Martinez is first up. He is a 20-year-old Paraguayan defensive midfielder, maybe centre-back. He's not a centre-back. He's 5'9". He's joined on a free transfer. Because we sold Vitek, we've signed Alenye, might be his name, on a free transfer, 30-year-old Romanian goalkeeper. He's basically been playing for a second division side, I believe, but we just needed a backup. For £88,000, we have signed Dan Mutyaba from URA in his native Uganda and loaned him out to Sepsi. I think he looked quite good. Sepsi are already playing him in the first division, so there's definitely something there. For £400,000, we have signed Jakub Loksa, who is a Czech left-back, although I'm very tempted to retrain him to be a centre-back because he's 6'4", and he's got 17 jumping reach. He's got 10 heading, which isn't amazing, but he could do a very good job as a centre-back. For £900,000, we have signed Daniel Tapia, a Chilean striker, and I saw him and just saw the 3 technical numbers: dribbling, finishing, first touch, and I went, yes, bring him in. Then my eyes panned across to mental. Flair of 18, off the ball, teamwork and work rate as well, all really high physically. Also pretty good as well with that 17 acceleration. We might have a superstar here. And finally, for £2.5 million, which is probably too much money, but we had to pay a little bit of a Romanian tax because we signed him from Dynamo Bucharest, it is Kyobi Pwancici. Could be his name. Pwancici? Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, does it? He's 22. He's got 3 caps and 2 goals for Romania from centre-back. He's probably going to be the Serrano replacement, isn't he? So, looking at our results, we are still not particularly consistent. Still some very poor performances, some decent ones as well, kind of nestled in with the whole Champions League, Inter and AC Milan, AS Monaco thing going on, where we got absolutely smashed by Monaco 5-1, but we beat Voluntari, we beat Iasi, and then February happened, which was not good. We picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points in February over 7 games. We picked up 7 points. We could have got 21 points if we won all them. So it does mean we are going to be in the top stage, but I think realistically, FCSB have won the league because we're going to drop down to 25, maybe 26 points. I'm not quite sure how that works when you're on an odd number, but we are going to be so far away from FCSB. I think maybe we can hope to finish second. That's all we can do. So with that in mind, let's jump forward to the end of the season and see how well we've done. Have we managed to finish second? Have we managed to win the Romanian Cup? That's this. Yep, this is a problem. This is most definitely a problem. We've been sacked. Have we been sacked, or has my contract just expired and I'm an idiot and didn't sign a new one? We've been sacked due to the club's poor league position. 4th. I assume I got sacked at the end of the season. I assume that's when it happened. They finished 4th place, which isn't awful, is it? It's not really that bad at all, but for some reason, that is disastrous, and he must fire the manager who won them the league twice, the Romanian Cup, and the Europa Conference League in 7 seasons, and then they sack me. I feel like that's very harsh. So what happened? I imagine. I mean, we just did not play very well, did we? We beat Cluj, we drew with Dynamo Bucharest, we then beat Craiova, and then it all kind of fell apart, didn't it? In fact, we played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games without scoring a goal. I don't think you can blame me for us not scoring a goal, but there we are. That seems to be what has happened. We're without a job. We are without a job at the end of Season 8. Now, normally, I'd end this here. However, I think we might need to go on a little bit of a job hunt. And right now, FC Voluntari are the only team who have a job available, and they've just been relegated. So I don't really want that. FC Rapid apparently is at risk. Apparently, Ion Pop, his position is at risk. So it's Voluntari or Rapid are the two teams right now. We are going to jump forward to when I get a new job, and we're going to take a very quick look at the team and maybe see what we can try and do with that team as we go into Season 9, because we are still building the nation of Romania. Just because we have been screwed over by Arges does not mean we are ending this building a nation save. We are carrying on. We are finding ourselves a new home. And that home is FC Rapid in Bucharest. Founded in 2017. They're a bit of a Phoenix club, I think. I'd say bit of. I think they are a Phoenix club. We have taken over. We are still in the Romanian First League, which is very, very good. They did not get relegated. So now our next job, if we take a look at the season preview, we're expected to finish 8th place. So if we just finish somewhere in the middle, that will be very good. I'll be happy with finishing. If we can get into the top 6, that will be ideal. From a finance perspective, we've got £1.3 million to spend and a fairly chunky wage budget, actually. £100,000 wage budget, which we've got, what is that, 14,000 maybe to spend on our wages. From a squad perspective, it's very small. It's a very small team. Let's sort by that. So we've got one goalkeeper. Not ideal. He's 33. We've got a couple of centre-backs. We've got a right-back. We've got this team needs a lot of work. It is, however, quite stacked with good players. The best player, apparently, is Marco Lemma, or is it Iemma? Not quite sure. An Italian striker. Do quite like the look of him. I'm hoping next season he can score us a lot of goals. Albion Rahmani as well. He also looks very good. It looks like we need to play a 2-striker formation, I think, with Rapid, because we've got 2 very good strikers. We've also got Mohamed Sonogo, who I'm not quite sure. Is he a right back? Is he a right winger? I'd be tempted to play him as a right winger to give us a better player to play on that right-hand side going forward. He's ridiculously fast. Also, he's been signed from AFAD Plateau, which used to be called AFAD Jekanu, if I'm not mistaken. Always check this team out. If you got Ivory Coast youth players coming through, these will have some very good players. And Mbemba Bangura will be that right winger then. So yeah, the last guy would be a right back. Bangura will be the right winger. Looks quite good. In central defence, they've got Modou Dieng. Also looks very good. I'm not sure how this team nearly got relegated. Honestly, I'm not sure, because some of these players are better than what we had at Arges. So there is a lot of players there. A lot of players that I think are pretty decent, but we do have a small squad. If we take a look at our second team, it's fairly sizable. George Castro, a Honduran central midfielder. You need to get straight into the first team, buddy. Looks like we've actually got some half-decent potential players as well. Golda, Avram, Gimbasan maybe could be pretty good. Lucas Kashar, who we sold to Rapid earlier on in the season. Okay, Lucas Kashar's here. I think we're going to put you in the first team and maybe force play you, because apparently I've decided you're my best friend. In the under-19s as well, we've got a couple of players who might get good in the future, but right now they don't look anything special. I feel like this is going to be tough. Our entire squad size, including the under-18s and so on, is, how many players have we got? 62. That's a lot of players, actually, isn't it? Let's take off those 2. We've got one goalkeeper for a start, haven't we? We've got one goalkeeper, which really does not help anybody. We've got 21 players. My bare minimum that I want in my squad, in my first team, is 22. I want 2 players for every position. 2 goalkeepers, 2 right backs, 2 left backs, 4 centre backs, 4 defence midfielders, that kind of thing. So we are going to have to do some transfer business in the summer with this Rapid side. But we need to look at this as not a step backwards. This is merely a bump in the road for our building a nation save of Romania. And speaking of building a nation, we are climbing slightly. We're up to 18th. Is that climbing? I don't know whether that's climbing. Next season, in theory, we are potentially moving all the way up to whatever that is, 15th place. I think we're still not in a position where we're getting 2 teams. We're not at the moment. But maybe if teams that we're not in control of do well in Europe next season, we might be at this position where we get 2 teams possibly going into the Champions League. So it's out of our hands for a season. A season, let's say it's out of our hands. But hopefully we can continue to help build the nation of Romania. That's going to do it then for this episode and Season 8. Season 9, it's a new beginning. Thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy, do please remember to leave a like. Subscribe if you are new, and I'll see you in Season 9. So welcome to our brand new home of Rapid FC in Romania. Obviously, we're sticking with Romania. If you didn't watch the last episode, we definitely decided to leave Arges on mutual terms, and we weren't sacked. If you did watch the last episode, don't tell them. So with this being a brand new home, we need to kind of work out what is expected of us. Rapid finished 11th place last season. The season before that, they finished 11th as well. The season before that, they finished 3rd. They had a massive, massive drop-off. In fact, the season before that, they were in the league below. So they flew up the tables. They got relegated, got promoted, finished 3rd, finished 11th, sacked their manager. We then took over. And right now, we are on the 8th of July. We're expected to finish 8th place, which isn't awful. We've done no transfer business just yet. We will obviously do some transfer business as we go in towards the end of the transfer window. We've got £1.3 million to spend. It's not a lot of money. And when you look at the size of the squad, it's not a big squad either. We are going to have to do a lot of investing. And by investing, I mean finding players on free transfers. Let's jump forward to the end of the summer transfer window. Let's see what we've done with this Rapid side, and let's see if we can finish in the top 8. That's what we need to do. So the first thing we did is we sold some players. We might have made a big mistake here. We have sold Albion Rahmani. He has left, signing for Portland Timbers over in the United States. 2.4, potentially rising to £2.7 million. He's been a good player, but also we've basically just decided to cash in. He is also 31. You know, he's too old in Football Manager terms. We have also sold a hot prospect striker, Marco Iemma, who is an Italian striker. We've sold him to Juve and loaned him back for the rest of the season. He's gone for 2.7 million, potentially rising to 3.3. This, I think, was a sensible bit of business. We have also brought in some other players, but not as many as you perhaps might think. We have signed Zidane Bordas, who is an 18-year-old Algerian winger and/or striker on a free transfer from USM Setif in his native Algeria. He's coming on a free transfer. He's one for the future, but I might play him a lot now. For £34,000, we have signed Abubakar Diawara from FC Arges. This one might have been a silly thing to do because he's 24. He's arguably, my brain's telling me he's still young. I mean, he's 24. He is still young, but my brain's telling me he's 21 and he's got loads of potential. We might have missed the boat with Diawara, and I'm too stupid to realise what I've done. But our best signing, in my opinion, is Saidu Udraogo, which might be his name, an 18-year-old Burkinabe striker signed for £100,000 from AS Douanes in his native Burkina Faso. 18-year-old striker, 15 finishing. He's got some decent mental numbers, very good physical numbers as well. 6'5", he's an absolute giant. 1 cap as well for Burkina Faso. He's definitely going to be a very good player. Already 5 games into the season, he's scored twice. And that's all of our transfer business. But when you look at the squad, you'll see this a lot bigger. And that is because we had a load of players out on loan, a load of players in our under-21s or B team or whatever we want to call them, that we've just decided to promote. So actually, our squad isn't anywhere near as small as I initially thought it would be. So this is what we have. When it comes to formation, it is going to be the 4-2-4 gegenpress that I love oh so very much. And we're just looking in 2 players. Udriago is one of them, and Lucas Kashar is another player. Obviously, we did not sign him, but he did come from our FC Arges side. And I'm there going, there's got to be potential in him. Surely, there's got to be something. From a fixtures perspective, we have actually played a lot of football already. We are currently 6th in the table, which is good. I will take 6th. We've done all right. We have drawn with FC Arges 2-2, which is a good result. We've beaten Petrolo Pliozzi 4-1. We've also got a 2-0 win there, a 4-2 win there, a 6-0 win there as well. So all things are looking bright and good for our Rapid side. And hopefully we can make this kind of stick. Let's say, if we can finish in the top 6, that would be very good. If we can finish in the championship kind of the championship kind of playoff range, I would be happy with that. If we go into a relegation scrap, I don't think we're going to be getting relegated. So jumping back to our squad very quickly, I just want to point out a few players who obviously we did not have anything to do with signing or anything like that, but a few players who I think are going to be very, very useful for us. We have Fekir El Beji, who is a Tunisian defensive midfielder, 9 caps to his name, came from ES Tunis. He looks really, really good. I kind of want to build a team around him. We've also got Bogdan Govlai, maybe could be his name, who is 20 years of age. He was one of those players that was just in the reserves. And I went, he's far too good to be in the reserves. Actually, let's promote him to the first team. He's probably going to be playing up front a lot of this season. And it does mean Ayema might be a left winger, which is fine. He can do that. Mohamed Sonogo is another player who I think is very, very useful. I'm not quite sure if he's a right back, right winger. Not quite sure. I'd say more of a right winger, and I don't know why. I'm putting literally no faith in that. 11 crossing is better than 7 tackling. That's why I'm saying right winger. And I think as well, we do have ourselves a pretty good goalkeeper for this level of football. We've got Moldovan, 33 years of age now, 3 caps for Romania, nearly 400 appearances for Rapid since 2020. So he has been here for 12 seasons or 11 seasons in game. Moldovan might be on his last season with us. He's already conceded 13 in 9 starts. They've also got this guy who is a Honduran central midfielder called George Castro. I love it. I just love the fact that they've signed a Honduran. That's amazing. Right, let's jump forward to just before Christmas where we have our winter break in Romania and see how we are getting on. It's not gone particularly well. It's not awful. Certainly not the end of the world, but we have slipped down the table into 10th place, which is close to where they finished the last couple of seasons. And I imagine we've just had some really poor times. Yes, we have. So basically, we've won 1 league game. We've won, oh my word, we've won 1 league game in 3 months. We've only beaten Dynamo Bucharest, which, by the way, I assume is a derby match, which, fair enough, we won that one, that's all well and good. But drawing with Sepsi, losing to FCSB, losing to Pietro Pliozzi, losing to Faro Costanza, a 4-4 draw with Arges, fair enough, a 2-2 draw with Cluj, losing to Polytechnica, losing to Cluj as well. Something's not working, and I'm not quite sure what it is. I think I know as well. I think you're the problem. You're playing as a defensive midfielder, which is arguably a position you can play. You're just not very good. Your numbers are flying up, though. So maybe it's not Kashar's fault. Sorting by average rating, we've got Alexandru Pantea, who's actually our lowest average rating for someone who's playing regularly, a 6.61. I think you're the problem, mate. For some reason, you must be the problem. We've also got Maru Dieng, who is one of our central defenders. He is on a 6.74 in the league, which is not very good, and he's obviously played 21 times. We might need to look at doing some investment in January if we want to maybe kind of get into the top, let's say top 8. I feel like top 6 might be pushing it. We do obviously have a bit more money to spend as well, so when January rolls around, we might look to dip our toe slightly deeper into the financial transfer market, but we'll see how things go. Right, it's the 14th of February, and we are no longer the manager of Rapid. We have been replaced. What's happened? What happened? When have we just been sacked? We've just been sacked. 220 days in charge. I assume we just got absolutely battered. We've dropped down to 12th. We've just not won anything. We've literally done just awful. Just done really bad. We did do January, which we will take a very brief look at in a second. But the fact that we have been sacked is... it's not good. I was genuinely hoping that Rapid will be our home for the next maybe 10 seasons. We can fly up the table with Rapid, fly up the coefficients with Romania as well. But no, it's not going to happen apparently. We've been sacked. But before we got sacked, we did do some transfer business. We sold Moldovan. 410 appearances he ended up making in total. At 34 years of age, sold to LA Galaxy for potentially £2.4 million. I don't think that's a bad bit of business for a 34-year-old goalkeeper. We also sold Jost Pisek to Olympia in Slovenia. I believe Slovenia. The actual Slovenian international has gone there for about £200,000. And when it comes to players coming into the club, we have signed Nicholas Mashaba, who is a South African goalkeeper from Cape Town City for £4,100. Not a lot of money at all spent on Mashaba. Obviously, he's not our number one goalkeeper, but he is one for the future. And the other player we've signed is we've gone back to Rapid to sign Ferenc Feher to try and get some more goals, basically. We did stop scoring. That was kind of one of the main things that I noticed. We stopped scoring goals, so in January, I went, you know what, let's get a striker who should be good enough to score some goals. So we went back to Arges. Looking at the players then, when we sold Moldovan, this is the man who came in to be the number 1 goalkeeper, which is Ungaranyu, might have been his name, 24 years of age. Doesn't look awful, however, in 5 games he did concede 11, which is a lot, an average rating of a 6.56. Not very good start for our goalkeeper. The new manager, by the way, has not played any matches, so all of these stats that are here are all mine. I can see, so top goal scorer is Udrago with 14, but only 7 in the league. So he's fine in the cup, 7 goals and 6 in the cup, but only 7 goals in the league, which is not good. Govlai has 11 in the league, so he's our top goal scorer when it comes to league football, but also 3 in the cup and 1 in non-competitive, which isn't a thing, apparently. Iema gets 7, but he has a concussion. Okay, so Iema's got 8 goals in the league, so he's second top goal scorer. Lucas Kashar has got 3 in the league, 2 in the cup. He's not very good. He's not getting better. This is a concern. When it comes to assist, we've got Bangura, who has 15 assists in the league. He's the only person getting us assists. He's the only one, really. I mean, there's players with sort of 4s, 5s and things like that, but he's the main real culprit when it comes to actually getting assists. Did we deserve to get sacked? I mean, the answer's yes, isn't it? The answer's definitely yes. When you think we won 1 match since September. So no wins in September. Ignoring the cup, no wins in September, November, 1 in December, none in January, and none in February at the moment. It means we have been sacked. We have been sacked again for the 2nd season in a row. We now need to find ourselves a new job. Obviously, there's nothing available at the moment. Can we see job security? There's a lot of international jobs, which are kind of... We're definitely not going to be like the Tajikistan under-20s manager. Right, insecure jobs in... Let's... Hold on. No, I just want club. Don't want that. Don't want that. Right, this is what we're after. We just want club teams. So, Dynamo Bucharest in the first league. Voluntari in the second league. Voluntari are good, aren't they? Arges are stable. Okay, so it's literally just Dynamo Bucharest and Voluntari. And I feel like if I went there, that might ruffle a few feathers and people might not enjoy that too much. Right, we are now going to jump forward to the point where we have ourselves a brand new job. I'm probably not going to take this job until the new season begins. So season 9 is a nice quick one. I say nice. Nice is not the word. It's a quick one where we've been sacked for a 2nd season in a row. Well, here we are then. FC Voluntari in the 2nd division. We have dropped down a league to take over a club. But this is a club who I genuinely think should not be in the 2nd division. They're actually in the relegation group as well. There is a risk that they could drop down to the 3rd tier, and that is why I have taken over from them right now in order to try and turn things around. I've yet to play a single match. If you look on the schedule, we've got 3 games left to play. We should be good enough to stay up. I don't think we're going to be getting ourselves relegated, but they have done pretty badly. They have done pretty badly when it comes to performing in this league. And they're looking likely, I say looking likely, they're looking likely to basically struggle maybe next season unless we can turn things around. The big difference, however, with Voluntari, this is our first team and there are a lot of players here and there are some players who look very, very good. Christian Tamas, 18 years of age, 4-star current ability central defender, obviously Romanian as well. He looks really, really good. We've also got Vlad Alexandru Edita Saikan, who's also a central defender, 23 years of age, also looks really, really good. Their number 1 goalkeeper weirdly has 3.5-star current ability, but I'm not convinced on Kotai Kudus, but he's a Ghanaian, which does tick a box for me. I do love a Ghanaian. And leading their lines is Attila Grecu, who has only scored 4 goals this season. However, he needs to be in the right system. Greku's going to get 20 goals a season. So, my hope is we take over. We get Grecu maybe 2 or 3 goals between now and the end of the season. Next year, he's the top scorer in the league. Next season as well with Voluntari, we kind of need to get promoted. I don't want to spend 2-3 seasons in the 2nd division when we are trying to build a nation. It's kind of counterproductive. And speaking of building a nation, we will take a look at the end of the season to see how well Romania have done when it comes to coefficients. Because in a way, clutching at straws here, us getting sacked from Arges might have been a good thing because it now means that Arges are hopefully an established European side and we can now make Voluntari an established European side, which is basically elevating the entire nation. That's my hopes. It might not actually be true, but that's my hopes. So 3 games later and we have topped relegation Group B in the second tier with FC Voluntari. What happened? I think we basically won everything. In fact, we battered everybody, didn't we? We won 4-1 against Kids Tampa Brasov. I nearly said Tampa Bay. It's not. They're not in Florida. Sepsi 2. We beat them 4-3, and we beat Gloria Bistrita, might be their name, 4-1 as well. So we have obviously turned things around quite nicely. This man has scored 11 goals, most of them in the last 3 matches. In fact, 6 of them in the last 3 matches, 8 of them in the last 5. And just in case you're wondering, this is the formation that we did play, the 4-2-4 Gegenpress. Ignore the players that are in the positions. This is basically me saying sort by the best players in all positions so I can kind of work out what we need to try and do when it comes to replacing players. Going into Season 10 and we'll call it Season 1 with Voluntari. In order to do that as well, we've got £850,000 to spend. Not a huge amount of money, but we've got a big squad. We've got a good squad as well, so I'm not too concerned about that. So then, Romania, when it comes to coefficients, down in 18th place at the moment. However, a whopping 12.375 from this season. So I assume that was the season where we won the Europa Conference League? Maybe? I'm not quite sure. But then the 12.375, what happened? Who did good stuff? So a very quick look, Champions League, there is no Romanian side that made it to the group stage, which is kind of understandable. When it comes to the Europa League, first of all, Watford in the final, fair enough. League phase, did we get any Romanian sides in here? We have. FCSB has managed to finish in 15th place, which is pretty good. And that looks like it, okay? And the Europa Conference League seems to be propped up quite nicely. We have Craiova finishing 5th. We have Dynamo Bucharest finishing 10th as well. So, doesn't look like Arges made it to any form of competitions kind of going into Europe. What happened here? So, Dynamo Bucharest got knocked out by Ferencváros, which is not ideal, but they did draw, which counts as coefficient points. In the round of 16, what happened? Craiova get knocked out by Angers. Where did we pick up all these points then? The Europa League, we obviously had FCSB managed to get through, but they lost against Mallorca in the playoffs, so they literally didn't get any further than that. We've just picked up loads of points. I guess because we had lots of teams in Europe, and they were winning games, and they were drawing games, so they were getting coefficient points that way. Maybe that's all that's happened. I was just expecting us to have won something, apparently. Even though we've got nothing to do with them anymore, and we haven't had anything to do with them for a season, FC Arges have managed to finish 5th. I just want to see kind of anything interesting that's kind of happened. Top goal scorer is Daniel Tapia. Not surprised. He's very good at football. Ellis Sims is still there, still banging goals as well. 26 in 60 league games for Ellis Sims. I'm happy with that signing, okay? That was a good signing. Also, I'm very happy with how much improved Avria Appiah has got. At 26 years of age, he was not good enough to play, but I force-played him enough to the point of where he actually developed into a pretty decent player. I'm happy with that. Anyway, that's going to do it for this season. Next season, our journey with Voluntari begins properly, and I hope we don't get sacked again. We need to really get promoted next season. Season 10 is a promotion season for us. Thanks for watching. I will catch you in the next one. Season 10 of our Building a Nation save begins, and we're on club number 3. I guess technically this is now turning into a journeyman Building a Nation save, FC Voluntari. If you missed the last episode and the last season, you probably weren't aware that we got sacked from FC Rapid. And that is because essentially between about October and the time we got sacked, which was somewhere, I believe, in February, we didn't win anything, really. We beat Dynamo Bucharest, and that was about it. We stopped scoring goals and all sorts of things. So yeah, we were sacked from Rapid, we have taken over Voluntari, and we have dropped down a league as well. We have to have just one objective with Voluntari for this season, and that is promotion. Anything other than promotion to the top division in Romania, we will probably be sacked. Honestly, and I don't want to go through that for a third time in 3 seasons. I can't be sacked again. Voluntari is going to hopefully be our home for another maybe 5-10 seasons potentially. Promotion has to happen. And in order to do that, we are probably not going to do a huge amount of investing. I'm going to have a look, obviously trying to find some of the best players that we can pick up, but we have a very good squad. Ignore the 2.5-star current abilities. We've got some players who are really good. Doru Andre is one of them. He's one of the best players in the league. We've got Grecu, who is one of the best players in the league. So I'm quite happy with what we've got. However, we will obviously be doing some investing if we can. We've got £860,000 to spend. I'm probably going to sell some players as well. So investing is likely to happen as well. Promotion, and maybe buying players for the future. That might be what we're going to go for. We've jumped all the way forward to the 7th of September. The transfer window has closed. The season has kicked off as well, and we've done some transfer business. Abubakar Diawara is my talisman, and I don't know why. We've signed him from Rapid. We obviously bought him for FC Arges. He has come in. He's 25. I don't know why I keep doing this. We've spent 40k on him, okay? It's a stupid thing to do, but we're doing it. We've also gone back to Arges and signed Philippe Torre, 23-year-old Ivorian central defender with bags and bags of potential. This is why I wanted to bring this guy in. £33,000. We signed him for Arges a long, long time ago. He's only 23. He needs game time. This is what is holding him back. I'm going to force play Torre, I think. I'm going to force play him all season, see how well he develops. We've also signed Ronnie Kalyango, who is a Ugandan defensive midfielder from Cape Town City, and loaned him out to Aerostar Bacau, who are in the Romanian 3rd Division. One for the future. He's cost, I think, £57,000, our most expensive signing. We have also brought in 3 players on free transfers. Hedi Ben Salem is a Tunisian left-back, right-back, central midfielder, maybe a centre-back. He's 5'8", he's not a centre-back. He's come in on a free transfer. I think we've got ourselves a very good player here. We've also brought in ourselves a new number 1 goalkeeper. Carlo Barzon is a 24-year-old German, formerly a Borussia Mönchengladbach. He needs game time. This is what I'm thinking. We're going to pick up some of the slightly older players and give them game time, because he's still got apparently 3.5 star potential. 24, still plenty of time to develop for a goalkeeper. He might be our goalkeeper for a fair few seasons to come. And a similar situation as well is Vilhelm Andre Sigurdssteinsson. That's his name. I've probably just ruined that completely. A 24-year-old Icelandic central midfielder, going to retrain him to be a defence midfielder, signed from Inter Milan. There's got to be something there. He went to Inter Milan, played 3 times in Serie A, coming off the bench, played 1 time last season as well. He needs game time. He is going to be locked into our starting 11. That's all the transfer business we have done. We've also let some players leave the club as well. And by some, I mean quite a few. We have sold Idita Saikan, who is one of our better players. He has gone to Rapid. He's gone for £675,000. But I'm okay with that. Philippe Torre is our number 1 centre-back now. We've also sold some more fringe players. Wojciech Wojku, Farkas, Rus, Tilev have all kind of left. A whole bunch of other players as well. Loan deals, anyone here really worth talking about? Not really, I don't think. And so far, the season has kicked off exceptionally well. We are top of the table. We have won everything bar 1 match, which was a 2-2 draw against CSM Alexandria. We have beaten some pretty big teams. Although, is that their second team? It's their reserve team, isn't it? Okay, anyway, we are top of the table. This is something that has happened. We are currently top of the table. 13 points out of a possible 15. That's how numbers work. Quite happy with how things have gone so far. And this is what we are locking in to our starting 11. And it might be a mistake to play Diawara. I am fully aware of this, but my thoughts are we should be good enough to win the league. We can risk playing a player who isn't necessarily good enough. So Barzon is going to be our main goalkeeper for the season. We do still have Kudus. I tried to sell him. Nobody wanted him for some reason. We're going to play Philippe Torre. We're going to play Sigurdssteinsson in defence midfield. And Diawara in that attacking midfield role. He's played there 4 times so far. He's got an average rating of a 6.7 in all competitions. He's probably not built to play football, let's be honest, at this point. He's 25. He's just turned 25. I'm hoping there's development here. I really want him to get good, okay? I don't know why, but I want him to get good. I might change that literally when we get to January, or maybe even before then. But anyway, this is what we're going to lock in for the start of the season. And so far, the start of the season has gone ridiculously well. We are currently top of the second league. 1 defeat in 15 games, 12 wins, 2 draws, 38 points on the board, positive 34 goal difference in 15 matches. That's ridiculous. We've already qualified for the playoffs as well, so that is very good news. Just looking at some of these results as well. I mean, obviously we've got some big wins in the Romanian Cup, which you kind of understand, but we've got 6-1 there, 5-2 there, a 3-0 there. We've just won 8-2 in the quarterfinal against... Surely that is their second team. Okay, I thought that could not have been Crayovia's first team. It is not, but an 8-2 win. I mean, we score goals. We score lots of goals, apart from there, where we didn't score a goal and lost 2-0. And I'd like to point out, Diawara is not necessarily getting better, but he's doing all right. He's got a 6.66 average rate. It's not good. 6.66 is not good in the league. I think we'll stick with it. I'm sticking with it. until the end of the season. I've decided we're sticking with it. If Diawara doesn't get any better than what he currently is, we might look to change this plan next year, especially as we're hopefully going to be in the top division. For the January transfer window, I'm not really sure what we're going to do. I don't think we need to do any business. And from a finance perspective, we've got the money to do that business that we're not going to do. £1 million in the bank, we're going to hold on to it because I feel like that money is going to be much more useful once we get promoted. Like, notice I said once, not if. Once we get promoted, that £1 million transfer budget is going to hopefully mean a lot more because our reputation should be higher. We can get better quality players. With that in mind, let's jump to the end of the transfer window and see how we've got on. So weirdly in the second league, you don't play any matches in January at all, and we've only played once in December, and that was a cup game. In the first league, we kind of finish halfway through December, start again halfway through January. In the second league, we don't do that, so we played no more matches in between. Let's see whether we've done any transfer business. We've sold Anderson Meyer to Slovakian side Zilinia for about £200,000. That's it. We've brought nobody in. We are risking it to hope we can get ourselves promoted at the first time. I say first time, technically second time for Voluntari, but our first time in charge of Voluntari back to the top division. So in terms of players, we are sticking with the same 4 players locked into the formation. It's doing okay. Sigurd Steinsson, as that defensive midfielder, he can do the job now, which is very, very good. He's actually doing quite well with a 7.06 average rating, scoring a goal, 5 assists. I'm happy with this. He's not built like a defensive midfielder. This is the problem. He is definitely a deep-lying playmaker, but he's good. I'm liking... This is a good signing. This is a very good signing, in my opinion. The jury is still out on Diawara, and I'm sure you'll tell me in the comments he's not a good signing. But anyway, he's still getting game time. So just taking a look at Diawara's attributes since the start of the game. I say start of the game, all time. So this is the start of the season. He has gone up on corners slightly. He's gone up on dribbling. He's gone up on first touch. This is good. Mentally, some numbers are improving. Physically, some numbers are improving. He can't cross as well. That's not too much of a problem. He's playing on the right. Not on the right. He's playing in the middle. He's not playing on the wing. So that's fine. I'm okay with that. And looking at Philippe Torre, it's a similar situation when it comes to technical ability, but mentally, Torre's going up. Slight overall improvement in mental ability, slight overall improvement in physical ability. So Philippe Torre, he's on the up and up. He's actually gone up 1 whole point in concentration. His off the ball looks like it's flying up as well. So Torre's getting better. Anyway, let's jump forward then, I guess, to the end of the regular season, which I don't think there's too many games left to play. We obviously know we have qualified, so let's jump forward. We might also be able to see our youth intake. Hopefully we can do that as well. So on the 19th of March, obviously we are now in the Champions playoff. However, we are second. We have dropped down because we've just had an absolute shocking few matches. We've lost 4-3, we've lost 3-0, we've drawn 1-1. We did pick up 3 points there. But we've just kind of fallen off slightly, which concerns me. Okay, not gonna lie, it does concern me. We are obviously in the Romanian Cup semi-final as well, which I don't think we're gonna do this, but if we manage to win the Romanian Cup in the second division, I'm going to be very happy and very surprised. I don't think it's gonna happen. If we can get past Dynamo Bucharest, you'd imagine if FCSB in the final, and they're obviously very good. They're literally top of the table at the moment. FC Arges in second, which is interesting. The fact they're still going, I'm quite happy with that. We have also managed to pick up our youth intake as well. We've got some players with 3.5 to 4 star potential, which I'm not convinced some of them are any good. Mihai, he might be right. He's 5'8" as a goalkeeper. That's a concern. Elek, I like him. I don't know why I like Elek, but I like him. He's 6'2" and a right back. You might be getting retrained, buddy. And this man he's not very good. I assume whoever's decided to give me this coach summary hasn't seen him play football because he's not very good at all. So it's come back as an average intake, which is fine. We seem to be kind of goalkeeper and defender heavy and central midfielder heavy, which is a bit odd. But anyway, I'm not expecting the world from these youth intakes just yet with Voluntari. We have not spent the time and the money at the club in order to basically get the facilities up. They're not bad. Excellent youth recruitment, which is way better than I thought it would be. Good youth facilities, good training facilities. That's very difficult to say sometimes. We need to try and get those up, I think, maybe next season in the top division. I'm still hoping we're going to get there. We're going to have the money to do that. And speaking of the top division, let's jump forward then to the end of the season. And I'm going to jump forward to the end of the cup as well, just in case we get there, so we know whether we've won that or not as well. So we have won the Romanian Second League. We are crowned champions, 10 games played, 7 wins, 1 draw, 2 defeats. We got into this basically Champions playoff and just absolutely dominated teams. Greco finished with 27 goals. That's a lot of goals for a player to score. The question is, how have we done in the Cup? I genuinely have no idea how we've done in the Cup. We're going to find out together. Runner-up in the Romanian Cup. Oh, we lost 2-0 against FCSB. That's frustrating. Do we get Europe for being second? Is that a thing? Where's the final? Where's the final? Closing stage final? Specific rules? Winner qualifies for the Europa League. But surely FCSB have qualified for the Champions League. They're in the Romanian First League. They are, I assume, champions. They are champions. They're in the Champions League. Sure. Oh, does this mean... Oh, I feel like what's happened here is it's dropped down to Faro Costanza rather than us, which is kind of annoying. Anyway, looking at players then, we're going to look at the 4 players that we locked in first. Carlo Barzon is the goalkeeper, obviously. He only kept 7 clean sheets in 27 appearances, letting in 36. That's a lot of goals, but he's getting better. I'm liking the fact that he's getting better. He might still be our number 1 goalkeeper next season in the top division. Next up is Philippe Torre, and he looks like he's improved. Is that just me thinking he's improved? But he certainly looks like he's improved. 21 starts he's made. Must have had a little bit of an injury going on at some point. 1 goal, 2 assists as well for a centre-back. Weird you got more assists than goals, but fair enough. Abubakar Diawara, at 25 years of age, playing 24 games, scoring 2 goals, 2 assists, average rating of 6.72. I'm thinking, just hear me out, he's probably not going to be our attacking midfielder for the top division. And Sigurd Steinsson, 27 league appearances, 2 goals, 6 assists. Arguably should have scored more goals with his XG of nearly approaching 4. I'm happy with Sigurd Steinsson's done well. His first real season of football, because he only played 6 games before actually joining us, he's done well. I'm hoping to keep him in the starting 11 for next year. Speaking of players who are likely to be in the starting 11 for next year, but they might not because he's getting on a bit. He's 30. Doru Andre has managed to score a total of 15 goals, and 16 assists in the league. That's a very, very large contribution to our promotion haul, but it is not even close to being the best one. Daniel Nikshu might be his name. Also is not the best one. 10 goals in the league, 11 in the Romanian Cup, so most of his goals seem to come from cup competitions. He's done very well, 21 and 7 in all competitions. He is our second top scorer, but our top scorer has about 30 goals. It's 32, to be precise. Attila Grecu, who we pointed out when we joined the club, he was sat in their reserves, I believe, in their B team, and I promoted him to the first team, and he's playing... I think he's played pretty much every game, scoring 27 in the league, 4 assists, 5 goals as well in the Romanian Cup, and an assist to his name. Grecu's done well, and he's not that good, is he? I don't think he's that good of a player. Some other players to kind of point out. We've got Henri Camden, who, despite not starting a lot of matches, only started 8 in all competitions, managed to pick up 8 assists and get 2 goals. I assume, where was he playing? He was coming off the bench, playing as a left-back, or starting as a left-back, maybe a right-back, left winger. He is a versatile young man. He's 25. He's still a young man. And the other player to mention is Bogdan Churchiu, might be his name, getting 10 assists in the league, 12 in all competitions. A few goals as well, playing, I assume, probably primarily as that right-back. So with this formation, we do get a lot of assists from our full-backs, which is very, very good, and a lot of assists as well from our sort of wingers and attacking midfielders. So Churchiu, probably not how it's pronounced. I'm happy with that. He's only 23, so hopefully he's going to get better as well. Our top assister, by the way, you've already seen him, is Andre, because he got stupid. He got 20 assists in all competitions. That's a lot of assists. So that's going to do it for this season. We are back into the top flight of Romanian football. We still don't know who's actually getting relegated at this point. I do want to take a very quick look at coefficients. So, Romania, where are Romania? 12th place at the moment. It's not a good year. It's not a good year for the Romanians in Europe. So we are losing some points. We're potentially dropping down from 12th to 13th, I think, is where we are going. Yeah, so we're dropping down to 13th place, which means if we look here, we're going from 12th to 13th. It doesn't mean a huge amount. It means actually one team has to go through a different qualifying leg to get to the Europa League. But it's no real difference. Arguably that might be better, because hopefully we'll be playing some absolute just awful teams at that level. And then we're going to win those games anyway, and we're already here with extra coefficient points. That's my hopes. That's going to do it then for Season 10 of our Building a Nation save. Next season, Season 11, we are back in the big time, and we need to make sure that we keep Voluntari in the league. Don't get sacked is obviously kind of important as well. And then we are back to trying, I guess, to get into the Champions League. We should be able to do that by season, I'm going to say 13. We should be in the Champions League, hopefully sooner than that. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. We are back in the big time for Season 11 with FC Voluntari in our Building a Nation save. Last season, we managed to dominate, I say dominate very loosely, dominate the second division of Romanian football to return ourselves back to the First League, where we have one objective, and that's not to get relegated. Arguably, we've got two objectives. One of them is to not get relegated. The other one is to build a better team. That's what we want to really be doing. We want to get ourselves a better team, a stronger team, so when it comes to the next season, we are in a much better position to actually try, and very, very, very much try, and challenge for European football. Which, if we take a look to see the continental qualification right now, one team qualifies for the Champions League, one team qualifies for the Champions League. Two teams qualify for Champions League. Okay, that's how that works. One team goes into the Europa League and two teams go into the Europa Conference League. One is the winner of the Romanian Cup, which means top four will get us European football, or if we win the Romanian Cup, we'll also get European football. I don't think it's going to happen this season. However, there is kind of an outside chance. And before the season has even kicked off, we've done a lot of transfer business already. Eric Aruna, who is a player I actually agreed to sign last season, but I couldn't get him until he turned 18, which he's now done, is a Beninese, I don't know whether that's how that's said, left winger, maybe attacking midfielder, signed on a free transfer. I don't think he's going to play much. He's probably going to drop down to the second team for now, but one for the future. One for now is Jose Teodoro. We have gone back to the FC Arguez well. However, we've not signed him from FC Arguez. We've signed him from MAN, who I have no idea what their actual name is, but we've signed him from Brazil for £39,000. We have also signed Eric Bissene, who is a Cameroonian central midfielder. He's going to be more of a defensive midfielder. I'm expecting him to be playing alongside Steinenson. Is that his name? The Icelandic defensive midfielder. I'm hoping those two are going to form a lovely little partnership. Signed on a free transfer. Also signed on a free transfer is Cosmin Pop. That's right, we've gone back to FC Arguez, and we have signed arguably our best player to ever come through our youth intakes for FC Arguez. We didn't have too many good players. He's alright, he's still only 23. He'll probably get a lot more game time playing for us than he was at Arguez, although he did play a lot. All of them seem to be off the bench. Yeah, he didn't really start too many games, did he? Somebody else who's formerly of FC Arguez is Lucas Kashar. Signed on a free transfer, played for Rapid. I force-played him for Rapid, and I've seen the comment. I've seen it, okay? And I might have to agree with you, he might have been part of the problem. But I still think he's good, okay? He's 23. He's still apparently got bags of potential. I'm not sure whether we should be playing him, but he was free. He was free. I'm trying to justify this signing. He was free. Somebody else who was free is Mamadou Bell, who is a Cameroonian central defender signed from Metalurgolobus Bucharest. Was he signed from there or was he signed from Cluj? He was signed from Cluj. He just went on loan there last season in the second division, so he's got experience playing where we were last year. I think it's a good signing. Certainly one who could get some game time now, but also one for the future as well. And finally, we've not done these in any particular order. This isn't the most exciting signing we've done. Antonio Neves, 19-year-old Angolan left winger. Probably not going to be playing a huge amount of first-team football, but at 19, signed from the best team in Angola to find decent young youth players from. Neves is good. Definitely one for the future. We've also sold some players on free transfers as well. One of them was this man, who we signed and we got rid of. Because, it turns out I don't think he was ever going to make it, so he's just gone on a free transfer. Obviously, the transfer window is still wide open. We have £1.1 million to spend. I don't know where we're going to spend this money. Probably on an attacking midfielder, because if I'm perfectly honest, I don't think Diawara is going to do a job in the top division. However, right now, we don't have an attacking midfielder, so maybe Diawara might play for the first few matches. Right, end of the transfer window. Some more transfer business has taken place. Laszlo Kiss, first player to leave the club. He's gone to CSM Alexandria. He did play some matches last season. He arguably looks all right, but for £8,500, he was just not going to get any game time playing for us anymore, so he's moved on. And so has Catalin Busoyik, might be his name. He's also moved on. Never really played for us, in fact. Never played for the first team. He's gone for £49,000. Joining the club then, we have Gary Moreno, a 23-year-old Panamanian central defender, maybe a right-back. He's 5'9", and he can't really header. He's a right-back, and he's joined on a free transfer. We've also brought in Nigerian striker Adiel Eriugo, who, obviously, being a striker, is hopefully going to score us a lot of goals. He's come in from Craiova. He just looks like a decent player, doesn't he? He's basically come in for depth. Ignore the fact that his contract says regular starter. But somebody who will be a regular starter is Lubomir Todorov, 28-year-old Bulgarian striker who's going to be playing as that attacking midfielder. We've decided we are not playing Diawara, we are playing Todorov, and I think we're going to get a lot of goals from Todorov. I say this because he's already scored 5 in 9 starts and has got 2 assists, and we've started the season very well. We are currently second with a game in hand over FCSB. We are second. FC Arges do have 2 games in hand over us, 3 games in hand over FCSB, so arguably they should be top of the table. But the fact that we are up in second place, I'm very happy with how this has started. And it's kind of been a bit all over the place. And by all over the place, we've won some very good games. Losing there against FCSB, but 3-0 and another 3-0, 4-1, 6-4. We love a goal, but we also love to concede goals. A draw with Arges, with Cosmin Pop scoring against his former team. Losing to Cluj, beating Moya Veni, and then beating the other Cluj 3-0. So when we win quite nicely. But when we lose, we're just not very good, are we? We just... Conceding twice, not scoring a goal, not ideal. Conceding as well there, not scoring any goals. We're okay. I'm fine with finishing. If we finish in the top 6, we've had a very good season. So from a formation perspective, this is what we are locking in. Yes, we are locking in Todorov to be that attacking midfielder, because if we don't, he actually doesn't get in the starting 11 for some reason. I don't know why. So Todorov is going to be that attacking midfielder. Sigurd Steinson is going to be locked in, but we are not going to lock in his central midfield partner, because basically Tamas is good, Tasaka is also good, Moreno could even play there, Basene obviously is the one that we kind of want to play there, Torre is going to stick in place, Barzon is going to stick in place, and Teodoro is going to be our right back, because I feel like he's going to be a very useful right back. He is 6'3", okay? He might not be, he maybe shouldn't be playing as a right back, but Teodoro is going to be our right back. And as we break for Christmas, we are up in 3rd place, so we have kept this momentum going. Cluj and Rapid are ahead of us. I don't know what's going on here, okay? We do not fit in this. Arguably neither do Rapid. They shouldn't be up there either. But we are up into 3rd place in the table. Just 6 defeats against teams that arguably we should be looking against, apart from maybe Alexandria, who are currently 16th. They've won twice. One of them was us. Okay, that's not good. That's not good at all, is it? Also, Craiovia down there as well, which we should arguably not be losing that one either. But everyone else, I'm kind of okay with us losing those games. And once again, you can see that when we win, we score lots and lots of goals, which is very good to see. I'm happy with that. How is Todorov getting on in that attacking midfield role? 6 goals, 4 assists. Not as many as I was hoping, but he's picking up some goals, which is good. I've just jumped to the tactics screen, and this isn't very good reading, is it? Teodoro and Torre both suspended. Sigurd Steinson has dislocated his jaw, so you are going to miss a month or so of football, which is not ideal, but then again, winter break, he should be back just in time. He is going to miss out on a lovely Christmas dinner though, which is kind of upsetting, I guess, because I don't know whether Romanians even celebrate Christmas, but I imagine if they do, it's going to be a lovely meal that Sigurd Steinson not going to be able to eat. He's going to have it through a straw. Anyway, for January, we have got some money to spend, £1.2 million, but we are over our wage budget. I'm not going to be committing to doing any transfer business. There's probably going to be some, but I imagine not a lot. So let's jump forward to the end of the transfer window. And obviously, we're going to be halfway through February at this point. We will have played some games as well because we're in the top division. For some reason, in the 2nd division, you don't play any games in January and February, but we do now that we've been promoted. We have done some transfer business, leaving the club on some relatively big deals as well. Emil Eleni has left to go to CFR Cluj for £325,000, potentially rising, I think, because of sell-ons, I think is all we've got in there. But Alieni, I think he wasn't ever going to get game time for us, so shifting him on for that amount of money, it's good business. For £450,000, Daniel Niksu, not quite sure, has gone over to China for... He's on £875 a week. I was expecting there to be a K at the end of that. He's not even on £1,000. He was probably getting paid more playing for us. But he has moved over. Like I said, £400,000 potentially going to £450,000. I'm not going to miss him. Honestly, I don't think we're going to miss him. Someone we might miss, however, who has also moved over to China is Christian Tamas. And he's very good. He's even got 2 Romanian caps, and he has moved over for 2.5, potentially rising to £3 million. We've got sell-ons in there as well. He's also got a minimum fee release of £4.4 million. So we could, in a year or so's time, bring him back. So I'm kind of okay with that. Joining the club then, all of them on free transfers. We're trying to kind of fix our financial situation, I think, is kind of the way I'm going to phrase it, because I don't want to spend money for the sake of spending money when we can get players good enough to play first team who are free. Ivan Kostov is one of those players, 25-year-old Macedonian goalkeeper, joined on a free transfer. I don't know whether he's our number one, okay? I'm not quite sure if he's our number one. We might rotate him and Barzon. His name's Barzon, not Karzon. We've also signed Geronimo Covelli, a 26-year-old Argentine central defender who's played 6 times in his entire life. At this point, mate, you're not a professional footballer. If you've played 6 times at the age of 26, you're not a professional footballer. He's come in on a free transfer. I'm hoping he's going to be good. He's very fast for a centre-back, which is quite nice. But the best player we have managed to sign on a free transfer is Abdul Rahman Meziani, might be his name, an Algerian striker at 24 years of age, 27 caps and 5 goals to his name. He's our number one striker. I am going to play him up front. I'm sure it's unfair on, I believe it's Grecu, but I think Meziani is a much better player, and I think he's got a higher ceiling as well. We have obviously played a few matches since returning from the winter break. We're in 3rd place at the moment. We have won 3 of the 4 and then drawn with Rapid, which is a good draw. That's a very good result. We're still 3rd place in the table, like I mentioned, but we are still battling. Arges are in 2nd. We are joint on points with Arges. This is good. This is actually very, very good, and I'm hoping we can kind of jump ahead. I'm hoping we can close that gap. Do we think we could win the league? I mean, the answer's no, but do we think we should maybe dream about winning the league? Let's just dream about 2nd. 2nd place is fine. We can dream about 2nd place. So from a formation perspective, sticking with most of the same locked-in players. However, Grecu, we are going to lock in because I think Meziani will get put in, but I quite like the idea of Meziani maybe playing on this wing over here, or maybe playing on the left wing, which is also quite comfortable at doing. So we're not locking Meziani in. We're going to give our assistant manager free rein to put him on the wings, or maybe play him as a striker when Grecu gets a bit tired. But that is going to be it for our January transfer business. We're going to jump forward now to the end of the regular season, where hopefully we're still in the top 6 and we go into the championship phase. That will be amazing if we can do that. Not only have we managed to get into the Champions playoff, we've won the league, technically. We've not won the league, but we are top of the table. 61 points, Rapid on 61, FCSB on 58, and then Cluj on 58, Arges on 57, and Faro Costanza just about making it in on 54. It means we drop down to 2nd, because our points get halved, and for some reason, Rapid go ahead of us on the alphabet, I assume, which is, it's not really fair, is it? But we've dropped down to 2nd, technically. So we've rounded out the rest of the season with some obviously very good wins. A 5-1 win against Universitatea Craiova, which is a very good result. I mean, I'm happy with how things have gone. I wasn't expecting us to be in the top 6, let alone finishing top of the regular season. We've now got to play the Champions playoff. We're also in the Romanian Cup quarterfinal as well. We've not quite had our youth intake through just yet, but it is apparently an excellent intake. So look forward to the end of the season where we've got one player who's half decent, who looks like a left back. You know, I was saying we can dream about winning the league? We've just won the league. What's happened? What has actually happened? We've won 5 of our last 10 games. Beating Cluj twice, beating Arges, beating Rapid, beating Faro Costanza, draws all over the place, but only 1 defeat, which has to be the key thing here. We've won the league. This is the 3rd time us as a manager has won the Romanian First League. And we've literally just been promoted. So we're in the Champions League. For Season 12, we're in the Champions League with Voluntari, which is massive. We have helped to elevate FC Arges into a Champions League quality side. We've now done that to Voluntari. Arguably, we can't claim this one, but we're going to anyway. We have also helped to elevate FC Rapid into a Champions quality side as well. That we didn't. We had nothing to really do with that. We were there for most of the season. But the fact that we won the league is kind of madness. We didn't win the cup, though. I was hoping. Just hoping for the double. We did not win the cup, which is kind of annoying. I'm still not massively convinced how we've done this, because this does not look good enough to win the league. But I guess if everyone else is also drawing lots of games, losing to us as well, it makes sense, doesn't it? We've won the Romanian First League with Voluntari, which is crazy. Also, youth intake wise, we have this man. He's very, very good. He's actually very good. He's 3-star current ability at 15. He might be playing first team football next year. We also got this man who's apparently high potential. I personally don't see it. And Eric Morrigan, who also has high potential, which I can see more. You might have noticed they're all basically right backs or centre backs. In fact, they can all play right back. Bit of a worry. We've also got Suchu, who's come in, who's an attacking midfielder. He might be alright. I'm kind of just risking this one. And 2 other players down the bottom there who might just, I assume, my youth manager, youth development, this man here went, sign those guys as well. So we've done that also. So then, players who managed to score in double figures. Todorov did manage to break the double figures, actually 14 goals in all competitions, 17 assists as well in all competitions. For a free transfer, he has certainly done what we needed him to do. He's a lot better than Diawara, who, by the way, did play a few matches and scored a couple of goals. Can we even see he's played 7 minutes against Dynamo Bucharest. So, I mean, Diawara is still getting some game time. He's not getting better. Doru Andre, a player who I said in last episode, I wasn't sure whether we'd keep him about. We have kept him about, and he scored 17 goals and 10 assists in all competitions at 31, and wanted by teams, I assume in Saudi Arabia, it's Qatar. I'm wondering whether it might be time to shift you on for, say, £2.5 million, and that's a ridiculously good bit of business. The top goal scorer, however, is Attila Grecu, who has scored 24 league goals, 4 cup goals. He's good. He's getting really good. Is he good enough to play for Romania? He's really fast. I love the fact that he's really fast. He's an advanced forward on attack. He's naturally in that role, which is very good because that's what we play. Grecu could be a very, very useful player for Romania when it comes to actually playing well in competitions, in actual national competitions. Players with 10 assists or more, Andre is there, obviously 10 assists in all competitions. Jose Teodoro, primarily playing as that right back, did get 12 assists, 13 in all competitions. That's very good. I'm happy with that. Has he got better? He looks like he's got a lot better. Hedi Ben Salem, a player who we signed in our first season, last season, in charge of Voluntari. He's done quite well. He is out of contract in a month. I feel like he doesn't want to sign a new one. He has, by the way, got 13 assists in all competitions, so we probably need to tie him down. But at the top of the list when it comes to assists is Todorov. We've already seen him, 17 in all competitions. How have we done this? Genuinely, how have we done this with this team? Our highest earning player is Todorov. We've not got particularly good players, and somehow we've managed to win the league. Right then, finally, we're going to look at coefficients, and next year in Europe is a massive year because we are going to lose a 15.5 coefficient score. This could make or break how well our Building a Nation save goes, because if we don't manage to equal that, we are plummeting down to maybe 20th in the rankings. We are on 38.075 for next year, which is... It's a big drop. We're all the way down there, which is actually going to be 19th. That's a huge drop already. So we could drop even lower. If we don't match that, we've had some awful seasons. Absolutely shocking seasons. Which, by the way, I'd like to point out, we were in charge of Voluntari for those two, so we had nothing to do with that. We were in charge for Rapid for that one. We were in charge of Arges in that season there. So we were kind of responsible. But still... The fact that, this Building a Nation save's actually proving a lot tougher, partially because we keep getting sacked. Hopefully, we're not going to get sacked anymore. I am looking as well, it means that I think next year we only get one Champions League team. So we lose a Champions League qualification spot, which is not good. We need to have 2 Champions League qualification spots because whoever finishes second has a chance of getting the big Champions League cash injections, which is what you need, really, for Building a Nation. That is going to do it then for Season 11. It is Season 11 with FC Voluntari in our Building a Nation save next year. We're on a Champions League. We're in a Champions League season in Season 12. Thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy, do please remember to leave a like. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. And I'll be back next time with more Building a Nation. Last season on our Building a Nation save, we had obviously just been promoted back to the Romanian First League, and we were then crowned champions by 4 whole points. A lot of this was down to the Champions Playoff, where we were just really, really good, and lots of other teams weren't very good at all. But we are champions. Completely unexpected. We are champions, which means this season, we kind of have to do it again, right? The season preview does not think that that is likely to happen, having us predicted currently down in 11th place on the 1st of July. Obviously, we do have a transfer window to go through where we will be trying to strengthen that side. We've also got ourselves a complicated Champions League thing. And by complicated, the fact that we're in the Champions League makes things complicated. We are in qualifying rounds, which I'd have to assume we're probably not going to get through them because we're probably going to draw somebody really good. But if we get into the Champions League group stages, that's going to be some big money. If we can get into the Europa League group stages, we might actually be able to win some games, and ultimately, that's where you get coefficient points from. Even though it is only the 1st of July, we have already started our transfer business, starting off with Bruno Lopez, signed from Moreirense, might be how it's said, who are technically are not feeder club, they're our senior club. We are the feeder club. They can nick players from us, basically. He's come in on a free transfer. 19-year-old goalkeeper Gilbert Nzungu has joined from Maniema Union, a Democratic Republic of Congo international with 15 caps to his name. He has also joined on a free transfer. I've got high hopes for Nzungu. Also signed on a free transfer taken directly from the Kenyan national team with 1 cap to his name, Collins Wafula. I've looked at him and went, he looks pretty good. He's getting caps for Kenya at 18. He might get better to the point of where we might force play him. I'm not sure where yet, though. And finally, for actual money, for about £12,000, I believe, Joel Omoro might be his name, a Beninese attacking midfielder with 1 cap to his name, signed from Buffaloes FC in his native Benin. He looks alright. He's one for the future. He's worth £2.3 to £3.8 million. So apparently, whoever comes up with these numbers thinks there's some value there, thinks he's going to be a good player. Obviously, the transfer window is not closed. We do still have £1 million to spend, plus a couple of months of time to actually spend that cash if we are going to do it. Not quite sure what business we really need to do, because obviously, when you are defending champions, we're good enough to win the league. So in theory, our transfer business needs to basically be continue to strengthen, get in some decent young players. Maybe that's what we go for once again. Right, we've now jumped forward to the 12th of September. The transfer window has closed and we have done no more business into the club. This is kind of what I was thinking, where I don't think we need to buy players. I think we've got the players to do the job that we need to do. We have, however, sold a bunch of players who weren't going to get much football. Henri Camden, one of them, signing for Coton Sport for not a lot of money, £22,500, which is actually a profit technically. Kotai Kudos has also left for £26,500. Big money leaving at the moment. For £51,000, Eric Bissene has also left the club, going over to Başakşehir over in Turkey. I mean, this one I wasn't convinced was a good idea. We bought him on a free, played a lot of football, but I think we've got better players. Zolani Tashaka has also left the club, signing for Panathinaikos for £220,000, which is quite a lot of money for a player who actually played quite a lot of football for us last season. And we did play him a couple of times already, but we've kind of taken the risk. We're going to put some faith in our youngsters, I think. And for £450,000, club legend? Technically not. I don't think he's a club legend. Doru Andre has left, going to Hertha Berlin, £450,000. He's been here since the start of the save. In fact, I believe that's technically the start of the save there. So he joined in real life and we've moved him on £450,000. He's 31, will be 32 come the end of the season. We've got our money's worth. And once again, we're well in the realms of basically decent new gens will be better than him. So we are going to take that risk. We're going to start playing a lot more new gens. So yeah, that was it, transfer business-wise. No more players joining the club. A few others as well. We've got Hunar Pop leaving for £11,000. Bunch of people going out on loan as well, which this one I'm not sure was a good idea. He's quite a good right-back, but getting some first-team football playing in the second division, probably not a bad thing at all. Antonio Neves as well as a youngster, getting some first-team football hopefully will do him a world of good as well. So fixtures-wise, Champions League, we've been knocked out by RB Salzburg. We've lost 6-0 over the 2 legs, which means we drop down into the Europa League. A Europa League that we are actually in. We're currently sat 25th, but that's done on, I assume, coefficients, maybe? I'm not quite sure, but yeah, we're down in 25th place at the moment. We are in the Europa League, which means we have 8 matches to play in Europe, which is 8 times that we could get ourselves some decent coefficients for Romania. In the Romanian First League, however, things have not started out particularly well. We're currently mid-table, literally bang smack in the middle in 8th place. 3 wins, 2 draws, 4 defeats. And where we've lost arguably against teams who will be up the top end of the table, but we've lost pretty badly. 4-0 and 5-1 and not good results. Draws as well against Craiova and Hermannstad, matches that you'd hope we would be able to win there. 3 wins, though, is also pretty good. 2 of them at 4-0, 1 of them at 5-1. So when we win, we win big. And the players that we've locked in, at least for the first half of the season, we've got 4 of them. Nzungu will be our number 1 goalkeeper. I didn't start with him. He hasn't actually played much yet, but I kind of looked at him and went, he needs game time. Let's do it. Let's just roll the dice. Let's give Nzungu some game time. Obviously, Barzon, is it Barzon? It is Barzon, was our number 1 goalkeeper for the last few seasons. He's conceded 11 in 8. So I'm there thinking, let's give Nzungu the chance. We're going to play Dimitru playing as that centre-back. Yes, he's 15 years of age. Came through our last youth intake. He's 15, and he is arguably the best defender that we have right now. Just to put in context, if I click this list here, this is ordered by Rollability. He is our best ball-playing defender at 15 years of age. So we're going to play him. We're going to do it. Sigurd Steinsen also keeps his place in that defensive midfield. I just like him. He's good. He's getting on a bit now. He's 26, approaching 27, but 71 appearances in the league for us, 10 goals. And finally, we are playing Collins Wafulu on that left-hand side, and he has started stupidly good. The Romanian Super Cup, which we'll come to in a minute, he got 2 assists and 2 goals. Yes, of course we won that thing. In the league, he's got 4 goals and 5 assists as well. He's something special. He is genuinely something special. We're going to play him on that left-hand side, see how well he does for the season. He's 18 as well. He could be here. If we can hold on to this guy, he could be a superstar. He could also be absolutely awful, and this is his literal maximum potential. But, you know, let's hope. Let's hope that he's going to get better. So the Romanian Super Cup, we did win this one 6-0. We were playing UTA Arad because I can't remember what happened with all the other teams, but Arad were the ones that basically managed to get to the Super Cup final because I think they must have won the cup. And yeah, we just absolutely battered them. Wafulu, Teodoro, Churchiu might be his name, and who else scored? Meziani also got on the score sheet. So yeah, we've obviously played very, very well in that one, which is always good to see. Right, we're now going to jump forward to the winter break to see how well we've done in the first, I would say, half of the season. It's not really the first half. It's the first, 2/3 of the season. So we're going to start things off looking at the Europa League. We are 6 games in out of 8, and we are currently 12th in the table, and we look like we're in a good enough position to get ourselves through to the next round. The highest average rating. If you've scored 5 goals in 4 starts. Fair enough. That's always good to see. But yeah, we are looking like we're doing quite well. 2 defeats against Slavia Prague and Ludogorets. Not ideal. A draw with Fortuna Sittard. I guess we'll take it. Beating Sevilla 3-0, beating Olympia 4-0, and beating Adana DS 4-3. Beating Sevilla 3-0 is nuts, right? That just sounds kind of out of the left wing. And then Sparta Prague and Ludogorets, you'd expect maybe we could have done something better. We did score 4 goals, though. In the Romanian First League, however, things haven't really changed too much. We are still sat 8th place in the table. 7 wins, 5 draws, 9 defeats. 9 defeats is a lot of defeats. And once again, some of them are quite big. They're big score lines. Conceding 5 against Rapid, 5 against CFR Cluj, 4 against FCSB, 3 against Sepsi, 4 against Hermannstad. We are letting in a lot of goals, which is a bit of an issue, I think. So much so that we've actually dropped Nzungu from being our forced number 1 goalkeeper. Not saying he won't play. We've decided Nzungu is not going to be locked in as our number 1 goalkeeper. We're going to let the assistant manager decide who is better. When it comes to transfers for January, we've got £1 million to spend, but we have already agreed a deal to sign ourselves a new central defender, and I think that's where we need to try and strengthen, because I think our goalkeepers aren't necessarily the problem. I think the fact that we're playing a 15-year-old in defence might kind of be causing some of these issues. So we're going to bring in some more central defenders. That's the plan. So let's jump forward to the end of the transfer window, and obviously we'll be halfway through kind of February by this point as well. So this transfer window was quite an interesting transfer window. Jose Teodoro, the Brazilian right-back, has left, going over to China for 1.4, potentially rising to £1.6 million. I saw that money and went, that's not a bad amount of money, and we've got some decent right-back options. More importantly, the right-back that we loaned out at the start of the season, I have recalled him. So, we're not going to hopefully miss Teodoro, and we've got a much healthier bank balance. Somebody we might miss, however, is Gilbert Nzungu. He has gone to Manchester City for £2.7 million because he had a minimum fee release in his contract of £2.7 million. Man City also said, do you want to loan him back? And I went no, because he annoyed me so much, I didn't do it, and then realised we haven't got any other goalkeepers. So yeah, that might have been a problem. Until we signed Dragan Filipovic, who is signed from Partizan, a 22-year-old Serbian goalkeeper, 16 under-21 caps. He has come in for a whopping £18,000, and I'm hoping that this here, his potential ability of 4.5 stars, is accurate. He's come from Partizan. You know, if you've played Football Manager ever in the past, Partizan make good youth players. I'm rolling the dice that he's going to be good. In fact, we're rolling the dice so much, I might lock him in to be our number 1 goalkeeper until the end of the season. We need to really nail down a goalkeeper, don't we? This is potentially an issue we've got. We have also brought in 2 central defenders. Stefan Stojlikovic might be his name, signed from Radniki. He is a Serbian central defender. Not amazing, he's come in for depth. But for £350,000, we have signed Leon Schmidt, a Portuguese central defender. Maybe a left back, maybe a right winger. Apparently he can also play there. He has come in and he has basically been brought in to shore up that defence. He is one of our better defenders. If we look at the coach summary, we've got Dimitrescu still there, Torre and Schmidt all in at 3.5 star current ability. So I'm hoping that is not money wasted. I think right now in February, we need to basically just hope we don't get ourselves relegated, or not relegated, sacked. If we can finish in the top 6, that will be perfect. We have moved up to 6th place as well. In the Europa League, we have managed to get out of the group stage. If we go back very quickly, we finished 17th, 4 wins, so we beat also Young Boys 3-0, which is actually very good, and we then lost 4-1 against Getafe with the extra results there. We are then into the knockout playoff round, where we have so far lost once to Porto, and I think we might lose again to Porto. So our European adventure might be over, but we've done enough, I think, to help Romania from a coefficients perspective. So looking at the formation, we are locking in 4 players still, and we've done a little bit of a tweak. Filipovic is going to be our number 1 goalkeeper. Dumitriu is going to be our right back now. That's right, we are pushing him over to be a right back because he can also play there. And I don't think he's particularly bad as a right back either. And because we obviously sold Teodoro, Dumitriu might be able to do a job in that right back position instead. Sigurd Steinsen and Wafula still keep their places, which is perfectly fine. I've just seen Wafula scored 13 goals so far this season. He is wanted. He's wanted by big boys in England, and he hasn't got a minimum fee release, so we should be fine. So we've hit the end of the regular season, and we are indeed into the Champions playoff if we go back to the league table. We finished 5th, 47 points, 13 wins, 8 draws, 9 defeats. Our goals conceded is still a problem. If we sort by goals conceded, we are the 3rd worst in the entire league. And the 2 teams ahead of us, one of them is Cluj, actually, who somehow managed to finish 6th, but is also 13th place Hermannstad. So defensively, we are fragile. Let's just say we're fragile. And yes, we have been knocked out of the Europa League against Porto, which is kind of expected, I guess. It's annoying, but it's expected. We are into the Romanian Cup later stages. We do have FCSB, though, so I imagine it's probably not going to go particularly well. Well, one thing that did not go very well is the Champions playoff. We have finished bottom of the Champions playoff, 30 points, just 1 win in our final 10, which is a 3-0 win against Cluj. We also draw 3 matches as well, and then 6 defeats. It's not good. It's really not particularly good at all. How well did we get on in the Romanian Cup, shall we see? I'm thinking we didn't win it because Cluj have qualified for the Europa League, so I think they've won it. They did win it, and they beat us in the final. Oh, that's frustrating. That's really frustrating. The fact that we got to the final was good, obviously, but losing against Cluj. So Benitez scores for them, then Grecu, then De Gire getting the winning goal in the 28th minute. We had a goal disallowed as well from Meziano. So of the 4, let's call it 4 competitions that we're in, we finished 6th in the league, which is arguably better than what they predicted. I think it was like 11th we were predicted, so it's an improvement. In the Champions League and Europa League, knocked out in the Europa League playoff round by Porto, which is not a surprise. We should have won the cup. We should have won the cup getting to the final, but we did obviously win the Romanian Super Cup. So it's a trophy. It's definitely a trophy, which is always good. Right, before we take a look at the players and the coefficients then, this is what we have got for our youth intake. We've actually got quite a few high potential players. We've got Razvan Lup, a right back, 15 years of age. Mihai Marin, who is a 16-year-old striker. Could be alright, actually. He's wanted. Who wants him? FC Argas want to sign him. Okay, that's interesting. Kalin Vasile is a central defender. He's 5'8". You do need to do some growing, mate. Floran Raducan is very fast and a right midfielder. We need to retrain you into a better position because we don't play that. Dragos Kovaci is a similar situation. He's not very good. I don't think there's much there. And Andre David is another right back he's rubbish. Why have we signed him? I don't think this guy's ever going to make it. But we do have some players who have made it. We have Octavian Christeo, who did come through our youth intake a while ago before we even joined the club. He is our 4th top goal scorer with 11 goals in all competitions, only starting 15 games as well. So that's actually quite good return. Kenyan winger Collins Wafulu has picked up 2 more caps and has also managed to score 15 goals and get 18 assists as well in his debut season playing in Romania. He's done very well. Is he still wanted by the bigger boys? Only Man United now. Attila Grecu manages to get 16 goals and 8 assists in all competitions. Actually didn't start a huge amount of football. 24 games, 9 off the bench. But our top goal scorer is Mesiani. By a fair distance, 26 goals in all competitions. Just the 5 assists for Mesiani, the Algerian, with 28 caps to his name as well. He's starting to get good. When we signed him last season, he wasn't particularly useful, was he? He come off the bench a lot, only scoring 1 goal. My assistant manager, I assume, played him a lot of times, 32 starts in the league, 17 goals though. Mesiani has had a very good year. Somebody else who's actually had a very good year as well is Joel Umaru, who obviously signed in the summer for about £12,000, I think. Played, by the looks of it, the majority of the season as that attacking midfielder, getting 10 assists, 6 goals as well in all competitions. I'm happy with that turnaround. And another person to get double figures for assists is Hedi Ben Salem, the Tunisian left-back and right-back. I have to give this guy a new contract because basically he has a match highest earner clause and he's probably getting paid too much money now compared to the rest of the people who are in the team. But yeah, Ben Salem getting 11 assists, 4 goals as well. Still a very good turnaround. And as we know, Collins Wafulu with 18 assists is our best player for assists and up there with goals as well. He's had a cracking season. Someone who's had an indifferent season is Dimitriou, who obviously is our 16-year-old centre-back / right-back. He's got better. He's got 3 assists. He's also got a goal. He's actually got 5 assists in all competitions. So he's kind of chipping in. He's still got a long, long way to go. He'll be 17 in, October. We do need to tie you down to a new contract, and preferably one that does not have a minimum fee release, because I've been trying, and every time his agent goes, I want a £1.5 million minimum fee release, and that is far too low. Give me 10 million and then we can talk. And finally, Dragan Filipovic, the 23-year-old, or now 23-year-old Serbian goalkeeper, played 15 times, 22 conceded, just 3 clean sheets. I mean, he's kind of been dropped in at the deep end here, but Filipovic, I think, if we stick with him, will be our number 1 goalkeeper for a fair few seasons to go, unless somebody tries to steal him off us, which I hope they won't, because he's an unambitious goalkeeper. He doesn't want to leave. He loves it here in Romania. Right then, the final thing we will take a look at is coefficients for Romania. And we are losing a 9.1, but we are gaining a 14.9. So our performances in Europe, I say ours, as if we're the only team that did anything. But I'm going to say we definitely contributed a lot to this. Our performances in Europe have going to hopefully propel us back up to maybe 13th or 14th. Where are we going to go? Where have we gone? We are there in between Scotland and Sweden. So if we sort by that, we are into 17th. We've gone up 2 places. So we're going to Austria. It means it's no difference. No difference to the number of teams qualifying. We want to be back into 15th. 10th is the dream. Okay? 10th is the dream because that means we get 1 team guaranteed. The winner of the league is guaranteed to get Champions League football. But I think we're still a fair distance away from that. Well, that's going to do it for this season. However, next season, because of our little European run, we picked up a huge chunk of money. It was about £8 million there. We've obviously picked up money going through the season as well from transfers, television revenue as well for Champions League matches. We've got £12 million transfer budget right now, guaranteed of £6 million next season. Our wage budget, we are barely halfway through our wage budget. We could do some really stupid things and spend big money in the summer in a hope to try and kind of secure ourselves as the best team in Romania. However, I genuinely think we've got a lot of good, decent young players with some potential who just need some game time. When you look here, we've got 5 players there who've got 4.5 potential or higher. We've got all of these players here who have 4-star potential. I know star rating doesn't necessarily mean much because it's in comparison to your squad and what your kind of assistant managers and coaches think, but potential kind of means something-ish, sort of. So I'm there going, if we get all of these guys playing a lot of football next season, they're going to hopefully get better. And maybe when it gets to, season 15, 14, 15, something like that, they're kind of not world-class, but they're really good quality players. That's my plan. So that's going to do it for this one. Thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy, do please remember to leave a like, subscribe if you are new, and I will see you in the next season of our Building a Nation save, where we are still in charge of Voluntari. We've not been sacked. It's going well. Season 12 with our FC Voluntari side in our Building a Nation save in Romania didn't really go to plan towards the end of the season. We finished 6th in the championship playoff phase, but we did finish 5th in the actual league as well. So we're still kind of up the top end of the table, but arguably we want to be pushing for the title every single year. We've won it once, I believe once, maybe even more than once. I should know this, shouldn't I? It is once. We have just won it once. We've technically won it 3 times as a manager. We won it twice with FC Arges and then once with Voluntari. We need to get back to winning the Romanian league, which means in this season, that is exactly what we're going to try and do. And in order to help us do that, we do have a whopping £11.7 million transfer budget to spend. Problem is, and it is like most clubs at the moment in this save in Romania, our reputation is not good enough for that to be really useful, so we're going to do a lot of free transfers. Speaking of, we've already done a couple. We have gone back to FC Arges like we always do and picked up Luis Aribe. We'll go with Luis Aribe, a 24-year-old Colombian defender. I brought him in because I brought him to Arges thinking that he was going to be good. He's still got potential ability, so we're probably going to stick him in maybe the second team and get some game time, or we might play him this season. I'm not quite sure, but he's come in free transfer, no real risk here. Similar situation is Juan Arambari. Juan Arambari, that's what his name is. He is signed once again on a free transfer, formerly of Real San Sebastian or Real Sociedad and Cadiz. And yeah, coming on a free transfer. Problem is, he doesn't really play our system. I mean, he does technically play our system, but he's more of an attacking midfielder, isn't he? I don't think he's really that defensive midfielder. I'm not quite sure whether he's going to play a lot of football, but, you know, as the season goes on, we will find out. And like I said, obviously, £11 million to spend. Let's see what we do over the summer transfer window. We have spent £1.6 million, but we've also brought in about £1 million as well from selling players. Fernando Cedeno is the first man to talk about, a 25-year-old Panamanian defender, maybe a left-back. He's probably more of a centre-back, isn't he? Although he is only 5'10". He's coming on a free transfer, formerly of U Cluj in, obviously, Romania, so he's not actually had to come either from Panama. I think he's going to be a good player for us. And once again, we have gone back to FC Arges this time to sign Ferenc Ferher, the Romanian striker and attacking midfielder. He's come in on a free transfer. He was basically out of contract at FC Arges, so we've picked him up. He's good. He's definitely a good player. I'm not convinced he's good enough to play for us every single match, but we might see what we can do. We might end up having to lock him in. Now, moving into the realms of money, we have Silviu Chioni, who has cost £300,000, a Romanian left and right back. We needed some more Romanian players. Yes, it's money, but we've got that money to burn, really. For £600,000, we have signed Serbian central defender Bozidar Mirosavljevic might be his name. At 19 years of age, he's already very, very good. I saw him in the Radnicki side and went, I need this man in my life. So we've basically kind of paid, I would say, over the odds. He's still cheap. He's cost £600,000, but he was worth like 200. He wasn't worth a lot at all, but we had to pay well over his value to get him in. But I think he's going to be a very good player for us. And like I said, 19 years of age, and he's 6'6". He's a big lad. Sticking with our Serbians, we have signed Daniel Radic, 24 years of age, defensive midfielder. 1 cap to his name. He's cost about £700,000. When it comes to players leaving the club, there are probably 4 that we need to take a look at. Florin Raducan, that's his name. 15 years of age, has moved over to Sepsi. And you might think that's a bit of a risk because he could have some potential, and you might be right. But they offered £190,000 after add-ons, plus some percentage sell-ons there as well. And I genuinely don't think that he's going to make it in our team because he's not an attacking midfielder. He's not a winger, so we've shifted him on. For £350,000, Geronimo Cavelli has moved on, going to Quilmes in, I want to say they're in Argentina, aren't they? Quilmes in Argentina? We should know this. They are definitely in Argentina. He is gone for, how much did I say? £325,000, potentially going to £350,000. So, good profit. Adel Al-Borghermi has also left the club. He has gone over to Rakow, who I want to say are Polish. They are a Polish side. He has gone for £325,000, potentially going up. Not potentially going up, just £325,000. We just weren't really playing him. And the big one for £900,000, Lubomir Todorov has left the club. He's had a couple of very good, very useful seasons for us, moving to CSKA over in his native Bulgaria. we basically are going to start phasing him out, or we're going to start phasing him out of the club. So to get 725 up front, potentially going to 900, that's some very good money. There's also a whole load of loan deals going on, but I think for the most part, nobody really important is going out on loan by the looks of it. You could say Ivan Kostov going to Sepsi on loan is a big one, but he's like our third choice goalkeeper, so it's not that big. So as always, the season has already kicked off, and so far, it started off very, very well. 9 matches played, 8 wins, just 1 defeat, which was against Universitatea Craiova, and they are down in 4th place, but 8 wins is massive, and some of those wins have been massive as well. 2 4-0s, and there are 5-3, so we're doing quite well when it comes to scoring goals. If we can keep this up, we are going to be champions of the Romanian First League for a second time, although it's a long old season. And these are the players that we're going to lock in for the year, or at the very least the first part of the season. We are going to stick with Filipovic in goal as our number 1 goalkeeper. I'm hoping there is a future there. I keep saying this. Filipovic, I think, is going to be very, very good. So he's our number 1 goalkeeper. Radic, the new signing, we're going to force play him as that defence midfielder, because basically they don't seem to want to put him there. If I don't force play him there, they don't seem to want to do it. We've also got Umaru playing as that attacking midfielder. Had a very good season last year playing in that position, so we're going to give him another try. And then on the left-hand side, the Kenyan, now international with 5 caps, Collins Wafulu, and he's starting to look really, really good. I'm concerned that Wafulu's not going to be sticking around for too much longer. He's already got 5 goals and 3 assists in the league so far this season. He's going to have a big year, which could be a problem because he's definitely going to just up his ability and his value and all sorts of things, and we're probably going to lose him. We've hit the winter break. It's the 22nd of December, and we are still top of the table. We're also into the Romanian Cup quarterfinals, but being top of the table with just 1 defeat in 21 appearances or matches so far, and that was obviously very early on in the season. And I knew it was going to happen. I was just hoping it was not going to be during January. I was hoping we'd get another season out of him, but Collins Wafulu is wanted by Aston Villa and PSG. So it looks like Wafulu might be on his way, but if he does leave in January, what we're going to try and do, obviously get some big money for him. We want to get a sell-on clause in there, and realistically, we want to loan him back for the rest of the season, don't we? As you'd probably expect as well, if we do go into January and we do sell Wafulu, our transfer budget is going to increase from an already pretty high £10.5 million to maybe, let's say, £12 million. I don't know how much money we're going to get from him, but we've got a lot of money to spend. But I don't think we need to do anything right now. We are top of the table. If we're going to do anything, it needs to be kind of getting some youngsters in and maybe just bolstering. Maybe let's get 1 first-team starter in the squad. I don't even think we're going to do that. Right, we're now mid-February and he has left. Collins Wafulu has left the club. He has gone to Aston Villa. Of all the teams, you would have thought PSG was the team he'd go to, but no, he has gone to Aston Villa. He's come back on loan until the end of the season. He has gone for 5.25, potentially rising to £7.25 million. But he's not the only young attacking player that has left the club for big money. Joel Umaru has also left the club. He has gone over to PSG and returned on loan, but he's gone for £5 million. I think potentially going more, maybe not actually. It just says £5 million. We obviously do have sell-ons in there as well. And joining the club, we've signed Amadou Fall for about £56,000. We have not done any transfer business realistically in January. We've obviously loaned back in Wafulu and Umaru, but Amadou Fall is the only player that's joined on a permanent deal, and we've loaned him straight back to Diambars in his native Senegal, which, by the way, very good team to go to poach decent young footballers. So, taking a look at the clauses. This is Collins Wafulu's clauses. So, we're going to get 1.3 million after 20 appearances for Aston Villa. 5 international appearances will give us another 1.3 million. We've got that 50% sell-on in there. That's the big one for me, because if he goes for 20, 30, 40 million pounds, we are getting half of that money, which is a lot of money. Looking at Joel Umaru, similar situation. We do have that 50% sell-on fee. So when PSG decide to sell Umaru, we are getting half of that money. So it's good news all round. Even if he never plays for PSG, they might end up starting to release him, or we can buy him on the cheap, and we get him half price, essentially, if we can do that. So it's a win-win situation for us. What isn't a win-win situation, however, is the Romanian First League, because we have dropped down from 1st to 2nd place, because we have lost 3 of our first 5 matches of the new calendar year, which is ridiculous. We have lost against Universitatea Craiova, we've lost against CFR Cluj, and we've lost against Sepsi, which is not very good at all, is it? but we are still up the right end of the table. We've got, 4 more matches of the regular season to play, so hopefully we will be still up around the top half of the table. I say top half, the top position of the table. Once we hit the end of the regular season, our points get halved, so the closer we are to FCSB, the better. And basically, we don't want to be kind of getting our points halved and then dropping down the table because we did not put a big enough gap between us and CFR Cluj. Well, just a month later, and we have finished second in the regular season. FCSB are a whopping 9 points clear of us. However, when we jump into the Champions playoff, we are sat second place still on 33. FCSB are now just 4 points ahead of us. So, it is still very much all to play for. Obviously, all the 5 teams that we still have to play in the Champions playoff are very good sides. And I'm thinking it might be another situation like last season, where if we just slip up against FCSB and a Cluj, all of a sudden, we're just going to drop down this table because everything's still pretty close. Craiova and Arguez arguably a little bit too far away to be involved in this fight, but all it takes is 1 or 2 wins, and then they're straight back in there, and they've pushed somebody else out. Now, I didn't mention this at the end of the transfers, but I probably should have done. We have done a slight tweak to who was basically being force played. Filipovic keeps his place, Radic keeps his place, but we reinstated Sigurd Steinsson, partially because I really like him, and he wasn't playing because he's not good enough. He's wanted. Who wants him? Shandong. That's a lot of money we could get for Sigurd Steinsson if he does leave. And we've also put on that right-hand side David Mahes, who is a player who I think we signed from Polytechnica Iasi. He's good. He's a good winger. He's Romanian as well, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure he got some game time. We need to make sure that we are developing Romania as a nation. That's kind of the purpose of this save. Hey, editing Stuart here. Completely forgot to record this bit. So, David Mahes was a player that we did actually sign at the start of the season for £475,000, potentially going up to nearly £600,000 from Polytechnica Iasi. He's a Romanian right winger. Just completely forgot to record that bit, didn't I? So, yeah, you're getting it now. So, we're about to go to the end of the season, but I just want to confirm what positions we need to finish in order to get European football. So, obviously, winning the league gets us Champions League, UEFA Cup. UEFA Cup? What year is this? It's the Europa League in second place, Europa Conference League in third and fourth. This doesn't make sense to me because realistically that should be 5th place now gets the European places playoff final because there's more teams qualifying for Europe. But anyway, I think if we finish third, we do play this match and then basically whoever we're playing gets Europe automatically. I think that's what's going to happen. Well, FCSB won 7 of their 10 games, drew the other 3 and did not lose a single game, which means they are crowned champions of Romania, which is not very good at all, but we have finished in second place. We have qualified for the Conference League. I don't know why we haven't qualified for the Europa League. I'm not quite sure really what's gone on there, but fair enough, we have finished second place. And unfortunately, we also finished second place in the Romanian Cup. So, we are the bridesmaid right now. We are the bridesmaid of Romanian football. We finished second place in both competitions. But it does kind of go to show, if we're not in European football, we can have a much, much better season, can't we? We can do a lot better. I am worried that we did lose 3 matches. Losing 6-2 against Arguez is not good, is it? Losing against FCSB is kind of expected. Losing against Rapid and Arguez, our 2 former teams, we've lost them. I don't like that. Something that I'm going to try and do in the next few seasons is get our stadium expanded because our stadium is too small. If you look down here, we have 2 stadiums. We have a Europa Conference League stadium because our regular stadium is too small, which is just madness. We do not want to be borrowing somebody else's stadium to play Europa Conference League football. We want our own ground, which means we need to try and look to expand this one. It is only 6,777 seater. That is tiny. That's a very small stadium, so we need to change that. The frustrating thing is we don't really sell it out too often. We sell it out there against FCSB. And then, I mean, we sell out occasionally. The final game of the season was a sellout as well. So we might struggle purely because the board isn't going to want to expand a stadium that is not getting sold out unless they want to build a new one, which is also a possibility. We don't seem to have a huge amount of players who have contributed a lot of goals and assists this season. We've got Dimitriu has got 10 assists. He is our top assister for the entire year with just 10. He's the only player who's broken double figures, which is a bit of a worry. And we've only got 2 players as well who've broken double figures for goals as well. Attila Greco is the first one, 17 goals in all competitions, just the 1 assist. And Meziani is the other one with 20 goals and 7 assists in all competitions. And that's it. However, I am thinking, if we take a look, Umaru, technically, you played for us twice this season. So you got 10 goals in the first half, plus 4 assists, and then 4 goals and 3 assists. So, okay, you've got 14 goals and 7 assists. And how did Collins do? So you got 12 goals in the first half, 3 goals in the second, so 15 goals and 8 assists. Okay, so it's not that bad. It just looks a lot worse when you sort by assists, and you don't see, like, loads of players with loads of assists. I mean, we've still got Ben Salem, Meziani, and Arambari, that's his name, all with 7 as well. So we're not doing too badly at all. Mihai's getting 6 and 6, which is very useful. I do like the look of that. Have we got any youngsters other than Dimitru? We've got Miller Savage, whatever his name, this man, the now 20-year-old. I mean, he's getting good as well. He's actually very good. I'm quite happy with that. I do just want to show you my second team as well, who are in the second division of Romanian football, by the way. So I'll kind of give you a little rundown of what happens. It's a mess because there are a lot of second division sides or second teams in here. So Voluntari, we finished second in the league. However, we can't get promoted, so we don't go into the Champions playoff. We automatically go into the relegation group, which is why we've won this group by a stupid distance, to be honest. And I imagine it is Craiovia, there you go, winning the second group. So we are playing quite a high level of football for our second team. We were literally playing this level of football like 2 years ago. Or not, maybe 4 years ago, something like that. But because of that level of football, I'm making sure that there are some players who are in this team, like Uribe. He's playing for the second division side. He's playing mostly for the second division side. We've got Cedeno playing for the second division side right now. We've got Diawara. He's still here. He's playing for the second division side now, and he's going to play there for the rest of his playing career. I've decided I'm never losing this man. He's like my weird talisman that's awful at football, but he keeps coming with me. Much like Lucas Kashar, he's also still here playing for the second side as well. 7 goals, 5 assists, quite good. And one of the good things as well about them playing for this second tier side is if they actually get any good, they can just get promoted and play for the first team. I mean, Eric Aruna, I'm hoping, I've got high hopes for Aruna. He's 21 at the moment, 6 caps for Benin. He might get good. He's just not good enough to play for the first team, but he's playing 23 times in the second division. I'm happy with this kind of setup. This setup's very useful for me. Now, there is one thing that I am concerned about, and that is coefficients for Romania, because obviously we were not in Europe. And when we're in Europe, we do quite well. We kind of bump those numbers up. But because we are not in Europe, it means we are relying on everybody else. So 17th place at the moment, it's an improvement because we're losing a 5.125. Oh, it's a big improvement as well. So we're moving up from 17th to, oh my word, are we like 11th? 11th place. We're 11th place, which means we get 2 teams in the Champions League qualifiers. I mean, we don't get somebody directly into the Champions League, but 2 teams into the Champions League qualifiers is massive. That's absolutely huge. We want to be 10th. Best place to be is 7th, because then you get 1 team in the Champions League, 1 team in the Europa League straight away. So that's huge. That's a huge season for us. We're weirdly quite high. So this is basically shows you the teams who have done the best, or the nations that have done the best coefficients for this last year. We are the 8th best nation when it comes to playing football in Europe, which is huge. That's absolutely huge. Anyway, that is going to do it then for Season 13 with FC Voluntari in our Building a Nation save of Romania next season. It's another European adventure. We need to close that gap between us and FCSB. Obviously, we're going to no longer have Collins Wafulu next year. We're going to no longer have Joel Omaru either. But we do have a fairly sizable transfer budget, £12.4 million potentially in our budget next season. That could go a long way. Or we could spend £400,000 on 7 players from Africa and hopefully develop them into world-class footballers, which is also an option, and I'm probably going to do that one, aren't I? Right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. At the end of Season 13, we finished in 2nd place in the Romanian First League. We were a fair distance behind FCSB, who were inevitably crowned champions. This time around, we are in the Europa Conference League. I'm not sure how well that's going to go. We are also obviously in the Romanian Cup and obviously in the Romanian First League this season. Realistically, what I want to do is I want to win the league, I want to win the Romanian Cup, and I think I want to do okay in the Europa Conference League. Although, I've said this before, the Europa Conference League is weirdly like our competition. I know we've only won it once. But we did win it back in 28-29 with our FC Arges side. And we seem to do okay in it because basically weird teams do alright in the Europa Conference League. Adana DS got to the final 2 years in a row and won it. Rijeka got to the final last season and just, I assume, got smashed by Arsenal. So there is an outside chance that we could do alright. My transfer plans for this season are kind of not defined yet. I don't really know what we're going to do. What I normally do is I do this. Basically, I go to the tactics and I pick the best players. So I just do the quick pick, sort by best 11, and this is what they think that we should be playing. So they've got Philippe Touré as a central midfielder. We don't play him there, so maybe we need a defensive midfielder coming into the club. That could be something we look at. Other than that, I'm kind of okay with not really doing a huge amount of business. We do have £12 million to spend, so I will inevitably do something. Also, I guess our business is going to be dependent on what happens in the summer transfer window, because if we sell somebody important, we do need to replace them. We have already had some business take place already on the 1st of July. 3 players have left the club. 2 on free transfers, Churchu and Stanciu have left. Fernando Cedeno, the Panaman defender, has moved on to Belenenses. He just wasn't really playing, and by wasn't really playing, played 19 times for our second team, and that was about it. So he has moved on, and he looks like he's already transfer listed. Nope, he's just got a £30,000 minimum fee release. That's awfully small. Right, we've moved forward then to the 9th of September. The summer transfer window has closed. We've kicked off the season as well, and we've done a small amount of business. Just 4 players joining the club. Lucas Gachar has moved on, and he has moved on for £10,000, which is not a lot of money considering... I mean, we did pay that, didn't we? But we were in charge of Rapid. We got him on a free transfer. He's kind of annoying. I feel like he might be one of those players that suddenly gets really good, or he might just be awful. He's now playing in the 3rd division in Czechia. So, yeah, he's had a big old drop down. We have also sold David Mahéis to PSG for £2 million. It is not a lot of money for Mahéis. He does have a 50% sell-on in there, but the fact that PSG came in for him shows that he is going to be good at football, so there's definitely potential, and we were not going to be able to keep hold of him. They did say, do you want to loan him back? And I thought, you know what? No, I don't want to loan you back. Another player who's left is Hedi Ben Salem. He has gone to Saudi Arabia, signing for Al Fateh for £4.2 million, £4.5 million. So a decent amount of money for him. Basically, he wanted to leave. He wanted a decent wage rise, and we couldn't offer him much more than that. Plus, I don't think he's going to get much better than what he currently is. Joining the club then, in no real particular order, Ken Aziz, a player that we signed for FC Arges. He's joined on a free transfer. He's come in as a squad player. For £300,000, we have brought in ourselves a new left-back to replace Ben Salem, and it is Georgiou Makasarashvili. That's what we're going to go with, the Georgian left-back and also slight right-back. He's definitely one for the future, but he's probably going to play a fair amount of football because we don't really have too many options in that left-back position anymore. We do have another one in the shape of Igor Turkalj, might be his name, a Croatian left-back signed from Osijek. He's cost a bit more money for £1.6 million. I think he's probably a better player right now. So we brought in 2 basically future prospects. Turkalj is the one who's kind of been flagged as the number 1 starter, but I'm not convinced that's true. Looking at the attributes, Turkalj is much better from a mental statistics and physical statistics. However, from basically ability to play football, it is to Georgiou. So I'm not sure who's better. On paper, you'd probably say Georgiou right now. The final player to join the club is Zidane Bordas, another player that we had in a former club for £1.3 million. The Algerian striker with 1 cap and 2 goals to his name has come in from FC Rapid. He is basically going to replace Mahéis. There has also been a whole load of other transfer business going on, but nothing really of interest, I don't think. I mean, Antonio Neves might be of interest to somebody, maybe, somewhere down the line. But that is it so far. If we take a look at the competitions, we are currently sat 4th place in the table after 9 matches, 6 wins, 3 defeats. It doesn't sound too bad, winning 6 out of 9, but we are a fair distance off the top of the table, but we are very, very early days. We have made it into the Europa Conference League. If we have a quick look, we had to get past a whole bunch of teams. So we got past Botev Plovdiv, we got past Vorskla, we got past FC Honka to make it into the Europa Conference League. I did not realise we had to go through 3 qualifying rounds. I'm very glad we did, because it's basically meant that we've got a decent amount of coefficient points. And finally, players that we are locking into the starting 11. This might change, okay? I'm not convinced this is a good idea. We have Dragan Filipovic, the goalkeeper signed from Partizan, looking like he's turning into a pretty good goalkeeper now. We've got Luis Uribe, who I need to break into the first team. There's potential there. he's not bad at the moment, and I'm hoping we're going to have a Philippe Torre situation where Uribe just needs some football. So that's what we're going to try this season. We've got on the left-hand side, we have Eric Aruna, who he's not good, is he? He's another similar situation to Uribe, where he needs some game time. On the right-hand side, we have Amadou Fall, again, another player who needs some game time, and I think he's arguably in a much better technical position to do so. And Frank Fairher is going to be playing as that attacking midfielder. I'm not convinced this is the best idea either, because he might be better to just play as that striker instead. We have jumped forward now to the 19th of December, and obviously we're at the winter break, and we have qualified through the Europa Conference League group stages, which is very, very good. We only played 6 games in the Europa Conference League, not 8. I thought we'd played 8 for some reason. We have finished 6th in the group. We're also up to 3rd place in the league table as well, with a game in hand over the 2 teams ahead of us, which if we win that, will put us top of the table. Things are looking very promising. Ignore this mess in the Romanian Cup. We lost 1 match, which meant that we didn't get enough points to basically go through. It's frustrating, considering we have a positive 10 goal difference, but we lost 1 match 1-0. And when you think as well, I have stuck to my guns with these 5 players in the starting 11. So Uribe has now played 15 matches, I believe, due to some basically injuries going on in there. Aruna and Fall have also played a lot of football. Eric Aruna is getting better, slowly but surely. Amadou Fall getting better as well, which is what we like to see. As for January, we have got just over £10.5 million to spend. I've already arranged for 2 transfers to come in. We have Jude Taiku, who's going to be joining from Hearts of Oak, a Ghanaian left winger at just 17 years of age. He's costing about £215,000. And somebody who I'm very much looking forward to is Tokachukwu Buhari, a Nigerian defender and midfielder, signing for potentially up to £1 million. I think he might have to get locked into the starting 11, because I think he's going to be very good. Other than that, I don't know what we're going to do. It might be another similar situation. If we sell somebody good, we might need to do some replacing, but we're going to jump forward to the end of the January transfer window to see what business we've done. And obviously, we're going to have played a few more matches as well. Turns out it was a busy month, okay? It was a busy month. We've done some business. We have sold Juan Amrabarry to Ghent for about £700,000, maybe a little bit more. Dimitru has moved on to PSG on a permanent deal, but we have loaned him back for the rest of the season. He's gone for £975,000. I think it's potentially going up to about 1.3, and I'm pretty sure there's a 50% sell-on in there as well. So it's a sensible bit of business. Bozidar has also moved on to Manchester City, and we've loaned him back for the rest of the season. The 20-year-old Serbian defender looks very, very good. We've sold him for £2.3 million. And again, I'm pretty sure there is a decent sell-on in there as well. So if he does turn into a half-decent footballer, Man City can sell him, and we get a nice chunk of money. Joining the club then, obviously, we know of the 2 loan players returning. We know of Bahari as well. He's now in the club. As is Jude Taiku, who's immediately gone out on loan to CSM Alexandria. For £86,000, we have brought in Ayanda Malewa, a 20-year-old South African central midfielder, and loaned him straight out to Alexandria as well. We have signed Nikola Stevic, a 28-year-old Bosnian attacking midfielder from Faro Costanza. He's probably one of our most expensive signings of the season, £750,000, but I think he's actually a really, really good player. And somebody who's not as good, but I brought him in because he's Romanian, is Daniel Stajan, a 27-year-old Romanian central defender, 5 caps to his name, signed from FC Arges. We didn't buy him, by the way, for FC Arges. We weren't there at that point. For £550,000. He's coming because he's Romanian. We need more Romanians. And that is actually all we've done. We've loaned out a few players as well. We sold Dan Haas, actually. Ignore that one. £145,000. He played a hell of a lot of football for us, but he wasn't very good. I think most of them were off the bench by the looks of it. So he's got a lot of appearances for us, but just never really played well. He's gone to WH3 Towns in China, fair enough. And the other big piece of news is Luis Uribe has gone out on loan to Once Caldas. Is it Once? Not quite sure. He's gone basically over to Mexico on loan till the end of the season because, yes, he was playing and he was doing all right. But now we've got Bahari. I feel like Bahari is just going to kick him out of the starting 11. So we kind of took this opportunity to send him out on loan to get some more game time elsewhere. And after a few more league games, we have put ourselves at the top of the tree ahead of our former team FC Arges. 1 point clear after 26 matches. Just 4 games left of the regular season. We are definitely in the top 6, so that is nothing to worry about. But we are hopefully in a decent position as well to challenge for that title. I'm not sure, do we know who we're playing in the Europa Conference League? We don't know who we're playing in the Europa Conference League. We're going to find that out once we go forward in just a minute. But before we do that, I just want to show you the players that are locked in. It is everyone, apart from Uribe's been dropped out. I'm not going to pick the defenders, because if you actually look here, we've got Bozadar is good enough to play there. We've got Dimitri who's good enough to play there. Torre, Stan, Bahare. We've got a decent amount of quality defenders that I quite like them to rotate around if they can. The big problem I've noticed with me locking in players into positions, they play even when they're not fit and when they're tired and things like that, which is not good. Anyway, let's jump forward then to the end of the regular season. We should be finishing first or second. In fact, if we don't finish first or second in the regular season, something's definitely gone wrong. And also, we might find ourselves getting through the next qualifying or the next knockout round of the Europa Conference League. So we did go through the round of 16. We drew Shamrock Rovers and we beat them 5-3 on aggregate. It was a 2-1 win and a 3-2 win, which is also very, very good from a coefficient standpoint. Also, you may well have noticed in there, Cluj have managed to get past Gothenburg, beating them 4-2, and I assume 1-0 if numbers make sense, which they normally do. So we're getting some very good coefficient points just from the Europa Conference League. Just going to jump up to the Europa League to see, we've got Craiova managed to get through the Europa League group stage. Yes, they've been knocked out, but they got through the Europa League group stage. How did FCSB do? They didn't get through the group stage. Did they get into this one? No. Where are they? Where are they? They're certainly down here somewhere. Did they not even make it? FCSB? Oh, that's hardly fair. FCSB drew Craiova in the knockout round of the Europa League. I mean, fair enough, but surely that shouldn't be allowed. Anyway, in other news, we have made it obviously to the Champions playoff. We have won the league by 1 point, but because points get halved, and if you've got an odd number, it basically adds 1 and then halves it. So we're joint on points with FC Arges. We are 4 points clear of Cluj in third. It is a 2-horse race, maybe, for first place, and we are luckily one of those 2 horses. And 10 games later, we have won the league for just a second time with Voluntari. I'm happy. Obviously, very, very happy. FCSB, I assume their European adventure kind of screwed them over a little bit because they are well off the pace, unlike last season where they just flew up the table and were miles away. This time, we were the team. We are 8 points clear of second place Cluj. 8 wins, which are very, very good wins. In fact, we conceded 3 goals in those 8 wins, and then 2 defeats where we conceded 5 goals in the 2 defeats. So it's, all in all, very good season. We've won the league, but we've also won the Europa Conference League. Somehow, I've won the Europa Conference League twice in this save. In 14 seasons, we've won the Europa Conference League twice with 2 different teams from Romania. We've beaten Palermo in the final. It was a 2-1 win. Ferher and Ekena Aziz in the 95th minute. Ekena Aziz in the 95th minute with the winner. He literally comes off the bench half the matches, or most matches actually, scores 9 goals, which is very impressive. We've lifted another trophy. We've lifted another trophy somehow. And looking at the stats for some of the players, I can see exactly why and how we've done this. Amadou Fall is our 3rd top assister, 10 assists in all competitions, 8 of them in the league, 4 goals as well to his name. Decent season. Is he good enough to play for us? Arguably yes, because he's done well. Attila Grecu is up there when it comes to goals. He's got 12 goals in all competitions. Considering he only started 9 games and 19 off the bench, that's a decent contribution from Attila. Eric Aruna on that left-hand side has had one hell of a season. He's got 16 assists and 22 goals in all competitions. I was not expecting him to be that good. Genuinely, I don't think he's as good as Fall, but for some reason he's put in a much better performance than Fall has. 22 goals is mad, 16 assists is just as mad. From the attacking midfield position, Ferher managed to get 15 assists and 30 goals in all competitions in 61 appearances, which is a lot of football for a man to play. That is 45 goal contributions in 61 appearances. And he's not the top scorer. That would be Meziani with 36 goals in all competitions, 7 assists as well. 24 goals in the league, which I think is his best performance by a fair distance. It is his best performance by a long distance, actually. I mean, Meziani, considering he's only been here for 4 seasons, or 3.5 seasons, he's doing us proud. I am starting to worry about Dragan Filipovic. Yes, he's 25, so he's not considered a young goalkeeper anymore, but he still has that potential. Being a goalkeeper means that you can kind of keep developing the older you get, essentially. And I'm worried that we might lose him. I'm hoping we don't lose him, but I'm worried that we might lose him because he's still got 4.5-star potential at 25. Before we finish the episode then, I want to take a look at the coefficient. So currently we are down in 11th place, but we are picking up 20 points. That is a positive 8 swing in our favour. Pretty much positive 8 swing. So what does that mean for next season? We are, what is that, 7th, 8th place maybe? We are 8th place. We are moving up to 8th place. We are ahead of Belgium. We are ahead of the Netherlands. I mean, what's happened? I mean, I know what's happened. We've done very well. So what does that mean? We're not interested in that. We're the 3rd best nation of the year. This is basically what this means. We have, as a nation, have been the 3rd best in the entirety of Europe. Only England and Spain have been better. And Spain, marginally better, which is ridiculous because if we finish 2nd, whoever finished 2nd place in the league would go straight into the Champions League group stage. Straight into it. And where, if we are, it was 8th, wasn't it? So we're moving up to, we get a person straight into the league phase, which is good, and one qualifying round away from actually getting into the league phase as well. We get someone in the Europa League straight into the group stage. Oh, this is big. This is genuinely, that is a massive leap for us as a nation because it means that we've got teams straight into Europe. No qualifying rounds, none of that nonsense. The last little thing that I'm going to do, and I promised this in the comments, I was going to have a look at the legends, icons, and favourite personnel, and it's not that exciting. Genuinely, I thought there'd be a lot more. So favourite personnel, you've got myself, we've got Fairhair, and we've got Grecu, all still at the club. We've got Ben Salam and Doru Andre as icons. Doru Andre is now playing for Hertha, still 34 years of age. Obviously, Ben Salam, we know we've just sold him to Al Fatah. And then we've got Dino Turadan, who is there as a manager. He's the assistant manager. He's not there anymore. We do have 4 assistant managers, by the way. I believe this man here is the one who's taking all the credit for doing well. So he's kind of technically the manager of the club, even though it's me. But we also have Marius Sula. I don't know who half these people are. I've not really been paying too much attention to my staff, which is arguably a bit of a mistake on my part. I think I appointed this. He's awful. I need a head of youth development. I need a new head of youth development because he's terrible. Genuinely, I thought I did sort through some of my coaches, but that might have been in a completely different series, maybe the Wolfsburg one. Well, that's going to do it then for Season 14. Season 15, we are into the Champions League, straight into the group stages, if I'm not mistaken. And I kind of want to do well. We need to really build on this momentum. We are champions of the Europa Conference League. We are champions of Romania. Romania is flying up the coefficients. We just need to keep this momentum going. Thanks for watching. I will catch you in the next one. Last season, with our FC Voluntari side in our Building a Nation save in Romania, we won the Romanian First Division. But we also won the Europa Conference League as well, beating Palermo 2-1 in the final. It means this season we are fighting on 4 fronts. We've got the league, we've got the Super Cup, we've got the Romanian Cup, and we are into the Champions League as well. But not only are we in the Champions League, Cluj are also into the Champions League. Now, I'm not sure. Okay, they do have to go through qualifying rounds, but Cluj are in a very good position to get into the Champions League properly as well. When you look at the season last year, so this is last season, Arges finished in 2nd, getting Europa League. We've got FCSB finishing technically. I don't think it was 4th. I think technically they finished, they might have finished 4th. They might have finished 3rd. I'm not quite sure. But FCSB also in the Europa League as well. And Botasani qualifying for the Europa Conference League, which I think might be the first time they've ever qualified for a European competition. But with that in mind, what are our expectations for this season? Well, the board want us to win the league. I want to win the league. The board want us to be competitive in the Champions League. I want to win some games. We need to get coefficient points. So that is it has to be our target. Not expecting to win the thing, by all means. But if we can do well in the group stage, that should be good. Romanian Cup, they don't really care. They just want us to get to the quarterfinals. Fair enough. And they want us to win the Romanian Super Cup, which is against FCSB, which, to be fair, I couldn't care less about that, but apparently the board want us to win it. From a transfers perspective, we've already done 3 bits of business on the 1st of July, all of them on free transfers. Oliver Ankustjern might be his name, signed from AAB on a free transfer. Like I said, 28 years of age, defensive midfielder. He's good. He's actually a very good player. Another very good player as well is Sami Salah, a 26-year-old Egyptian left winger with 18 caps and 1 goal to his name, signed from Future in his native Egypt, once again on a free transfer. He's a very fast man. And finally, on the opposite flank, Jose Garcia, who is a 22-year-old Uruguayan winger, maybe striker, maybe central midfielder, maybe attacking midfielder, signed from Peñarol in his native Uruguay, once again on a free transfer. And if you don't know, check out Peñarol because they always have some really good players. Like this man, for example, Mario Maidana. I'm not going to sign him, but he's potentially worth up to £5 million and he's only 19. He's very good. Or this man, Jose Rodriguez, a 17-year-old winger, who is, he's worth potentially £3.3 million. Anyway, financially, what we have to spend for the rest of this summer transfer window is about £20 million. I'm not quite sure what we're going to do just yet, so you're going to have to see in just a second what we actually do. I imagine, much like quite a few seasons that we've had recently, it is we just replace. If someone leaves, we replace. That is all we need to kind of keep doing. Although, we could go big, and we could go big to try and do well in the Champions League. Do we just chuck money at getting some really top quality footballers? We've got the money to spend. So we do, in theory, have the ability to spend maybe £5 million on 4 different players, giving them high wages as well for our league, and hope that we can do a reasonable job in the Champions League. We're going to find out. So we have sold about £7.5 million worth of players. Octavian Cristo has left. He's gone over to Servette. He's got a £1.6 million minimum fee release. He's gone for £250,000. For £575,000, we say goodbye to Andre Sigurd Steinsson, who has done very, very well for us. From Inter Milan, we brought him in, 151 appearances. He just wasn't good enough anymore for our team, so he's moved on. Amadou Fall, the 19-year-old Senegalese winger, has left, signing for Lyon, but returning on loan for about £2.3 million. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure there is some form of sell-on in there, probably a 50% one. And we also say goodbye to Philippe Touré for £5 million. He has moved over to Al Fatah in Saudi Arabia. 162 appearances he played for our voluntary side. Obviously, we signed him from Arges. We actually initially signed him to Arges as well from Sewe Sport. Philippe Touré, for a player who's now worth, I say now, we sold him for £5 million. We got our money's worth out of him. We certainly got our money's worth. And joining the club then, in no particular order, Alessandro Fontarossa, who is an Italian left-back and centre-back, signed on a free transfer. We brought him in because we need some depth. Basically, we don't have too many left-backs. Fontarossa has come in. I know he's 34. I feel sick. I feel physically sick signing this man, but we've done it anyway. For £1.2 million, we have signed Dembele Doudou, who is a 23-year-old Senegalese right-back, signed from Cluj. I think he's good. I think he's a good player. We've just basically brought in a whole bunch of players for depth. I think that's one of our big problems, is we don't have a huge amount of depth. Doudou certainly brings a bit more depth. Also, I'm 38 years old. I can't laugh at the word Doudou. Definitely trying. For some reason in Football Manager as well, there is always one player from Thailand who turns into a world-class superstar, and I'm hoping it is this man, Wanmai Sanifak? I'm not quite sure. Signed from Port in his native Thailand. He's come in for £750,000. Central defender, 34 caps to his name. He looks pretty good. This is one of the reasons why I was comfortable selling Touré, because Sanifak, I think, can do the job. Because we sold Amadou Fall as well, I decided to reinvest a bit of money to bring in some top quality footballers. Enrico Carnevali is one of those players, signed from Torino, 25 years of age, which is one of our more aged players that we signed for £1.8 million. We could have got him last year for a free, but I didn't realise he existed at that point. But £1.8 million, I think, is a very good bit of business for a player who's still got some potential to kind of reach. He's only 25, still got a few years left in him. I'm quite looking forward to seeing Enrico play. And sticking with our older players, 28-year-old Miguel Frias, a Venezuelan defensive midfielder signed from Deportivo Táchira. I found him in the Venezuela international side, and I looked at him and he's very good. Defensive midfielder, maybe a centre-back as well. I can't remember. Have I told you how much? £275,000. Not a lot of money at all. And finally, for £1.3 million, which is, I think, our most expensive signing of this summer, is Davide Oppolini from Uruguay, signed from Liverpool FC in Uruguay. Much like Peñarol, Liverpool FC, good team to actually steal some decent young players from. Loads and loads of potential ability here. I'm not sure whether we're going to force play this guy. We probably won't. We'll probably just use him as sort of a rotation player in the first few seasons that he's here. But I'm hoping by the time he's like 21, 22, he's going to be really good. And I think that is all the transfer business we have done. You can see here on the right-hand side as well some other people that might be of interest. Kostov, we have sold to Craiova. We've sold a man called Cyprian Cosma to Bacau. A whole bunch of players going out on frees. Cosmin Pop being one of those players. Barzon as well, leaving, signing for Kaiserslautern. A whole load of loan deals. Probably should mention this one. The guy we loaned in, we signed from AAB. We've loaned him straight back out again because it's registration rules, okay? I'll be honest with you, registration rules are a problem. Bordas going out on loan might not have been a good bit of business to do that, but we've gone for it anyway. So far, the season has kicked off okay, not amazingly well. We are 5 points off the pace at the moment in 6th place, but obviously plenty of football still to play. We've got 4 wins, 3 draws, 3 defeats. The defeats are against Hermesal, Arges and Rapid, 3 teams that are above us. The draws, Craiova, Cluj and Botasani, who are kind of all roughly in the same area, apart from Cluj, who are currently top. But the 4 wins, Craiova, the other Cluj, Steaua Bucharest and FCSB. FCSB is a very good win there. So is the U Cluj one, actually. So we've done okay. We've done all right, I think. Now, I haven't checked this, but I'm not quite sure whether we've got 2 Romanian sides in the Champions League. I feel like we haven't, have we? We definitely haven't got 2 Romanian teams. What have we got in the Europa League then? So a quick skim down the squads. We have got CFR Cluj currently in the Europa League, which is very good to see. PAO FC, by the way, are a French 3rd division side, have made it to the Europa League. Fair play to them. Anyone else? I mean, I'm definitely going to miss somebody. We've got 1 team. 1 team in the Europa League. Does that mean, have we got 3 teams in the Europa Conference League? FCSB are there. Arges are there. So there's 2 already right at the top of the league. And I think that might be it. It's probably not, but I think that might be it. In case you're interested as well, we've got some very difficult games in the Champions League. They're always difficult. It's the Champions League. We've got Real Madrid, Ajax, we've got Shakhtar, Fiorentina, Bromby, Besiktas, Man United and AC Milan. So, let's be honest. Beat Besiktas, beat Bromby, maybe beat Fiorentina, beat Shakhtar. If we can get 4 wins, I'll be happy with 4 wins from those matches. So the players that we are locking in to play this season then, or at least the very first few matches of the season, it is Filipovic keeping his place in goal. I probably don't need to do this anymore, but I kind of like doing it just for the sake of keeping in the squad. Filipovic is getting very, very good. And then it's just the attacking midfielders. So Carnevali on that right-hand side. I'm locking him in because if I don't lock him in, they play Grecu, they play Meziani, they basically kind of put all sorts of players in there. Fairher in the middle of the pitch, which I'm putting him in there because otherwise they play him as a striker. I don't want him playing as a striker. And then we've got Sami Salah on that left-hand side. I think similar situation with Salah. They don't necessarily play him. They play Meziani, and realistically, I want Meziani playing up front with Grecu. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So you can see there, as forwards go, Carnevali often gets put up front. So does Fairher. I want Carnevali as a right winger. That's his job. Right, let's jump forward then to the winter break. See how well we have got on. And let's hope that we've done all right in the Champions League. I want to win 4 games. I mean, admittedly, when we get to the winter break, I want to win 3 games. So first things first, looking at the league table then. 3rd place is where we currently sit. So we have certainly turned things around. In fact, I think we've drawn twice, lost once, and then won another 10 matches or something ridiculous. So we've done very, very well. We're now 41 points, just 3 points off of CFR Cluj, and just 2 points off Arges in 1st and 2nd place. So we have certainly turned things around there. How have we got on in the Champions League? 17th. We are 17th place in the Champions League. 2 wins, Besiktas and Shakhtar. 2 matches I said we should win. We've got draws against Bromby and Fiorentina. 2 matches I said we should win. And then we've lost against Ajax and Real Madrid, which is kind of understandable. We did also win the Romanian Super Cup, by the way. Just completely forgot to tell you that one. We beat FCSB 3-1 in the final. And we are also at the Romanian Cup closing stage quarterfinal, which is where the board wanted us to be as well. So I'm hoping there is a possibility that we can do a treble this season. We can win the Romanian First League, we can win the Romanian Super Cup, and we can win the Champions League. We can't win the Champions League. We can win the Romanian Cup. That's what I think. Realistically, let's do the double. Let's win the Romanian First League and win the Super Cup. I'm not fussed about the Romanian Cup. No one cares about that. So obviously, as we are about to head into the January transfer window, which frustratingly, by the way, I don't know if I've mentioned this, starts about the 20th of January in Romania, which means we've got 2-3 weeks before our window opens where everyone else in Europe can try and buy our players, which is kind of annoying. We have got just over £20 million to spend. I'm not sure what we're going to do with it. Well, the first few things that we did was sell a whole bunch of players, which arguably we shouldn't have done. Luis Uribe, one of them, leaving, going to FCSB for £750,000. For 775, Nicolas Stevic has left and he has moved over to Bromby. I don't think we ever really saw this man kind of get involved at all. I mean, I feel like he played a lot, but most of them are off the bench, right? Yeah, most matches off the bench. Igor Turkal has gone out on loan to Lokomotiva. He's going to be leaving as well at the end of his contract, which, by the way, is in a year and a half. So I don't know why he's kind of telling me that now, but he's going to do it. We've also sold Georgiou. He has gone to Dynamo BT. What about Dynamo BT? Dynamo Batumi. He has gone for £850,000. We just never played him, really, did we? Gary Moreno has also left the club on a loan deal until the end of the season. If I'm not mistaken, I think, he's out of contract as well at the end of the year, so that's the last we've seen of Gary. It's also the last we've seen of Dragan Filipovic. Our goalkeeper has left. He's signed for Leipzig for £7.5 million. Kind of annoying. This is what I said earlier about the whole European transfer window opens on the 1st of January for everyone else, but for us, it's on the 20th of January. We didn't have a goalkeeper for 3 weeks, which was kind of annoying. We've also sold Bahari to Man United, and he's come back on loan. We haven't loaned back Filipovic, but Bahari has come back on loan. He's gone for £1.9 million, which is not a lot of money, but he was refusing to extend his contract. So I kind of went, we'll take some money, we'll get some sell-on clauses in there as well. We can loan him until the end of the season. It's not the end of the world. So then what have we done to replace the big names that have left the club? Well, first of all, Jimmy Gabakal, maybe, could be his name. 20-year-old Ivorian goalkeeper signed from ASEC Mimosas has come in for £220,000. But he is not going to be our number one goalkeeper because that is going to be Kostas Vagenas, a 29-year-old Greek international signed from FCSB. There was kind of a reason for this. Spending £3 million, which is arguably a bit too much money, but we have significantly weakened FCSB by taking their starting goalkeeper for just £3 million, and we needed him. So I'm perfectly fine with that. For £625,000, Steven Marcelo, a 23-year-old Colombian central footballer, can play as a defender, midfielder, or even attacker midfielder if we fancy. He's come in, signed from Millonarios FC in his native Colombia. He's going to be probably a centre-back. Ultimately, that's what I bought him to be. As is Keita Ishihara, a 30-year-old Japanese international centre-back who I think is ridiculously good for our team. Not our level of football, by all means. He's not Champions League superb quality, but compared to what we did have in the club, Ishihara, I think, is really, really good. And a free transfer as well from Yokohama F. Marinos. I think that's a very good bit of business. He's an experienced footballer, which is something that I often don't seem to do in Football Manager. I've decided to do it this year. Is it paying off? I don't really know. Oh yeah, and Joel Omaru's back. He's cost £3.3 million. But we also had a sell-on of 50%. So he's actually only cost £1.65 million. Joel Umaru went to PSG, didn't really play, got loaned back to us for a season. We've brought him back for £3.3 million, which, like I said, was halved as well because we had that 50% sell-on clause in there. Joel Umaru's back in the club, everybody. And because of those transfers, we have had to do a little bit of rejigging when it comes to our squad and who's actually starting matches. I have put Vajanas in goal because if we do this, Gabakal could be his name, is not too dissimilar, but I want Vajanas to be our number one goalkeeper. Ishihara slots in as a centre-back. We are sticking Leon Schmidt as a left-back because we don't really have anybody else. And if we don't put Leon Schmidt, they often put somebody ridiculous in left-back, and I don't want them to do that. Let's stick Leon Schmidt. He's going to be playing there. Carnevale is sticking on that right-hand side, and Umaru will now stay in that attack midfield position, which means Fairhair can now probably be moved up as a striker, although realistically, it is going to be Mezziani. Also, ignore the fact that Ishihara is unregistered. It's because we're playing Atletico Madrid tomorrow, and he could not be registered for the Champions League in time, which is annoying. Speaking of the Champions League, you've probably worked out that we've qualified for the knockout round. Admittedly, it's the playoffs, but we did beat AC Milan and lose against Man United. So in the league phase, we finished 19th place. We now have to play Atletico Madrid. When it comes to the Romanian First League, we are second place, 1 point off the pace, which is perfectly fine, because basically once the points get halved, it's not going to be a point at all, is it? It's going to be 0 points off the pace. So I'm very happy with how things are going right now. Right, let's jump forward then a few more days or weeks in game. We'll see what happens in the Champions League knockout rounds. I want to get past Atletico Madrid, but I've got literally zero hope for this to take place. And also, I want to ideally we want to leapfrog Arges, don't we, before the end of the regular season. So the league table finished with us on top, 66 points, Arges on 65, but frustratingly, it means the points get halved, which means we are on top, joint with Arges. In third is Cluj on 32. It is very, very tight at the top of the table, so I'm not convinced we are going to win this league right now. If we can have some good results against your Arges and your CFR Clujes, then maybe we can start kind of dreaming and hoping that we can go back-to-back champions. One thing we're not going to win, though, is the Champions League, which was a surprise to absolutely nobody, by the way. We did get knocked out by Atletico Madrid. However, massive news, we did beat them 2-0. 2-1, sorry. We beat them 2-1 in Spain and then lost 2-0 in Romania. So, think about it, coefficient-wise, that's not awful. That is certainly not awful. The fact that we managed to beat Atletico Madrid is actually quite good. We've also apparently got an excellent youth intake coming through. I'll keep you posted. I imagine it's probably not going to be excellent, but you know. So apparently, it wasn't too bad. We do have 2 5-star potential players. Florin Badescu is one of them, a 15-year-old Romanian right-back. And we've also got Catalin Barbu, who is a 15-year-old Romanian central midfielder. So, I think it's gone actually not too bad at all. We've also got some other players who aren't as good, but still might get good in the future. Also, something that is pretty good is we are back-to-back champions of Romania. We have won the title once again. 51 points, just 1 point clear of Cluj. Arges just absolutely capitulated by the looks of it in the final Champions playoff, losing 6 of the 10. We did still lose twice against Arges and Cluj. So we almost threw that away there, didn't we? But luckily for us, we did not. We are champions of Romania once again. And we are also winners of the Romanian Cup, this time beating CFR Cluj in the final 1-0 after extra time. Who scored the goal? Place your bets. Mesiani's my guess. It's Ferher from the penalty spot, and then he should have scored again from the penalty spot 3 minutes later and didn't, apparently. Fair enough. I'm not quite sure why this man played in the final, but there we are. So ultimately, we have won the treble. We've won, arguably, we've won the domestic treble. That's what we're going to say. The First League, the Romanian Cup, and the Super Cup. So we have won all 3 of those, which is actually, now you think about it, that's a pretty good season. Frustratingly, however, Joel Umaru has managed to break his leg on his return to the club. He did play 12 times, scoring 9 goals, but then broke his leg, so he was out for 3 to 5 months. Not ideal. Vergenes, in total, this season has played 38 times, keeping 12 clean sheets. However, most of those were actually for FCSB. He only kept 5 clean sheets for us. Not great, is it? It's not good. From an assist perspective, Daniel Stan, who seems to be playing as our backup left-back, I think he started 13 or 19 games maybe as a left-back before he locked in Schmidt, and then Stan has come off the bench a lot of the times, has actually managed to pick up 11 assists in all competitions. He's certainly not a left-back. New signing Sami Salah has done very well. 15 goals, 13 assists in all competitions. That was a very good bit of business on a free transfer. Demble Duda as well managed to get himself 14 assists in all competitions. And I think, has he just got his first Senegal cap? He might have already had that before anyway. But Demble Dudu, not a bad signing. And likewise for Enrico Carnevali, getting 16 assists in all competitions. But he's also got 27 goals from right wing. That's ridiculous. He's actually the top goal scorer for our team. In third place is Mesiani scoring 22 with 4 assists. And second place is Ferenc Ferher with 25 and 8 assists. But at the top of the tree, it is Carnevali. I've sorted by goal scorers at the moment. So Umar gets 9 to be his 5th top goal scorer. Which, considering he's only played 16 games, that's actually quite good. Ishihara getting 3 goals and 2 assists from centre-back. That's also very good for the 30-year-old. The fact that Fontarosa managed to play 12 starts and 10 off the bench is kind of concerning. Where did he play? Because we didn't lock him in. So mainly as a left-back. Coming off the bench as a left-back by the looks of it. So he did kind of... He was our backup left-back. Okay, that's not too bad, I guess. So the last thing we will do before we end this season is take a look at the coefficients, and already I can see it's good because we're losing an absolutely awful year from 32-33 and replacing it with a reasonably good year of a 13.4. So what does that mean for the 38-39 season? We are going to be, is that 6th? It is 7th place. So 7th place means we get a team directly in the Champions League, a team directly in, or not directly, into the last round of qualifiers, I believe. It's actually almost exactly the same, isn't it? The only difference is we get 2 teams in the Europa League and then 1 team in the Europa Conference League rather than in the qualifier. What is this? Why is there 2 different Europa Leagues? I don't understand. Anyway, it's not really made too much difference, but the fact that we've kind of improved is always good to see. We're also going to improve next year, assuming we have a decent year. That is going to do it then for Season 15 of our Building a Nation save, currently with FC Voluntari. Notice I say currently, because we're not necessarily staying with these until the end of time, but right now, we're doing a bloody good job. If you did enjoy this video, do please remember to leave a like, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and I'll be back next time with Season 16, and hopefully another Champions League run, and hopefully we can get out the group stages again. In 3 of the last 5 seasons with our voluntary side, we have won the league. In one of them, we finished in 3rd place, and in the other one, I think we finished 6th place, because we kind of may have got distracted by a European adventure. But we have certainly started to turn ourselves into the PSG of Romania, which is arguably what we want to be doing, because then we can start to become the PSG of Europe. Or more specifically, looking at the Champions League winners, the Man City of Europe, because they've won it literally 6 times in a row, and 7 times in the last 16 or 15 seasons. And speaking of the Champions League, obviously we have qualified for it thanks to last season's winning of the title, and we are hopefully going to be getting out the group stages. That's all I really want us to do, get out of the group stages, and I think it should be possible. We want to win the league, we want to win the Romanian Cup, we want to win the Romanian Super Cup, although arguably I only really care about winning the league and doing well in Europe. That's the 2 that we have to do. Everything else is just a bonus. And in order to hopefully win the league once again and do alright in the Champions League, we've got about £30 million to spend. We had a little bit more, but I've already spent some of it. We have loaned out Samafak, the Thai central defender. He's gone out on loan to Sepsi, but that is not what we're here to talk about when it comes to transfers, because we have 4 brand new players joining the club. Shepard Sibanda is a Zimbabwean defender signed on a free transfer from FC Talonvision from Zimbabwe. I found him just knocking about in the Zimbabwe under-20 squad, and I went, I can get you on a free. Let's bring you in. I'm not expecting much. We've also signed Konstantin Radu, a 19-year-old Romanian defensive midfielder signed from FC Arges, once again on a free transfer once his contract expired. Tiboho Jacobs is a South African left-back and left-winger with 1 cap to his name, signed from Sundowns in South Africa. He's come in for £325,000. All of these players technically came in at the end of last season, but it was like June they came in, so they've not had the chance to actually do anything for us. Jacobs, I think, could be getting some game time this year. Somebody who's probably not going to get game time this year is Cosmin Stinger, who is an 18-year-old Romanian striker signed from Metalaglobus Bucharest. Could be their name, couldn't it? Who knows? He's come in for £375,000. He's certainly one for the future. I'm going to stick him on the development list, I assume. I'll probably try and loan him out. So that's all the transfer business we have done at the moment. Much like last season, we are basically going to try and kind of replace anyone that leaves. I'm not seeing us needing to do massive overhauls of players throughout the squad, but we're going to try and replace if we need to replace, because I think we've got a pretty decent squad right now. And part of that is because we have continued the Bahari loan, by the way. Obviously sold him in January last season, loaned him out to the end of the season, and then he's come back for, I think we're paying some of his wages at this point. We're paying £110,000 a month, which arguably might be too much money. He's going to cost about £1 million, isn't he? Right, let's jump forward then to the end of the transfer window. We're going to be 10 or so games into the season as well, and I'm hoping we just do all right. I want to be top 3 after 10 games. That'll do. And just like that, 9 games in, we are 3rd place in the table. Just 2 defeats, 7 wins. Worryingly, FC Arges are 9 for 9 right now. That's a concern. They are kind of running away with it, and we've not played them yet, which might be a good thing, because it might be that we are the ones to kind of stop that ridiculously good start of the season for them, and then they just fall down the table like they did at the end of last year. There has been a lot of transfer business taking place, by the way. 30-year-old Portuguese left-back, centre-back, right-winger Leon Schmidt, who actually played quite a lot last season, has left, signing for Al Maracaya for £900,000. We don't need him anymore. And Kasjern, who we signed last season on a free transfer because I thought he was a good player, he's left. He's gone back to Denmark for £900,000. We made stupid money from him from just basically one loan deal and then selling him. Ikenna Aziz should be a club legend because he scored the winning goal in the Europa Conference League final. He has left, signing for Al Fatah for £1.2 million. For potentially rising to £1.7 million, Davide Apollini has left, going to West Ham. The moment West Ham put a bid in for him, he just threw his toys out of the pram and I went, you know what, go, just leave. There's a 50% sell-on in there. If he turns out to be good, then there's a lot of money there. We technically had a loss here, but realistically, we won't have a loss once West Ham sell him. Another player who joined last season and has immediately left is Sami Salah, 27-year-old Egyptian, signed for Al Weda in Saudi Arabia for £4.5 million. And after a very good season, Carnevali as well has left. He has moved back to Italy, signing for Empoli for 6.25, potentially rising to nearly £8 million. We've lost a lot of players we brought in last season to make our team better, which means this season we had to do something similar and bring in a whole bunch of new faces. And new faces we did bring in. Josep Luis Montandas is a 19-year-old Spanish left, right and attacking player. He has come in on a free transfer formerly of Barcelona. He's already scored 6 and 3 assists in the league so far. For a free transfer, he's very good. Also on a free transfer is Thanos Letsas, a 28-year-old Greek footballer. Striker, central midfielder, defensive midfielder. I'm probably going to play him as a defensive midfielder, which doesn't make any sense, but once again, coming on a free transfer signed from AEK Athens. And Gareth Boyne is a 30-year-old Irish attacking midfielder signed from Nottingham Forest on a free transfer. This season, we have gone big with making our team good. Look how much money he's getting paid. He's getting paid nearly £50,000 a week. I think last season our highest earner was on maybe $19,000. We have blown our budgets out of the water for some of these players. Letsas is on $44,000 as well, so that's 2 players on very high wages. Bringing it back down to earth just a little bit, we've got Alexandru Fire, who is an 18-year-old Romanian right-winger signed from FC Arges for 2.8, potentially rising to £3.3 million. Obviously, he's one for the future, but will be sat in the first team, maybe getting some game time. Marius Andre is a similar situation, but will be getting game time this season. He is 22, 13 caps to his name, Romanian international signed from FCSB for £5 million. It's a lot of money, but much like us signing their goalkeeper last season, we've now signed their best centre-back. We've also brought in Demba Cisse, a 21-year-old Senegalese central defender, signed from U Cluj, formerly of Generation Foot. Decent centre-back, only 21, so plenty of time to grow as well. He's cost £2.7 million, which might be a bit steep, but I think we've got ourselves a very good defender. And finally, something that I don't do often is loan players, but we have loaned Koku Mwenya from Chelsea. You know why I've loaned him? Because I did try and sign him last season, I think. Whenever he moved to Chelsea, I was desperately trying to sign him from Craiova, and then Chelsea bought him. So I went, you know what? You can come to me then. If you're not going to play him, you can come to me on loan instead. So we've loaned in Mwenya until the end of the year. I think he's probably more going to be a left back. I don't know why, but I think that's where he's going to land. And that is pretty much the transfer business. We've got some loan deals. So Boras has gone out on loan. Is he getting any good? He's not. He's just getting game time somewhere else. Boras has gone out on loan. Neves has gone out on loan. Anyone else really worth talking about? Bruno Lopez, I feel like we've had for years. And we have. We've had him for 4 years now, and he's still rubbish. Yeah, just a bunch of players going on loan. We did manage to win the Romanian Super Cup for a second year in a row, beating CFR Cluj in the final. Mesiani scoring a brace, apparently, by the looks of it. We can just see what the result was. So Mesiani gets 2, Marcelo and Frias get a goal each as well. And the board, realistically, they want us to finish in the top 2, which is fine. Be competitive in the Champions League, which is perfectly fine. And then do all right in the other 2. When it comes to Champions Leagues, who have we got? We've got Montpellier, that's a win. We've got Ajax, that's hopefully a win. We've got Shakhtar again. Okay, we seem to play Shakhtar every year in the Champions League. Porto, PSG, Feyenoord, Lyon and Watford. Now, I know for a fact that might seem weird to you. Watford are very good. Watford are a very good Premier League side in this save. So I'm kind of... You'd think that we should win that one. I don't think we've got a chance. When it comes to players that we are locking in place, we are sticking with the 4-2-3-1 Black Panther formation. We are going to be playing Gabakal, might be his name, as our goalkeeper for the season. He has already started the season conceding 11, but also keeping 2 clean sheets. So he's okay. He's not amazing. We have got Jacobs, Thibaut Jacobs, the 20-year-old South African who's technically a left winger. He's going to be playing as a left back. Boyne, Letsas and Montandas will also be locked into. Boyne on that right-hand side, which I don't necessarily think is his best position, but that's where we want to use him. Letsas playing in that attacking midfield role, I think that kind of suits him absolutely perfectly down to a T. And then Montandas, I was contemplating the left-hand side, but actually putting him through the middle, he's only 19. I'm hoping he's going to get better as well. I think putting him as that striker might be the way forward. But that is what we are locking in for the season. Let's jump forward then to about December time, about the 20th of December. We'll come back to see what's happened in the first part of the season. We are top of the table. Montandas, top goal scorer in the league. Jacobs with 10 assists as well, so joint top assister in the league. Arges have kind of started to drop off, but not massively. It's still very close between Voluntari Cluj and Arges at the top of the table. It is a 3-horse race right now after about 21 games. In the Champions League, we are second. We are second place in the Champions League, only behind Watford. Told you they were good. Told you Watford were very, very good at football. We have won 5 of our matches. Feyenoord, Porto, Shakhtar, Ajax and Montpellier. We have lost, I'm assuming PSG is PSG. We've got 2 matches still to play, which is Lyon and Watford. I'm worried because even though we are second, if we lose both of those games, we could drop down to like 10th, 11th, 12th kind of position. So I'm not kind of counting my chickens just yet. I want to take a look as well. Europa League, Cluj are currently sat 6th place, which is good. Coefficient points, picking up some wins. Good wins as well against West Ham. That's a very good win. Anyone else from Romania? FCSB are there, but they have got to win. They've got to win in 3 draws. It'd be nice for them to get a few more. And then in the Europa Conference League, who have we got? I'm just looking at the flags. FC Arges have actually gone undefeated. Fair play. A 5-0 win against RFS from Latvia. Fair enough. And then 3 draws as well. Have we got anyone else? We do. We've got Arad. Arad qualified? I thought it was Botasani. So Arad picked up 3 wins as well and a draw. Was Botasani last year? Botasani might have been the season before. I might just be being an absolute clown, which is perfectly normal and acceptable. If it was, they didn't get to the group stage anyway. Right, so when it comes to January, what are we going to do from a transfers perspective? I don't think we need to do anything. Cut to 3 seconds time when we've sold like £8 million worth of players and we've spent £22 million on really expensive footballers. We've actually done very little. 2 players have left on loan deals. An 18-year-old going out on loan to Galati, maybe. And Eric Mahais has gone out on loan to CSM Resista. So, that's all that's left. We haven't sold anybody. And we've just taken a trip to Senegal to Generation Foot to bring in 2 players from there. Pap Diego Lopi, an 18-year-old Senegalese right-back, right-winger, maybe left wing-back. He has come in for, I think, £350,000. And Baba Ndoye has also joined from Generation Foot. He is a 19-year-old Senegalese attacking midfielder with 1 cap to his name. Once again, from Generation Foot, signed for £150,000. That's all we've done. That is literally all we've done when it comes to this transfer business. Oh, did I mention? I don't think I mentioned this because it technically happened after the transfer window shut. Turkal has left for 900,000, 325,000, potentially 4. Yeah, we just never played him. And looking at the league table now, 26 games in, so only, 7 or 8 more have been played. We are still top, but it is now down to just a 2-horse race between us and FC Arges, obviously our former team. The Romanian Cup is going quite well. We're into the quarter-final. Obviously, we know we won the Romanian Super Cup. And the Champions League, we're in the knockout playoff round. Yeah, so exactly what I thought was going to happen did happen. I don't think we lost both games, but we did drop down to 10th place. So we drew with Lyon, a 2-2 draw, and then lost 3-1 against Watford, which meant we did drop down from 2nd place with 2 games to go down to 10th, putting us into the qualifying round. But we have Fiorentina, and I'm pretty sure, can we do previous meetings? I think we've beaten them before. We've not. We've drawn with them. We've played them once and we've drawn 2-2. I think we're good enough to beat them. And just so you know, for the remainder of the season, this is what we are locking in. So exactly the same players. Gabakal as our goalkeeper, Jacobs as our left-back, Boyne as our right winger, Letsas as our attacking midfielder, and Montandas as our striker. You can see the goals already being scored. Boyne has 15, Letsas on 13, Montandas is on 23. We've got Meziani as well on 15 goals. So we're scoring goals. It's good to see. We're getting some goals. We've jumped forward, obviously, now to the 8th of March, and the Champions Playoff group has been drawn, and we are 2 points clear, which means we actually finished the league 4 points clear of 2nd place Arges, and then the points get halved, which is frustrating, but I guess it kind of keeps it a little bit more exciting as you come towards the end of the season. I'm thinking, and I'm hoping, that we are going to win our 3rd title in a row. It's looking certainly promising. What's not looking promising, however, is the fact that we have been knocked out of the Champions League at the knockout playoff round once again. This time Fiorentina were the team to beat us. We did draw 2-2 in the first leg and then lost the second leg 4-3. And I imagine, I've not even seen who's done this, it's late goals to a late equaliser. Oh, that's just heartbreaking. We were winning. We were going through until Quintana scored in the 92nd minute. And then Boss scores in the 118th minute of extra time. Oh, we deserve to win that. We genuinely deserve to win that. But ultimately, then we're down to just 2 more competitions. We could win the treble again. We could do the domestic treble again. We're in the Romanian Cup. We're obviously currently winning the league as well. We're going to jump forward to the end of the season and see how well we do. 2nd. We're in 2nd. What has happened? We've lost it. I bet it was going to be like the last game of the season as well, wasn't it? No, we won the last game of the season. Did we just lose at some point where we really should not have lost the game? There. Craiova. That's the match. That's the match there where Cluj overtook us and leapt to the top of the table and won the league ultimately as well. It's annoying. It's very annoying, but silver lining, okay? Silver lining here. We are in the Champions League. Cluj are in the Champions League group stage. So financially, they are going to get a lot of money from being in the Champions League group stage. We can hopefully qualify for the Champions League group stage, which means there will be 2 Romanian sides in the group stage next season, as opposed to 1 in the last couple of years, which has been me getting knocked out in the playoff round. We also didn't win the Romanian Cup because we got knocked out in the quarter-final. Who won the Romanian Cup? Cluj. Did Cluj just suddenly turn into a much better side all of a sudden? It's annoying. It's annoying, but I'm trying to look at the bright side. We're still in the Champions League. That's a good thing. And also looking on the bright side, we have had some ridiculously good performances, and Dudu's turning into a decent player as well. 24 years of age now, he's managed to get 10 assists, 2 goals. He's got 4 caps, just in case you're wondering. He's had another good year. Tiboho Jacobs on the left-hand side gets 18 assists and 3 goals in all competitions. I wonder whether he got pushed up to be a winger at any point. It doesn't look like it. Because we force-played him as a left-back, it looks like he just played as a left-back. When it comes to goals and assists, we'll cover both with these. Gareth Boyne has got 17 goals and 10 assists from that right wing. Now 31 years of age, he's wanted by a bunch of teams in Saudi Arabia. He's not worth a lot of money. Do we kind of risk it and just take some money, get him off the wage bill and replace him again with somebody just as good next year? It's a possibility. Thanos Letsas has also had a very good year. 18 goals, 13 assists. He's wanted by teams in Saudi Arabia. Is it teams in Saudi Arabia? It's always teams in Saudi Arabia. Again, do we take the money, reinvest, buy another 28-year-old Greek attacking midfielder next year, and we're still in a good position? The mainstay of our side is Mesiani. He's 1 game away from 200 league appearances, 24 goals and 10 assists in all competitions. I'm assuming you were on that left-hand side. You were playing on that left-hand side. Mesiani, he should be a club legend. I don't think he is, but he should be. And the now 20-year-old Josep Luis Montandas has got 32 goals, 13 assists in 50 appearances in all competitions. It's a very good first season. For a free transfer, we have managed to get a lot of goals from Montandas, from Letsas, and from Boyne. We've done very well. He's wanted by teams in Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's always teams in Saudi Arabia. And I just want to sort by current ability, by the way. So Demba Cisse technically maybe could be our best player. And he is very good. He's a very good player. It's going to be Saudi. It's always Saudi Arabia. I think Augsburg are in there. Gareth Boyne is there as a 4-star. Jacobs, Montandas, Bahari, which I think we're not keeping Bahari for another year. But he's not even that good. In all honesty, I don't think he's that good. Letsas is there. Gabakal. Has he got better? Has he? Not really. He's kept 13 clean sheets in 52 games, which is also pretty good. From a potential ability-wise as well, we've obviously got Jacobs is up there with nearly 5. Ignoring Bahari, Cisse's got 4, although his current is 4. Umru still has potential, apparently. We've got Alexandru Fire, who is now 2.5-star current and 4-star potential. So we've still got a lot of decent young players in our squad. So that's good news. Right, final thing we're going to do then. Let's take a look at the coefficients. Obviously, we kicked off the season in 7th place. We've got 16.4. So we've better season this year than last year. Because I imagine some of the teams in the Europa League and the Europa Conference League might have done all right in those competitions. It means we are jumping up to, I'm going to say 6th. It is 6th place. Qualification places for 6th. 2 people in the Champions League group stage. So next year, if we finish 1st or 2nd, we will be straight into the Champions League group stage. And then we also, I didn't even notice this year we get someone direct into the Europa League straight away. Into the league, not through qualifying rounds. Okay, things are going quite well. I want to have a look at this as well. How have we done? 6th. 6th best nation in Europe this season. Not terrible at all. Just going and looking through some of the other European competitions, FC Arges gets to the Europa Conference League semi-final and loses to Man United, who then beat Marseille 7-2 in the final. The fact that they got to the semi-final is quite impressive. In the Europa League proper, Cluj get to the round of 16. In the knockout playoffs, who else do we have? FCSB get knocked out by Lech Poznan. So, I mean, it's not awful. It's certainly not awful at all. So, That's probably why we've done quite well. We've got a big thank you to say to FC Arges because of getting all the way to the semi-final of the Europa Conference League. A competition, by the way, they have already won once, thanks to me. And I have just noticed, Mezziani is a favoured personnel. It's happening. He's slowly getting in there. He's climbing his way up. We've also got Ferher and Grecu, who are still at the club. The fact that Grecu came through the youth system, he's still here. He's going to be leaving. I don't need him anymore. He doesn't really it's not that he doesn't fit the system. He's just 29 and not as good as some of the other players. But the fact that we've got Grecu, Mezziani, Ferher all in there. We've also got Hedi Ben Salem, which I don't understand that. He did play 125 times. I guess that's quite good. That's going to do it then for Season 16 with FC Voluntari and our Building a Nation save of Romania. Season 17 is up next, and we need to make sure we qualify for the Champions League and then just do well at football. We also need to hope that Cluj do a decent job in the Champions League as well and not embarrass us, because I think we're losing quite a large number of coefficient points next year, so we need to at least maintain. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Off the back of a frustratingly disappointing season last year, where we finished second place in the Romanian First League, we did obviously still qualify for the Champions League, however. We are looking to reclaim our title and get back to the top of Romanian football this season, and hopefully we can do another treble. Probably asking too much. Especially as, obviously, like I said, we do have a Champions League run this season. We need to get through some qualifying rounds first in order to get into the Champions League proper. And we're probably going to play some pretty difficult sides in that kind of qualifying stages. So we might not even make it into the Champions League. We want to win the actual Romanian First League. That is our number one priority. We want to do really well in Europe. That is number two priority. And winning the cups would be nice, wouldn't it? Let's be honest. Already, however, on the 1st of July, we have been dealt a little bit of a blow. Thanos Letsas, the 29-year-old Greek midfielder and striker, has left the club, signing for Al Arabi. We signed him on a free transfer last season. He's gone for £6.5 million. Very good year last year. 11 goals, 10 assists in the league, 18 goals in all competitions. But unfortunately, Letsas has gone, but £6.5 million is a decent amount of money, potentially even going up to 7.5. And we've reinvested. First of all, we spent £500,000 on a 19-year-old backup goalkeeper. It's a problem that I always seem to have in Football Manager, where I have two number one goalkeepers and then nobody who wants to sit on the bench. Mancini is hopefully the man who will just be happy to sit on the bench for the rest of his life. For £500,000, if he gets good, he gets good. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I'm not too fussed. For £3.2 million, Koku Mwenya has made his loan deal a permanent deal. We did actually have this kind of locked into the loan deal when we brought him in last season, and yet we've turned into a permanent deal because he's a good little player. And finally, we have brought in Mihai Georgiou, who is a 19-year-old Romanian striker who I believe will be the future of Romanian football. At least up front, he'll be the future of Romanian football. We brought him in from CFR Cluj for £3.8 million, which is actually not a terrible bit of business. The problem is, because he is the future of Romanian football, he's probably not going to be here for too long, and he'll move to PSG by the time he's maybe 22. We've also signed Kostas Vagianas because he wasn't playing last season. We had Gabakal, we brought in Mancini, so Vagianas has left the club. He's gone for £875,000, potentially going to £1.1 million. Yes, it's a loss, but we weren't going to play him anymore anyway, and he's 30. He's practically dead at this point. And this man's gone on a free transfer. So that is all that has happened so far this season. Like I said, we're only on the 1st of July. Financially, we've still got about £35 million to spend, and we've got about 330,000 of our wage budget. I might go big this year. I'm genuinely tempted to go big and bring in some ridiculously good footballers. Kind of like we did last year with players like Letsas and Boyne and things like that. Maybe we do the same thing. Let's jump forward to the end of the transfer window to see exactly what we've done. And have we brought in a big name? Yes, we kind of have. Dan Mutyaba is a Ugandan international, 47 caps, 1 goal, signed from PSG for just under £8 million. He's on £170,000 a week. I basically realised we never are anywhere near our wage budget, so let's start using it, shall we? We have thrown money at Mutyaba, and he's definitely not worth £170,000 a week, but we have done it. I believe we did this. Did we initially do that at Arges? I feel like we brought him in for Arges on a free transfer, sold him to PSG, and then we brought him back to Romania, this time signing for Voluntari, and he's going to be playing as a defensive midfielder, which is a position he can't currently play at. It might have been the worst bit of business you've ever seen. Some hopefully good business, though, is Bienvenu Eno, who is a 19-year-old Cameroonian central midfielder signed from U Cluj for £2.5 million. We brought him in from Cluj because they brought him for a very, very cheap sum from Coton Sport, and I went, he's actually quite good, so we brought him over to us. We've also brought in some players who are on the more older side. In fact, this man's a real person. He's 32 years of age. His name's Victor Vidarsen, who is Belgian, and I'm going to say part Icelandic. He is part Icelandic, there you go. And yeah, he's come in from Fulham or maybe West Ham on a free transfer. I think he's good for us for a couple of years. Jose Pedro Frexinho is another one of these players that brought in on a free transfer at 31 years of age. He's only just turned 31 as well. Spent 257 league appearances playing for Porto. We brought him over to Romania for a few seasons. He's getting a decent amount of money. Not silly money by any means. He's on 24 grand a week, but he's still one of our highest paid players, which is weird. And we've also brought in Amadou Lopi, who is a 19-year-old Senegalese central midfielder from Generation Foot on a free transfer. We've got two Loppies now. We've got Amadou and we've got, I think, a left back called Lopi. They're both probably going to be going out on loan this season. In addition to the players that we mentioned earlier that we have sold, a few other players have left. Vasile, a 19-year-old Romanian, he's gone to Hermannstadt for pennies. Margaret also has left. He's signed for UTA Arad once again for pennies. For £500,000, Angelo Maikan has signed for our former team FC Arges. We have shifted on Keita Ishihara for £775,000, which might have been a silly thing to do, but we have done it because I don't think he was going to get much game time this year. That was until we sold Demba Cisse. He's gone to Al Fayha for £5.5 million. Maybe selling Ishihara wasn't the best plan. We couldn't keep hold of Cisse, by the way. He just wanted to leave, and I went, you know what? It's money, we'll take it. And finally, Gareth Boyne has also left the club for just £2.7 million, but he only had, I think, a 2-year deal with us. So he had 1 year left on his contract, and I went, let's just take the money now. He's had a good year for us, playing 40 in all competitions, not all competitions, in the league, 13 goals last year, 2 already this season, then moves over to Everton. But that is basically the transfer business that we have done. If we have a look at the loan deals as well, Malewa has gone out on loan, Samifak going out on loan, Boras going out on loan, Mihais Diba, Babu, Muntian, this man, Diawara, and Rusu all going out on loan. Abubakar Diawara is still here, by the way. If you were here season 1, I think it was season 1, it may not have even been season 1. It wasn't, it was like season 5. We brought in Abubakar Diawara to Arges, and I've just kept him about. I genuinely think he might retire here. He's rubbish. He's absolutely awful, but I've grown to love him, okay? Good news as well, in all competitions so far, we have won the Romanian Super Cup, thanks to Joel Omeru in that one. We are into the Romanian Cup group stages. We are into the Champions League proper. We will get to that in just a moment, and we are currently top of the Romanian First League with 9 wins out of 10 and just 1 draw, which was against Corvinul, Honduara. Why did I try and say them? We've drawn a game, 1-1, and we've won 9 matches, scoring a decent chunk of goals as well. So in the Champions League qualifiers, we almost ballsed it up at the first time of asking. We played Besiktas, beating them 9-5 on aggregate. We beat them 5-0 in Turkey and then lost 5-4 in Romania. It was a bit ridiculous, but yeah, I don't understand how that happened, but there we are. In the league playoff, we then beat Ajax 6-2 on aggregate, a 4-1 win in Romania and a 2-1 win in the Netherlands, which is very good for coefficients and also very good to knock out Ajax. And that means in the Champions League, if we sort by nation, which is the way I should be doing this, we have Cluj and we have Voluntari playing in the Champions League group stage this season, which is good. It's going to hopefully help coefficients. And what will also hopefully help coefficients is FC Arges and Craiova are also playing in Europe in the Europa League. And in the Europa Conference League, we've got nobody. I don't know what happened. Who got knocked out? And where did they get knocked out? I mean, they weren't even there, were they? Surely they did not get knocked out at, like, ridiculously early stages. Cluj got knocked out by Dynamo Kiev. Okay, I mean, you can kind of understand that one. I mean, Dynamo Kiev are a very good side, but the fact they got knocked out is not ideal. When it comes to players we are locking into position, we have 5 players that we are locking in, and 2 of them already need to have a break. We've got Mutiaba playing as that defence midfielder. We need to lock him in, because otherwise he won't play there, basically. They'll put him as that attacking midfielder, or on the subs bench, which is kind of stupid for a player on £170,000 a week. In the attacking midfield positions, we have Montandas on that left-hand side because we want to play Georgiou up front. We've got Omaru in the middle of the pitch, who's apparently part left-back now. I'm not quite sure why that's happened. And we have Alexandru Fire playing as our right winger because he's had a lot of interest in him, which says to me there's some potential there, so let's try and get some of that potential out. And then finally, at the top, we have Georgiou playing as our lead striker. So far this season, he has played 9 times in the league, scoring 4 goals. He's also scored 5 in 4 Champions League matches as well. So Georgiou doing very good. So is Montandas, actually 10 goals so far. Umaru's also sat there on 6. Mezziani, who I feel really bad for because I never lock him in. He's just a club legend. In my eyes, Mezziani, he's been here for, 6 seasons? 7 seasons? This is his 7th season. And he's just Mr. Consistent. Double figures every single year in the league. Most of the time, he does play a fair amount. But I think recent seasons, particularly that season there, 9 off the bench, I mean, he is starting a lot. This year, he's probably going to be coming off the bench a fair amount unless there's injuries. Anyway, let's jump forward to the end of the first part of the season, forward to the winter break, which is going to be about Christmas time in 2039. With a game in hand, on the 15th of December, we are top of the first league by, 19 points? We're 19 points clear of Cluj in second place. We've got a game in hand over them as well. However, Arges are kind of, if they win their 2 games, they'll technically move into second place. But we're ridiculously far ahead right now. I don't know what's happening. Also, in the Champions League, things are going quite well. 6 games played. We've lost twice against RB Salzburg and Sevilla, but we have beaten Copenhagen, Celtic, Aston Villa, and Shakhtar. And where are Cluj? Cluj have won twice. It's not great that they're potentially getting knocked out, but they won 2 games against Rijeka and Olympiakos. They have lost 4 against Inter, Bayern, Galatasaray, and Red Star. So it's not ideal. They're not getting all of the coefficient points we realistically need, but between the pair of us, we have got 6 wins out of 12. So that's a pretty good turnaround. And in the Europa League, the 2 teams that we've got there, down in 33rd place, Craiova have only drawn twice, which is not particularly good. Arges have got 2 wins against Sturm Graz and Shamrock Rovers, and a draw as well against Trnava, but 3 defeats. Arguably, they could have beaten Brøndby. I would say they could have beaten Brøndby. So of the 4 Romanian teams in Europe, it looks like we're potentially going to get 2 teams through to the knockout stages, assuming Arges can just about cling on to that final kind of playoff spot. But it's not awful. It is certainly not awful. And we, like I said, we are currently flying up the top of the table. When it comes to the January transfer window or the winter transfer window, we've got £23 million to spend. I don't know what we're going to do just yet. So let's jump forward and see what I have done. The first thing we've done is extended our lead at the top of the table. We are now 24 points clear of second place FCSB, 25 clear of Arges, and 29 clear of Cluj. I think if we don't win the league this season, something's gone horribly wrong. We've lost once against CFR Cluj, drawn once against that team earlier, and 24 wins on the spin. What have we done transfer-wise in January, however? We sold Frexinho, a player that we signed in the summer. He's gone to Famalicão in Portugal for £1.4 million. I just kind of went, you know what? I don't think we need you, so let's shift him on. And that's it. I thought, we're top of the table. We're doing all right in Europe. Why should I bother trying to buy more players just for the sake of bringing in more players? So we have done no further business. And we are into the Champions League knockout rounds. I think we finished 13th place. So we won 4 in total. We drew 1 against Lyon and we lost 3 in the end, which is not ideal. Where did Cluj finish? Cluj managed to finish 20th. Cluj managed to finish 20th, so beating Porto is a big win. Drawing with Chelsea is a massive draw as well, and then 4 defeats, which that's good. 2 Romanian sides into the playoffs, and so far we have won our first match against Rennes 3-2. Who have Cluj got? Cluj have got Watford. Watford are good. Watford are very good. We know this from a couple of years ago. I'm not expecting Cluj to get through. When it comes to the squad for the rest of the season, we have locked in just 4 players now. We've dropped Fire, who was playing as our right winger, because he's damaged his cruciate ligament. So I thought there's no point in saying someone's going to play there. I'm just going to let the assistant do that. So Machaba keeps his place as that defence midfielder. And by the way, he's a fully qualified defence midfielder. His certificate is in the post, which is what we like to see. Muntandas, Umaru and Giorgio all keep their places as well. And the more eagle-eyed of you will have spotted the goals scored between those three players at least. If you chuck in Mezziani as well, we are on 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 85 goals scored between 5 players. Umaru on 20, Muntandas on 23, Giorgio on 20, Muntandas on 27, Giorgio on 23, Mezziani on 15. We are scoring goals for fun. And with that in mind then, let's jump forward to the end of the regular season. We will hopefully see how well we've done against Rennes, how well Cluj have done against Watford, and then I think we might even have played the second set of knockout round games as well, assuming we get past Rennes. As expected, we have managed to qualify for the Champions playoff, and we actually finished on 80 points. Second place was on 58. It means when the points are halved, we are still 11 points clear, even if we halve the points, which is just absolute madness. If we lose this league title now, I might get sacked. Like, that is completely a sackable offence, I think, from losing it from such a dominating advantage to basically throwing it away. So hopefully that does not happen. From a Champions League perspective, we managed to absolutely fly past Rennes, beating them 5-0 in France. We beat them 3-2 as well in Romania, which means we beat them 8-2 on aggregate. Cluj, unfortunately, lose 2-1 to Watford in Romania, but they did manage to pick up a 0-0 draw in England, which is good. So we make it through to the next round, where we lose against Atletico Madrid. But silver lining, we did draw 2-2 in Spain. We lost 3-0 in Romania, but drew 2-2 in Spain. So once again, coefficient points is always important. Even if you get knocked out, just get a draw in one of the knockout games, and that's actually pretty good. Now, I did not check this before, but in the Europa League, we have Arges and Craiovia. Arges managed to finish 20th in their group, which means they did get through to the knockout round. And if we look, Arges managed to beat Montpellier. 2 draws, a 0-0 and a 1-1 draw, which is not ideal for coefficients, but they do get through. And they are still in the competition. They're up against Arsenal. In fact, they're supposed to be playing Arsenal today by the looks of it. So we can still win the domestic treble. I guess that's realistically what we're trying to do now. And if we don't win the domestic treble, I don't know what's gone on. We're going to jump forward then to the end of the season. Romanian Cup and Romanian First League will be complete, and we will hopefully have a few more trophies in the cabinet. Well, it was never in any doubt for the league, was it? We won 7, drew 1 and lost 2 in the Champions playoff, winning the league on 62 points, which I think might be the best ever. I feel like, that was very close. FCSB winning on 61 there. But we finished the league on 62 points, which, if we go back all the way to the start, is the best ever point score that we have had for any Romanian side. So I am very happy with that. And we have also won the Romanian Cup, beating Hermannstadt in the final. It means we do win the domestic treble with Voluntari for, I believe, the second time we've ever won the domestic treble. Now, unfortunately, in Europe, obviously, you know what happened with us, but FC Arges do get knocked out by Arsenal, but they did pick up some more coefficient points with a 1-1 draw in England, losing the away leg, however, 2-0, which means they do get knocked out by the eventual winners, might I add. A total of 5 players for this voluntary side scored double figures, well into double figures as well. Ferenc Ferher is 5th with 16 in all competitions. He only started 7 matches and scored 10 goals in the league. Mezziani is there with 25 in all competitions and 10 assists to his name as well. I'm assuming he played as a right winger. He did play as a right winger once Ferher basically got his massive injury. Joel Umaru had a cracking season with 16 assists and 25 goals in all competitions. Considering last year, he got 2 goals in the league, and then the year before that, he got 9 goals in the league. To get 25 in all competitions, he's had a hell of a turnaround. Mihai Georgiou, the now 20-year-old Romanian striker, has managed to get 19 in the league, 10 in the Champions League as well, bringing his total to just under 30 for the season. However, he is wanted by Villa and Man United. I feel like Georgiou might be on his way sooner rather than later, which is not good, because we've just spent 3.2 million, or 3.8 million now on him. I kind of don't want him to leave, but I feel like we might not have a choice. But the top scorer from the season was not even our main striker. It was Josep Luis Muntandas, the 21-year-old Spanish winger and striker, who has scored 35 goals in all competitions, 17 assists as well. 23 of those goals came in the league, playing, I believe, every single match in the entire competition. So we've had a very, very good year when it comes to goals. When it comes to assists, we've also had a very good year. Obviously, you score a lot of goals, you get a lot of assists. We've got Maziani getting 10 assists, Mutiaba getting 10 assists and 7 goals from defensive midfield, which is a position he's still not very good at. Urmu's got 16, Montandas has got 17. Toboho Jacobs, playing as a left-back, has managed to pick up 21 assists, which is nuts. And then Demble Dudu has managed to pick up 22 assists from playing as a right-back. Our fullbacks get a lot of assists. Our wingers get a lot of assists. Our strikers get a lot of assists. Our attackers, just everyone on the pitch gets a lot of assists apart from centre-backs. I was going to say central midfielders, but Machamba was playing as a central midfielder. I believe Frias was playing as a central midfielder as well. So we just get assists from all over the place. So the last thing we're going to do then before we wrap up this episode is take a look at the coefficients. We are currently in 6th place, and unfortunately we are dropping down when it comes to points. However, we're not moving anywhere because there is such a big gap between us and 7th place now that we are kind of rooted in 6th, and we just need to hunt down Italy, which there are 2 ways of doing this, as if we have any control over this. We basically need to do well in Europe, and if we draw Italian teams, don't lose or draw. If we draw Italian teams, beat them. If anyone from Romania draws anyone from Italy, beat them. Just 1-0 will do, but that's all we need them to do, and then we can start closing this gap. Looking at the coefficients as well, just between Italy and Romania, Italy are going to be losing a rather sizable number next season, at the end of next season, whereas we are only losing a 14.125. They're losing just over a 19. But then the season after, we are losing a bigger number. So we need to kind of keep this momentum going, keep doing well enough in Europe. Arguably, I want to get in the Europa League and win everything. Maybe. Do we try and throw it so we end up in the Europa League at some point in the next few seasons and just batter everybody in the Europa League? Because then we'll just get coefficients for fun. I don't think that's a good idea. What it means for qualification spots, obviously we are staying in 6th, but we do get 2 teams directly into the league phase for the Champions League, and we get 1 team into the qualification stages. We get 1 team direct in the Europa League, 1 goes through a qualifying round, and 1 team is almost in the Europa Conference League as well. So what is that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams from Romania could, and arguably should, be getting into European competitions properly. However, if we manage to get ahead of Italy, 3 teams go directly into the Champions League. That now has to be the dream. Which, thinking about it, we are obviously direct in the Champions League. CFR Cluj are directly in the Champions League. FCSB are just 1 or 2 matches away from being into the Champions League as well. So we could have 3 Romanian sides in the Champions League next year. Arges and Craiova in the Europa League. Hermannstadt have made it to the Europa Conference League. Basically, if you finish in the top half, or the top 6 now in Romania, you've guaranteed European football, which is pretty impressive. That's going to do it for this episode in this season. Next year, we have got £53 million to spend to try and keep climbing the ranks in Europe. If you did enjoy this episode, do please remember to leave a like, subscribe if you are new, and I'll be back next time with season, I'm going to say 19, it might be 18, with another season of our Building a Nation save with Voluntari. Last season in our Building a Nation save with FC Voluntari in Romania, we were crowned champions of Romania once again. We in fact won the treble, the domestic treble, but we did get knocked out of the Champions League at the round of 16. This time in the Champions League, I'm hoping to do probably just as good, maybe. If we can get into the quarterfinals, that would be absolutely magical. We are obviously going to still be gunning for the domestic treble, which I think realistically has to be our objective with Voluntari now until the end of time. With it being the 1st of July, well in fact it's actually the 4th of July, we have started our transfer window already and we've done a little bit of business. 2 players have joined the club so far, both of them defenders. We have Mouad Souleymani, who is a French centre-back signed from Lyon for, free transfer. Was it from Lyon? It might have actually been, it was from Lyon, yeah. He was on loan at Hermannstadt for 2 seasons and I've brought him in because he's 20 and he looks pretty good. He's not going to play a huge amount of football, but for a free transfer, you can't really go wrong. And for £6 million, yes, we did have to pay the Romanian tax, is Dan Albu, 22 years of age, Romanian international with 1 cap to his name. He should probably have a few more. Signed from CFR Cluj, like I said, £6 million, but we did have to kind of pay a little bit more because basically we are the best team in Romania and nobody wants to sell to us unless they kind of have to or we kind of strong arm them. We've also got rid of 2 players on free transfers. Nicholas Rusu is one of them, a 19-year-old. He's gone to Timisoara, might be their name. And Eric Mihais has gone to FC Hermannstadt, and he's dropped down to their under-19s. I thought he might get game time there. Obviously, we've got a whopping £47 million to spend in this summer transfer window. I don't really know what we're going to do. I'm not sure whether we should kind of do what we did last season, which was spend a huge amount of money, particularly on wages, to make our team try and desperately try and do something half decent in Europe. It might be what we go for. £47 million will go a long way. And that £47 million has basically disappeared. We've just got £2 million left in our transfer budget. So what have we done throughout the summer? We've spent a lot of money. You can see the spikes here. We've spent 48.31 million in just September alone. The first of 7 players to join. Fernando Cedeno, the 30-year-old now Panamanian central defender, has signed on a free transfer. Yes, you are reading that correctly. We did have him before. He got sold. We brought him back on a free transfer. He's going to play in the second team. I brought him solely to play in the second team, and he's not happy about it. Also joining on a free transfer is Kenneth Donkor, a 32-year-old Ghanaian central defender. This goes against everything in my body to do this, to sign anyone over the age of 30, but he's a very good centre-back. He's probably our best central defender. Even if he's only here for a year and on a free transfer, he's a good signing, isn't he? He's a good player. For £63,000, we have signed Pavel Slončić. Might be his name, might be a Slon Kick. I'm not quite sure. He is 23, he's got 16 Czechia caps, and he's actually not too bad. I brought him in to be a right back. I think actually he's probably more of a defence midfielder, which is also quite good because we play both defence midfielders and right backs. Technically, he's a natural centre back. I don't like it. He's got 7 heading. For £900,000, we have brought in a natural left-back in the shape of Michael Vasil, a 22-year-old Slovakian with 19 caps to his name. He's going to be our starting left-back. And before we jump to the final 2 players that we have signed, who I am very, very excited about, we're going to take a look at the players we've sold. Jose Garcia has gone to Cerro FC. He just wasn't really playing. I mean, he played 12 times, but yeah, he's gone for pennies. Eric Aruna has left, signing for FC Rapid. I had high hopes for Aruna, but he just wasn't really improving at all. He's moved for about, I'm not even sure, 100 something? 195, potentially going to 210,000. Zinedine Boras has left, signing for Dynamo Bucharest for, I think, 900,000? It's not 900, £400,000. Again, another player, we just weren't playing him. We spent too much money on him, loaned him out every season, and then just sold him. 32-year-old Frank Ferrer has left the club, signing for FCSB at 32 years of age. I think he's starting to decline. Plus, we brought players in, which means he's not going to be getting game time soon. Little hint there as to what positions we brought in. For £1.1 million, Victor Vidarsson, now 33 years of age, has left, going over to Birmingham for £3.5 million. This one I did not want to do, but we didn't really have too much of a choice. Steven Marcelo has left, signing for Southampton. He's now worth potentially up to £24 million. I think there's a sell-on in there, but at the age of 26... I feel like we're not going to get any return from that. A player that we brought last season has already moved on. Bienvenu now has signed for Liverpool, which means there is a 50% sell-on in there. We've sold him for £3.1 million, which is not a lot of money. It's technically a profit, but Liverpool brought him in, and I feel like this could be a big money maker in a couple of years' time, maybe when he's sort of 24, 25, if they sell him for, if they sell him for £40 million, we're getting 20 of that. The reason why he signed Vasil is because Teboho Jacobs, the South African left-back, has left the club, signed for Al Fateh for £6.25 million, because that was his minimum fee release. We are getting burned by some of these minimum fee release clauses. It's annoying, but I'm kind of okay with it right now, because we're still bringing in some decent young players to replace them. It's not the end of the world, but I would have loved to have kept Jacobs in our team, because I think what we've brought in to replace him in the shape of Vasil, he's not as good. And the final player to leave the club is Alexandru Fire, who has signed for West Ham for potentially £17.5 million, I think. Yeah, £17.5 million. He has moved on. He was just getting really annoyed that he wasn't playing a huge amount of football. He was getting annoyed that we kept turning down lots of offers. So I went, you know what, off your pop, mate. We have got a 50% sell-on in that as well. So once again, if he moves on in the future, big money coming to Voluntari. So joining the club, you can see 2 names down there and the values. We've got Vincent Marengo signed from Vitesse for £23.5 million. We've got Carlo McLennan signed from Celtic for £18.25 million. McLennan is a Scottish central midfielder and attacking midfielder at 21 years of age. I've put a lot of eggs in the McLennan and Marengo shaped baskets because I feel like these could be the future of not just Scottish or Romanian football in general. I don't know why, but I'm there going, they've got such high potential, but they're also pretty good now. So I've kind of gone, let's throw some money at him. McLennan has come in. He's going to be playing as that attacking midfielder, which is why I sold Fairher, because basically that was the position Fairher was playing. McLennan is now going to take that role. And more expensively, Vincent Marengo is going to be playing on the left-hand side. 23 years of age, Dutch, under 21 international, not full international. He is going to be playing week in, week out. He's also a natural striker as well. He has signed a contract that says that I will be playing him as a left winger, as an inside forward on the left-hand side, which is where I wanted him to play anyway, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, Marengo's in. They're both getting paid quite a lot of money. And if we just take a look at the squad very quickly, sorting by salary, there's a weird bias to players who aren't from Romania. Our highest earner from Romania is Andre, who's on £6,500 a week, and he's pretty good. But then everyone above him is on way, way more. It's actually Albu. Okay, it's Albu. But Albu is still not on a huge sum, is he? He's £8,750 a week. But then you jump up. Sloncic, who's a new signing, is getting paid double what Albu is getting paid. Vasil, Umru, Niasi, Fries, who, by the way, Fries, very good. He's a very good player. He just does his job, doesn't do anything outstanding, just gets on with business. Montandas is on 36. Mwenya's on a decent salary. Donkor is our fourth highest earner at the age of 32, and then we've got 74, 77, and Dan Machaba, who is on far too much money for his ability, is on £170,000 a week. We are spending our wage budget. Well, in fact, we're not spending our full wage budget. We've still got £150,000 a week to spend. We're not going to spend it for the sake of spending it. You probably already clocked as well. We are locking in 4 players into the starting 11. We are sticking Albu in as a centre-back because if we don't do that, they don't necessarily play him, which is kind of annoying. Machaba will be again playing as that defensive midfielder, but I'm starting to get concerned that Machaba might not be the one for the job, but we're locking him in at the moment. Marengo and McLennan will be on the left, and our strikers. If we take a look as well, up front, Montandas and Niasi. I don't think I mentioned Niasi. I completely forgot about Niasi. For £5.25 million, Boubacar Niasi, 21-year-old Senegalese striker, signed from Craiovia. He's good, isn't he? He's a very good player. We brought him in to basically have a little bit more competition up front, and I think we're certainly going to do that. Professional YouTuber over here. This is what, season 19? And yeah, still getting it wrong. It's also season 18. If we just very quickly look at our best 11 as well, this is the reason why I lock in a lot of players, because so many people seem to change. Montandas goes on the left wing, Umaru as the attacking midfielder, Niasi in up front. Machaba keeps his place but shifts side for some reason. And that's it. So the 4 players that I'm locking in, Machaba is the only one who keeps his place. And when you think we've got McLennan and Marengo who are getting paid £150,000 a week between the pair of them, I want them getting game time. We spent £6 million on Albu. I want him getting game time. So that is what we're going to do. And speaking of what we're going to do is we're going to jump forward to the end of the regular season. Not the end of the regular season. The end of the first part of this, going to the winter break. It's the same every year, guys. So on the 20th of December, we are currently top of the Romanian First League. We are just 6 points clear, and Cluj have themselves a game in hand, so it could be 3 points clear. We've lost twice already this season. That's a bad season. We are currently as well sat 10th place in the Champions League, which is pretty good, beating Malmo, Olympiacos, and RB Leipzig. Beating them by ridiculously high scores. At least we're scoring a lot of goals. Draws with Augsburg and Juventus, which is big. And then a defeat against Watford, because I feel like Watford are like unofficial rivals. We've also won the Romanian Super Cup, by the way, because, you know, it's a thing. We like to win the Romanian Super Cup in extra time, but we did win the Romanian Super Cup 2-1. I feel like it was an own goal as well. There was Renner scored an own goal, and then Boras, before we sold him, scored the winning goal. Now, I didn't do this earlier, but I do want to take a look to see how well the other Romanian sides are doing in Europe. So Cluj are in there still 20th place. They're in the blue, so they're in the playoffs at the moment, beating Olympiacos and Antwerp, drawing with Lyon and Augsburg, losing against Porto and Liverpool. I've just realised as well, we drew with Juve. We need to beat Italian sides. We need to make sure that we beat Italian sides if we are drawn against them. In the Europa League, we have Arges and FCSB. Arges have won 3 against Braga, Midtjylland and AEK. We've got a 1-1 draw against PSV and then defeat against Sevilla and West Ham. Big defeats as well. And then FCSB have beaten Espanyol, Bodo, Glimt and Shakhtar and lost against Galatasaray, Fenerbahce and Aston Villa. That's kind of fine. I'm okay with that. And then finally in the Europa Conference League, Hermannstadt have been knocked out, but Craiova have qualified for the playoffs, beating Legia, LASK, Lech and Mlada Boleslav, could be their name, and drawing with Maccabi Netanya. So they've done quite well. Hermannstadt, on the other hand, have drawn with PAOK and then lost against Adana, Brighton, Bromby and Rosenborg. No Italian sides there, so it's not awful. So all in all, I think things are kind of going all right for most of the Romanian sides in Europe. Obviously, we want to do well. We want to get out of the group stages. It would be nice if Cluj can get a little bit more points. Maybe another win should be good enough to make them go through in the playoffs. We're going to jump forward now to the end of January, where we have £2.1 million to spend. So I'm not expecting a huge amount of business unless we sell somebody big, which I don't know whether we're going to, but I feel like we might be losing a big name. Yeah, we actually lost two big names. Montandas, who, to be fair to Montandas, I wasn't really playing him. I mean, I was playing him. He was playing up front, but he got usurped from his position on the left-hand side by Marengo, which means Montandas was kind of free to leave. He's gone over to Everton for 16, potentially going to 18.5, and there is a big old sell-on in there as well, because you know me, if I'm selling somebody who's under the age of about 24, I need to get a big sell-on. And speaking of big sell-ons, Mihai Georgiou has also left the club, but returned on loan. He's gone to AC Milan for just over £10 million, but we do have that 50% sell-on in there as well. So if he moves on in the future, or we want to buy him back, we get him at half price. If he moves on in the future, we do get 50% of the entire transfer pot, not just the profit. We didn't just sell people in January. We did bring in one player. Jacques Loeb is the one player that we brought in, a 21-year-old Cameroonian goalkeeper from Coton Sport. If you ever want to sign Cameroonians, go to Coton Sport, because they're just the best team. For £275,000, potentially going to 300. He's not a first-team player. I might loan him out if somebody wants him in the summer. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we might have done a little bit more business. We've loaned out some players. Yeah, we've not done anything, have we? I didn't mention this earlier on as well, so if we sort by fee very quickly, a lot of players have gone out on loan. Nobody really big. Malewa, I want game time for him. Taiku needs game time. Lopi needs game time as well. So just a whole bunch of players going on loan. Like you kind of expect every year from me, to be honest. And things in the league and Champions League are looking kind of okay. We are still currently top of the table. We are 5 points clear, but CFR Cluj have one game in hand, so maybe just 2 points clear. In the Champions League, we are through to the playoff round, which means we did finish outside of the top 8, but we did manage to qualify. And we are currently 3-1 up against Watford, which is big. A team that beat us in the group stages. Cluj also made it through and are up against Borussia Dortmund. Looking at the league phase then, we won 3 matches. Malmo, Olympiacos and Leipzig. 2 draws against Augsburg and Juve. 3 defeats. Lyon, Liverpool and Watford. And then Cluj just about scraping in Olympiacos and Antwerp. 3 draws, Villarreal, Lyon and Augsburg. And 3 defeats. Atletico Madrid, Porto and Liverpool. So that's fine. Well, you know what's going to happen now then. We're going to jump forward to the end of the regular season in Romania, which will also be the other side of the round of 16, which is normally where we get knocked out in the Champions League. So I imagine when we come back, we're knocked out of the Champions League. Okay, we are not knocked out of the Champions League, and we'll come to it in just a second. Cluj, however, are knocked out, but they did draw 1-1 with Borussia Dortmund in Germany, so more coefficient points. We scrape past Watford, a 4-4 draw in Romania, but what is that, a 3-1 win in England, in Watford? So we managed to get through, and then we jump down to the next one, and we knock out current Champions League title holders Manchester City. 1-1 in Romania. A 1-0 win at the Etihad means we go through to the round of 16, not the round of 16, sorry, the quarter-final, which has yet to be drawn. And I'm not going to tell you who it is. We're going to jump to the end of the season in just a minute. When it comes to the Romanian League, we're obviously in the Champions playoff. We are currently top, but it is only 1 point. And when we were in this position a couple of seasons ago, that's where we kind of ballsed it up. We should have won the league, or not should have won the league. We should be in a much better position than what we are in. CFR Cluj doing very, very well, but obviously they have been knocked out of the Champions League, so they don't have that to worry about anymore. We're also in the Romanian Cup quarter-final as well against FC Rapid, so we're going to jump forward to the end of the season. Could we win the quadruple? We're not going to. We're probably getting knocked out in the quarter-final of the Champions League, but the fact that we've made it to the quarter-final of the Champions League is pretty big. If we draw Lyon, we could beat them. We can probably beat Lyon. Well, first of all, good news. We have retained the Romanian First League. 8 points clear in the end, which is very, very good. That's one thing ticked off. So technically, right now, we've won the double. We have also won the domestic treble for a second season in a row, beating CFR Cluj in the final 1-0. Who scored the goal? Georgiou's my guess. Who's it going to be? It's Georgiou. He also scored in the first minute, which was disallowed. And I bet you were thinking I was building up to some dramatic kind of thing where we got through to the Champions League final. We did get knocked out in the quarterfinals, but we did beat Dortmund and then lost eventually on penalties. We are actually in a pretty good position, I think, because we're able to get to the quarterfinals, and technically from that, we should have been good enough to get to the semi-finals. If we got to the semi-finals, Dortmund played Real Madrid, which arguably we're maybe not quite at that level just yet, but the fact that we've got there is impressive. Dropping down to the Europa League, you can see FCSB getting knocked out in the semi-finals against Man United. And in fact, they lost 4-1 and 5-3. So there's lots of goals being scored in the Europa Conference League. The final was Brighton versus Real Sociedad. Fair enough. Where do we see any Romanian sides? We've got Craiova losing to this team for Miliciao. Anyone else? I probably can't. I should be able to see them. I should know their name and see them quite easily. I can't see them. I'm going to assume that they got knocked out. Who was the other one? Hermannstad. They were down there in 34th. So we actually did pretty good. For a nation, Romania did pretty good this year. We've also got another competition that we've been entered into. The Club World Championships. Over in France, apparently, this time around. I assume we're in this because we won the Europa Conference League a few years ago. I assume that's why we're in this. Because we're the only Romanian side. If we scroll down, we're there. Just nestled in between Wydad Casablanca and Toronto for some reason. I don't know why. So yeah, we're in this. That's going to be next season though. Bit of a teaser if you want to watch that. See how well we do in the World Club Championships. This season, looking at the squad then, from a goals perspective, we've got a lot of people banging 10 goals or more. McLennan scoring 11 and getting 23 assists in his debut season. That is a lot of assists for McLennan, which is good. Joel Omaru playing a lot of football. He's currently out injured, but he's actually come off the bench a lot. 15 goals, 5 assists in all competitions. Vinny Marengo on that left-hand side, 12 and 10 in the league, 15 and 12 in all competitions. Good first season from you. Georgiou gets 24 and 8 because obviously it's split in half, I think, technically. I think that's how they've done it. So we've got this part here and then this part here because he moved to AC Milan, but he's got 24 and 8 in all competitions. Then we've got Meziani, who's got 23 and 11. Considering he's only started 20 and then 7 off the bench, I'm happy with that. For a 31-year-old, Meziani's doing a good job. But the top goal scorer is Boubacar Niassi, the 22-year-old Senegalese international, who's got 12 goals in 17 caps, has 27 goals in all competitions, 11 assists, and he came off the bench 18 times as well. Niassi, for the 6 or whatever million it was, 4.4 million potentially going to 5.25 million pounds, he's been very useful. I was expecting Georgiou to play a lot more, but fair enough, Niassi's got a lot of goals. It's also worth mentioning, Kenneth Donkor has 9 assists from centre-back. I can only assume he wasn't playing centre-back all the time. Played a lot in the DM position. A right-back against Man City, apparently. Fair enough. We've also got, if we look, Razvan Lup, who I believe was probably our number 1 right-back for the majority of the season, getting 13 assists in all competitions. And Mikhail Vasil, who we know is our number 1 left-back, getting 20 assists in all competitions. And McLennan at the top with 23. We've done very well there. I think we've had a very good season. Now I'm going to take this time to mention our youth intakes. You'll notice I haven't really told you much about them because they're not very good. We've got this man here who's apparently 5-star, 1.5-star current ability. I don't necessarily see it. I'm not saying he's not going to be good, but when you think potential was from 0 to 200, these are players that are probably coming in with maximum 130, 140 potential. Our starting 11 has 130, 140 current ability. So we're not ever going to get anyone good enough coming through our youth intakes, or not often enough, for it to really be kind of useful, which is frustrating. If we take a look at our facilities, we have got exceptional academy, exceptional youth recruitment. We've got great youth facilities, which, by the way, I keep asking them to upgrade, and they don't want to do it for some reason. And we're still not getting in particularly great footballers through our youth intake, which, by the way, is also annoying the board that we're not using our youth system. It's not my fault that they're not very good. You probably also spotted there as well. We are in our FC Voluntari Stadium, which was built a couple of seasons ago. I don't even think I mentioned this. 17,000 capacity. It's already being expanded to about 23,000, if maths works properly there. 23,500 capacity. So we've got ourselves our own stadium that we can play in Europe in, which is always a good thing. The last thing to do then is take a look at coefficients. And already, I can see it's been a good year. We are moving up to 5th place in the coefficients, which means 5th place gets 3 Champions League spots direct into the league phase. 1 in the qualifiers as well. 2 directly into the Europa League. 1 almost into the Europa Conference League. I think that's what that means. I mean, all in all, we're going to have a big old European invasion in a couple of years' time, aren't we? So next season, I think it's still going to be 2 and 1, but the season after, the top 3 teams in Romania will be into the Champions League group stage. We might need to start shifting our focus into trying to make those teams better. Because right now, we are the only team really from Romania who are doing well in the Champions League. We've got teams doing well in other European competitions, but we are the only team in Romania doing stuff in the Champions League, getting through kind of a few knockout rounds. So maybe we need to look at bringing in players with a sole purpose of sending them off to other Romanian sides to make them better. That is going to do it then for season 18 of our Building a Nation save with Voluntari. Next season, it's going to be another exciting year, and we have the wonderful Club World Championships to worry about as we go and hopefully win ourselves another treble. A quadruple. Technically, we could win a septuple. Is that what 5 is? We could win a septuple. I'm a complete idiot, aren't I? I've just had to Google it. It's actually a quintuple. That's what 5 is. Anyway, we're not going to do it. Thanks for watching. Leave a like. Comment in the comments down below. Hopefully, mainly for the algorithm purposes. And I'll see you in the next one. So normally when I start these videos, we start on the 1st of July. However, in Season 19, we are starting on the 1st of June. In fact, we've not even done anything since the end of Season 18. And that is because in 14 days' time, the Club World Championship kicks off. We have been entered because we won the Europa Conference League about 7 or 8 years ago now. A while ago. It seems like a while ago anyway. We have been entered into the Club World Championships, and that kicks off, like I said, in about 14 days' time. So we are basically going to see how well we do in that. We've also, obviously, we're in a transfer window. We've got 11 million to spend. However, I don't think that's next season or this season's transfer budget. I think that's kind of what we had left over. So I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to jump forward to probably the other side of the European Club Championships. They're not European, the World Club Championships. The Club World Championship, whatever that one is. We're going to jump forward to the other side of that. Right, it's the 14th of July. The Club World Championships has finished, and Manchester City have won it, beating Atletico Madrid in the final. However, we got to the semi-final of the Club World Championship, losing out to the eventual winners 3-2, or 2-3, technically. I mean, we're both away. We're playing in France. So we got to the semi-final, which is actually quite impressive. When we go all the way back, we won our group somewhat dubiously. We won our group. We managed to beat Marseille 3-1. We drew at 1-1 with Flamengo, and we lost 2-1 against Al Ahly of Saudi Arabia. We then jumped forward to the second round where we beat PSG just 1-0, but that is all we needed. We then beat Chivas of Mexico 4-0, which is a very good result, and then obviously in the semi-final losing out. We've actually done all right in this competition. It means nothing, by the way. There's nothing to gain from doing well in this. We don't get coefficient points or anything like that. We've just done all right and kind of finished 3rd or 4th, technically, in a tournament. But because we are now on the 14th of July, the transfer window has swung wide open, and we have managed to pick up 5 players so far. Jordan Neal is the first up, a 29-year-old Northern Irish defence midfielder signed on a free transfer from Everton after his contract expired. Also on a free transfer, 27-year-old English attacking midfielder, mainly right winger, Jacob Bell, signed from Getafe in Spain. I don't know whether he's part Spanish. He is part Spanish, but he was born in Camberley. For just under £1 million, we have gone over to Thailand to sign Sompong Kesaret. There is always at least one ridiculously good Thai footballer. And I don't know what it is with Football Manager, but they always seem to have one every couple of years. One comes through, and I'm hoping Kesaret is that man. For £1 million, I think we've got ourselves a pretty decent centre-back. And for £4 million, I think we've got ourselves a pretty good right-back. And he's Romanian, and he's 18. Stefan Popper, 1 cap as well to his name, signed from UTA Arad. Yes, he can play central midfield, but we are going to be deploying him as that right back. I'm going to probably have to lock him in because I don't think he's technically good enough to play right now, but he is a wonder kid. He's got a personality of professional. I think we've got probably one of the best Romanian footballers in the game at the moment just signing for us for £4 million. And for potentially £20.5 million, Ivan has joined from Atletico Madrid. The 23-year-old central midfielder, 3 caps to his name. He's going to be playing, obviously, as a defensive midfielder. It's a lot of money, but I looked at our squad and went, I think that's where we need to try and strengthen in that defensive midfield role, and that is exactly what we've done with Ivan. Some transfer business to talk about. Eric Dima, who was a youngster, has been sold to Dynamo Bucharest. I've basically decided, if I don't think they're ever going to play for me, sell them. Just sell them to anyone in Romania. I don't care who. I don't care for how much. So Dima is one of those players, and hopefully he gets a bit of game time there. Similarly, George N.A. has gone on a free transfer. Mario Duta has also gone on a free transfer and is immediately transfer listed for some reason. And Alexandru Danila has also left on a free transfer. Another player to leave as well is Maud Suleimani, who we basically signed, I think, last season. Didn't really play him. He's gone out on loan to Marseille. We're getting some money for him. So it's kind of okay, £150,000. I would have loved to send him on loan to somebody in Romania. Nobody in Romania wants him. So I went, you know what, let's just take some cash. Maybe getting a bit of game time playing in Ligue 1 is hopefully going to do him a world of good. But that is all the transfer business we have done so far. Financially, we still got £30 million to spend, but we are over our wage budget. So we might need to do a little bit of wheeling and dealing, maybe just a bit of budget adjustment, that kind of thing, to try and get things under control. Something I haven't mentioned, actually, is my affiliate clubs, by the way. So I have been trying desperately to get some half-decent affiliate clubs. I think we picked up Alexandria on our journeys. We've also picked up Petrogasul Spartak. Moriense were here, maybe not at the start of the save, but they've been here for quite a while. I might cancel that. I feel like we should be the senior affiliate, if anything. But we have picked up Varda in North Macedonia, which doesn't sound particularly exciting. However, when you think Varda have probably got the best youth system in Macedonia, that's pretty good. And this man here, I'm keeping my eye on him. I'm keeping my eye on Arlen Mata, because I think there might be something. But right now, he's only just come through the youth intake, so it's going to take... We need to basically wait till he's 17 at least before we can bring him in. The Romanian First League has also kicked off, however, because we were playing in the Club World Championships. We've not done anything at all just yet. In fact, not many people have. We've done a big leap forward now to the 10th of September. The season is well underway, and we are scoring goals. A lot of goals, okay? We've scored a lot of goals. We've got positive 25 goal difference already. We're top of the league. Let's see what transfer business we've done before we take a look at the results, shall we? 4 players have left the club on permanent deals. Catalin Barbu is the first one signing for CFR Cluj. One of those players, like I said earlier, if he's not going to get game time for us, let's try and sell him on to somebody in Romania, and hopefully he can do well there. He's gone for just over £1 million once you include all the clauses and stuff, so that's pretty good. The 33-year-old Ghanaian central defender Kenneth Donkor has moved over to Saudi Arabia. He's on £500,000 per week, and they've paid us £3 million plus a little bit more, potentially 3.6, for the pleasure of signing him. That's silly money for a 33-year-old. For potentially £4.5 million, Ayanda Malewa has left, moving over to RB Leipzig. There is a 50% sell-on in this one because I think there could be something going on in the future, although he's 25 now, so maybe we might have missed the boat on this one. So it's still decent money. 3.7 up front, 4.5 in total, plus that 50% sell-on. On the 86 grand we spent, it's good profit. And finally, one that I really did not want to do, Demble Dudu has left. He has also gone over to Saudi Arabia. He's on £425,000 a week. He has gone for £6 million, potentially rising to £6.5 million. Basically, he was out of contract at the end of the season, and he didn't want to sign a new one, and I kept trying to offer him a new one, but because teams in Saudi Arabia wanted to sign him, he was like, not happening, guys. I'm going off to get the bag. He's gone to Saudi Arabia to get the bag. So yeah, Demble Dudu, he was good while he was here. He's now moved on. Joining the club, just 2 more players to mention. Reza Bulai, who is a 17-year-old Romanian striker, signed for £1.1 million from Timisoara. I think he's going to be good in the future. Obviously, right now, he's only 17, so he's going to go out on loan and get some game time. For £1.3 million, Eduardo D'Angelo, a 28-year-old Uruguayan winger, has joined the club. He's come in for depth. Yes, fully aware that it says he's a regular starter as his contract. He's not a regular starter. He's going to probably be sat on the bench for the most part, although he has started twice, got 1 goal and got 1 assist. There is as well a whole load of loan deals going on. Jude Taiku going to Arad, Dan Machaba going to Cluj. Now this could be a make or break thing for Machaba. I wanted to loan him out to somebody in Romania. Cluj came in from, I think we're paying most of his wages as well. In fact, we're paying all of his wages, but he's getting game time in Romania, which is going to hopefully help the Romanian teams. We've sent out a whole bunch of players all over the place. Amadou Lopi is a good... I think there's something there. He needs more game time. Who else have we got? Philip, great name, love it. he's going to get hopefully get some game time there. We've also got Bulai, who I've mentioned has gone out on loan, so a whole load of players going out on loan as well. But that is all of our transfer business. The window is now closed. And with the window closed and the season kicking off, we are currently top of the table. 6 wins, 2 draws, 1 defeat, a positive 25 goal difference. And that is because we've scored 35 goals in 9 matches. We have won 2 matches by 6 goals. We've won twice 6-0. I didn't want to click that, did I? So we've beaten Rapid 6-0. We've beaten UTA Arad 6-0. A 5-1 against Petrolog Pliotsi. A 5-1 against Botasani. We've done really, really well. We kicked off the season, however, with an unfortunate defeat. It looked like I was in for a horrible season. And then all of a sudden we just basically started winning everything. We've also won the Romanian Super Cup. So there is that as well. From a tactics perspective, just 3 players that we are locking into position, and arguably we probably don't need to do 2 of them. Stefan Popper, we're going to lock in as that right back, because if we don't put him there, they kind of play some random players in that position. So Loppy sometimes plays there, Razvan Lup sometimes plays there. Popper is the best player to play there, so we're locking him in that position. We've also got Vinny Marengo on that left-hand side, who's getting actually really, really good. One of our higher earners, 8 starts so far this season, 4 goals and 6 assists from the left wing. And then we've got Carlo McLennan, who was out for a couple of weeks with a bit of an injury. He's going to be that attacking midfielder once he returns. He's got 3 goals and 3 assists in 9 starts. Now, although he's not locked in for the season, I do want to show you Boubacar Niassi. Last season, he joined, and he was a bit of a revelation for us, scoring 21 league goals, I believe, and already in 9 starts in the league, he's got 10 goals. Niassi is very, very good. He's scoring a lot of goals for the 6.whatever million in total. £5.25 million in total for Niassi. I think it's definitely money well spent. Right, time to jump forward to the winter break, where we will hopefully be top of the table. Hopefully we'll do all right in the Champions League as well. And obviously we want to get in the Romanian Cup final. Can we win the quadruple? No. Can we win the treble? Probably. I'm hoping we can do the treble again. 10 points clear then at the top of the Romanian First League. Looking very, very good. FCSB do technically have a game in hand, so they could close that gap to just 7 points, but still, we are way, way ahead of everybody. And in fact, we've drawn 1 more match since we've last played. Since the last little clip. So, we've done pretty good. And we've also done pretty good so far in the Champions League. 2nd place on the table, 4 wins, beating Barca, Inter, Borussia Dortmund and Ajax, losing against PSG and Aston Villa. But we have beaten Borussia Dortmund 7-1. We've beaten Ajax 5-1. These are ridiculously good wins against pretty decent sides. Obviously, we are, 20 years into the future, roughly. We might not be against the current Ajax and the current Borussia Dortmund, but the fact they're still in the Champions League kind of says that they are still pretty decent sides. We are 2nd. We are actually a very good European side now. It is now the 18th of February. We've gone through the January transfer window. We have brought in some players, but also we are still currently top of the Romanian First League. We've managed to progress through the Champions League as well, where we have got to play Young Boys in the playoff round, which is kind of annoying, which means we finished outside of the top 8, which is kind of frustrating, but there we are. We still managed to get through, which is good. I've also seen there as well, Arges and Cluj have both managed to get through the Champions League group stages. So Romania as a nation is building. This is definitely happening. Let's take a look at what transfer business we have done in the January transfer window. We might have a return in face. 4 players have joined the club. Nicolas Mendes, first up, signed from PSG for £1.1 million. I think maybe not even that, actually, just under £325,000 for Nicolas Mendes. I've loaned him out to Steaua Bucharest because basically I'm trying to bring in players to send off to other Romanian sides. We've got to this point now where I think we are good. We are good in Europe. We should be doing our job. That's not a problem. Now we need to get other teams doing good in Europe as well. So this is the plan. This is the player that we signed for £1.1 million. It's Issa Mendy, a 20-year-old Senegalese central defender. And he's gone back on loan to Chavez in Portugal. I think, is he part Portuguese? He is part Portuguese. That'll be why he's come from a Portuguese side. He looks quite good for £1.1 million. I think we've got someone who's hopefully going to be useful in a couple of years' time. I wanted to send him on loan to somebody in Romania and thought, you know what? Let's just keep getting him game time in Portugal for now. Next season, maybe that's where he's going to go. For £2.1 million, we've signed ourselves a Wonderkid from Sweden up front. Arvid Wedin, that's his name. He's 20 years of age. He's got 1 cap to his name. He is signed from Malmo. One big issue with Arvid, he's got a minimum fee release clause of £4.3 million, and I can't get rid of it. His agent is just he's just a knob. I can't get rid of that minimum fee release clause. It's just going to exist in there forever, and we're going to lose him probably in the summer. But whilst we've got him, I'm hoping to get a lot out of Wedding, and maybe if we can convince him in the summer to sign a new deal, get rid of that minimum fee release, or at the very least double it or something, just maybe £30 million. He's a much better player than what his minimum fee release clause is. And finally, returning to the club, Ion Dimitriou. That's right, we sold him to PSG about 4 years ago with a 50% sell-on. So remember, this is half price. He's a half-price footballer, now 23 years of age, 41 caps to his name, 6 goals as well for Romania. He's returned to Voluntari for £37.5 million. Divide it by 2, which is 15, 16, 17, 18 and a bit. 18, maybe £19 million that we paid for Dimitriou. I think it's expensive, okay? It's certainly an expensive footballer. Technically, he has broken our record for our most expensive signing, but we got half the money back. So it's a weird kind of situation, but Dimitriou is back. One big thing as well with Dimitriou, obviously, he's Romanian. We are going to start struggling in the next coming years with having good Romanian footballers. I think I mentioned last episode that we've got kind of a decent youth system, but they're not good enough to play for us, which means we're trying to bring in players from all over the world to make us a better side for Europe, and it means that we're not getting many good Romanians through, so we need to kind of hold on to these good Romanian players. Having Dimitriou back is certainly going to help with that. One player did leave the club, however, in January on a permanent deal, and it is Koku Moenya, the now 27-year-old Togolese centre-back and left-back, has signed for Arsenal, so he's gone from Chelsea to Arsenal kind of via Romania for £8.75 million, potentially rising up to £10 million. He just wanted to leave. He was playing, but I went, you know what, we don't really need Moenya. I think I'm okay with letting him go, so he has left. And I'm kind of okay with that. And that is basically it. There has obviously been a bit more loan business going on. So Jude Taiku's going out on loan to U Cluj. I think I recalled him. So I think he was at Arad, and I went, that's not working out. So I brought him back, and he's gone to U Cluj instead. Mendes, we know. Mendy, we also know. So that has been our transfer business in the January transfer window. And when it comes to the league, we're obviously top of the table, 66 points. We should be winning the league. We should be doing all right as well in the Champions League, hopefully getting past Young Boys. If we take a look at the league phase, we were so close. So we beat Brøndby, Barcelona, Inter. That's a big win. Borussia Dortmund and Ajax losing, however, against Lille, PSG and Aston Villa. Other big news, like I mentioned earlier, Arges getting through, beating Inter as well, and Spezia, beating Italian sides. We need that to happen. Drawing with Rangers and Lyon, and then losing against Leipzig and Dortmund. The Dortmund team that we beat 7-1. Cluj also beating Rangers, Watford and Djurgårdens. Don't know whether that's how it's said. Drawing with Man City and Young Boys, losing against Real San Sebastian, Spezia, which is not ideal, in Villarreal. So we've done well from a Romanian team perspective in the Champions League, which is good. We're now going to jump forward to the end of the regular season in Romania. We're obviously going to be the other side as well of, if we have a look, we're going to go to the other side of the round of 16. So if we get past Young Boys and get past whoever's there, we'll still be in the Champions League. I think we'll get past Young Boys and then maybe lose to probably Dortmund. Knowing us, we'll lose to Dortmund. Well, we did manage to get past Young Boys, in fact, beating them twice, 2-0 and 3-0, which is very good. However, we then got absolutely battered by Manchester City. We lost 2-1 in Romania. Oh, no, 2-1, sorry, in Manchester, and then 6-0 in Romania. Man City might be a little bit good on occasions, which is not ideal, is it? From a league perspective, as expected, we have made it into the Champions playoff. If you take a look at the original league table, we've actually lost another game, which was against U Cluj, which is not great, but we are obviously way above everyone else in the table. We are still 6 points clear. Obviously, points get halved. We've now got 10 more games to hopefully secure ourselves our third successive title, and I want to win the treble again, because let's face it, that's all we've got now. We just need to win the treble every year. It was so close to winning the treble again, but we fall in the Romanian Cup. We win the league by 12 whole points, a long, long way away from second place Cluj, but we are runners-up in the Romanian Cup because FCSB beat us 2-1 in the final. I was expecting we battered them, and then we just could not score. Yep, there you go. 20 shots, 9 on target, an XG of 2.5, score 1 goal. They have 9 shots, an XG of 1.28, and they scored twice. It's just Football Manager doing Football Manager things. So we should have won, but unfortunately we did not. Something utterly ridiculous has happened this season, however. Stefan Popper, playing as a right back, has 27 assists and 10 goals in all competitions. as a right back, we've got about 8 players who scored double figures. Miguel Frias is another one. It says he's got 11 in all competitions, but I think this doesn't include the World Club Championship. So he says he's got 8 there. I think he scored 3 in the World Club Championships as well. Ivan finished the season on 13 goals and 8 assists. Mezziani still banging in goals and getting assists at the age of 32. 14 assists, 15 goals in all competitions. Carlo McLennan, 13 assists and 15 goals from that attacker midfield role. He did kind of get injured, so I actually dropped him from the starting 11, but he seemed to have played most of it anyway, so that's fine. Joel Umaru was the player who benefited from McLennan's injury. He managed to pick up 15 goals and 9 assists in all competitions. Wedin, who joined in January, has scored 22 goals and 6 assists in all competitions. It's a goal a game, basically, in the league at this point. That's ridiculous. Vinny Marengo on the left-hand side is our second top goal scorer, 15 assists and 23 goals in all competitions. But top of the tree, once again, is Boubacar Niassi, 36 goals in all competitions. He's just an absolute monster. He's an absolute monster, scoring goals for fun, which is obviously what we want to see. If we take a look as well, sort by assists, how many players have got double-figure assists? So Razvan Lup, playing as a backup right back, I assume, maybe a left back as well. He's managed to get 9 assists, although technically 10. Jacob Bell, who I wasn't even convinced would play a lot of football for us, has got 10 assists and 8 goals. McLennan is there. We've got 15 as well from Mikhail Vasil on the left-hand side in defence. We've got Mezziani, we've got Marengo, and Stefan Popper. Was ridiculous. For a right back, a 19-year-old right back, to have 37 goal contributions, including 10 goals, that's just madness. Just taking a look, average rating, which for some reason is this really big column and it keeps getting resized to that big, so I've just left it. It is Stefan Popper with a 7.57 average rating across 55 games. That is ridiculously good. So the last thing we will do then is take a look at the coefficients. We are up into 5th place from last season, and it looks like we are staying in 5th place. So we'll just quickly sort that. We do not move. Italy do still stay behind us. But all it takes is for us to slip up one season. Next year, we're losing a big rating. The 20.25, which I believe is when we won at the Europa Conference League, will be dropping off. So we need to do well. And by we, I mean we as a nation, Romania in Europe, need to do well next year, because Italy are still hot on our heels. So I feel like we are going to struggle to close the gap between us and 4th place France. Because 4th place France every year is basically a lot better than ours, bar maybe this one here. They've been better than us pretty much every season, bar that one 2040-2041. So the leap to 4th might be a struggle. We can do it. It might not be that easy to do though. Bearing in mind as well, we are only going to do 25 seasons of this Building a Nation save, and this is season 19, which means we've only got 6 more years to go, which means if we are going to fix these coefficients and get some decent numbers, we need to do it basically from now, because otherwise it might be a little bit too late. Now, I haven't mentioned this much at all, but Romania as a nation, which ultimately is the goal, we want Romania to win things, they're not climbing, okay? They're not climbing much at all. The highest they've been in recent history is 34th in the world rankings. I think if we have a look at competitions, I don't think they've ever really qualified for much. So in the 2038 World Cup, they got to the round of 16. I'm assuming they're not in this one, in the 2042 World Cup. They've qualified for 2 World Cups in 20 years, which is not ideal. Euros, can you see the Euros? Euros are, where are they? There they are, European Championships. So they have qualified for 3 of those. Arguably, that's real life, so they haven't qualified for that one, have they? So they've qualified for 2 of them as well. Building a nation, per se, as a national side, not really going to plan. I was offered the job as well, the Romanian national team job, and I thought, no, I'm not going to do it, because I think it would be too easy to do well with the Romanian national side. Maybe I'm starting to regret that decision. That's going to do it then for season 19. Up next, obviously, season 20, and we are on our way to finalising this Building a Nation save with Romania. And I want to win something big. I want to win the Champions League. It's probably not likely to happen, but I don't think we're too far away. Thanks for watching this one. Stick your comments down in the comment section below, and I'll be back next time. It is season 20 now of our Building a Nation save with Romania. We are currently with FC Voluntari. I say currently, I feel like we're going to end with FC Voluntari. It is the 1st of July. Transfer business has taken place, and I've had a plan. This summer, I'm buying players with the intent to give them to other teams in Romania to help them get better. So we've brought in about 7 or 8 players so far. Okay, it's 6 players, but we brought in 6 players, all of them on free transfers, all of them from various nations around Europe for the most part. Leo James is first up, an English right back and right winger signed from Tottenham on loan. He's not going to play for us at all. I've stuck him on the development list and hopefully he goes somewhere on loan by the end of the transfer window. Next up is Jan Juvenetti, might be his name, or it could be Jan Juvenetti, I'm not quite sure. He is a 20-year-old Spanish central midfielder signed from Villarreal, once again stuck on the loan list, and he is wanted by a few teams in Romania, which is perfect because he's not good enough to play for us, but he should be good enough to play for them. Another English player to sign is Paul Chambers, 19 years of age, English central midfielder, signed from Liverpool on the loan list, and he is wanted by a few teams once again in Romania. Next up is Argyris Kiagias, might be his name, a Greek central defender with 4 caps to his name, actually already playing in Romania for FC Hermannstad, although I'm not sure if he was on loan. He was on loan. We brought him in on a free transfer after he got released from AEK. I don't know whether I want to loan this guy out, because I think he's kind of good enough to maybe sit on the bench for us a few times. Let's see how things go throughout the summer. If we bring in some more centre-backs, maybe this guy can go back out on loan. Hermannstad will be a great place to go because we know he's going to get 35 games there. We're not done with English players. Matt Painter is next up, 21 years of age, striker and winger, signed from Watford on a free transfer, stuck on the loan list, and he's wanted by 4 different teams in Romania once again. And another player signed from England, but this time it's an Austrian left-back called Ali Erenkaya, 23 years of age, 19 caps. He's been brought in more as a squad player. I might loan him out because I don't know whether he's going to get a huge amount of game time. He's on a silly amount of money really for a squad player, but 23, hopefully there's a bit of a future there for him as well. But free transfer, you can't really go wrong. And also continuing our free transfers and strengthening or hopefully strengthening other teams in Romania, this man's gone on a free to this team, Petrolo Pliozzi. I should know how to say these names. It's been 20 years. Oh, and we're not done with transfers. That's right. We've actually brought in a few more people as well that technically happened last season, end of last season. Diamanti Diarra, a 19-year-old Malian left-back and centre-back signed from Academy JMG Mali on a free transfer. He's going to be going on the loan list. Edward Lawrence, a 20-year-old Nigerian right winger and striker signed from Nasarawa United in his native Nigeria. Once again, going to go on the loan list. Arlind Mata, signed on a free transfer from FC Vardar, our feeder club. I mentioned this player last season that I might try and bring him in. We've done exactly that on a free transfer. Once again, straight on the loan list. Our most expensive signing was actually this man, George Boateng, an 18-year-old Ghanaian central midfielder, left midfielder, attacker midfielder and striker, signed from Karela FC. He's gone back out on loan to Karela FC. He's cost £245,000, but I think this player might be one with a fair amount of potential that I want to try and keep hold of if we can. Somebody who's probably going to be in and around the first team, most likely on the subs bench, is Alexander Lunin, 19 years old, Ukrainian goalkeeper signed from Kremin. I think he's hopefully one for the future. He's not cost a lot of money, just under £10,000, so that's good enough for me. And I bought a North Korean because, you know, I thought they might have somebody half decent. This was the best player I could find. Kim Chol-jin, he's 20 years of age, he's got 2 caps to his name. Yeah, he's come in for like £2,000, £1,500. We brought him in. I'm hoping he's going to go out on loan somewhere. I've got no real hopes for this guy, but, you know, he's from North Korea. You don't see many good North Koreans. This is the quality of the best North Korean footballer, by the way, just in case you were wondering. So that is the transfer business so far. When we look at the finances for the rest of the transfer window, we've got £27 million to spend. We are over our wage budget, and we might be failing financial fair play. Let's just ignore that, shall we? Let's just ignore that. We might need to sell some players throughout the summer. We will almost certainly be bringing some players in as well. So let's jump forward then to the end of the transfer window, see what additional business we've done. 4 more players have joined, but a bunch of players have also left the club on various deals. Some big names as well, annoyingly. Christian Negrea, one of them, not one of the big names, obviously, he's left. He is signed for FCSB on a fairly cheap deal. Konstantin Radu has gone to Dinamo Bucharesti for £200,000. Claudio Mancini has left the club after about 3 or so seasons with the club. He is signed for Basel for £225,000, potentially going up to £275,000. I mean, he cost £500,000. We never played him. He was a backup. Eduardo D'Angelo has left the club after joining, I believe, in January, and he's already moved on to CFR Cluj for £1.6 million. A little bit of a profit, but I don't think we really needed this man. I think most of those appearances were off the subs bench anyway, so I'm happy with that. Jordan Neal has also left the club after just 1 season here. He has gone over to Saudi Arabia for Not a lot of money, £3.4 million, but it's alright, it's a decent bit of money, potentially going up to £4 million depending on add-ons, which I think is international appearance based, so he should probably get them. We once again say goodbye to Joel Omaru for a second time in this save. This time he has moved over to Sevilla for not a huge amount of money, £7 million, potentially going up to £9 million. There is a bit of a sell-on in there as well, but he just was not playing. He just was not really getting into the team. Once we bring in players like McLennan and Marengo, Omaru kind of drops down to sort of second or third choice attacking midfielder, so I'm kind of okay with getting rid of him. He's a good player. I'm not sure whether this was a good idea. And this was almost certainly not a good idea. Boubacar Niassi, the Senegalese striker, who was obviously our top goal scorer for 2 seasons in a row, has left the club for £12.25 million, potentially go up to £13 million. Calculated decision this is with Niassi. I think we have a potentially better striker, we have a better striker in Werden, who we signed last season in January. And we've also brought in a youngster from Kettering, of all places, in England, who I think also might be a pretty good replacement for Niassi. So I'm okay with this. Let's take a look at the players we brought in. Davide Apollini is the first player to join the club. He has returned after briefly going to West Ham and then VVV Venlo on loan. He's come in on a free transfer. I've loaned him out to FCSB. I've no intention of playing this guy, but I kind of wanted to bring him back to Romania and then use him sort of in the Romanian league. So that's what we've done. Alexandru Fryer has also returned back to the club from West Ham, this time only on a loan deal until the end of the season. This is why I was happy with selling the Uruguayan winger, which I've already forgotten his name, because Fryer is basically good enough to be that right winger, or maybe a backup right winger if we need him to be. So I'm kind of happy with this. I think he's going to get annoyed, but I'm almost certain that I put in a clause here to say that he cannot be recalled. So if he does get annoyed, he's just sitting here and getting peed off with us. For £2.8 million, we have signed Darius Stawaz. Or Darius Star Wars. I've mainly signed him for his name. Okay, I'll be honest with you. His name's Star Wars, and I've kind of gone, that's a funny name. I'll bring him in, and he's also not a terrible footballer. And he's a striker, which is arguably a position that we do need after selling Niassi. He's come in for £2.8 million, which is a bit steep for a player of his quality, but I'm not expecting him to be our number one starter. That is going to be Werden still. And one for the future, and has already gone out on loan to the First League as well, signing for Sepsi, is Tom Davidson, 18 years of age, signed from Kettering. I signed him when he was 16, because I think it was this season here, and I looked and went, he looks quite good. The following season, he played 23 times, scoring 10 goals. He's then joined us. He's gone to our B team and scored 8 goals in 5 starts, and now we've loaned him out to Sepsi over in the Romanian First League. They're in the same league as us. I'm hoping, maybe next season, Davidson might be our number one striker. We do still have that minimum fee release in Werden, which could be a problem. Very briefly as well, looking at the loan deals, we have got rid of a lot of players on loans to top division clubs. Loppy's gone on loan to Bucharesti. Cluj have managed to pick up Aaron Kaya, and Carascu might be his name. Mendes has gone to Bucharest as well. Kiagas has gone to Arad. Cluj have also picked up Mendy. Peter Meyer has gone to Craiova. Apollini, we know. Leo James has gone to Sepsi. Tom Davidson also to Sepsi. Matt Paint has gone to Arad. Daktu's gone to Rapid. Baba and Doi to Petrol Pliozzi. We've loaned out a whole bunch of people. Is what I'm trying to say here is we have hopefully strengthened the Romanian league with a lot of these loan deals, and it's going to benefit us in the long run as well. For example, Paul Chambers, he's gone to a team who aren't in Europe, but if he goes there, plays some football, gets better, comes back to us, we might be able to sell him on for a bit of profit, or we could just keep him at Farrell Costanza and they've turned into a slightly better side. Obviously, the season has also kicked off and we are currently top of the table, but it's weird. For some reason, we've played 12 times and everyone else around us has played 9. We've played 3 more games than everyone else around us. Even that, though, we are going to still be top. So if Arges win all 3 of their games, they will be on 31 points. So we'll still be top of the table. 10 wins, including big wins against both Sali 7-1 and a 7-0 against Petrol Pliozzi. Lots and lots. It's just ridiculously big wins. And then 2 draws as well against Craiova and Constanța. We've won the Romanian Super Cup. And we're in the Champions League group stages, as we already know. So from a formation perspective, we are sticking with, obviously, the Black Panther formation, link in the description. It is going to be Popper as our right back, who is getting pretty good, if you ask me. He's getting pretty good, but we do have the Vultures now sniffing around Popper, which might mean we might not have him for too much longer. We're going to have Marengo locked in on that left-hand side, mainly because he wants to play as an inside forward, on that left-hand side, and I don't want them to accidentally play him up front every now and then, so Marengo will be that left-hand side. On the right is Papa Diego Loppi, who is going to be making his first few appearances properly for the club. I think we brought him in a couple of years ago, and he's just been sat in our B team, or the Voluntary 2, and I've gone, you know what, I think you're good enough. With the sales that we made during the summer, this opens the door for Loppi to play on that right-hand side. He's 22, he's got 6 caps for Senegal, he's obviously pretty good, and I'm hoping he's going to grasp that opportunity. And then we've got Arvid Werdin as our number 1 striker, who's just bloody ridiculous. And it annoys me. It's really small. It's a really small minimum fee release, but he just does not want to sign a new deal to try and get it out, which is frustrating. So those are the 4 players that we are locking in for the season. We are now going to jump forward then to the end of the first part of the season, to the winter break, see how well we've got on. Well, it's looking pretty tasty in both the Romanian First League and the Champions League. We are top of the Romanian First League by just 2 points, but we are undefeated. Arges are looking like a very strong Romanian side. So our kind of attempts to strengthen Romania as a whole, I don't think we need to strengthen Arges. They look like they're a pretty good side, although if we scroll down in the Champions League, they're there. They're not doing so hot in the Champions League. They've beaten Lille 5-1, but then lost against, to be fair, that's a tough draw. That's a very tough draw, mate. The fact that you've managed to beat Lille is, I'll take that. That's probably better than we can expect. We are currently joint top with Manchester City. We've beaten Barcelona, we've beaten Watford Young Boys, we've beaten Lyon, we've beaten Augsburg, and we have drawn 2-2 with Besiktas. How are Besiktas? They've drawn 4 times, and 2 of them have been against Romanian sides. I mean, if they've beaten the other one, no, okay. So we're doing all right in the Champions League, which is pretty good. And what else is pretty good? Werdin is on 26 goals so far in 31 appearances, but what's not good is lots of teams want to sign him, and now he definitely does not want to sign a new deal because there's lots of interest from everywhere else. I think we might be losing Werdin in the January transfer window, which is, it's annoying because he's a very good footballer. Speaking of January, if we do lose Werdin, we do have nearly £40 million to spend. We've also fixed our financial fair play, basically for selling Niassi, I think is how we managed to do that. So let's jump forward then to the other side of the January transfer window. Let's see what business we have done, and let's, I guess, see what new striker we brought, because we're going to have to buy a new one, surely. It's the 17th of February, and there is something very telling on this screen. First of all, we're top of the table, which is kind of what you'd expect. 69 points, nice. Player stats, our top goal scorer is Pap Diego Loppi and Vincent Marengo with 13 goals each. Yeah, he's gone. And what's even more annoying is he's gone to Saudi Arabia as well, which means he's never going to want to leave there, and if he does, it'll be when his contract expires or for stupid money, so we can't even bring him back. So Werdin has left for £4.3 million. Technically, we've doubled our money there, but I'd rather have not doubled our money. I would have rather have kept him, because he's ridiculous, isn't he? And something else that might have happened, Stefan Popper has also left, signing for Everton for £38 million, potentially going to 45. We've got our money's worth. At least we've got a sensible amount of money from this one. We've also got a bit of a sell-on in there as well. So if he does eventually leave Everton, some of that money's going to come to us as well, which is always good. So what have we done to replace the players that we've lost? We brought in 3 players, and none of them are particularly good. Alexa Simic, an 18-year-old Serbian right-back for £1 million from Vojvodina. It's also not pronounced like that, is it? It's Vojvodina. Vojvodina is how we're going to say this. Simic is 18, like I said. He's young. He's got some potential, hopefully, anyway. He's 5'4", didn't realise that. He's a tiny human boy. He might be our right-back. I might lock him in. We'll see. For £1.8 million, we brought in another goalkeeper. It is Alexander Jovanovic, signed from Partizan. He just looks like a good goalkeeper, right? I brought him in because I'm there going, we've got young goalkeepers that I want to go out on loan. Jovanovic has come in and he's happy to be a backup goalkeeper. This is a good backup goalkeeper. We had Mancini for 3 years who was not a good backup goalkeeper. Jovanovic is a good backup keeper, so I'm kind of okay with that. But the best signing I think we have done, and we've loaned him straight back out to the club we signed him from, is Kyobi Sima? Maybe? Sima has joined from Timisoara for £2.2 million, but he might be the future of Romanian football. And he's a defensive midfielder, which when I saw that, I went, you know what? Let's hope he's good, because if he is good, we've got ourselves a very good player who can sit in that kind of defensive midfield role for years and years to come. And by years, I mean 6 years, or 5 years technically, because there's not a lot of time left in this save. But that was basically it. We've also loaned out some more players on various loan deals, so if you look here, actually, we sold Suleimani. Suleimani's gone as well. Yeah, he's gone to Angers. We weren't playing him, nobody wanted him on loan, so I just took basically bit the bullet. Kim Chol-jin has gone out on loan to North Macedonia, because why not? I wanted to get him somewhere, so we've loaned him out to a feeder club. Giovanetti, he went out on loan and then came back, I believe. I'm not quite sure, actually. But anyway, he's gone out on loan. Philippe has gone out on loan. Taiku's gone out on loan. And a few other players as well. Eddie Lawrence going out on loan as well. I've got high hopes for Lawrence. I don't know why. Just got high hopes for Lawrence. Also, I've got high hopes for this man. He needs football. He just needs some game time. And he doesn't ever seem to get it anywhere he goes. So, from a competitions perspective, as we know, we are still top of the league. 22 wins, 3 draws, 1 defeat now to our name against Universitatea Craiova, which is not ideal, but it's fine. We have qualified in second place by goal difference. We should have been top, so we won 7. We beat Genk, Benfica, Barcelona, Watford, Young Boys, Lyon, and Auxerre. We drew with Besiktas, as we know, and 0 defeats. If we scroll down, how did the other Romanian sides do? It's not good reading. I mean, they've made a Real Madrid sandwich, which is a bit weird, the fact that Real Madrid are 27th. Arges winning twice against Arsenal and Lille. Cluj winning twice against Young Boys and Red Star. I think that's all we managed to get in the Champions League. I think there's only 3 teams, wasn't there, this year? So tactically, we're locking in 2 players. Loppy keeps his place on that right-hand side. He's actually been pretty decent on that right-hand side, so I'm happy with that. And we're doing it. Alexa Simic is going to be locked in as our right back. He's already played a few games so far. He's played 3 in the league, 1 in the Champions League. And this could be a big risk. The reason why I'm locking him in, though, is because we don't really have any other natural right backs in our squad. Everyone else, like Loppy's a winger, centre-back, defence midfield. He's our best natural right back. So, we're locking him in, force them to play him, because if we don't lock him in, I think what they will do is they'll play Dumitru, and I don't want Dumitru playing there. I want him playing in the middle, which is perfectly fine because he's a much better centre back. We're playing a 5'4", 18-year-old Serbian as our right back for the rest of the season. I feel like it's not going to end well, is it? I'm also intrigued to see whether he grows. Let's jump forward to the end of the regular season and see how things have gone, see how Simic has done, and maybe he's 5'5". Nope, he's still 5'4" on the 11th of March, which is fair. To grow an inch in the space of less than a month or just over a month is probably asking too much for an 18-year-old. He's played a few more games. He's got 4 assists now, 2 more Champions League games as well. We managed to finish top of the regular season table on 79 points, meaning that when we go into the Champions playoff, we are top by just 3 points, but it's fine. We're still top. I don't really have too many concerns about us winning the league. We should be good enough. It's only us and Arges really in this fight. If we can beat Arges once, that's basically game over for them. In the Champions League, we obviously did not go into the knockout playoff round. We went straight into the round of 16, where we get knocked out by Inter Milan. It's not fun, is it? It's not fun. We lose both matches 2-1, which is arguably terrible for us because Italy are the team that we are trying to beat in the coefficients, and they've literally just doubled us there. They've doubled us. That's actually awful. I also haven't seen the Romanian sides in other competitions, and it's not looking good, is it? Dynamo Bucharest did manage to win a couple of games, draw a couple, but they do get knocked out, losing to Empoli. Not what we want. FCSB beat AEK, couple of draws, and then didn't lose to any Italian sides. And then Cluj managed to beat Salzburg, Anderlecht, and HJK, draws with Bodo Glimt and Dinamo, and then defeats against no Italian sides. I mean, it's not good reading, is it? And then in the knockout playoff round, they lose to Juventus. I mean, they beat Juve and then lost to Juve. They got knocked out by Juve. It's not gone well. Empoli get through as well. I think we might be dropping down. In the Europa Conference League. I mean, there's no Romanian side, sorry. There's no Romanian sides there. Where have they finished? Did we get... There are no Romanian sides? Did they not qualify? Oh, that's bad. So they would have had to go through some qualifying rounds, right? And they didn't qualify. Where are they? Who was it? Who do we blame? I'm genuinely trying to find a Romanian flag in this just list of flags. I don't think I'm going to find it. But definitely somebody from Romania was in this competition and got knocked out at a stupidly early phase. And it's annoying me because that's definitely not helped us at all. Well, with that somewhat disappointing news then about the Champions League and Italy doing well, we now jump to the end of the season where winning the treble's fine. Winning the treble just sounds like something we should be doing at this point, so let's find out if we have. Yes, good. Right, we have won the treble, which is always good news, which I'm not sure how many times we've won the treble now. I can take a look in a second, but we have won the league by a total of 6 points. 0 defeat. Arges dropping down, which means we beat Arges once, and that basically was enough to do it for us. We didn't beat Cluj. We drew with Cluj twice. Fair enough. But we are champions once again, treble winners, and we are basically... what we're trying to do now, and it's ridiculous, is we are just trying to do better than Italy. Looking at the squad as well, so we have got Mesiani's got 12 goals. He's technically probably our 6th top goal scorer, if you include the Wedden, that's his name, who obviously got sold. Mesiani, at 33 years of age, is still going, still scoring goals. He's not really declining either. I really want him to become a coach, but I don't think, he's got no plans, no short-term plans, no long-term plans. He's just quite happy playing football at 33, soon to be 34, still banging goals. He's got a year left on his contract. I think he might be leaving at the end of his contract, which is going to be a sad day for us. It's certainly going to be a sad day for us, but Mesiani, in the time that he's been at this club, has been an absolute revelation for us. He's even decided to become Romanian as well. Fair play. Vinny Marengo, who picked up a fair few injuries this season, finished on 13 and 10, which is always pretty good. Star Wars getting 14 goals, starting 20 appearances as well. That's probably too many. McLennan getting 15 goals in the league, 21 in all competitions, 17 assists as well. McLennan's done very well. And Diego Loppi, has done very well. 25 goals from right wing, 13 assists as well. Loppi's good. Has he got a minimum fee release? He's not got a minimum fee release. Okay, that's nothing we need to worry about. But the vultures are circling around Loppi, which says to me that he's probably not staying around for too much longer. Simic has done all right. He's got a goal. He's got 13 assists. He's still 5'4". I mean, he's getting better. He's not amazing, is he? Let's be honest, but he's getting better slowly. One last thing then, and I can already see next year, Italy will jump back up into 6th place. We will drop down. We've had a 9.5 rating. A 9.5. That is, if we sort by this year, 9.5 is all the way down there. That is the 15th best season. 15th. We were 5th. And we're going to drop down to 6th place. That's not worked properly. There we go. We're going to drop down to 6th place. There's still a big gap between us and 7th place, which is now looking like going to be Denmark. So I don't have too many concerns about us dropping below 6th. What we really need to do is win things. We need to win Europa Leagues, Europa Conference Leagues, Champions Leagues. Champions Leagues is a stretch. I think we need other teams from Romania to win the Europa League, and that will certainly help us. Because right now, I think we're doing all the heavy lifting. I genuinely still think we're doing all the heavy lifting when it comes to coefficients, so we need something to kind of change. That's going to do it then for this season of Football Manager 2024 with Voluntari and our Building a Nation save. If you did enjoy it, please leave a like. Subscribe to the channel if you are new, and I'll be back next time with Season 21, where we go again and maybe win the treble, which will be for potentially the 5th time. Perfect. Season 21 of our Building a Nation save begins today, and we have got just 5 seasons left to go. We're going to finish after Season 25, and we are hopefully going to do a pretty good job this year. Last season, we were crowned champions of Romania, as we expect, with only 1 defeat taking place in the entirety of the 40-game season. We also won the Romanian Cup 2-1, and of course, we won the Romanian Super Cup, because we do every year. In the Champions League, we finished 2nd place in our group, and made it all the way through to the round of 16 where we lost against Inter Milan. And that has meant coefficient-wise, we are in a bad way. We got a 9.5 for last season. We really need to start turning things around. And by we, I use we as a nation. We need the other teams of Romania as well to do well in Europe. We're obviously going to be doing another Champions League run this season to see how things go. I'd like to get to maybe the quarterfinals. That's probably my target. Already on the 1st of July, a whole bunch of transfer business has taken place. Jacob Bell has left the club, signing for Nottingham Forest for 2.4, potentially going to £3 million. We played him, we just didn't really play him enough. Dan Albu has also left the club for potentially up to £7.5 million. When the Middle East comes calling, Al Duhail are from Qatar. You kind of don't really have too much of a choice. Thing is, he's only on £14,500 a week. We got 6.5 million, potentially going to 7.5. Plus, he wasn't really playing, so he was getting annoyed anyway. Pavel Slonsic has also left the club. He has moved over to FC Arges, our former team. This was a tactical decision because I think he's good, but he's not good enough for us. For £4 million, £4.5 million, he's going to hopefully go there, get some game time, play some football, and improve that FC Arges side. And another player that I'm hoping is going to do a similar thing, but maybe in a couple of years' time, is Arlend Mata, signed for CFR Cluj. We brought him in from Vardar. He's gone over there. He's in their 2nd tier team at the moment, but I'm hoping he's going to be on the cusp of getting some first-team football there. We've also sold Florent Badescu. He has gone to FC Hermannstadt. Similar situation. Hopefully he goes there, gets some game time, turns them into a slightly stronger side. He's gone on a free, like I said. And Fernando Cedeno has also left the club once again this time. He's gone to Fortuna Sittard on a free transfer. Nobody in Romania wanted him for some reason. He's not very good. We have spent about £25 million so far in this transfer window. The big signing we have made is Marco Scuglia, who's a 19-year-old Italian defender and defensive midfielder. I brought him in to be a centre-back. However, I'm probably not going to lock him in, and I fear that my assistant manager is probably going to play him as a defence midfielder on occasions. He's cost £20 million. It's a lot of money. He's never played a game of football, but we kind of need to get some good youngsters in, and youngsters who are good enough to play for us. £20 million might have been a bit steep, but we've got more money than sense. The other signing we've brought in is 18-year-old Kjell Bertelsen, an 18-year-old Norwegian central defender signed from Sarpsborg. How much money do you think we paid? Considering we paid £20 million for the last guy, you'll probably not think this was £3.2 million. And that was it. That was his minimum fee release. He's cost £3.2 million. He's a Wonderkid. He's come in as a star player because when we brought him in, there were some other teams sniffing around him. I've given him a bit of a pay rise. One issue we do have with Kjell, he's got a 6.5 minimum fee release. We need to give him some new contracts to try and get that gone, as a loud motorbike goes past my house. That is all the transfer business we've done so far. We've still got about £30 million to spend, just over in fact, and a bit of wage budget as well. I'm expecting to have some players moving on throughout this summer transfer window, so let's see what we've actually done. 4 more players have joined the club, but a lot of players have left the club. Some of this is purely down to registration, okay? We've got not enough Romanian footballers, and we've got too many people who aren't Romanian, basically. Keseret has left. He signed for West Ham for £7.5 million, potentially going up to £8 million. He is a good player, but he counts as foreign, and obviously he's not Romanian, so he kind of ticks 2 boxes of things we don't really need in our squad at the moment, so Keseret's gone. Razvan Lup, however, ticks one of the boxes of the things that we do want to keep, and that is Romanians. He's moved over to FC Arges, similar to some of the transfers earlier on in the transfer window. I'm hoping he's going to improve their side for £2.6 million, potentially up to £3 million. They've got themselves a good deal there. For a Romanian international right-back, they've got themselves a very good deal. Mihai Marin is another player to move on internally in Romania. He's gone to Universitatea Craiova for just over £500,000 in total, 625 in fact. Hopefully, again, he's going to improve this side. And another player who's moved on internally in Romania is Philippe. He's gone to FCSB for £1.4 million. He's hopefully going to get some game time, make them better. But the big one is Pap Diego Loppi. He's moved over to Bournemouth for £60 million. I don't know, and I genuinely don't think he's worth that much money, but he's gone for 60 million, or up to 48.5 so far. Had a good season last year, obviously 15 goals in the league, 9 assists as well, 23 goals in all competitions. But for £60 million, we've got not necessarily better players, let's be honest, but we've got players who can certainly just fill into that position. Like Adrian Tuca. He's coming on a free transfer. He's also a left winger, and he's got a broken leg. He's coming on a free transfer. I want to loan him out. That's literally the only reason why I brought him in. I want to loan him out. I fear he was going to retire because of his broken leg, so I needed to get him into the club. For £3 million, we've signed Andre Stinger from FC Arges. This is most definitely one for the future, although he is a right winger. And we don't have a first-team right winger player right now, so maybe Stinger at 18 years of age is going to get a lot of football this year. Somebody who won't get a lot of football this year, or at least not for us, is Tobias Fischer, an 18-year-old Danish left winger. He's gone out on loan immediately, signed on a free transfer, hopefully one for the future, or at the very least one to make other teams in Romania better. And we also welcome the return of Bienvenu Eno, who has signed on a free transfer after his contract at Liverpool was ended. I say ended, he had a 3-year deal, it's expired, he's come back on a free transfer. It's a good player to get on a free, however, I feel like we've missed the peak years of his development. I feel like when we sold him, he needed to be getting a lot more game time at that point. Moved to Liverpool, got nothing, spent a year out on loan at West Brom in the Championship. He's done all right there, let's be honest. Couple of goals, couple of assists. He'd come back to us on a free transfer. I'm hoping we've not missed the boat with an O. He's still only 23, but will be 24 in a few days' time. And that is actually all of the transfer business we've done. So only 4 players joining, but if we take a look here, sort by fee, we have got a huge amount of players going out on loan as well. And all of them, hopefully all of them, most of them at the very least, will be going on loan into Romania. So we've got Lawrence, Loppi, Mendy, Diarra, Karasu Kyrgias. He's good, by the way. He's turning into a pretty decent central defender. All of these players going out on loan to other teams in Romania, with the exception of a couple. I think like this man might not be playing in Romania. But yeah, for the most part, they're all in Romania. That's definitely not Romania. Something as well that I want to bring your attention to is our affiliate clubs. So I've done something which I never thought I would ever be able to do. I've got Generation Foot, who are one of the best African sides, the best Senegalese side for youth players. I've got them as a feeder club. I don't know how I've managed to do this, but when I asked them and they said, do you want to help? And I went, yes, of course I do. Give me a list of teams. They were one of the teams on this list. Other teams on the list were like ASEC Mimosas. We had all the really good African sides I like to steal players from. So this could be really beneficial. Also, sorting by value, these are normally the good ones. 18 years of age, their most expensive player. He is a goalkeeper. We probably don't need him. So far then, the season has kicked off very well in all competitions. We are currently top of the Romanian First League. 11 games, 9 wins, 2 draws, 0 defeats, 29 points, a positive 24 goal difference. We have won the Romanian Super Cup as well for, I want to say, the 8th time in a row, something along those lines. It's the 7th time in a row. And we are obviously in the Champions League and the Romanian Cup, which we are pretty much every season now. Just to show you how well we've kicked off this season, by the way, we won our opening game 7-1, Tom Davidson scoring a hat-trick. So the starting lineup that we are going to be going for then, or the 3 players that we are locking in Simic as our right back. Alexa Simic, now 19 years of age, still 5'4", is going to be our number 1 right back for the season. I don't know whether this is a good idea. I'm hoping that 5-star potential is true, because that is why we're doing it. If we don't play Simic, they'll play Dumitru, which I don't want them to do, or they'll play Andre, which I don't want them to do, so Simic is being locked in. On the right-hand side is George Boateng. George Boateng, you might remember, is a player that we brought in last season from Karela, and he's not a right winger. But he wants to play football. I want to get him some game time. We don't have a right winger. Georgie Boateng might be the man to do the job. I'm not convinced this is a good idea. He's also wanted by PSG, which says to me he's good. There's definitely this 4.5-star potential ability is definitely somewhat accurate. So I want to kind of get some game time under his belt, turn him into a better player. I can't fit him in as that attacking midfielder. That's the problem. And up front is Tom Davidson. Now, Tom Davidson, obviously 19 years of age, English under-21 international, signed from Kettering a few years ago, spent last season out on loan at Sepsi, scoring 5 league goals. He's played 11 league games and scored 12 so far this season. If we look at his form, he scored 3 hat-tricks. He scored a hat-trick in the opening game, then against Craiovia, and then also against the other Craiovia. So I don't know why he's so good. He's 6'5", he's got 16 finishing, 16 first touch. He's a good footballer. He's genuinely a really good footballer, and I want to keep hold of him and play him until the rest of time. Now, I don't normally show this at the start of a season anyway, but want to draw your attention to Carlo McLennan, who is a 4.5-star player. He's ridiculous. He is absolutely ridiculous. We signed him from Celtic a few years ago, still only 24. He's wanted by teams over in Saudi Arabia. He's cost just under £20 million, but he's been really, really good. He's really good so far this season as well. I don't ever want to lose McLennan. I feel like McLennan is the gem. If we play McLennan and Davidson, first of all, they can speak the same language. Hopefully they can both speak English. I imagine they should be able to. They can speak the same language. They can communicate really well, score loads of goals, get loads of assists, that kind of thing. But also, he's bloody good at football, isn't he? Right then, let's jump forward then to December to see how things have gone in the first half of the season. I'm hoping we're still top of the table, and I'm hoping we still haven't lost. Well, we are still top of the table, but we have lost our first game of the season, a 4-1 defeat against FC Arges, which I'm weirdly kind of okay with. I want teams, the Clujes, your Rapids, your Arges, your other Clujes, your Craiovias, the teams up this end of the table, I want them to be able to good enough to beat us. That's the stupid thing. I don't want to win the league comfortably every year, but I feel like we're going to for the foreseeable future because nobody else seems to get much better unless we basically throw players at them for cheap value. In other competitions as well, in the Champions League, we're not doing massively well, but we are in 13th place. We've got 3 wins so far, Sevilla, Olympiacos and Celtic, a draw against Dortmund, and then 2 defeats against Lyon and Man City. As long as we get through, I'm kind of okay with that. How are the other teams from Romania doing? Arges are literally next to us. They've beaten Juve Molde and also beating Celtic. They've also drawn with Dortmund. Okay, both of us drew 1-1. They've lost to Lille and they've lost against Bayern. And then CFR Cluj as well in there. Beating Montpellier, Galatasaray, drawing with Everton and Barcelona, losing against RB Salzburg and Benfica. Have we only got 3 teams or is there a 4th one in here? that I can't quite easily see. I think it's just 3 for now. Obviously, we're about to head into January. We've got just over £55 million to spend. I don't really think we're going to spend any of it. I think our team's good enough to do well in most competitions, and I'm only going to buy someone if it's kind of an unbelievable bit of business to do. Okay, we've brought in 5 players and we've sold 2. Dan Mutiaba has left the club. His return to the club was expensive and not that good, let's be honest. He's moved back over to France, this time signing for Marseille for 5.25, potentially going up by a further £1 million, so it's not actually terrible. He's actually kind of broke back into the first team since his loan spell at Cluj. He kind of broke back in a little bit, but ultimately, for a now 31-year-old, he's not going to get better, and I don't think he's good enough for us. We also sold this man for pennies. So yeah, we didn't really sell too much, apart from Matiaba. We did spend a lot of money trying to strengthen our side, however. Janos Vediksa could be his name, has joined. He is a Hungarian left-back signed from Debrecen. He is our cheapest signing at £2.1 million. For £3.9 million, Mohamed Padanu has signed from VfL Wolfsburg, a versatile central midfielder. For £11.75 million, we've gone back to Copenhagen because I think they might have had a golden generation, and we've picked up Sebastian Toft Christiansen, who's going to be arguably a right winger, maybe a striker, probably a right winger. Davidson's kind of got that position locked down. For £14 million, Isaac Bonsu has joined the club from NEC Nijmegen, might be their name, not quite sure, from the Netherlands. He's a good player. He's basically come in for kind of depth. We need a few more players in our squad. Bonsu, I think, is a decent player to do that. Similarly, is Borja Arbellaria, might be his name. He's come in from Vigo. He's cost about £15 million. It's probably a bit steep, but on his debut for the club, he did score and get an assist, which is always nice. And the final player to bring in is Luciano, a 25-year-old Dutch striker signed from Man United on a loan deal until the end of the season, and we can buy him for £18 million if he's any good. So far, he's done absolutely nothing in the league. However, in the Champions League, he did get an assist against Partizan and score a hat-trick against Manchester City. So, you know, he plays for Man United, and playing against Man City in the Champions League, he's clearly wanted to just do one over them, and apparently he has. Now, you might be wondering what's happened to Tom Davidson then if we needed a new striker. Well, he has damaged his cruciate ligaments. I think he did this just before the January transfer window, or not just before the end of the season in December. So, yeah, he's missed a lot of football. He's already scored 19 goals in the league so far this season. He's been very, very good, but that injury has ended his season prematurely, which is annoying. Another player who seems to be doing quite well for us is Kirby Sima, a player that we signed last season, I believe, from Polytechnica Timisoara, might be the name, for £2.2 million. I've not locked him in. He's just getting game time in that defensive midfield role, so that's actually pretty good. From a fixture perspective, on the 16th of February, we are currently top of the Romanian First League, which is what you would expect. We have also just beaten Manchester City 5-1, which is obviously very, very good, and we're into the Romanian Cup quarterfinals. That's what that is. What's happened? What's actually gone on? So in the league phase, we finished in 17th place, which means to go into the playoffs, which is what we are currently doing, and we are 5-1 up against Manchester City. And as we know, Luciano scoring 3 goals in that game, which I think was actually not his debut. But, I mean, I say it's not his debut. Of course it wasn't. He's only played 5 times for us, and he scored a hat-trick against Man City to possibly put us through to the next round of the Cup, which is ridiculous. Now, whilst the youth intake has not taken place just yet, this is what we get every year, by the way. It's an average intake. Every single season, we have an average youth intake, and there's never anybody good. So, yeah, just don't expect too many good, decent players coming through our youth intakes. There might be the odd one here or there. Normally, we have to steal them from other teams in Romania, which is kind of counterproductive when we're trying to build a nation. Right then, let's jump forward then to the end of the regular season in Romania, see how well we get on in the Champions League as well. I'm hoping we don't balls this up. We've certainly got the ability to balls it up, but I hope we go through. As expected, we do obviously top the regular season for the Romanian First League, which puts us into the Champions playoff, which we are only 4 points clear of CFR Cluj at the moment. But obviously, we've only got 10 games to play, and we play against Cluj twice, so if we beat them twice, we should be easily crowned champions once again, which is good. We also almost balls it up against Manchester City. We lost the second leg 2-1, but we do go through 6-3 on aggregate. We then move forward to the round of 16, where we almost balls it up against Atletico Madrid as well. We win 5-2 in the first leg, and then lose 3-1 in the second leg. We are just somehow scraping our way through rounds. I mean, I don't really know how we're doing this. So yeah, we won 5-2 at home, and then we lose 3-1 away, but we go through 6-5 on aggregate, which means the quarterfinal, which is not drawn just yet, who's in the quarterfinal? We've got, obviously, ourselves, Barcelona, Inter, Lyon, Watford, Arsenal, Sevilla, and Chelsea. I don't fancy our chances, but I think if we get Watford or Sevilla, I feel like we should be able to beat either of those two. Barcelona, Inter we've already beaten, actually. We've already beaten Inter so far this season, I think. So maybe we could do anyone from that left-hand side of the draw. Barcelona, Lyon, Arsenal, Chelsea, I'm not massively convinced on. But we have just gone past Man City as well. I don't know why I'm getting all excited about doing well in the Champions League. We're probably getting knocked out in the next round, but the fact that we've got through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League is obviously some very good progress. We've jumped all the way now to the end of the season. It's the 1st of June, and we have once again been crowned champions of Romania. We win all 10 of our games in the Champions playoff, which is obviously very, very good. However, we did lose the Romanian Cup final against CFR Cluj, which means we've only won the double. Until I show you this result, which is the Champions League final, and we win it on penalties. We got to the Champions League final, we drew 2-2, we were 2-0 down. Were we 2-0 down? What's happened? Yeah, we weren't 2-0 down. We were 2-1 down in the 84th minute. Dimitriou scores the goal to equalise, taking us into extra time, injury time and all that bobbins. Nothing happened, and then we win on penalties. Bertelsen, the 19-year-old, scoring the winning penalty to win us the Champions League. What's gone on? Honestly, what's happened here? So we know where we were with the Atletico Madrid game. We did lose at one of the matches, but we did scrape by. We then drew Barcelona and won both of the legs. So we won 3-1 and 1-0. We then go through to the semi-final where we beat Lyon 3-2. So it was a 1-1 draw in the home leg, or in the first leg, and then a 3-2 win in the second. Arsenal scraping by to get to the final as well on penalties against Chelsea. And then, in Azerbaijan, for some reason, we win the Champions League. How many people were there? How many people were watching? I'm not going to lie, it's probably not the most exciting kind of match to go see. I can't see from here anyway. Let's go to schedule. Is it going to tell us there? 82,268 people went to Azerbaijan expecting Arsenal to retain the Champions League, for them to just get shown up by little old Voluntari of Romania. We've won the Champions League. And that means we have now won 2 of the technically 4 European trophies that we could possibly win. We've won the Europa Conference League. We won that once back in 2037. We've now won the Champions League in 2044. We will now have next season the opportunity to win the Super Cup. It just means we need to win the Europa League. And to be honest, I kind of don't want to do it, because if we win the Europa League, we have to drop out of the Champions League to do that. And I don't think our team is bad enough, or anyone else in our league is good enough to get ahead of us, essentially. So, looking at the squad, obviously we did have the big injury to Tom Davidson. However, he still is our second top goal scorer for the season with 24 goals. He's not even returned back from his injury either. So he's done that in half a season. He's got 24 goals. We've got Luciano. Actually, let's start with Stinger. Playing on that right-hand side. Was not locked in, by the way. Playing on that right-hand side a few times, mostly off the bench, getting 10 and 10, which is good. Baba and Doi, I imagine you were kind of a backup in the attacking midfield role. Yes, you were. You were ineligible for league games, but you were playing in the Champions... You played 90 minutes in the Champions League final, but you have not been playing league games at all. Like, he's not even been registered for the league, but he's playing in the Champions League, and he's lifted the Champions League final medal. Fair enough. Luciano, 15 goals in all competitions, and yes, we might be buying him. We put in a bid of 18.25. Have we put in a bid of 18.25? Yes. Why are we bidding slightly more than we have to pay? Anyway, doesn't matter. We are buying Luciano because, you know, I think he's done pretty well. He's earned that contract. 16 goals for Ivan from defensive midfield is very good. Vinny Marengo, 19 and 18 on the left-hand side. He might have also played up front occasionally. Doesn't look like it. Fair enough. Tom Davidson we've seen, and Carlo McLennan, 28 goals in all competitions, playing as that attacking midfielder. He's getting very, very good. We are probably going to need to keep giving this man contracts because whilst he's not wanted to leave, he's got a 2-year deal. We need to probably extend that, but he's wanted by all of the big boys and Al Hilal. Speaking of players who need new contracts, Bertelsen, I'm constantly offering him new deals. I'm offering him a new deal now. It will still have a minimum fee release, but it's going to bump it up to about 14 million. I'm hoping this is all. We're just going to have to keep doing this every year, give him a new contract, and just try and hopefully agree with their agent to just get rid of it at some point, or just put it so high that I'm kind of okay with selling him. Like, if we get it to minimum fee release to like 80 million, If he gets sold for that, that's probably fine. Something else that I need to mention, Mesiani, the now 34-year-old, soon to be 35-year-old legendary striker. He's not legendary for the club, but he is for me. Will be leaving in just 29 days. He is out of contract. He is wanted by a lot of teams. I actually had him transfer listed, tried to get rid of him in January. He's wanted by a couple of teams in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. So we will be saying goodbye to Mesiani. He still played a few times this season. He should have picked up a Champions League winners medal because he's played 6 times as well. So Mesiani, if we could pick our club legend, I don't think he is one. He's not. He's not even. Oh, he is there. He's an icon. I would say he's a legend. He's an absolute legend, Mesiani is. But this is the last season he's going to be playing for us. He has played, I think it's like 8 seasons where he scored double figures for the first team in all competitions, which is just madness. Yes, 8 league goals, but he's also got 3 in continental competitions in that one. Mesiani's a legend. He's a club legend. He's been here forever. Is he even part Romanian? He's part Romanian, guys. Mesiani is probably one of my favourite footballers in this year's Football Manager. And he's not even that good. In all honesty, he's not that good. He just does the job. Before we finish then, let's take a look at the coefficient. 6th place Romania have picked up just 15.786. For winning the Champions League, we picked up slightly more points than that season there where we didn't win it, less than that season where we didn't win it, and less than that season where we didn't. I mean, that's not good, guys. Everyone else in Romania is not doing their job, okay? We are falling much further behind France and Italy by the looks of it. They're kind of getting closer and closer together. Luckily for us, Belgium are a bit too far away. I will tell you now, guys, I don't think we're going to make Romania the best nation when it comes to club coefficient. I don't think it's going to happen. Also, I've been completely neglecting the Romanian national side. They're rubbish. They've not gone any higher than 34th in the world rankings. If we look at their competition history, they don't ever do anything. They get to the round of 16, apparently, a few years ago. That's pretty much it. They don't really do much at all. European Championships, they just finish bottom of their group every time they qualify. Yeah, it's not well. Admittedly, they've not even kicked this one off, but I imagine they're going to finish bottom of their group. That is going to do it then for Season 21. We're champions of Europe. Somehow, we are champions of Europe with this FC Voluntari side. Next time around Season 22, I guess we have to try and do it again. I don't think it's going to happen, but that needs to realistically be our target. It is weird to look at 21 seasons of this Football Manager save and seeing little FC Voluntari at the top of the list as the previous winner of the Champions League. We are the best team Romania has ever seen. I mean, arguably, if we scroll down, there probably is some other Romanian sides in here, isn't there? I'm thinking Steaua Bucharest, yeah, they won it. But that was in 1985 and 1986. So it was a long time ago. We've kind of restored Romania back near the top, not to the top, back near the top of European football. And this season, we are fighting on 5 different fronts, which means we have the opportunity to win 5 trophies. I feel like we might win 3 of them. We've got the UEFA Super Cup is the new one that we are going to be entering, which is actually going to take place in between now and the next kind of part of the video, where we're going to be playing against Marseille. I don't think the Super Cup counts towards coefficients. We can double check after we've played, but I don't think it actually makes any difference to coefficients. It would be nice if it did if we win. It would be nice if it didn't if we lose. As we do at the start of every season, let's talk through some of the transfers that have already taken place at the moment the transfer window opens. Jude Taiku is first up. He has left the club signing for U Cluj. He's been on loan there a few times, in fact 3 times since signing for us back in 2015, back in 2036 for £215,000. They brought him for £900,000 because he actually played and he's actually a decent footballer, so that's good. Similar situation as well to Karasu, might be his name. He has moved over to FC Rapid on a permanent deal for £900,000. Played a lot of football for Rapid over the last few seasons because he did spend a season in the middle at Cluj, but 2 seasons on loan and now joining on a permanent deal. As has Ovidiu Molnar. He's gone over to FC Rapid on a permanent deal on a free transfer. He's apparently sitting in their under-19s. I think he's better than that. This man's also left the club on a free transfer, signing for CF Miaveni. Razvan Tataru has also left the club, signing for Farrell Costanza on a free. And Alexander Jovanovic has left the club, signing for Ajax for £275,000. We brought him in a couple of years ago to be a backup. He was a backup, and I've gone, you know what? I don't really want you because you're not Romanian. We kind of need a Romanian backup or a good young goalkeeper backup. He is neither of these. He's 28. And he has kind of been replaced because we brought in a new number 1 goalkeeper. Fabrice Mabaga has signed from Al Ittihad over in Saudi Arabia, formerly of Antwerp as well. He's a Belgian international. He is part Cameroonian as well. He has come in on a free transfer. He went over to Saudi over £11 million. We brought him to Romania on a free transfer. He is our number 1 goalkeeper, which means Jimmy Gabakal, who is our number 2 goalkeeper, is going to basically take Jovanovic's place on the subs bench. Another player to join on a free transfer is Filani Mariba, who is a South African central defender signed from Sundowns. 15 caps to his name. He's come in as an important player, which is nonsense. He is basically going to be a squad player. And returning to the club on a free transfer is Demble Dudu. The fans love this. In fact, I even got a Steam achievement because of this one. I brought back a club legend or an icon or something back to the club, and the fans absolutely loved it. Demble Dudu returns from his 3-year spell over in Saudi Arabia on a free transfer. I don't think he's going to play a huge amount of football because he's a right back and he is 30, but he's come in, he's good enough for a couple of years. And finally, Luciano has made his loan deal from Man United permanent for £18.25 million. He's very good. He's probably going to be battling it out with Davidson up front for the striker position this season, because obviously last year, Tom Davidson did pick up a bad injury, missing most of the season. I think this year, Luciano might be our number 1 striker, and then next year, Davidson kind of breaks back in. That's been all of our transfer business so far. We've got £36.5 million to spend, but we are over our wage budget. We're going to jump forward now until probably, I'm going to say the end of the transfer window. We're going to see what happens in the UEFA Super Cup, see if we can win that one. See what happens in the Romanian Super Cup as well. And then hopefully we can kick off the league half decently also. Well, the league certainly started off pretty well. We are currently top of the table on the 6th of September with 9 wins out of a possible 9 and conceded 2 goals and scoring 30. Before we look at that, though, let's take a look at the transfer business and also see how well we've done in the UEFA Super Cup. In fact, we will show that now, and we have won the UEFA Super Cup, beating Marseille in extra time. A 2-1 win, goals from Luciano and Ivan with the winner in the 94th minute. I mean, this is our starting 11 for most of the season, by the way. This kind of seems to be what they play. Dimitri is a right-back I'm not convinced by, but, you know, I haven't locked anyone in at this point. I might do for the rest of the season, but right now this is an unlocked-in squad, and that's what they've gone with. Annoyingly, we haven't won the Romanian Super Cup, however. So we've won the harder Super Cup to win, but we've lost against CFR Cluj in the Romanian Super Cup, which is frustrating. And then this is kind of the current situation of everything else. Like I said, we're top of the table, scoring lots and lots of goals. Let's see transfers. Right, there's quite a few things to talk about, so we're going to fly through them. Darius Star Wars has left the club on a permanent deal going back to Poland for a decent sum of money, 3.7, potentially going up to £4.5 million. He got relegated to third choice, basically, so I just wanted to get rid of him. For £1.1 million, Nicolas Mendes has moved over to France, signing for Rennes. I wanted to keep him in Romania, but no Romanian sides wanted him, so we've just got him off the books. Jacques Loeb is another player that I really wanted to keep in Romania, but nobody wanted him. He's signed for Tenerife. Ali Erenkaya is another player that I wanted to keep in Romania, but nobody wanted him. He's gone over to Ajax for about £3.5 million. Baba Ndoye has also left the club. He has signed for Al Shabab over in, I'm going to say Qatar. It's not Qatar. It's always Saudi Arabia. £2.3 million, potentially going up to £2.4 million. We just weren't really playing him. I mean, that's a complete lie. He did play a fair amount last season, but most of them are off the bench. This one stung a little bit. George Boateng has left, signing for Manchester City. And the reason why it stung is because he had a minimum fee release clause, which was not very high at all, £3.8 million. And we don't have a sell-on. As far as I'm aware, we don't have a sell-on. This one has stung a little bit. George Boateng has left the club, signing for Man City for just £3.8 million. It's not very high, however, he wanted to leave. We were not going to be able to keep him. He only had a year left on his contract as well, I think. So what I did is I locked in 50% sell-on in the future and then just took some money for him. He's not going to play for Man City. I haven't loaned him back. They did offer it, but I went, you know what? We can't necessarily register you anyway. So we've taken the money and we might get a lot more money further down the line. Peter Meyer has also left the club, £1.5 million signing for FC Arges. This is the type of signing that I really want to do. I want to get rid of them over to clubs in Romania where he's actually going to play and make a difference. Unlike this one, because he didn't make a difference when he joined us. Mohamed Padanu is his name. He has gone back to Wolfsburg. We bought him for £3.9 million. We've sold him for £4.2 million, potentially going up to £5 million. We just weren't really playing him. He came off the bench 11 times. Again, registration things means that we kind of need to start limiting players who aren't Romanian, and I don't think he's good enough for us, so we'll take the money. Now I've given you all that spiel about players that aren't Romanian. Here's 4 players that aren't Romanian. It is Remy Lametri, might be his name, a 19-year-old, that's his age, a 19-year-old French goalkeeper signed from PSG for £500,000 with the intent to loan him out in Romania, and no Romanians want him yet. Again, for £500,000, Stanislas Dediu, an 18-year-old French midfielder, signed from Lyon, brought him in to hopefully loan him out to other teams in Romania. Nobody wants him. Istvan Gal is next up, and he is not a player who we're going to hopefully loan out. He's hopefully going to get a bit of game time. The Hungarian international signed from the Puskás Academy has cost £2.7 million. I think he's good, and also I'm thinking he's going to be one for the future as well. And finally, Lars Dylong has joined from FC Copenhagen. I think this is the third player that we signed from FC Copenhagen in the last couple of seasons because they had a golden generation and we pinched pretty much all of them. Dylong has joined for £6 million from Copenhagen. One problem, however, he does have a minimum fee release of 22.5, which it's high enough, but if he gets good, which judging by all of those arrows going slightly upwards, he might get good, we might need to try and offer him a new deal to get rid of that minimum fee release. But that is our transfer business. If we very briefly look at this as well, sorting by loan deals, once again, much like last season, we've loaned out a load of players to other teams in Romania. There's the odd one here or there, which aren't Romanian, for example. Georgiou's gone to Vardar, who we know are from North Macedonia, but for the most part, they've all gone off to Romania. Also, this man annoys me because he keeps going out on loan and doesn't play any football and doesn't ever improve. He's North Korean's best ever footballer, and he's rubbish because he doesn't play. So that was the transfer business for the season. When we take a look at our squad, we're locking in nobody. That's right. We've got to a point, at least this season anyway, we've got to a point where I'm not basically forcing anyone to play because I quite like the fact that if we go like this, sort by best 11, this is pretty much what I would lock in. The only thing that I maybe wouldn't do is put Dimitriou there, but I'm kind of okay with him playing there. Because if we get injuries, then he can play there. Or we can play Dudu, or we can play Simic, or we can play Skuglia in that right-back position. We've got the option to do all this rotation, so I'm actually kind of okay with locking in absolutely nobody. And on the 17th of December, we have reached the winter break. We are top of the Romanian First League by, I only said 15, by 18 points. And we have a game in hand over Universitatea Craiova. We've not lost a single match. We've drawn once against U Craiova, who are way down in 12th place, which is kind of annoying, isn't it? As you can see as well, in the Champions League, we're doing quite well, up in 7th place. We've won 4 matches, beating Barcelona, Feyenoord, Birmingham and PSG. We can't even see who else we've got because there's too many competitions going on. We've also lost twice, however, against Marseille and Dortmund. Losing against Marseille is annoying because, coefficients-wise, Italy and France are the two teams kind of above and below us. We don't want to lose to either of those nations. The fact that we beat PSG 6-1, though, is kind of a good thing. The other Romanian sides, how are they getting on in the Champions League? Cluj are there. Benfica, Galatasaray and Lech, they have beaten, drawing with Red Star losing against Man City and getting absolutely battered by Augsburg. Not ideal. And I think that's it. Unless I'm missing somebody like really obvious, but I think that is it from a Romanian kind of perspective in the Champions League. Is in the Europa League, however, we've got 3 teams. Arges are in 18th, 2 wins. Young Boys and Bromby, they've drawn with Getafe and Roma, and they've lost against Braga and VfB Stuttgart. It's not going well. They've beaten Dnipro, that is Cluj, by the way. Trabzonspor, Antwerp and Roma are draws. Defeats against Olympiacos and Stuttgart and Rapid, who I think are actually bottom of the table. If I look at it, yep, they're bottom of the table. 0 wins, 2 draws, PSV, Maccabi Tel Aviv, and then 4 defeats against Slavia Prague, Bratislava, Chelsea and Freiburg. It's not going well in Europe. Have we got anyone else in here? I mean, I feel like if we do, they should be doing really well. We've got nobody in the Europa Conference League. Right, we are going to go forward to the other side of the January transfer window. We've got £45 million to spend, and I don't think I want to spend it, although I'm pretty sure I say this every single January transfer window, and then spend £30 million. So we'll see what happens, shall we? We haven't spent any money, but we have sold some players. Jimmy Gbakal has left the club, signing for Al Ittihad. We've basically traded goalkeepers because he was no longer our number 1. He basically didn't want to be here anymore, so we've sent him over to Saudi Arabia. He's on £600,000 a week. That is absolute madness. He's gone for £3.9 million, which is pretty good. We've also sold Stanislas Dediu, who has moved over to Cluj. I'm pretty sure we just literally signed him this season and then sold him on for a bit of profit already, but he's staying in Romania now, which is always a good thing. And finally, Ivan has left the club, signing for Arsenal for potentially up to £45 million. Is 36 so far. We did spend 20 on him in the first place, but we've made a profit, and I'm taking a big risk in not replacing him. I'm taking a massive risk, but I think we've got the players to do it. Skuglia can probably play more as a defence midfielder if we need him to, so Ivan leaving isn't the end of the world, and there is confirmation we brought nobody else in. That is literally all we have done. A few more loan deals have taken place as well. So NL going on loan to Cluj. We've also got Painter, Fisher, and Stancer also leaving on various loan deals to various clubs. And the good news is we are top of the Romanian First League, which is a surprise to absolutely nobody. We've not lost actually. We've actually not lost at all. 25 wins, 1 draw. So, yep, that is looking very good. An 8-3 win there against Cluj. Always nice to see. In the Champions League, we have finished 6th in the group. 5 wins now in total, beating Red Star and Barcelona, I think, were the ones that were missing last time around. A draw with Celtic, maybe that might have been missing from the list that I've just mentioned. So, I mean, that's good. I'm happy with that. It means we're not in the knockout round just yet. We'll come in at the round of 16 to try and defend our title, which is ridiculous for me to say out loud. Anyway, let's jump forward then to the end of the regular season, see how well we've got on. We'll be the other side of the round of 16 as well for the Champions League, where I think we might get knocked out, if I'm honest. Not quite. We have managed to scrape past Augsburg. 3-2 on aggregate, a 2-2 draw and a 1-0 win. So we've managed to make it through to the quarterfinals, which has not been drawn just yet. From a First League perspective, we are obviously top of the table. Have we lost a match? We've still not lost a game. 29 wins, 1 draw, 88 points, which gets half to 44. We've got 14 points gap. There is a total of, I mean, it's 10 times 3. There's a total of 30 points to grab. So we need to win like 4 games, 5 games maybe. And then we are champions. And we can lose 5 games as well. I'm going to do this every year now, I think, and just show you in March every kind of youth intake preview. It's still rubbish, okay? It's still rubbish. It's a one-star intake, C+ or C quality goalkeeper. This is our youth head of youth development, by the way. We can't get many decent ones. He's only just come in last year. Canadian. He's good. 15's around. Is actually not awful, is it? Similar formation to what we play, so I'm kind of okay with that. Arguably, it should be a 4-2-2-1. I don't even know. What formation do we play? No, it is a 4-3-3. It's not a 4-3-3, it's a 4-2-4. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. This is our head of youth development, and he's not very good either, apparently. So, end of the season then, and we have gone undefeated for an entire season. Another 8 wins and 2 draws this time around. So, we've literally dropped a total of 6 points. We've dropped a total of 6 points in the entirety of the 30 or 40 game season. We've dropped 6 points, which is just nuts. We are finished with 70 points. What is that? Is that 23? 23 points clear of second place Cluj. We did not get to the final of the Champions League, a final which was won on penalties by Aston Villa. However, we did get to the semi-finals against Atletico Madrid, losing in the end though, 4-2. And what is that? It would have been we won the first leg 2-1 and then lost the second leg 4-2. So we had a chance to get to the final and defend our title, but we ballsed it up against Madrid. But we have won the Romanian Cup once again. So we seem to kind of sporadically win this, which is fine. And we have been entered into the Club World Championships next season, which is fair enough. I mean, we did all right last time we were in this, didn't we? I feel like this time around, Chelsea, Kawasaki Frontale, and Racing Club from Argentina. I feel like this is a much harder group than what we had last time around. We should be able to beat Kawasaki. We should be able to beat Racing Club. I'm hoping we can go through second place in the group, and then God knows what's going to happen from there. I've just seen there's a club from Tahiti. I mean, they're going to get absolutely smashed. They've got Man City and a team from Tahiti. Hold on, what nations are involved in this? Is there any really silly ones? I mean, Tahiti's pretty silly, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's literally just Tahiti. Just Tahiti are the kind of the weirdest ones. They're a semi-professional side who've decided to fly all the way over to Germany to get smashed by Roma, Man City and Al Ahly, and then just go home again and probably have a lovely time doing it. So obviously we did not lock anybody in this season, but when we sort by the amount of goals scored, there are a lot of players scoring a lot of goals. In fact, I think we probably need to remove that because some of those players weren't playing for us, were they? So we have got Justin Olieta, or Otelita might be his name. He came through our youth intake a long time ago. He's not a terrible footballer. He's just been here because he's Romanian, and he's apparently scored 12 goals for us. Well done. Isaac Bonsu, 13 goals in the league, 15 in all competitions. Vinny Marengo, how have you done this season? 18 and 13 in all competitions. Tommy Davidson, I imagine you've missed a lot of football purely because Luciano, I think's better technically than you at the moment. 19 goals, just the 1 assist. Toff Christiansen, 24 goals and 12 assists from the right-hand side. Carlo McLennan playing as an attacking midfielder. He's getting ridiculous. He is a 5-star central midfielder. 26 goals, 15 assists, and Luciano at the top there, 30 goals and 12 assists It's not, I say it's not a huge amount of goals. It is. 30 goals is a lot of goals, but I weirdly would have liked him to have got more because basically we didn't play Davidson, so there was a lot more hope on Luciano to score lots of goals. From an assist perspective, Seema is there with 12 assists. That's always good to see. I like that. We've got Dimitru, who must have been playing as a right back to get 13 assists. Demble Dudu is there with 14 assists, also playing as a right back, I would imagine, which is always good. And then Michael Vasil as our left back, getting 16 assists in all competitions. We've had a good year once again, but I'm starting to worry that our trying to build a nation is starting to struggle because I feel like we've not had a good year. We haven't had a particularly good year when it comes to coefficients, even though we've done well. Other Romanian sides have not, so sorting by next year. We're not moving up or down, but Italy are moving up. We are a whopping, 18 points difference. We're not going to be able to clear that 18 points. Basically, we need to win the Champions League, and ideally someone else from Romania win the Europa League every season until the end of this save for us to move up to 4th or 5th place in the coefficients. I feel like, honestly, I don't think it's doable. So at the end of Season 22, we do win the treble once again. We do enter the Club World Championships, which will obviously be in the next episode. But that is going to do it for Season 22. Thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy, do please remember to leave a like. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. I will be back next time with Season 23 of our Building a Nation save of Romania. Hopefully, we can win the Champions League again. If we can win it one more time before we finish, that'll be good. I will be happy with that. We have just 3 more years left to play of this Building a Nation save with Romania, and we are going to be sticking with FC Voluntari until the end of Season 25 when it will finish. Today, it is the 1st of June. We have literally moved nowhere since the last episode because we are in the Club World Championships again. This is the second time that we are in it. Last time around, which I want to say was 2037, maybe even 2041, we actually did not too bad. This time around, we have Chelsea, Kawasaki F. I'm not sure what the F is. Frontale, there we go. And a Racing Club from Argentina. We should get out of this group, but I feel like this is going to be a tough group. We might actually finish 3rd. Obviously, because it is the 1st of June still, we've done no transfer business, but there is some business going to be taking place when the window opens. In fact, there'll be some business taking place when basically contracts expire and all sorts of stuff. We've got £41.5 million to spend. We are probably going to spend it because I want to win the Champions League again between now and the end of this save. It's the 1st of July, which is not when the Club World Championships ends. In fact, it ends in a few weeks' time, or maybe a week or so's time. The reason why we are back already is because we got knocked out in the group stages. We lost a match against Racing Club. We drew with Chelsea and we beat Kawasaki Frontale, which means we do finish, unfortunately, 3rd place in our group. But realistically, this is me now making excuses. Obviously, I would have loved to win this competition, but realistically, this means literally nothing for Building a Nation. It does not matter at all. We get no coefficients or anything. It's just a trophy. But obviously, this is the normal time that we come back for a start of a season anyway, and obviously, transfer business has taken place. We brought in 4 players so far. Zlot Rax is the first one, who is a 19-year-old Romanian left-back. He has been signed from the Puskás Academy for some reason for £675,000 and been loaned out to CSC Selenbar. Claudiu Moldoveniu, might be his name, has been signed from CFR Cluj, an 18-year-old Romanian left and right back and defensive midfielder, signed for £1.9 million, going out on loan to Gloria Bazou. Bazou? Maybe it's Bazou? And now 2 actually very useful players. Mansa Ag, first up, 24 years of age, signed from Barcelona. Spanish under-21 international, arguably could possibly be good enough to play in the first team as well, but he is actually a very good player for a free transfer who's going to be good enough to basically provide a little bit of kind of competition in that defensive midfield role. He's very good, and he's still very young. And very angry with 19 aggression. And I thought to myself, why not buy a couple of decent defensive midfielders? Callum Whitbread is next up, 24-year-old Irish international signed from Tottenham on a free transfer once his contract expired. 47 caps to his name. He can actually play as a centre-back as well if we need him. He is 5'10" and can't header, so maybe we don't want to do that too often. But that defensive midfield role there is actually what he's probably going to be doing for most of the season. I'm not sure whether I'm going to lock him in. This is the role we play. He's obviously very good at it. Maybe not so much on the aggression and concentration, but most other things, he's actually pretty good. And that is pretty much it. We have lost a few other players. So we have lost Issa Mendy. He's gone on a free transfer to Benfica. Unfortunately, we tried to renew his contract. He would not do it, which is annoying. Moldvanu, whatever his name is, he's also left on a free transfer going to Lyon, which says to me that there's some potential there. Personally, I wasn't really seeing it. So we've moved him on. We've got rid of Tudorel David. He's gone to Farrell Costanza. And this man here has gone to Polytechnica Iasi, also on a free transfer. Like I said, still only the 1st of July, still got 40 million or just under 40 million pounds in the bank. We are now going to jump forward to the 1st of September. In fact, not the 1st of September. It's about the 13th of September, where the transfer window will be closed, and we'll have done some more business. We've now got £66 million for a transfer budget, and the window is closed. That can only mean one thing: we've sold some big names. Or we've just sold quite a few reasonably expensive players. Dembow Dudu is the first one, leaving the club once again, going back to Saudi Arabia, because for some reason he loves it there, I imagine for lots of money, £7.75 million. We've made a good bit of profit from Dembow Dudu, twice. Isaac Bonsu has also left the club. He's also gone over to Saudi Arabia for about £13 million, I think. No, we bought him for 13. We're potentially selling him for 13. So we kind of... He wasn't very good for us. He didn't play a huge amount. I say he wasn't very good. He got 13 goals last year. Maybe we shouldn't have done this. Another player to leave, also going to Saudi Arabia, is Borja Abelaria. Might be his name, signing for Al Shabab. He signed for us for 14.25. We've sold him for 10.25, potentially going up to 11.25. I've basically taken the executive decision to try and sell some of our more kind of fringe players, get them moved on, and try and reinvest into Romanian footballers, because I know we need to get more Romanians into the squad. Also, we need to get some players in that we can loan out to other sides in Romania. Some of these players just refuse to go. Like Michael Vasil, another player who has left Romania in total. He has gone over to Roma. He has gone for £12 million, potentially £12.5 million. So once again, a massive, big amount of profit for Vasil, but a player who's done very well for us over, 5 seasons, and then a few times this season as well. But we should be okay without him. And the last one is annoying, but he was out of contract at the end of the year, was refusing to sign a new one, so Dumitriu has left the club for a second time, and he has moved over to Atletico Madrid for £19 million. Yes, we have made a loss, but technically, we paid half of that, so we've kind of broken even. It's not too bad. But it's not just players leaving the club, we have also brought in some new players as well. We've brought in Brisiu, who is a 15-year-old goalkeeper. We'll probably never see this man play, but lots of clubs wanted him, including big clubs outside of Romania, wanted to sign this kid at 15, and he's worth £2.1 million. So I think he's the future of Romanian footballer in goal. Future of Romanian footballer in goal. Those are words. You know what I mean? He's going to be the Romanian #1 keeper in a few years' time. Probably 10. Sticking with the free transfers that we have basically brought in to hopefully loan them out to other clubs in Romania, Aliou Bath has signed from Academy JMG Mali in his native Mali. And obviously, these are our feeder club. He's coming on a free transfer. He's a good player. I'm going to hopefully get him some game time somewhere else in Romania. That's the plan. Similarly, with Basari Koulibaly, he has once again come in from JMG Mali. 19 years of age right winger. He's gone straight on the development list. Need to get him some game time in Romania. And Bekim Sadiku has come in from our feeder club of Vardar in North Macedonia. The left-back signed on a free transfer on the development list. Going to get some game time if somebody wants him. Now we've got 3 players who I think will go hopefully into the first team very comfortably. We've got Masafumi Yamamoto is his name. He is a Japanese goalkeeper. He's got 5-star potential. When I was looking for goalkeepers, because I thought I want to get a decent young goalkeeper that can kind of do a job on the bench, maybe get some game time, I saw him in the Japan under-21s or under-23 squad and went, he's very good. He was also wanted by quite a few very big teams in Europe, and I went, I can do this. So we've brought in Yamamoto for £4.6 million, which is a good bit of business. For £5.5 million, we've gone over to the MLS to sign John Kipyajon, might be his name. He's a 27-year-old American left-back, which is why I was kind of okay with selling Vasil. I think Johnny Boy here is better than Vasil, so I'm kind of okay with that. Have just seen he's 5'3". This must be like the 4th player that I've brought who is either really small or absolutely gigantic. And finally, we brought in 19-year-old Brazilian striker Carlos. He has signed from Fluminense and we've loaned him out to FC Rapid because we can't register him. We can only have 4 non-Europeans, I guess, non-Europeans and non-Africans registered. We've got 5. He is the 5th one because we brought in a goalkeeper who is obviously not from Europe. We brought in John in our left back, who is an American. We've got Carlo McLennan and we got Davidson. Those are our 4 foreigners that we need in our squad. So Carlos does not make the cut. So he's gone out on loan immediately. We have spent £15.5 million on a player to then give him to Rapid. But I'm thinking there's logic to this. Maybe, possibly. So that is our transfer business. As always, lots and lots of loan deals. In fact, Rapid have done very well from us, bringing in 4 players. Carlos Mariba, Diarra and Apollini on loan going to Rapid Cluj. I managed to pick up Kayas, might be his name, at Matt Painter. We've got some other players, some sort of smaller name players going out on loan to other teams as well, all around Romania. So we've done some pretty decent business, if you ask me. We have also won the Romanian Super Cup, which we do most seasons. In fact, we've won it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. So that's pretty good. We're also top of the Romanian First League with 9 wins out of 9. A positive 32 goal difference. We've only conceded 5. We've scored 37. We've scored 37. We've beaten Craiova 8-0. We beat them 8-1. That is absolute madness. And from a formation perspective, this is what we are locking in for the season. Just the 3 players. Skuglia is going to get locked in that central defensive role, because basically if I don't put him there, they'll play him as a defensive midfielder, and I don't want him as a defensive midfielder. Even though he's technically better there, we've got other players who can play that DM role. He can play that centre-back role perfectly, so that's why we want to do that one. We've also got Andre Stinger on that right-hand side. He's turning into a pretty decent footballer. He does keep getting offers from various big clubs in mainly England for some reason. I don't want to get rid of him. And the giant Englishman signed from Kettering, Tom Davidson, will be our number 1 striker for the season. He's got 34 league goals in 47 league appearances for us so far since joining the club, and he's only getting better. 9 under-21s caps with 4 goals to his name, considering he's only really played 2 seasons, if that. Not even 2, really. 1.5 seasons. He's getting good. I'm kind of liking Tom Davidson, so we're locking him in as our number 1 striker, and he might be our number 1 striker until the end of time, which is 3 seasons. Another thing I need to keep doing, by the way, is fending off interest from Carlo McLennan, because lots and lots of teams want McLennan. He is a 5-star player. Aston Villa and Al Ittihad want him at the moment. He's only 26. He's only got 20 Scotland caps for some reason, which is just madness, but he's only 26. And I think we might have potentially one of, not necessarily the best player in the world, but one of maybe the top sort of 20 players in the world in the shape of Carlo McLennan. I don't think we've won anything in the World Player of the Year just yet, but I think we might be getting close. I mean, it's dominated by Man City for the most part, but I think we're kind of doing all right. Daniel Tapia, by the way, if you've been here since like season 3, you would recognise this man because we bought him for FC Arges. He's absolutely nuts, isn't he? He went to Man City after 3 seasons or 2 seasons for £3.2 million, and he's been there ever since. And he's absolutely ridiculous. He's still got about 4 years left in him, I think, even though he's 32. We have won a couple of Next Gen awards, which I definitely have not told you about these ones, but we've won a few Next Gen awards. In fact, we've kind of... I think it's weird. When you only have like 1 or 2 leagues loaded, the Next Gen award kind of gets weirdly swayed towards that league. So if you look at this season here, Stefan Popper wins the Next Gen award. Obviously, our player. In 3rd place is Peter Meyer, who at the time was our player, but on loan at Botasani. I don't really think that that's kind of accurate, but there we are. If we go forward, I feel like this man might have been ours as well. Maybe not. And then we've got Tom Davidson winning it recently. Alexis Simic as well in 2nd place. And last season, we're not involved in that apparently. Anyway, we're going to jump forward now to around Christmas time to see how we've kicked off the start of the season. It's been quite a long, talky intro, hasn't it? It's not even been an intro. We'll jump forward to December. As you would expect then, 16th of December, things are obviously looking pretty good from the Romanian First League. In fact, I say pretty good, ridiculously good. We are top of the table. We have literally not dropped any points. 21 wins out of a possible 21. We've only conceded 17. We've scored 83 goals in 21 games. That's like 4 goals a game, right? That's 4 goals a game, which is just stupid. And when you look at the results there as well, it shows that we're doing quite well in the Champions League, because there's very few red or yellow circles. We're actually 10th place in the Champions League, nestled in between Bayern and Man City. 3 wins, Inter, Red Star and AC Milan. Good, we've done the Milan double. Draws with Arsenal and Atletico Madrid, which is also good, and a defeat against Aston Villa, who are currently top of the pile. Have we got any other Romanian sides in here? We do. We've got Arges, 2 wins, that's fine. Roma and Shakhtar, but 4 defeats is not ideal. And then we've also got Cluj on 2 wins, Young Boys and Porto, a draw with Augsburg, and then 3 defeats, which again, not ideal. Well, we're going to move forward to the end of the January transfer window in just a moment. We've got just under £70 million to spend, and I might try and spend it, okay? I might try and build this team and turn this team into a ridiculously good side. If we have a quick look at the squad planner and do best 11, this is normally where I decide I need to have some strength. Left wing, is somewhere where I think we might need to do some strengthening. Marengo, he's definitely not it anymore. Okay, I thought he had high potential. He's done all right, but I don't think he's ever going to get anywhere near what we need. And Whitbread as well, apparently only 2-star. So I'm not convinced that's the best player as well to play in that defensive midfield role. So maybe left winger, Defensive midfielder? Probably not the defensive midfielder. Well, on the 13th of February, we've actually brought in no new players. I've decided we're going to stick out to the summer, and then maybe in the summer we will do a nice big bit of investing to bring us into that kind of world-class level of football team for the final couple of seasons. We have sold a few players though. Muntian has left. He signed for Cluj for a bit of money, £1.2 million, potentially going to £1.6 million, getting some first-team football hopefully, making Cluj a better side. That's the idea. Alexander Lunin as well, our maybe third choice goalkeeper at this point, has left the club going over to his native Ukraine, signing for Shakhtar. Just wasn't getting any game time, £3.6 million. It's a profit. And this one I could see coming a mile off because we could not get rid of his minimum fee release. Lars Dylong for £22.5 million has left, signing for Al Rayed in probably Saudi Arabia. Let's double check. It is Saudi Arabia. It's a big profit, but the fact that we could not get rid of that minimum fee release is frustrating. I might try and bring him back in a few years if we can kind of get round that. He's got a big contract. He does have a £50 million minimum fee release. Maybe we'll trigger it. It's a lot of money. It's certainly a lot of money, but he's a good footballer, right? And he's only 20. But other than that, that is pretty much it. We've sold a man called Alexandru Daktu as well, actually on a free transfer to FCSB. Once again, trying to make their team stronger. We've loaned out some people as well, but no one really of any use has gone anywhere, have they? So we've not brought anybody in, and that's our business for the season. Speaking of business for the season, unfortunately, we have dropped our first points of the season as well in literally the last match. We have drawn at 1-1 with FC Arges. Tom Davidson with the only goal for us. Sebastian Flotman with the goal for Arges. But we have managed to beat Augsburg 8-1 and Genk 6-1 in the Champions League, which means we finish in third place, which is very, very good. 26 goals scored. We were the top scoring team in the Champions League by 8 goals. When we win, we certainly win things, don't we? Obviously, because we have done no transfers over the January transfer window, we're not going to do any changes to our starting 11. Skuglia, Stinger and Davidson still keep their place. Davidson, this season, has 40 goals in 33 starts in all competitions. 25 in 21 league games. He's good at football. He's also wanted by a few teams. Chelsea want him at the moment, but lucky for us, there's no release clause. He's got a reasonable length contract. He's got, 4 years on that contract. We're definitely going to need to give him a new contract as well in maybe 6 months' time at the end of the season, just to keep him happy. Right, let's jump forward then to the end of the first league, the regular part of the season anyway, and also the end of the Champions League round of 16 to see how well we've done. I'd love to win the Champions League again. Not convinced we're going to do it, although the 8-1 and the 6-1 there is actually quite promising, so maybe we could do it. Or maybe we can get knocked out by Real Madrid on penalties after beating them 2-0. It's annoying. It's certainly annoying. So we lose 4-2, but then beat them 2-0 and then lose on penalties. Can we see what happened? Can we see who we blame? Not that I'm going to blame... It's Carlo. Carlo McLennan, one of the greatest footballers Romanian football has ever seen playing in their league, has just balls that up for us. It's annoying, but ultimately, Real Madrid are obviously still a very good side. From a Romanian league perspective, obviously we've managed to make it through. We have dropped literally 2 points all season. So, if we win every single game of a regular season, we'll be on 90 points, which gets half to 45. I think we're probably about 3 games away from winning the league at this point. And good news as well, we're still in the Romanian Cup, so we are still on course for another treble, which will probably be our 12th treble or something ridiculous like that. And before we jump to the end of the season, youth candidates are, 2-star, below average intake. We're only going to get maybe a half-decent goalkeeper. I don't think we're ever going to get a good youth intake, unfortunately. So the 1st of June has rolled around, and we have won the league, obviously. I mean, if we didn't, it would have been a bit weird. So we know we only dropped 2 points in the regular part of the season. We then dropped a further 6 points in the Champions playoff, which means we finish on 68 points. We've gone undefeated for a whole season, which I feel like we've done before. I mean, we probably did it last year. Yes, we definitely did it last year. So... We're turning into a very, very ridiculously good side, let's be honest, for the Romanian League. We now need some of these other teams to kind of get a bit closer to us. We're far too good for this division. We're also far too good for the Romanian Cup. We've won that as well. 3-1 in the final. It is our, I don't know how many times we won it. 1, 2, 3, our 6th time winning this thing. But we've also been in the final 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've been in 11 finals and only won 6 of them. That's not good. Tom Davidson... on his first full season, realistically, at the club, because he's had injuries and various things like that, 38 league goals in 35 starts, 57 goals in all competitions in just 52 starts. That's ridiculous. 38 and 38. 38 and 38 in the league. We've got McLennan, 34 goals in all competitions, 17 assists. We've got Toft Christiansen, 22 goals, 11 assists. He's very good as well. Andre Stinger playing 50 times, 21 goals, 26 assists. That is 47 goal contributions from a Romanian right winger who is only 20 years old. Despite the fact that Luciano was not locked into a position, I imagine he might have played on the left wing a lot. 16 goals, 7 assists in the league, 21 and 7 in all competitions. I imagine, I'm not convinced, but I imagine if we try and find him, I can't even see him. Where is he? He's down there. Vinny Marengo, yeah, didn't really play at all, did he? In fact, he came off the bench 13 times, did not score a goal, did not get an assist. He's actually unwanted right now. I just want to get rid of him because I feel like at £98,000 a week, he's on too much money and we could probably use that better elsewhere. Obviously, it's not just goals that are important, assists as well. John, on his debut season, 21 assists and just 3 goals, but 21 assists from left back. I think he is a better player than Michael Vasil, who we sold for probably, I think, double the value that we brought in John for. So I'm happy with that. Istvan Gal as well, getting 23 assists from the opposite side. He's very good. When I signed him, I genuinely did not bring him in. Go away. Why can't I get rid of this? I genuinely did not bring him in to be a first-team player. I brought him in to be a backup, which I think he was. First season, he was a backup. And then because of various transfers and things like that, Dembele Dudu leaving, Istvan Gal just stepped up into that position and just ran away with it. And our top assister is Andre Stinger, as we know, with his 26 and 21 goals as well. We've done very well. Yamamoto played 10 times. 10 times is quite a lot for a player who I'm not convinced is good enough. Although he's getting better, does that mean, where is he? Mabraga, he played 50. I imagine he might have got injured, possibly. He's a very good goalkeeper, isn't he? But he is 30, and we probably want to get rid of him at some point. 2 things to check then before we finish this season. Club coefficients. I think we are staying where we are for now. So yes, we are staying in 6th place. France and Italy swapping over. But we are in danger. One bad season, in fact, just any season. We're getting rid of our best season next year. We need to do well next season in order for us to actually kind of maintain our position in 6th place. Portugal are right behind us. Feel like we might drop down to 7th unless we do well in Europe next year. And speaking of teams doing well in Europe next year, Romania are rubbish. I keep saying this, okay? Romania are rubbish. They will not do anything any good. I'll show you this every single time now. So we are approaching a World Cup. They are. Where's their group? Where's Romania? I can see it, surely. They're in Group F, apparently. Group F. So they've got Colombia, Mexico, Morocco, and Romania. They're definitely finishing bottom or 3rd in that group, so that's not going to go too well. European Championships 2 years ago, they got through the group stages and then got knocked out in the second round. So where was their group? Where did they get through? Romania. England, Northern Ireland and Romania make it through. They didn't win a game. They did not win a game to get through the group stages, but they managed to do it somehow. Fair enough. And then they lose 1-0 against Norway in the second round, which is not ideal. But basically, this is the story of Romania. They don't do well, and I don't know why. They've got some good players. Dimitru, we know, is a good footballer. Stefan Popper, we know, is a good footballer. Marius Prisescu, might be his name, is a decent footballer. He might be in orange because we might be looking to bring him in next year because we need some more Romanians. Petre Paun, however, he's not that great. This is the problem. When you get beyond like the 2 or 3 ridiculously good players that they have, Niascu's not bad. Not bad. Niascu's very good. David Mahes, we've known him before because obviously we had him. He's not bad. But beyond the kind of the superstars, their number 1 goalkeeper, where is he? Tobias Muller. He's not amazing. He's not amazing. He's not awful, but he's not amazing. This is the problem they've got. They've got some really good players, and then everyone else around them is pretty average. And that is the big issue that Romania have had in this save. And I don't think there's much I can do about it. Anyway, that's going to do it for Season 23 of Building a Nation with Romania and FC Voluntari. Next season, Season 24, will be the penultimate year where we want to try and win the Champions League. Ultimately, that's my goal now. I just want to win the Champions League one more time with a Romanian side. And I think we've done quite well. Season 24 is upon us, the penultimate season of our Building a Nation save, and we have one objective between now and the end of Season 25, and that is to win the Champions League. That is what I want to do again. I've won it once. We won it back in Season 21 in 2043, 44, and I want to win it again in 46, 47 or 47, 48. If we can win the Champions League one more time, I will be a very happy boy. Obviously, this season, we are just fighting on the 4 fronts that we normally fight on. We've got no special cups, no Club World Championships, no UEFA Super Cups and all that nonsense. It's just the 4 leagues, 4 leagues, 4 competitions that we are going for, and obviously the Champions League is the big one. I want to be able to win this. One thing that I have noticed as well, in the last couple of seasons, obviously we're doing really well in Europe. Our club is actually rising in reputation. We are way, way up now. I mean, I don't know why there's no number on the side, but we're up there in maybe the top 30 clubs in the world? And if we don't jump to Europe, I think there was maybe 4 Argentine sides that were ahead of us, so we've moved up a little bit further. It's definitely too much to ask, but if we can get maybe top 10, if we can kind of get within this kind of area, I will be very happy as well. That will be pretty handy. I've just seen that there's a coefficients thing, and we are 7th when it comes to coefficients. Is this a thing? We're 14th over the last 10 years, which is used for revenue, apparently. But we are 7th over the last 5 years, which I don't know what that means. But I imagine, obviously, we've got some big numbers in there from decent Champions League runs. Another couple of 30s in there, and we might actually be the best team in Europe when it comes to club coefficients, whatever that means. Obviously, being the 1st of July, or the 4th of July in this instance, Martin Soderberg is our only player joining and leaving the club so far. He has joined from Malmo, a 27-year-old striker, 4 caps to his name. For £2.8 million, he's come in to basically add a bit more depth. Ignore the fact that I've given him an important player contract, because he's not an important player. That's Tom Davidson, who, by the way, is utterly ridiculous. For the rest of the transfer window, we have got about £70 million to spend, and I'm thinking we're going to try and spend a large chunk of this money. I want to turn this team into a very, very good side that when it comes to European football, we are not struggling. We are going through the top 8 of the Champions League every single season, and that's kind of my goal. So I expect that 70 million might drop down to around 10, 15, or even 0, or just under £63.5 million. But we have spent money. Okay, we've spent money, we've also brought in a fair amount of money. There might have been some minimum fee release clauses that got triggered that we didn't want to get triggered, but there you are. For £77 million, Kjell Bertelsen has left the club and he's gone over to Watford for £77 million, which was his minimum fee release clause. It got triggered, there was nothing we could do about it, and obviously he wants to go play in England because it's a much nicer place to be, apparently. I'm not too convinced about Watford, but there we are. It's annoying, but it's fine because we've kind of reinvested the money because we've brought in £130 million worth of sales and then we've spent about 105 or so. Luciano has also left the club. He's gone over to Saudi Arabia because we brought in the Swedish striker earlier on in the summer. We could kind of cash in on Luciano for 20 million, potentially going to £25 million. Yes, he's played well over the last couple of seasons, but Tom Davidson's our number 1. Luciano's just going to get annoyed that he's not getting game time anymore. Fabrice Mabraga has also left the club. He's gone over to Saudi Arabia for £19 million, potentially going up to £24 million. Obviously, a massive, massive bit of profit there. But we are going to stick with our Japanese goalkeeper for our number 1 for the next 2 seasons because I've got some faith in him. We've also sold Fellaini Mariba. He has also gone over to Saudi Arabia. Al Tawoon picked this guy up for 10.75, potentially going up to £11.75 million. We literally loaned him out and then sold him for stupid money, so I'm okay with that. 4 players worth mentioning joining the club. We've also got a whole load of youth players as well that I've picked up to try and loan out. We'll get to them in a minute. Goran Nikolic is first up, signed on a free transfer from FC Copenhagen. I think he was part of their massive golden generation they had a few years ago, so we went back there because obviously it's worked out quite well. And a free transfer for Nikolic, pretty decent, and he's versatile as well. For £7.75 million, we picked up Eduardo. Now, yes, technically he's one for the future, but he's cost a fair amount of money, so I thought we'd mention him right now. I want to loan him out to somebody else in Romania, because he needs some game time. He's only 18. For potentially up to £26.5 million, we've signed 31-year-old Romanian international central defender with 91 caps to his name, Marius Prisicanu, might be his name, from Roma. He spent a lot of time over in Italy, getting 319 league appearances, 22.5 up front, potentially going to £26.5 million. I brought him in because he's Romanian, okay? He's good, and he's Romanian. We kind of need that for registration purposes. And we have another returning face to our FC Voluntari side. Josip Luis Montandas has returned after about 6 seasons playing for Everton. They brought him in, he played a lot of football the first couple of years, and then he just started to die out, wasn't getting much game time. In fact, getting very little game time in the 2044-45 season and the next season as well. Yes, £75 million is very, very steep, but he scored 7 goals and got 4 assists so far in 10 league games. I think it might be justified. You can judge me on this one at the end of this season to see how well he's done. We've also brought in lots of players from our feeder clubs. Now, I've kind of not really been kind of paying too much attention to what's going on in those clubs, but I thought, you know what, let's jump over, have a look. We've spent maybe £5 million, probably like 2 million actually, because I can't be bothered to add them up. It's about £2 million on all these players. So, Mohamed Sarr, first up, Senegalese right winger from Generation Foot. Mamadou JJ, who is an Ivorian central midfielder who's come from ASEC Mimosas. Dembele Mbo, who has come from Generation Foot, 22-year-old central midfielder from Senegal. He's probably one of the better ones right now, although he's not good enough to play for our first team. Axel Fofana, a 20-year-old Ivorian goalkeeper from ASEC Mimosas, who's actually going to get registered for the first team this season because he's probably our number 2 or number 3 goalkeeper. Jacob Decore is an Ivorian central midfielder and attacking midfielder from ASEC Mimosas. Bainiang has signed from Generation Foot, a Senegalese right back and right winger. And Karim Samake is an Ivorian right back, right winger, maybe a left back as well, with one cap to his name coming from ASEC Mimosas. So we brought in all of those players. They're all on the development list, hopefully going to get loaned out at some point. Obviously, none of them have gone out on loan, which is frustrating. I say none of them, a couple of them have, but most of them are still at the club, which is kind of annoying. But we've got January as well that they might be able to go out on loan. And if we look as well, we'll sort by fee here. I didn't mention everyone who's left, because we have sold some other players to other teams in Romania. So this guy, who I think I brought like 2 years ago, didn't buy him too long ago. We've sold him for a massive loss, but he's now going to get game time and hopefully get better. He was never going to play for us. We're keeping him in Romania. That was kind of the goal with that one. Davide Apollini has gone to U Cluj, which we brought him in, sold him, brought him back, sold him, and then he's now at U Cluj. So hopefully get some game time. He's in the first league. He's coming off the bench by the looks of it, but he's still reasonably young. 27, he's got plenty of time to develop. Bekim Sadiku, a player that we signed last season as well, I think. He's gone out already at signing for CFR Cluj on a permanent deal. Zlot Rax, another player we signed last season or maybe the season before. He's gone to FCSB on a permanent deal. Basari Koulibaly, a player that we signed from the academy JMG Mali, has left signing for FC Arges on a permanent deal. A lot of these players, I am definitely taking a hit on profit purely because I want them in the club and in the country so then I can get them playing for other teams in Romania and making them better. We've also got Stanchu, who's left. He's gone to that team. I can't remember their name. And Dragos Dobra just did not want to sign a new contract and he's gone on loan to Hermannstad from Lyon, apparently, which is fair enough. And then a whole bunch of normal loan deals that we always do every single season. So far, of the 4 competitions that we are in, we have won the Romanian Super Cup. We are currently top of the Romanian First League by a ridiculous distance, because we always are, but we have played one more game over everybody else, bar Sepsi down in 10th place, but we are top of the table. Champions League, we should be finishing top 8. We should be finishing top 8. That's our goal. Romanian Cup, we want to be winning that every single year. From a formation perspective, we are locking in 2 players. We are locking in Skuglia in that central defensive role because, like I said, I think the last couple of seasons, they want to play him as a defensive midfielder. I want to play him as a centre-back, so we kind of need to lock him in place. And a Yamamoto will be our number 1 goalkeeper for the season. And so far, he's started off all right. 5 clean sheets in 10 league games. It is a baptism of fire for Yamamoto, because I don't think he's necessarily ready for first team football, but we're going to try it anyway. He's going to be our number 1 this year and next year, so we're not going to have any more goalkeepers probably, unless he gets really badly injured. And that's all we're locking in. That is all we're locking in. I was tempted to lock in Montandas on this left-hand side, but I thought, you know what? Probably what they will do anyway, if everyone is fit, is play that. I imagine that's what they're going to play if everyone's fit anyway, so I'm not going to lock them in. It's a risk not putting Davison in, because they might play Soderberg, they might play Carlos, they probably won't play Marengo. Right, let's jump forward then to just before Christmas to see how well we've kicked off the start of the season. And I'm just keeping an eye on the Champions League. That's my objective this year, win the Champions League again. First things first, the Romanian First League is looking worryingly tight. There is only 3 points between us and second place Rapid, which is good. And there is only, 7 points between us and third place CFR Cluj, which is good. It means that, yes, we have started to lose more games this season for some reason, but they are kind of closing the gap. They are also becoming stronger sides, which I like to see. In the Champions League, we're currently sat 10th place, which is not ideal, but we have won some very good games comfortably as well. Augsburg, Dinamo, and Sevilla. A draw with Man City, that is a very good draw. and 2 defeats against Leipzig and PSG, which you can kind of expect the PSG one. Leipzig, I would have thought we were good enough to win that, but apparently not. And I know we're barely halfway through the season. In fact, I don't even think we are halfway through the season. We've got 4 players who've scored double figures. McLennan has 12 in 26 starts already. Davison has 18 in 14 starts. So I'm not even convinced he's our number 1 striker. He's picked up an injury as well. So I think he is our number 1 striker, but he keeps getting subbed off. And then obviously the injury against Man City, it's kind of caused some issues, but he's back looking like he's maybe going to start the next game after the January break, which is fair enough. Toft Christiansen has 20 goals in 24 in all competitions. Are you playing on the right? You are mainly. You're actually kind of jumping between the left and the right. Fair enough. And £75 million man, Luis Montandas, has 21 in 27. I imagine you've been on the left and then starting up front kind of since the injury to Davidson, which is fine. I'm okay with that. Montandas, I think, is justifying his £75 million price tag, okay? And by the way, that £75 million, divide it in half, because we did have a 50% sell-on in there. So yes, it's big numbers. £75 million is massive, but we didn't technically pay 75. We got half of it back. So we're about to jump to the other side of the January transfer window. We've got 65, nearly £66 million to spend. I think we need to do a bit more investing. I don't know what we're going to do. If we take a look at our best 11, centre-back, maybe we need a centre-back. I think we probably do need a centre-back because Priscanu might be his name. Whilst he's good in Romanian, we can probably do better. So maybe that's where we look to invest. I don't think we want to do too much investing, though. He says that he spends nearly £40 million. First of all, returning to the club is Ayanda Malewa. I brought him back purely because he's gone to Borussia Dortmund for stupid money, which we got half of that, by the way, and then not played a game. And then they transfer listed him for £3.1 million. And I went, you know what? Come back to the club. I'll try and loan you out. I've got no intentions of ever playing Malewa. He's cost a little bit of money, but not a lot. It's just nice to have him back here, to be honest. He won't be too happy because he's come in as a squad player and he probably won't play a game. For £3 million, we brought in a backup goalkeeper. Notice I say backup goalkeeper despite the fact that he's probably better than Yamamoto. Mikel Angel has come in as a first-choice goalkeeper, which is a bold-faced lie. He's not going to be our first choice. He's going to sit on the subs bench and maybe play if Yamamoto's away at the Asian Cup, which is what he is currently doing. For £1.6 million, Owen Fortes, a 17-year-old Dutch centre-back signed from Ajax, has immediately gone back on loan to Ajax. He's one for the future, and I know you might be thinking, what you're doing, signing players for the future, you're ending next year. I'm probably going to do like a 5 years in the future, 10 years in the future, so still wanting to bring these players in. I don't want to just have a dead end at the end of season 25, so we're still bringing in decent ones for the future as well. For too much money, for I think £21 million, Kale Kalina, a 29-year-old Croatian defender who can play all across the back, has come to the club. He's been brought in basically to be a bit of a backup. However, there was intentions to sell someone, and he was the replacement, and the sell didn't go through. Istvan Gal had offers of nearly £100 million, which I accepted. I can't remember who from now. I think it was like an Arsenal or something like that. And he did not want to go to them. He was like, no, I'm happy playing for FC Voluntari. So I brought in Kalina to replace Gal, and I didn't need to do it in the end. So we've just bought a Croatian for stupid amounts of money that we didn't need. Someone that we did need, however, is Alan Kardec, a 23-year-old Brazilian international with one cap to his name, signed for £13.5 million, which is an absolute bargain. He had some other clubs sniffing around. I think that was his minimum fee release anyway, so we had to give him a lot higher of a contract than what he asked for. I think he only asked for 25. We gave him 54 because you had lots of Premier League sides wanting to sign Alan Kardec, and he's very, very good. I think he probably does slot straight into one of our best centre-back roles. So Skuglia and Kardec are now our two best centre-backs, which is always nice to see. And from a competition perspective, we are still top of the Romanian First League, 10 points clear now, which is good. In the Champions League, we are through to the knockout playoff round, which means we did just miss out on goals. 1 goal, but we picked up 5 wins. That's huge. 5 wins out of 8 is absolutely massive. Beating Juve is a very big win as well. Drawing against Man City, we know Leipzig and PSG. Losing to PSG, not ideal, but there we are. Annoyingly, if we scroll down, 31st place is FCSB. So, looks like the other Romanian side, I believe we only have one now in the Champions League, have been knocked out. But we are up against Roma in the knockout playoff round, which I think we should be good enough to win that. So I'm hoping we can get through the knockout playoff round. Hopefully we can get through the round of 16 as well. Quarter-final, semi-final and final. There's 5 rounds of football to play in the Champions League, and I'm kind of crossing my fingers that we can do well. I don't know whether we're going to win it again. It's now the 17th of March and the regular season has finished, and this was the last match of the regular season of season 24. It was a 10-1 victory. We went 1-0 down as well after 6 minutes. It is our biggest victory ever. Davidson scoring 6 goals, which is our highest amount of goals scored in any one match by a single player as well. You're seeing goals and assists from, Kipyajon, or whatever his bloody name is. It's a weird name. I'm not quite sure how to say it. He's been ridiculous for us. Yes, he's not scoring goals, but he's in double figures for assists both seasons. We've smashed our top goal scoring, our best result record ever. We've beaten Roma twice. We've beaten Arsenal twice as well in the Champions League. So we are through to the round of 16. No, we're not. We're through to the quarterfinals, aren't we? We are through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. And obviously, we are through to the Romanian First League Champions playoff, where we are currently top by 6 points. Could we win the quadruple? It's possible, right? It's possible. The Champions League's the tough one. We can win the Romanian Cup. We can win the Romanian First League. We can win the Romanian Super Cup. Last time when we won the Champions League, I think we slipped up in the Romanian Cup, if I'm not mistaken. So without further ado, then, let's jump to the 1st of June to see what is going on. To the end of the season, we'll see what's happened in all the competitions. So at midnight on the 1st of June, we've not played the Champions League final, and we're in it. On the 1st of June, the Champions League final between FC Voluntari and Man City take place. We've won the Romanian Cup. We've won the Romanian First League. So what happened in the Romanian Cup? We beat FCSB 2-0 in the final. In the Romanian First League, we win by a comfortable distance. We do most seasons. So 61 points in that one. How many times have we won this now in a row? That's ridiculous. That's not even included this year that's just gone. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a row we have won the Romanian First League. And we're in the Champions League final. We can win the quadruple. Man City are a very good side, however. If we sort by wages, £400,000 a week this man's on. Yeah, he's good, isn't he? He's good at football. Daniel Tapia, I'm pretty sure we looked at him last episode. He's pretty good. I'm tempted to maybe put in a bid. Like £15 million. He's got a year left on his contract. £15 million. For a year, he'll be alright, won't he? For the last final season? They're a good side, aren't they? Their cheapest player, who's arguably in their kind of starting 11's this guy. Well, not the starting 11's, on the subs bench. Daniel Tapia's their cheapest, and he's ridiculous. I'm not holding out much hope. However, they're also managed by Flynn Downs. Okay, fair enough. Flynn Downs, manager of Manchester City. I'm not holding out much hope, particularly when we've played them 9 times, and we have beaten them twice. One of them was reasonably recent. It was a 5-1 win. And then the other one was basically half a decade ago. So that one's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? The fact that we beat them 5-1 was a very good performance. A lot of these players are kind of maybe still at the club. It's annoying because I was hoping we'd come back after the Champions League final is finished. Now there's a lot of pressure on us to actually win it because we know we're in the thing. I want to have a look as well. Have we got any injuries? We've got 1 injury to Sima, which is kind of annoying, but it's fine. He's a defensive midfielder, which if we sort by position and role, we've got 4 players who can play. They're 5 players technically, although Malay were also currently out injured. So we're probably going to have Whitbread and Ag playing in that DM role, which is fine. I guess we're going to jump forward then, just a day to the other side of the Champions League final. Saturday the 1st of June at 2047, FC Voluntari lift the Champions League for a second time in their history. A 4-3 win. What happened in this match? We battered them. We absolutely battered them. We were 4-1 up after 47 minutes and then nearly threw it away. Davidson from the penalty spot, McLennan, Davidson again, and old Johnny Boy in left back also getting a goal. Basically, the winning goal was scored by our American left back. What's happened? How have we won the Champions League twice? I'm kind of in shock, but I feel like I shouldn't be. When you look at some of our players, like your Montandas, who, by the way, top goal scorer for us this season with 37 goals in all competitions and 13 assists. We are a good side. McLennan, 22 goals, 21 assists. He's one of the best footballers in the world. Andre Stinger, he's very, very fast. He can't header a ball, but you don't need him to do that from the right wing. He's got 13 and 10. Mansa Ag as well, he's played pretty well. 11 goals, 9 assists. So we don't seem to have a huge amount of goal scorers by the looks of it. He's not the top goal scorer. We were scrolled down. Oh my word. Toff Christiansen, 38 and 22. And then Tom Davidson, 50 goals. 30 goals in the league, 14 in the Champions League, 6 in the Romanian Cup. Just the 4 assists. He's nearly scored a goal a game. He's literally 7 goals away from scoring a goal a game in 105 appearances. What is happening with Tom Davidson? When you look at the assists as well, we've got Simic, he's up there, 13 assists in just 13 starts in all competitions, 18 off the bench, now 23 years of age. We've got Sima, who we've kind of just had a look at. He's good, isn't he? 10 and 16 assists. Johnny Boy, 19 assists and 4 goals. Istvan Gal, 19 assists and 3 goals. McLennan we've seen with his 21. Christiansen with 22 as well. Yamamoto, in his debut season, literally force playing him for a whole year at 20 years of age, arguably not good enough. He's won a Champions League. And not only have we won the Champions League, we've won the quadruple. We've actually won the quadruple. How many teams win every competition, including the main European one? I mean, arguably probably some of the Spanish ones, let's be honest, they normally do. But still, we, little old Voluntari from Romania, have won the Romanian First League, the Romanian Cup, the Romanian Super Cup, which I care about this competition for some reason, and the Champions League. And what does that mean for coefficients? It means we drop. What? We've won the Champions League and we've dropped down to 8th. What's happened? A 12.417. Did everyone else in Romania just not bother playing football? And we're the only team that did. We won the Champions League and we've dropped below Portugal and the Netherlands. Sometimes, when you're doing a Building a Nation save, you're kind of the only one in this fight. And I feel like, with Voluntari, we are the only one in this fight. We've got one more season to go, and I imagine we're going to have 5 competitions. Could we do the unthinkable and win all 5? Probably not. Let's be honest, probably not. If we can win the Champions League for a 3rd time, back-to-back Champions Leagues could be pretty impressive. Thanks for watching Season 24. I'll be back for the final season with FC Voluntari. I'll see you then. Season 25 is here then, the final season of our Building a Nation save, and I'll be completely honest with you, I think we've failed at Building a Nation. However, I'd say we have built ourselves a bit of a super team in the shape of FC Voluntari. Last season, we won the quadruple. This season, we're going for the quintuple. Is that what 5 is? I think that's what 5 is. I don't think we're going to do it, but let's be honest, I didn't expect us to win the quadruple last year, and I didn't expect us to win the Champions League when we won it a few seasons back for the first time as well. I didn't expect us to win the Europa Conference League when I think we'd only just been promoted to the Romanian First League like 2 or 3 seasons beforehand. So we are defying all the odds constantly. We are the only good team in Romania, however. Even though it is the final season, we are still desperately trying to improve some of the teams around us. Matt Painter has left the club on a free transfer, signing for FC Rapid. He was there on loan last season, and they picked him up on a free transfer technically, his contract didn't expire, but it kind of did expire. He scored 15 goals for them last year, so that's a good bit of business. Another player that's also left on a free transfer, and this is not a good bit of business, is Paul Chambers. He's left, going to Sunderland. He never got really any loan deals. Nobody wanted him nobody wanted him in Romania. So yeah, he just kind of sat with us and then he's left for Sunderland on a free. Fair enough. But joining the club, however, 4 players so far have joined on the 1st of July. Sada Diop is the first one, 18 years of age, signed from Generation Foot. He actually was supposed to sign a while ago, but he's only just turned 18, which meant that's when we could actually pick him up for £200,000. For £4.8 million, we've signed Ronaldinho. He's a Romanian and Hungarian central midfielder that we signed from AC Milan, formerly of the Puskás Academy in Hungary. We brought him in because he's Romanian. Basically, I'm not expecting him to play at all. Just brought him in because he's Romanian. And yes, he was a bit expensive, but he wasn't the most expensive player that we brought in because they're Romanian. That is Dorian Ion, might be his name. 21 years of age, 13 caps, formerly of Real Hispalis or Real Betis and Barcelona. He's come in for £11 million. I'm hoping that's kind of going to work out in the future as well. And also somebody I'm hoping is going to be good in the future is Enrique, an 18-year-old, signed from Vallecano in Spain for £15 million and then immediately loaned out to Rapid for the season. He's very good. He's never going to play for us. £15 million is a lot of money, but there are lots and lots of big clubs sniffing around him, so I've thought, you know what, let's bring him in, let's get him learning Romanian, let's get him playing in Romania. This could be sensible for Romania as a whole. And that is it so far. We are going to jump forward, I want to say, until just after, possibly, the UEFA Super Cup. The UEFA Super Cup. Or we might actually, it's on the 14th of April. We might just jump to the end of the transfer window. So we'll see how well we've done in the first 2 of our 5 competitions that we are fighting for. So both the Super Cups, the Romanian Super Cup in 5 days' time, and the UEFA Super Cup in 44 days. I'm hoping we come back with 2 trophies. Well, we almost fumbled it at the first attempt on the Romanian Super Cup, drawing 1-1 with CFR Cluj but winning on penalties, meaning that we have picked up 1 of the 5 trophies. The man to score the winning goal is Soderberg. However, in the UEFA Super Cup, it was a lot easier. Apparently, we beaten Aston Villa 3-0. They were the better side and just did not score any goals. Yamamoto finishing the match with an 8.0, Montandas, Toff Christensen and Kyobi Sima with the goals in this one. We are 2 for 2 so far. Arguably, though, these aren't really the difficult ones. It's the Champions League. A Champions League, by the way, that we are top seeds in for some reason. Don't know why we're top seeds, but there we are. We have the highest coefficients. We have the highest coefficients because we won the Champions League last year. We have the highest coefficients. That would be why we are top. I mean, we've actually topped by a fair distance as well, because some of the teams sort of 2nd, 3rd and 4th place sort of have been way, way off the pace. Anyway, because it is now the 10th of September, transfer window has closed and we have sold some players and brought in some players as well. Gabriel Sandu, for about £1,500, has left the club, signing for Craiova. He is technically a Romanian international goalkeeper, although he doesn't have any caps. He is in the Romania side. So if we have a look, Sandu is, there you go, he's in the Romanian national side. I don't think he's ever going to play, but the fact that he's now at a team where he's going to get first team football, he might get better. For £1,700, Cosmin Stinger has also left the club, moving on a permanent deal to Carnival Honduras, might be their name. He just loves a loan deal, doesn't he? Just loves a loan deal, and then he's gone on a permanent deal. He's just never scored any goals. The worry is, right, this is going to sound stupid, he's a part centre-back. I didn't do this. He was playing in the B team or the second team or whatever, and they kept playing him as a centre-back because we had too many strikers. So I think he went on loan to a lot of these clubs and played predominantly as a centre-back, which doesn't make sense. Moving into the bigger transfers then, for £7.5 million, Janos Vidica has left the club, signing for Altai. He's got some caps for Hungary, but we didn't really need him anymore because we had old Johnny boy, John Pigeon. Not his name, but that's what we're going to call him. He's our new left-back, so Vidica was never going to get a chance anymore. And Martin Soderberg, the man who scored the winning penalty in the Romanian Super Cup final, has also left the club. He signed for Al Ittihad for about £13 million, £13.5 million. It's a decent profit for a player who literally only played 19 times for us last season. He just wasn't getting any game time at all. So yeah, we've shifted him on. And we've reinvested that money. George Boateng returns back to the club on a free transfer. It's one of those stupid ones. Man City brought him, played him twice in the league, he scored a goal, never played him again, let his contract dribble out, and then, yeah, we just brought him in. I kind of put him maybe in the second division side, because I'm not convinced we've got space for him in the first team at the moment, but he's still only 23. There's probably still some potential there, although he's dropped down to a 3-star. I think he was a 5-star when we sold him to Man City. And we do see the return of Lars Dylong. I think I mentioned this in episode 23, season 23, that we could bring this guy back for £50 million because that's his minimum fee release, and that is exactly what we have done. It's too much money, but this is the last season. I had money burning a hole in my pocket, so I thought, you know what, let's spend it. He's returned for £50 million. Yes, it was kind of double what we sold him for, but I'm okay with that. He's a very good footballer. And that is pretty much all of our transfer business for the summer. And there has been some other loan deals going on to basically try and strengthen some of the teams around us in Romania. This is the big one. Goran Nikolic going on loan to CFR Cluj to the end of the season. I think they've got an option to sign him on a permanent deal as well for £6 million. This is good. The fact that they're willing to possibly sign him for £6 million says to me that they're starting to get a bit more money. We've got Fortes as well. He's gone on loan from Ajax last year. He's gone over to Arges, needs to get a bit more game time. Decore as well, apparently he's got lots of potential. Everyone's saying he's amazing, so going out on loan is going to be obviously good. A whole load of others as well, as you can see, all going out on loan. Another thing, very quickly, CSM Alexandria have been promoted to the Romanian second tier, probably a few seasons ago now. But yeah, they're in the second division for most of this save. They've been pretty awful. They've now managed to do kind of all right. For the final season then, we are locking in just one player, and that is Yamamoto. The 21-year-old Japanese international goalkeeper will be the only player locked in, purely because if we don't lock him in, what will happen is Angel will play. And as good as Angel is, I think basically if we do a comparison, which we can do quite easily, they're kind of similar, really. And I think I'd rather just play the youngster because he's going to get better, in theory. He's going to get better. So yeah, Angel is not going to be playing. Yamamoto will be our number 1. And everyone else is just going to be left alone. If we do a best 11, how accurate do you think this will be? So obviously it's not going to be Angel on goal. This is probably what I would play, to be honest. In fact, this is almost certainly what I would play. The only difference might be Callum Whitbread, and Mansa Ag might kind of do a bit of rotation in that central midfield role. So it doesn't really matter what we lock in because they're basically going to play it other than Yamamoto. Right, we're going to jump forward then, obviously, to the winter break in December. We do not have a particularly easy run when it comes to Champions League games. We start off with Bayern and PSG. We've got Man City in there as well, so very difficult games, but we've got some easily winnable games as well. Bodo, Glimt, Sevilla, Dinamo and Porto, all winnable games in my eyes. So let's jump forward to about, I don't know, the 18th or 19th of December. Or the 21st, and that's not looking good. The league obviously looks very good. We're top of the table, 21 games played, 59 points on the board. We've got the 2 trophies already in the cabinet in the Romanian Cup. We should be getting to this point regardless. But we are 21st. We are 21st. So what is going on in the Champions League? I mean, I did say we had some tough games. We lost to Bodo Glimt. We lost to Bayern and Bodo Glimt. We've drawn with Sevilla and Man City. We've beaten PSG and Club Brugge. We beat PSG 5-1. This is not how I was expecting this Champions League to go at all. We've got 2 more games to play. We need to hope that we are good enough to just finish between 9th and 24th. Because if we drop down any lower than that, that is a bit of a shambles. Another thing that is very good for the Champions League is Cluj are up in 4th with 4 wins and 2 defeats. Dinamo, Roma, Napoli and Shakhtar they've beaten. They've lost to Atletico Madrid and RB Leipzig, which means from a coefficients perspective, that's very good because Italy are one of the teams that are kind of battling us and Cluj have beaten them twice. Anyway, we're about to move into our final transfer window with Voluntari. We've got 33 million pounds to spend. Don't know what I'm going to do. I feel like I don't need to sign anybody. The only thing I might do, and hear me out on this one, I might sell McLennan. Because we've had lots of teams coming in for him. At one point, we did have an offer of £90 million. I don't think it was this season gone, it was the previous season. So I'm thinking maybe we try and do that. Or do we just give him a new contract? Can we give him... He doesn't want a new contract. We might need to sell McLennan. We've not done it. We have not sold McLennan. He is staying until the end of this save. We have, however, sold Kael Kalinya. He is signed for Al Weda because basically we weren't playing him at all. He's gone for £8.25 million. It is a massive loss. That was silly money, okay? That was definitely silly money. So we've moved on Kalinya. And that is actually pretty much all we've done. Bar one more loan deal for Andre Ion, who's gone to that team. That's all we've done. We've not brought in anybody new. We've still got our £36 million now to spend, which obviously we are not going to do. I did have a conversation with them recently about getting ourselves a new feeder club. In fact, this was in the summer. I had this conversation and we picked up Defensor Sporting in Uruguay. Our feeder club system is madness. This is a dream for me. JMG Mali, ASEC Mimosas, Defensor Sporting, Generation Foot. There's only a few other teams that we need from kind of world football in that list. And we've got some of the best teams in the world to poach very good young players from. Anyway, back to results, and we have managed to get through in the Champions League. We've actually finished 12th, so the final 2 games we did win, both of them beating Dynamo 5-0, Porto 2-1. We've got Cluj also going through, picking up another win against, I want to say Dortmund is the win there, and then losing possibly against Aston Villa, but two Romanian sides getting through to the first knockout round, or the playoff round in the Champions League is very good. And so far, Cluj are 1-0 up in their match against Borussia Dortmund. We have drawn Feyenoord. We should be good enough to beat Feyenoord. We're also top of the Romanian First League with 69 points on the board, and we have not lost a game just yet. So if we throw this one away, I'm not going to be happy. Right, time to go forward then to the other side of the Feyenoord games and the round of 16 games, because I'm expecting us to get past Feyenoord. Let's get the usual business out of the way. The Romanian First League, we have finished top of that after 30 games, meaning we go into the Champions playoff on 42 points. So that is a massive 8 points clear of second place, CFR Cluj. And we have made it to the Champions League quarterfinals. However, CFR Cluj have not made it that far. Where did they get? So They did get past Borussia Dortmund. We absolutely battered Feyenoord 6-0 apparently at one point. Then in the round of 16, we get Atletico Madrid and beat them 5-2 on aggregate. Cluj go out to Chelsea, but getting to the round of 16 is very good for us. Just jumping down to the Europa League, no one from Romania in the quarterfinals. Have we got anyone from Romania in the round of 16? We do. We have Rapid, who have lost to Rennes. We have Arges, who have lost to Juve. Okay, I mean, the fact that they're getting this far is kind of good. It's just taken a long time to get there. I have just seen as well, we've got Craiova losing to Molde on penalties. So we could have had 3 Romanian sides in the round of 16, and unfortunately, we only end up with 2 and they both get knocked out at that point, and I'm pretty sure we don't ever have anyone in the Europa Conference League. Yep, I've sorted by nation, and there is nobody from Romania in the Europa Conference League. I don't know why. We have also got our final youth intake in, and for some reason this is the first time that's been in on time for when I come back in this stage of the video. And we've got an Englishman called Gary McDonald, who is our apparently hot prospect. I'm not seeing it. I mean, we'll sign him. Obviously, we'll sign him, but I'm genuinely not seeing it. We've got a random Spanish man, Spanish goalkeeper, who looks rubbish. We've got this man, who doesn't look particularly great. We've got another Englishman, who, he's alright, actually. I kind of like the look of him. He's 6'5". He's a big lad at 15. Yeah, it's not good. It's a 1.5 star intake. I don't think we've ever had a decent youth intake. We did also change our head of youth development for Netra Pena, who is an American and Mexican female as well. Didn't even realise that. Is a female head of youth development. She's actually not terrible at all. Yes, she's Mexican and American. Obviously 16, 18, 18. So I think we've got ourselves a much better head of youth development, but she's still rubbish at getting Romanians apparently. Right then, let's jump forward to the end of the season, the final season. We're going to take a look at the Romanian Cup first. Are we going to win the quintuple? We've won the double. We have won the treble, beating CFR Cluj just in the final 3-2 of the Romanian Cup. I thought Carlos scored the winner. He did not score the winner. Istvan Gal scoring the winner. Dylon getting a penalty as well. Toff Christensen also on the score sheet. Very, very late charge from CFR Cluj, but ultimately it led to nothing. We have also won the quadruple. We have won the Romanian First League, 62 points, so 12 points clear at the top of the table. And winning the Romanian First League confirms the quadruple. 2 quadruples in 2 seasons. Yes, 2 of them are Super Cups, but does that really matter? We are champions of Romania once again. 62 points on the board. Tom Davidson, top goal scorer with 37. Second place has 17. 6 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats, 62 points, 12 points clear. Now the big question is, have we won the quintuple? Against Manchester City, just before the half-time break, we take the lead. Toff Christians finds Otalita, who is one of our youth players, by the way. He came through our youth system a long time ago. We take the lead. However, just before the hour mark, Manchester City equalise. The cross comes in low. Our former player, not our former voluntary player, Tapia, was there, but Nivas is at the back. It goes all the way to penalties. Teixeira misses the first penalty for Manchester City. At this point, it is 1-1. Mansaag then misses a penalty for us to keep it 1-1. I say misses, it was saved. Marius Andre steps up for us to take us into sudden death penalties. Manchester City's Everson steps up and it is saved by Mikel Angel. Which means Otalita, the goal scorer from earlier on in the match as well, steps up to place the ball in the back of the net. We have won the quintuple in our final season with FC Voluntari. Otalita is surely a club legend. He came through the youth intake in 2036, which is 12 seasons ago. And he's been here ever since, spent so many seasons out on loan. 58 league appearances he has made for us, scoring the goal in the Champions League final and the winning penalty. The fact that this man is the man to score the goal, he's not even that good. He normally comes off the bench. He seems to have started 6 Champions League games for some reason, but there we are. Otalita has won us the quintuple. It's a perfect 5. It's not a saying, perfect 5, but there we are. We have won 5 out of 5 trophies. We're a 3-time Champions League winner. Looking at the club's history, so we took over there. That was the season where we took over from FC Voluntari, and we won the league almost immediately in our first season, back into the Romanian First League. So we got ourselves, I think we weren't in charge, or we were in charge for part of that season. We then took over, won the league, getting promoted, and then won immediately the league in the first season as well. We then dropped off, climbed our way back up, and then we've just been dominant absolutely ever since. 3 Champions Leagues, 2044, 47 and 48, 11 Romanian First Leagues, all of them coming under our leadership as well. 2 UEFA Super Cups in 44 and 47. A Europa Conference League as well, which was in 2037 as well, underneath our stewardship. And then a whole bunch, 9 Romanian Cups. Of those 9, 8 of them were us in charge. 12 Romanian Super Cups, again, 11 of those, I think, were us. 2017 obviously was not us. 1 Romanian Super League, which I think was also technically ours, wasn't it? So we've turned this voluntary side into a ridiculously good team. And I've just seen there as well that the current record holder for most goals, most league goals by a player, is Mesiani, who, by the way, has retired. He spent a season out in America, maybe a season and a half in America, and he has retired from football. He's not become a coach. I would have brought him back as a coach in a heartbeat, but he is our current leading scorer. But Tom Davidson is 8 goals away, which realistically, if we did another season, he'd get that probably before we even came back from holiday from the first little bit of clip, because he scores stupid amounts of goals. He's got 135 goals in 138 league games. Speaking of goal scorers, I have sorted this by the amount of goals, and we have got 6 players scoring double figures. We've got Mansa Ag getting 10 goals, most of them weirdly in the Champions League, fair enough. We've also got Montandas, who's picked up a damaged cruciate ligament, so he's missed a lot of football. He's got 13 goals in all competitions. Carlo McLennan, who's just injured, apparently. I'm not sure why you're injured. You've been injured for about a week, and we don't know what it is. He's got 14 goals and 15 assists. Toff Christiansen, 21 goals, 17 assists. He's getting really good at football, isn't he? Then we've got Andre Stinger, who is a Romanian, an actual Romanian player that we admittedly stole from FC Argez, but he's a Romanian footballer. 23 goals, 16 assists. And then Tommy Davidson, he's still only 23, 54 goals and 6 assists. He's utterly ridiculous. If we just sort by assists as well, so we've got John Kapidjian, who's up there with 18 assists and 3 goals as well. He's been a good signing. Yes, he's now 30, so we've only had him sort of 2 or 3 seasons, and now he's 30, and I'm there going, I should probably get rid of him. But still, for the money we've paid for him, very good bit of business. And Istvan Gal as well, 23 assists. I'd said this, I think, last season or maybe the year before. I brought him in to be a backup right back, and he's ridiculous. He's a world-class right back now. Taking a look, Yamamoto, he's turning into a decent goalkeeper, isn't he? Definitely turning into a decent goalkeeper. 23 clean sheets in all competitions, 14 of them in the league, 5 in the Champions League as well. I love Yamamoto. If I was to do this save for so much longer, he would probably become my number 1 goalkeeper forever. I'd never sell this man. Now, I know I said this at the start of the episode that we've pretty much failed at building a nation, so we will take a look to see where we will finish, or where we should start season 26. We're 7th. We are the 7th biggest nation in club coefficients, which is not great, is it? But we have picked up a fairly sizable 17.833, and we're going to lose a 9.5. So if we were to have another season like we did this year, or even last year, we'd start climbing again. We just had some pretty bad seasons in the last 5 or 6 years, which is not ideal. And Romania, as a nation, I don't think they've won anything. They won the Balkan Nations Cup the last time in 1980, which in this universe is 50, 60, 70 years ago. And then they won the European Under-19 Championships in 1962, which is 80 years ago. So, it's not gone well, has it? There's a quick look at the club then. So some of the legends, icons and favoured personnel. Joel Umaru, favoured personnel, Stinger, Dudu. We've got Marengo, Montandas, Vasil. Skriniar, by the way, is my assistant manager. He's kind of been in charge of the club for the last few seasons. Kapidjian's there. Istvan Gal is there as favoured personnel. Hedi Ben Salem, I love the fact that he's there because he wasn't that great for us. But he was there. He spent, 4 seasons, 3.5 seasons. I think because he was part of the promotion squad is maybe the reason why he's there. Mesiani should be a legend. Toff Christiansen, we know. Tom Davidson. We've got Doru Andre, who was actually at the club when we joined, and we sold him to Hertha Berlin. Dino Tordoran, much like Patash and Skriniar, basically they were kind of the assistant managers doing a lot of the work, so they're getting a lot of credit for actually doing these things. And then it's us and Carlo McLennan. And Carlo McLennan, he's very good, but he's got a year left on his contract. He's got a year left on his contract. We've just won the quadruple, mate. Surely you want to sign a new deal. Let's just give him a new one. give him the biggest deal we can. A 5-year deal will be 34 when he's finished. He's 29. I didn't realise how old he was. Well, that is going to do it then for Season 25 of our Building a Nation save with Romania and FC Voluntari. If all goes to plan, there will be another Building a Nation save for FM25 when that eventually comes out. But I'm going to sign off for this one. Thank you very much for watching. If you did stick around all the way till the end, I appreciate you. You do not realise how much I appreciate you. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And I'll be back with more Football Manager in FM24.